This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 949. Mu Xing felt the mysterious sea rising around him, imbued with a vast and ancient power. It was just like the scene when he first met Dagon. Auntie, this sea wasn't summoned from the ancient past, was it? The green-haired baby said seriously. This is the domain of the Old Ones. In the distant ancient times, both the void and chaos were the domains of the rulers. They each control their own unique territory. Within their respective territories, the Old Ones can manipulate the rules and laws of their domain at will, ruling over everything. These rulers almost all possess infinite lifespans, and even the passage of time is powerless against them. In the domain of the Old Ones are invincible. Anyone who enters their domain will be weakened. Mu Xing was puzzled. The Old Ones. The suns were so powerful, so why were they later sealed away by the ancient gods? Because one day, something happened to the entire void. Something happened? The infinite dimensional void began to fall, the dimensions split, and began to differentiate into a multiverse. The Old Ones' territories were divided, and their authority was diluted. The emergence of the multiverse also gave rise to many strange and powerful creatures, the old gods. Some of them gained the authority that had been divided by the Old Ones, and by absorbing more authority, they became even more powerful. As for the Old Ones, because they were born powerful and had never seen a natural enemy, they were particularly lazy, often sleeping through entire epochs. And when those lazy Old Ones awoke, they discovered that times had changed and their power had been greatly weakened. Before they could figure out what had happened, the ancient gods took action, using various means to seal them away. Some were sealed in the abyss, some in dreams, and some trapped in an eternal time loop. Since then, the protagonists of the void and the multiverse have changed. As time passed, the former rulers gained a new title, the Old Ones. At this point, the green-haired baby took a deep breath, as if reminiscing about something. Dagon is a good companion. He wasn't born an Old One, but a servant chosen by me. I gave him power and used him as a research experiment, but I never expected he would protect me until the end of time. I can't imagine how, with his qualifications, he could have struggled to become an Old One in this desolate era. Mu Xing looked at her aunt. So you've decided to make a change? She turned to look at Mu Xing. Yes, I have my pride, but Dagon's sacrifice has also made me realize my own shortcomings. The ancient Old Ones succumbed to peace for too long, which is why the ancient gods seized the opportunity to seal them away. I awakened at the cost of rebirth, to understand the changes of the ancient times, and what exactly happened during those slumbering ages. And now, I increasingly feel that the advent of the future age of desolation is likely the root cause of the changes that occurred back then. As he spoke, the little green baby before him took a step forward. From the deepest depths of the dark and profound ancient ocean, a pair of giant eyes, like red lanterns, emerged. Its expression was ferocious, its fangs protruding from its face covered in green scales, and a strong, fishy smell filled my face. However, as that ferocious face approached my aunt, it suddenly became docile. Like a loyal puppy, it closed its eyes and allowed my aunt to touch its nose. Both parties seemed to be rapidly exchanging information with their eyes closed. When my aunt opened her eyes, disappointment was evident in her eyes. Seeing Mu Xing's puzzled expression, she explained, "This is the remains of Dagon's ancient advancement." Dagon's ancient advancement remains? How could it be here? That's what I'm curious about, but judging by all the signs, he may have struck some kind of deal with the survival system. He left it here on purpose, waiting for me to take it. She sighed. Although some power remains within the remains, the trace of authority I sensed earlier was far too weak to be of much use. Furthermore, there's no information left at all that I seek. Information about material authority? Yes, in any case, material authority must be. We must retrieve it as soon as possible. The desolation is drawing near, and I have a bad feeling. Mu Xing was startled. What could possibly be causing such a pressing, ominous premonition in an ancient? Auntie, if you devour this relic, can you regain your former power? The aunt rolled her eyes at him. What are you thinking? Without authority, you only reach the multiverse, and that's extremely unstable. My idea is not to devour this relic yet. The battle is imminent, so I control it to fight, and help you resolve the problem later. Mu Xing, upon hearing this, excitedly ran over, hugged the chubby face, and kissed it several times. Auntie, you're so good to me. The other person wiped the saliva from his face with a look of disgust, clenched his fist, and hit him on the head. If you dare kiss me again, I slap you into the wall, and you won't be able to get out. Mu Xing was excited and thought, this time, with Uncle Lon, the new multiverse, and the Dagon exudement that you, Auntie, are controlling, the evil spirit can also temporarily burst out. Even if Nora comes to kill us herself, we may not be without a fight. The Auntie rummaged through the huge exudement and pulled out 3 beads. What is this? Exude essence. Feed it to your fat cat at a critical moment. It will temporarily gain 3 minutes of multiverse power. At this moment, the evil spirit seemed to hear something. It poked its cat head out from Mu Xing's chest and cowed to Auntie. Thank you for the reward. After this trouble is over, remember to come to the 9th floor. I need a helper for my latest experiment. The evil spirit's expression froze. It was neither refusing nor not refusing. He looked eagerly at Mu Xing for help. I can't help you with this. Otherwise, don't take it. As the saying goes, a man who eats someone's food is soft-hearted, and a man who takes someone's money is short-handed. Finally, the evil spirit compromised. It was merely selling his body, but the mighty evil spirit had risked it all. At the same time, as the realm of the ancients unfolded, both the 9 sons of fate and the summoned chaos were severely suppressed. Except for the eldest disciple, Xian Xiao, the ranks of the other 8 were instantly reduced by half. Fortunately, I have the fate robe left by Master, otherwise. Xian Xiao's expression grew even more grim, and a magnificent golden robe emerged from his body. This robe was woven from countless threads of fate, engraved with dense runes of fate. The radiant halo actually blocked the invasion of the realm of the ancients. After all, this was merely the realm of the ancients released by a relic, and it had no effect on Xian Xiao, who possessed the sacred artifact of fate. He knew the instigator of all this was Mu Xing, beneath a floating island, in the ocean. Only by eliminating him could he completely defeat these contestants. Break it. He raised his hands high, making strange gestures. A halo of light began to spread from him. Chapter 950. I can't hold on any longer. The moment the dazzling light circle touched the 9 dragons' heavenly cover, countless spiderweb-like cracks suddenly appeared on the light shield, emitting a heart-pounding shattering sound. Long Tian suddenly spat out a mouthful of crimson blood, his face instantly pale as paper. Big brother, how are you? Long Air panicked and rushed forward, trying to support the shaky Long Tian, but was pushed away with all his might. Leave me alone. We must hold on to the 9 dragons' heavenly cover. Long Air gritted his teeth, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Without hesitation, he turned back to his original position, using his body to firmly support the crumbling 9 dragons' heavenly cover. In an instant, 9 brilliant primordial powers surged from his body, forming 9 dazzling beams of light that shot straight into the sky. His aura steadily ascended, breaking through from the demigod level to the pseudogod level. Finally, with a deafening roar, he forcibly crossed the insurmountable chasm between man and god. 9 fundamental forces intertwined in the air. Though they had yet to coalesce into a complete law of power, they miraculously merged into a dazzling, 9-colored divine domain. Under the sway of this formidable force, the horrifying cracks on the 9 dragon cover healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. He had actually managed to block this devastating attack. Hanging high above the 9 heavens, Xian Xiao sneered contemptuously at this sight. You overestimate your abilities. The terrifying halo gradually dissipated, and from his hand, a chain gleaming with the light of destiny emanated. The chain easily pierced the void, dragging from the void a golden longsword radiating a sacred aura. It's the holy weapon, the sword of destiny. Long Tian, enduring the excruciating pain in his internal organs, struggled to his feet, his face filled with disbelief and shock. Although he always prided himself on being a genius, he was ultimately only a half-step multidimensional disciple. How could he possibly compete with a veteran multidimensional disciple like Xian Xiao? Xian Xiao flicked his wrist, and the chain wrapped around the hilt clattered with a crisp sound, completely yanking the legendary holy weapon from the void. The moment the longsword materialized, the dense threads of destiny in the surrounding space suddenly twisted violently, emitting a suffocating snapping sound. As the sword's edge swept across, countless threads of destiny snapped, as if wailing the approach of doom. With those 2 pieces of scrap metal in your hands, you dare to call them holy artifacts? Today, let you ants witness the true power of a holy artifact. It is a great honor for you to die by the sword of destiny. Xian Xiao stood proudly in the clouds, holding the sword of destiny high in his hand. Instantly, 1,000-foot golden light burst forth, the dazzling sword light seemingly cleaving the entire old realm in 2. This was the true power of a holy artifact, far surpassing the 9 dragons' heaven and earth cover and the time alarm clock, 2 pseudo-holy artifacts in the hands of Long Tian and his companions. As the sword of destiny began to slowly descend, the entire old realm trembled, and space was forcibly torn apart, creating a massive rift that penetrated heaven and earth. Hold it! Ivan desperately threw the time alarm clock, its crisp ring echoing across the battlefield. Ripples of time attempted to stop the holy sword's descent. However, these temporal forces shattered like thin ice upon contact with the sword light, offering no blocking effect at all. Puff! Ivan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His treasured time clock became the first casualty of the battle. It was instantly split in two by the merciless blow of the Sword of Destiny. His body flew backwards, like a kite with a broken string, on the verge of plummeting into the endless abyss. At the critical moment, a strong arm covered in divine patterns firmly supported his back. At that moment, it seemed as if even time had stood still. Ivan turned his head with difficulty, and saw a burly man, shirtless. He was wrapped in a violent divine power, and the chains of two chaos blades snaked around his arms like living creatures. "Are you okay?" A deep, powerful voice rang out. Ivan shook his head dully. "No. I'm fine." The man stepped aside, revealing the true protagonist behind him. A thin young man dressed in black hunter garb. Although his figure was thin, anyone could sense the terrifying power contained within his body. Mu Xing's gentle yet resolute voice caressed the battlefield like a spring breeze. "Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Leave the rest to us." He looked up at the golden holy sword slowly descending from the sky. Though the power of the ancient realm struggled to slow its descent, the Sword of Destiny seemed to have already locked onto cause and effect, and no obstacle could alter its predetermined trajectory. "Hey! Blood Moon, are you crazy? That's the sacred weapon of the Weaver of Fate!" Long Tian shouted at the top of his lungs, trying to stop Mu Xing's suicidal act. Mu Xing slowly raised his right hand, his voice calm yet powerful. "Trust me." Long Tian's expression shifted, but he finally gritted his teeth and made way. Although reason told Mu Xing that there was no way he could withstand the power of the holy weapon, a voice deep within him whispered that perhaps a miracle could indeed happen. The madman turned to Mu Xing, somewhat worriedly. "Can you do it?" "I might not, but there are others who can." Are you going to let the evil spirit take action?" Mu Xing shook his head slightly, and suddenly, in his right hand, a crown of fate, inlaid with an infinity symbol, emerged. As he activated it, a dazzling stream of light suddenly erupted from the crown, rising against the sky. Surprisingly, this stream of light wasn't aimed at Xian Xiao, but at the seemingly empty sky. Boom! The moment the stream of light struck the void, a wriggling mass of chaotic shadows was forcibly illuminated. Who could have imagined that beneath this web of fate, a mysterious chaotic entity lay hidden? Although its bulk was concealed within the swirling black mist, the occasional, hideous tentacles that emerged betrayed its identity. Mu Xing suddenly shouted at the black mist, "First Chaos King, we've already reached a partnership. Why aren't you taking action?" Not only were the contestants battling below stunned, but even Xian Xiao, wielding the Sword of Destiny, turned back to look. Hidden within the black mist, Zhou Liang felt like lashing out. His clone had clearly mastered the art of concealment, eluding even Xian Xiao, yet it had been discovered by a high-ranking apostle. Even worse, not only had the other party discovered his hiding place, but they had also revealed his identity. Before he could react, Xian Xiao, after a brief moment of deliberation, swung his sword towards him. Clearly, Xian Xiao judged that Zhou Liang's clone posed a far greater threat than Mu Xing and the others below. After all, while these contestants had the aid of the ancient realm, their strength was ultimately limited, whereas the first Chaos King's clone was a true half-step multidimensional powerhouse. "A mere lackey of fate, you dare to swing your sword at me? I devour you alive." Zhou Liang burst forth from the black fog in a rage, transforming into a monstrous, devouring beast with bared fangs and claws. However, the power of the Sword of Fate far exceeded imagination. With one strike, countless tentacles snapped, and his body was nearly split in two. Chapter 951. The turbid blood of chaos rained down, purified and evaporated by the Holy Sword's divine power before it even touched the ground. As the most powerful Chaos King under the Lord of Chaos, how could Zhou Liang have ever endured such humiliation? "You forced me to do this." A terrifying, white bone finger suddenly flew out, colliding with Xian Xiao's second strike. Boom! The heavens and the earth trembled, and the terrifying energy impact sent a monstrous wave 10,000 meters high across the sea. If it weren't for the exceptionally solid structure of the audition arena, the aftermath of this blow would have been enough to destroy several planets. The contestants, engaged in fierce combat, were thrown tens of thousands of meters by the violent air currents, each struggling to regain their balance. What happened? Everyone looked up in horror, seeing a hideous wound in the sky, as if torn by a demon's claws. The once impenetrable web of fate had been forcibly torn open with a massive gaping hole. Hundreds upon thousands of contestants, upon seeing this, immediately rushed forward, eager to seize the opportunity to escape this death cage. "Don't go! Come back!" Long Tian shouted at the top of his lungs. However, the instinct for survival had already overwhelmed these people's reason. Like moths to a flame, they rushed towards the gap of hope. Alas, what awaited them was not freedom, but a crueler fate. A golden sword light ripped through the black fog, and all the contestants attempting to escape fell like harvested ears of wheat. Where the sword of fate swept through, their fates were shattered. Though their bodies still existed, their souls not extinguished, they were no more than the walking dead. Xianxiao stood proudly before the gap, sword in hand, a true force that could not be broken by 1,000. Gaze upon this despairing scene, an endless darkness began to grow within each contestant's heart. Anyone who dares to cross this line will die. Xianxiao's cold, ruthless voice resounded like ice, carrying an undeniable majesty. The other members of the 9 Sons of Destiny quickly gathered in front of the ripped hole. They each drew out their strangely shaped spindles of fate and began weaving dense threads of destiny, attempting to repair the fatal flaw. At this moment, no one dared to take flight, all paralyzed by the invincible figure. This guy's pretense is so infuriating. I really want to rush up and smack him into a pulp. The evil spirit crouched on Mu Xing's shoulder, glaring at Xianxiao with bared teeth, its eyes burning with rage. Mu Xing gently rubbed the cat's head, his gaze still as calm and profound as an ancient well. He had long ago warned these people that any attempt to escape this prison would be futile before the 9 Sons of Destiny were truly defeated. Alas, they not only turned a deaf ear, but even scoffed at his warning. As the saying goes, good advice can't persuade a damned soul. Mu Xing felt no remorse for these deaths. Instead, he found them somewhat ridiculous. Even the usually composed Long Tian couldn't help but burst out in curse. A bunch of idiots. You always think your little tricks can deceive the world, but in front of a true master, you're no better than an ant. Mu Xing glanced sideways, and saw Zhou Liang's clones retreating steadily. In his brief encounter with Xianxiao, the so-called Supreme Chaos King was actually at a disadvantage. But that was understandable. After all, it was just a clone, and the power of that finger bone was far less than the sword of destiny in Xianxiao's hand. Is this the only skill of the Supreme Chaos King? He can't even defeat a destiny puppet. Where has the aura he used to boast about in the fantasy realm gone? Mu Xing deliberately raised his voice and taunted, "Oh, I almost forgot. Weren't you also beaten to a pulp during the battle in the fantasy realm, fleeing with your tail between your legs? Blood moon brat. Back then, you were just relying on your numbers. Today, I'm going to devour you alive." Zhou Liang, enraged, transformed into a ferocious black mist and pounced on Mu Xing. However, before he could get close, Xianxiao, his expressionless face, swung the sword of destiny again, a golden blade of light piercing the distance between them. "Are you fucking crazy? You have to mind my eating a human being?" Zhou Liang demanded angrily. Xianxiao responded coldly, "First Chaos King, I warn you, these people are Master's important pawns. You must not threaten their safety. What about you just killed over 1,000 people with a single sword strike?" Xianxiao remained impassive. Those who attempt to escape deserve death. This is natural attrition. Well, you're a true lackey of the Fate faction. Your ability to distort right and wrong is truly first-rate. Zhou Liang chuckled in anger. What if I absolutely must eat that brat today? Then ask the sword of destiny in my hand if it agrees. The two sides immediately resumed their standoff. Above the floating island, a cloud of despair spread among the crowd. Many began to waver, whispering about surrender. How about we surrender? At least we can save our lives. Yes, we were forced to do this. Even if the survival system investigates us later, we're in the right. Perhaps surrendering to Xianxiao will save us. Enough. Long Tian roared, his voice like thunder. He looked around at the crowd, his eyes burning with anger. I thought you, the chosen ones of heaven, had at least some courage, but I didn't expect a mere setback would make you beg for mercy. How disappointing. You're not even as good as those ordinary soldiers on the survival line, ready to die. Faced with Long Tian's rebuke, some lowered their heads in shame, while others argued unwillingly, Long Tian, we just want to survive. What's wrong with that? Xianxiao is a half-step multidimensional expert, and he has the blessing of a sacred weapon. How do we fight him? You tell me how to fight him? Long Tian was speechless for a moment, the harsh reality staring him in the face. Even if he tried his best, there was no hope of victory. He unconsciously glanced at the unwaveringly calm black-clad hunter beside him. Blood Moon, what do you think? If you want to surrender, you can do it now. I won't stop you. Mu Xing's voice was as cold as ice. But do you really think you can survive by surrendering? Once Terra falls, the real world will be next. Once the foundation of your survival system is destroyed, what value do you think you have in the face of fate? Mu Xing's attitude towards these fence-sitters was extremely cold. He knew that true warriors would rather die than surrender, while those who wavered, even if they stayed temporarily, would eventually become a hidden danger. Make your choice. Mu Xing carved a deep scar into the ground with his moonlight greatsword, splitting the island in two. Those who surrender, move forward. I won't stop them. Those who refuse to surrender, stand behind me. We fight to the death. At that moment, the crowd was completely divided. Some, after a painful struggle, trembled and crossed the line. Others stood behind Mu Xing without hesitation. In the end, over 40% of the people chose to surrender. You diehards. Following him is a dead end. Someone from the surrender group scoffed. Puff! Mu Xing raised his sword and brought the man's head flying high. Chapter 952. How dare you attack your comrades? Companions? Mu Xing sneered. From the moment you chose to surrender, we were enemies. When it comes to enemies, I have only one choice. Kill. Long Tian also stepped forward, drawing a massive, exaggerated sword. Blood Moon is right. Surrender means betrayal. You are now our enemies. Mu Xing's move stunned many wavering individuals, and strengthened the resolve of those who remained steadfast. It's nothing more than death. I'd rather die fighting than become a pawn of fate and attack Terra, roared one of the steadfast individuals. No surrender. No surrender. No surrender. The crowd raised their weapons, their roars deafening. This passionate cry shattered the hearts of the surrenderists. At the same time, they felt an inexplicable emptiness, as if, in that moment, they had lost something most precious forever. Mu Xing raised his moonlight greatsword. Since you've made your choice, prepare to die. The moment he swung his sword, a massive golden sword descended from the sky, standing like an insurmountable mountain between the two factions. Xianxiao transformed the white line drawn by Mu Xing into the gleaming golden line of fate. Everyone, you will be glad for your choice today. Those who follow fate will be protected by it. Xianxiao looked at the surrenderers, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. He turned to Mu Xing and the others. Now, I give you one last chance. Those willing to follow fate can still cross this line. However, except for the initial surrenderers, the faces of everyone standing behind Mu Xing were filled with the determination to face death. Okay, very good. In that case, it seems I have to resort to some drastic measures. Xianxiao soared into the air, the sword of destiny reappearing in his hand. At this moment, Mu Xing secretly contacted Zhou Liang's clone. Zhou Liang, how about a deal? Blood Moon, I just want to eat you alive now. Don't rush. Mu Xing's voice was full of temptation. Do you think Xianxiao will let this clone of yours go? Why don't we work together and kill this troublesome guy first? Ha ha ha. Zhou Liang felt as if he had heard a huge joke. Just you. Zhou Liang, you should have seen my trump card. Mu Xing said meaningfully. I just don't want to alert the enemy. Do you really think I can't kill Xianxiao? This made Zhou Liang, in his human form, narrow his eyes. He had indeed experienced Mu Xing's methods. This seemingly weak hunter indeed had many deadly moves. What exactly do you want? Zhou Liang's tone began to waver. What do you think? About becoming the 8th Chaos Lord of the Chaos faction? The 8th Lord? Zhou Liang's pupils suddenly constricted. Without waiting for Zhou Liang to speak, Mu Xing, as if reading his mind, said, You've been making plans in the fantasy realm before, and now you're even risking discovery by sneaking into the auditions. Is this all to take that leap and become the Chaos Lord? What do you mean? As a survivor, you're planning to betray the survival system and aid me, your enemy? Zhou Liang's words were tinged with a sneer, his disdain for Mu Xing's proposal brimming with disdain. Mu Xing chuckled, It doesn't matter. Believe it or not, after all, with your strength, it's only a matter of time before you reach that point. How can a mere high-level apostle like me stop you? Besides, although you've joined the Chaos faction, you're incompatible with it. No matter how you think about it, you're more suitable to cooperate with than those Chaos wills. Why should I trust you? Zhou Liang, you and I are actually very similar. You joined the Chaos as a human, so why can't I join the survival system as a Chaos? Everything we do is simply a pursuit of greater power. Hearing this, the first Chaos King frowned. He had long suspected Mu Xing's identity, but he hadn't expected him to confess today. You are indeed the Chaos will hidden within the survival system. At this moment, Zhou Liang felt like he had caught Mu Xing's weakness. If this guy dared to play tricks on him, he would leak the news and bring his reputation to ruin. You're quite interesting, kid. I have to admit, your proposal has me quite tempted. Seeing the fish had taken the bait, Mu Xing continued to add fuel to the fire. Don't worry, let's get through this first. There are even bigger surprises waiting for you later. What surprise? I have information about the Chaos Lord in the Third War Zone. Zhou Liang didn't respond to the question, deliberately evading the question. I agree to your cooperation proposal. Mu Xing grinned. In that case, then I'd be happy to cooperate. Hanging up the call. The evil spirit's voice echoed in Mu Xing's ears. You brat, Zhou Liang isn't a good person. Wouldn't it be courting disaster to cooperate with him? Mu Xing shook his head. Then let me ask you, who do you think is the greater threat, the first Chaos King or the Chaos Lord Xinghua? This? Mu Xing continued. Although Zhou Liang has joined the Chaos faction, given his past as a human, do you think he will truly be loyal to Chaos? This is merely a temporary measure. He needs to draw upon the power of Chaos to protect himself. When he ascends to the throne of dominance, given his unruly nature, how could he be willing to forever submit to Chaos? What if? The evil spirit stared up at him. There's no such thing as a what if, because the path he's chosen is destined to be irreconcilable with Chaos. The evil spirit seemed to understand something, and looked at Mu Xing with shock. Are you planning to use this guy against Xinghua? Mu Xing nodded. Now Zhou Liang thinks he has something on me, and wants to use it to control me. This is good, it will lower his guard. But if my plan succeeds, it will create a huge source of instability within the Chaos camp. The evil spirit's voice echoed. Aren't you afraid of getting burned to death? Mu Xing raised his lips nonchalantly. After being bait for so long, it's time to learn to be the one holding the line. He lowered his eyes, a flicker of calculation in his eyes. If I can catch a big fish, I won't have to be constrained by others in the future. The evil spirit curled up against his shoulder, sharpening its claws in anger. Damn it! I admit I fell into your hands back then. You're such a wicked person. Mu Xing smiled and scratched the evil spirit's chin. His voice was a little affectionate. Isn't that exactly why we work so well together? Meanwhile, the two factions that were in a standoff finally came to a conclusion. Under Xian Xiao's forceful intervention, the surrender faction made the decision to go all the way. Xian Xiao also seemed to have lost patience with hardliners, like Mu Xing. At this moment, stars twinkled in the sky, conveying a message to him. He raised the sword of destiny high in his hand. Since you are unwilling to cooperate, don't blame me for using force. Although the effectiveness of the puppet's destiny thread will be greatly reduced if it is forcibly controlled, there's nothing more to worry about. As if receiving a signal, he decided to use force. But at this moment, the first Chaos King seized the opportunity to attack, several tentacles attacking from a distance. It's just a clone. Are you looking for death? Xian Xiao was furious. He hadn't expected Zhou Liang to dare to come, and he immediately felt murderous intent. But just as the radiant sword was about to strike, the opponent released a finger bone as white as jade. With a clang, it blocked the sure-hit blow. Chapter 953. Zhou Liang's coldness was tempered with a hint of sarcasm. You don't really think that I, the first Chaos King, would be forced to retreat by a puppet of fate like you? Even if it's just a clone, it's more than enough to deal with a mere puppet like you. A mysterious aura suddenly erupted from the white finger bone. The old lady, who had been napping on the 9th floor, suddenly appeared beside Mu Xing. This is the finger bone of someone from the past. Ancient finger bone? Mu Xing was startled, yet curious about which finger bone it was. He suddenly remembered the rotten hand Zhou Liang had used during his trip to the fantasy realm. This finger bone was probably just one of those knuckles. Could it be that Zhou Liang had found the remains of a deceased ancient? No, that couldn't be possible. If he had truly found a deceased ancient, wouldn't he have guarded it like a treasure? The only possibility was that he had only retrieved a portion of the remains, or rather, a hand. Those knuckles were indeed bones from the past. Even the Fate Weaver's sacred artifact couldn't harm them at all. The golden sword slashed down, but failed to leave a single mark on the finger bones. It's just a mere sacred artifact of fate, nothing more. Now it's my turn. Zhou Liang laughed heartily, manipulating the finger bones, and striking forward fiercely. Xian Xiao hadn't expected the finger bones to be so resilient. Not only was the sacred artifact blocked, it was even deflected. Now Zhou Liang seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack, but his old strength had just drained away, and he could only passively hold his sword in defense. The finger bones came with swift and furious force. With a single thrust, Xian Xiao, sword and all, was sent flying. The space behind him shattered layer by layer. At this moment, Mu Xing seized the opportunity and shouted, "Everyone, follow me and charge out." Clearly, this was the opportunity he'd been waiting for. The surrounding ancient realm suddenly tightened under Grandma's control, the sea surging and transforming into a spiral that surged outward. The recently torn hole was torn again before it could fully repair itself. Several disciples of fate, weaving a large net, were also thrown out. Realizing something was amiss, Xianxiao turned back, only to see a large hole already ripped open by the spiral. "Want to leave?" Xianxiao gave up on counterattacking Zhou Liang. The most important thing now was to capture Mu Xing and the others. If he let them escape, he couldn't bear the master's punishment. To the master, a disciple who couldn't complete his mission was worthless. Then he would be dead. Though he was called a puppet, he was not without his own thoughts. Seeing Xianxiao chasing after him with his sword, Mu Xing shot Grandma a look. She immediately understood. Ancient mirror image. Activate. Instantly, Xianxiao and Zhou Liang, separated by the sea spout, saw different visions emerge. Zhou Liang saw the father he least wanted to see, Zhou Yun. "Zhou Liang, you unfilial son, how dare you betray the survival line? Today, I will kill you for the sake of that line." Elsewhere, Xianxiao also saw the Weaver of Fate, shrouded in an endless halo, slowly emerging. "Master! Master!" His voice was trembling. In his perception, the mirror image before him exuded a strong aura of destiny. It was undoubtedly his master. "Xianxiao, you have greatly disappointed me. You can't even handle such a small matter. What use is there to me?" Almost simultaneously, Zhou Yuan and Nora attacked the two half-step multi-dimensional beings before them. The two dared not fight back, only instinctively dodging or defending. It was precisely with this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that Mu Xing led the contestants, riding the sea vortex all the way to the cavern. Some Fate disciples attempted to stop them. Long Tian and the others exchanged glances and attacked together. Long Tian's giant blade slashed out like a mad dragon, blocking the second Fate disciple. The Lionheart King transformed into a gigantic lion, and sent the third Fate disciple flying. Ivan used the power of time to control the surrounding reinforcements of the eighth Fate disciple. Selen dyed the sky black, and countless dark hands burst out from the clouds, trapping the nearby reinforcements. Golden Shadow Leonce roared and launched an active attack, striking out with massive golden fists. Golden angelic phantoms rose above each of them, bestowing various buffs upon them. The madman growled, his rage already building to its limit, and he unleashed the most powerful blow of his life with the Chaos Blade. The ninth disciple of Fate was cut down on the spot, his body split in two. However, before his body could hit the ground, countless threads of Fate converged and healed. At this moment, Mu Xing moved. Wielding the magnificent scythes of Destiny's Judgment, he launched a full-force attack at the blurry threads in the vast hole ahead. "Open!" With a swish, countless threads of Fate were severed layer by layer under the scythes. But the thickness of this web of Fate far exceeded their imagination. What they had originally thought was only a thin layer, now they had broken through dozens of layers, and there were still hundreds to come. Mu Xing swung his scythe frantically, continuously breaking through the web of Fate. With his final swing, the false sky before them suddenly shattered, revealing the burning void of the universe. They saw the airport and satellite cities that once surrounded the audition world engulfed in flames, a scene reminiscent of the end of the world. After escaping the audition arena, Mu Xing immediately contacted Zhua, shouting, "Whatever you use, force teleport us. Get us out of here." The next second, endless threads of light condensed in the void ahead, forming a massive eye of destiny out of thin air. At that moment, all the survivors who had just escaped the audition arena felt as if they were plunged into an icy cellar, feeling the relentless weight of certain death hanging over them. Mu Xing gritted his teeth. He hadn't expected the Weaver of Destiny to arrive so quickly. Or rather, his perception had been monitoring every move here. He simply hadn't expected these contestants to actually break out of the audition arena. The enormous eye of destiny flickered with complex emotions. A massive cage formed in the void, intent on trapping them. Thankfully, Mu Xing's communication received a response from Zhua. Just as the massive golden cage of fate was about to take shape, a red torch shot up into the distant void. "Look, it's a torch." As soon as the words left his mouth, the torchlight pierced the void, sweeping away the cage of fate and instantly enveloping everyone. The eye of destiny grew anxious, and a ray of destiny, capable of annihilating the universe, burst forth from its eye. Where the light of destiny passed, endless time and space began to shatter, star regions were destroyed, and planes collapsed. However, After such a powerful attack struck the beam of light, it was instantly neutralized by an invisible force. Go! Mu Xing raised his middle finger at the giant golden eye, and before its furious gaze, he vanished into the depths of the void. Only then did countless golden threads converge in the void to form a human figure. It was impossible to tell their gender, as if they were both male and female. The Eye of Destiny transformed into a wheel of light, slowly spinning behind them. He took a step forward, appearing in the audition arena. With a wave of her right hand, the projection of the figure engaged in a fierce battle with Xian Xiao vanished in an instant. Xian Xiao's expression froze, and when he looked up, he saw the majestic, radiant figure of the Weaver of Destiny. He bowed his head deeply and knelt on the ground. Greetings, Master. Waste. Nora grabbed with her right hand, and Xian Xiao screamed in agony as the power of destiny was forcibly drained from his body. Next to him, the remaining 8 sons of destiny knelt respectfully on the ground. Nora casually injected the power of destiny she had extracted from Xian Xiao into the body of her second disciple. The disciple's body twisted and deformed, instantly absorbing Xian Xiao's power. From now on, Xian Chen, you are my eldest disciple, the Weaver of Destiny. Xian Chen, as if suddenly enlightened, saluted respectfully and shouted, Yes, Master. Nora nodded, her eyes suddenly fixed on a dark figure not far away. Where are you going? The first Chaos King clone, who was planning to take advantage of the opportunity to sneak away, immediately self-destructed without hesitation. Chapter 954. As the intertwined light and shadows gradually dissipated, and the hazy vision cleared again, Mu Xing was surprised to find they had been transported to a magnificent plaza. Surrounding them were familiar black Gothic buildings. Those towering spires pointed toward the heavens like sharp swords. He instantly recognized this as the legendary city of Terra. But now, Terra was permeated with a suffocating, eerie atmosphere. The sight of returning to the familiar city of Terra slumped to the ground like deflated balls. Just now, they faced a multiverse of beings that commanded the world, a terrifying being determined to kill them. If Terra's teleportation mechanism hadn't protected them in time, everyone present would have perished. Though they didn't fear death, the despair of having their fate abruptly cut short still lingered in their hearts. The evil spirit crouching on Mu Xing's shoulder trembled in fear. Damn it! I underestimated the terrifying power of destiny. He's truly one of the strongest beings in the multiverse. By the way, how did you manage to attract Xian Xiao and Zhou Liang's attention just now? Mu Xing glanced around cautiously, signaling for everyone to rest for 3 minutes before explaining in a low voice, because I've long sensed a hidden secret within the audition arena. I noticed a large number of projections from past battles there. Projections from the past? Yes, I'm sure you've seen the projections summoned by Destiny's disciples. The existence of these projections signifies that peerless powerhouses have fought fiercely here, including even supreme multiverse beings. So I used the ancient realm to summon a projection, just to give it a try. I didn't expect it to actually work. Hearing this, the evil spirit couldn't help but smack his lips. Sometimes I really wonder if you're the one destined for good. Why do all the good things happen to you? Mu Xing smiled wryly, and shook his head. If I were so lucky, would I have been beaten and sent fleeing? Just then, a brilliant beam of transparent light suddenly descended, and a familiar figure in a white coat and black-framed glasses slowly emerged. Good boy. I didn't expect you to make it out of the auditions alive. The person who came was none other than their old acquaintance, Zhua. Mu Xing rolled his eyes in annoyance. How can your organizing committee do this? You were completely unprepared for such a crisis? Zhua pushed his glasses up, a look of resignation on his face. It's not entirely our fault. Fate has blinded us. As he spoke, he looked around. The contestants, who had been slumped on the ground, struggled to their feet. Everyone, although I'd like to declare the auditions over and let everyone go back to rest, but... He took a deep breath, his tone solemn. Terra's city is in imminent danger. I hope you will stay and protect this holy city together. It was only then that some of the unaware contestants realized that Terra's city was truly in an unprecedented crisis. What exactly happened? Mu Xing asked gravely. Fate has betrayed Terra's city. It has destroyed Terra's city's defense matrix and exiled the high-ranking members of the Supreme Council, who were holding an emergency meeting, into the depths of the void. If the high-ranking members want to return, without Terra's city's guidance, it will take at least a week. Nora is now fiercely attacking the core of Terra's city. If it falls, the entire holy city will fall into his control. Has the Supreme Council been exiled? What about the other multiverse powers? The Chaos Army has invaded in full force, forcing multiverse beings to return to their defensive lines to resist the Chaos Overlord's attack. Several multiverse beings have already engaged the Chaos Overlord. We already have one less multiverse being than the Chaos Camp, and coupled with internal rebellion, Terra City's defenses have reached an all-time low. What about the survival system? Why isn't it intervening? The survival system's main computing power is concentrated in the official arena. The truth is difficult to convey within the tight web woven by the Fate Weaver. Chua's face was extremely grim. Clearly, the situation had deteriorated to the point where they, the younger generation, had to step up. Mu Xing looked him in the eye. Do you have any detailed intelligence? Chua handed over a gleaming tablet. Mu Xing quickly scanned the battle report, while Long Tian and the others gathered around. After reviewing the latest battle situation, everyone's expressions grew extremely solemn. Even their breathing became unconsciously heavy. This was not a responsibility for the younger generation like them. No matter what, we must defend the core, and never allow the power of fate to penetrate. Long Tian stepped forward, his voice resonant and powerful. You're right. On the field, we're rivals, but here, we're comrades, sharing life and death. Standing nearby, King Gerald the Lionheart expressed his resolve on behalf of the participants in the survival line. Shuazhe cast an expectant gaze at Mu Xing. Now, there's only a glimmer of hope. I hope you can go and awaken Senior Lon, who's in seclusion deep within Terra City. Although I know Senior Lon is on the verge of a breakthrough, the situation is dire. Someone must be able to withstand the attack of the Fate Weaver. Mu Xing gave Shua a meaningful look. Shua was clearly unaware of Uncle Lan's successful advancement, and assumed he was in seclusion for a breakthrough. Mu Xing had told Uncle Lan to hold back, precisely to deliver a fatal blow to the mastermind. Unexpectedly, the mastermind leaped forth with such impatience. What's the situation on the front lines now? The enemy has 6 Chaos Lords, and the first Chaos King is threatening us. Due to Nora's betrayal, we only have 4 left. Even with the survival system's reinforcements, we only have 5. So the situation is extremely unfavorable for us. However, Mu Xing shook his head. No, there are actually only 5 on the other side. 5? What do you mean? What's the situation on the third line of defense? The battle over there is stalemate, and Xinghua doesn't seem to be on the defense line. That's why we're able to barely contain the enemy's 5 lords with our 4 multiverses. Wait, what do you mean? Mu Xing nodded. Xinghua has likely already infiltrated the survival line. Chua's face paled instantly. What? I notified the other speakers immediately. Mu Xing grabbed him and whispered, don't alert them. Let him do it. Otherwise, who will deal with that traitor, Destiny? Are you? Chua's eyes widened, realizing this kid was about to make another big move. I witnessed his madness last time. Is he going to go even further this time? Mu Xing continued his voice transmission. If Commanders would trust me, I promise not only can we defend Terra, but we can also completely resolve this crisis. Hey, this is no joke. Shouldn't we consult the Supreme Council? Hasn't the Supreme Council been exiled? By the time we contact them, it'd be too late. That can't be. Relax, the appetizers have just been served, and the main course hasn't even arrived yet. Then I reported to the local survival system immediately. After a moment, Shua turned his head with a strange expression. Crazy, truly crazy. The survival system actually approved your plan. Mu Xing wasn't surprised, because he knew full well that this was all part of the survival system's plan. Without further delay, take us to the core central area. Destiny's offensive could arrive at any moment, and we must prepare for it. Shua finally gave in. Okay, follow me. Chapter 955. Although Terra City had lost all its main forces, its formidable defenses still held those threats attempting to invade the inner city at bay. Mu Xing and other young geniuses arrived at the command center. Everything was in perfect order in the spacious hall. A large screen projected the situation on various fronts. Rebellious Fate was manipulating countless puppets of fate to assault Terra City's defenses. Terra City's counterattack was equally powerful and effective, repelling wave after wave of attacks. But any discerning eye could see that if the attacks continued, Terra City might not survive the night. Fate's offensive was treacherous and unpredictable, and Terra City's inherent ability to reverse time was greatly weakened by its power. Cause and effect piled up, and reversing time would compound the traces of cause and effect, ultimately leading to complete collapse. The damage to the defending robots exceeded 20%, and the number was still increasing. The defenses urgently needed fresh blood. Fortunately, Mu Xing noticed that Terra City still had a sufficient stockpile of weapons, perfect for boosting the survivors' combat effectiveness. Various artifacts and armor were brought out from the warehouse, and temporarily distributed to the contestants. Compared to inanimate objects like robots, living beings are more resilient to the repercussions of karma. Just as the command center began arming the contestants, Shuo led Mu Xing to the core area of the command center. They took the elevator down and then, through a special teleportation array, arrived at the Supreme Council. Although he had learned the truth from Shuo on the way here, the shocking scene before him, when he opened the door, still left him speechless for a long time. Didn't you tell me that the high-ranking officials of the Supreme Council were exiled to the void? Mu Xing gazed at the packed Supreme Council chamber. It wasn't empty, it was filled with people. But now, they were all frozen in thought, like puppets. A thread of fate stretched from the dome, connecting them above their heads. What the hell is going on? Shuo said gravely. If we hadn't said this, their morale would have collapsed long ago. Telling them the truth would only exacerbate their despair. Mu Xing walked up to two familiar faces. Grandmaster Ron and his old acquaintance Yuan sat in their counselor chairs, their eyes closed, as if trapped in some nightmare. Not far away, he saw the city lords, Chen Qian and Karen. He extended his right hand, wanting to touch them, but Shuo stopped him. Don't touch them. They're trapped in a state of overlapping fate. A single misstep will lead to utter annihilation in the endless causal cage fate has set for them. This endless causal cage is a trap Nora has set for these council members. If they can't find their way back, they'd be trapped forever. As he spoke, he looked up at the dome. 4 of the 5 multifaceted chairs for the speakers had dimmed. Only Nora's, the Weaver of Fate, still shone brightly. Now, that chair had grown into a mighty tree, with dense threads of fate cascading down from it. This scene struck Mu Xing as incredibly familiar. The tree on the central platform of the Desert Treasure was almost identical to the one before him. Only this one was more majestic, more mysterious, and surged with the endless power of fate. Clearly, this was Nora's true goal. He wanted to drain the power of destiny from these counselors all at once, condensing the fruit of destiny that would allow him to break through his rank. However, he clearly underestimated the survival system and the speed of Terra's counterattack. Before he could complete his plan, he was forcibly expelled from Terra. Now, he had no choice but to command the army of destiny puppets to storm the inner city center, attempting to retake control of his plan. Shuo's voice echoed from behind Mu Xing. Nora not only blocked our connection to the survival system, but also blocked our connection to the other speakers. The speakers on the defensive line probably don't know what's happening in Terra City yet. I'm just a small official on the competition organizing committee. My authority is limited, and all I can do is stall for time. Thankfully, you managed to break through. This gives me some hope. We just forcibly activated the lighthouse torch, consuming nearly a third of Terra City's energy reserves. According to our calculations, we can only hold out for about 10 hours at most. Mu Xing was silent. Terra City, rooted in the void, not only possessed several half-step multi-dimensional entities as hidden power sources, but also could draw endless energy from the void. Now that Terra City's energy intake had been cut off, it was clearly the work of the Weaver of Fate. So what was your original plan? Mu Xing looked at him. Shuo's expression was filled with determination. No matter how many lives are lost, even if it means my own death, I must deliver this message and successfully contact the speakers fighting on the survival line. Only with their support can we defeat the Fate Weaver scheme. Hearing this, Mu Xing shook his head. It's useless. Don't you think Fate can't predict this? I'm afraid that by the time you run out of energy, he will have breached Terra's defenses. Shuo looked up nervously. So what should we do now? Mu Xing held up 3 fingers. First, rescue these counselors. Second, eliminate Nora and her lackeys. Third, fight back to the defenses and beat those chaos bastards back into the void. Shuo's mouth dropped open at this. He thought Mu Xing was crazy. Mu Xing didn't bother to explain. The iron crown of fate materialized in his palm, and he placed it on his head. Then he drew the scythe of destiny and struck without hesitation. When Mu Xing's palms were numb from the shock, the fate above Yuan's head remained as unyielding as iron. This scene terrified Shuo. Blood Moon, stop! Are you trying to kill General Yuan? Mu Xing muttered to himself, seemingly oblivious to his screams. It seems I'm too weak, my strength isn't enough. Multidimensional threads of fate require true multidimensionality to sever. Mu Xing turned around. Take me to Uncle Lan's retreat. Huh? Shuo remained bewildered, completely confused by what Mu Xing was doing. However, he also noticed that the fate cage, struck by Mu Xing, hadn't undergone the expected changes. No! Senior Lan is at a critical juncture in his retreat. Do not disturb him now. Your life could be in danger. Mu Xing was forced to explain. Don't worry. Uncle Lan has already achieved a breakthrough. Take me there. Shua was once again bewildered, feeling as if he were hallucinating. Soon, in the core of Terra's city, Shua expertly punched in a special code, hundreds of digits long. With a heavy thud, the door slowly opened. The shirtless man sitting cross-legged in the void suddenly opened his eyes. "Kid, you're finally here. Is the plan going well out there?" Mu Xing's face lit up with joy. The moment he saw Uncle Lon, a strong pillar of support suddenly emerged in his heart. Although the plan has deviated from the original plan, it's not a problem. Without waiting for Zhua behind him to speak, Lon, shirtless, took a step forward and appeared before them in a flash. He condensed into a simple black robe. Above his head, a ring of control emerged, a ring that could only be condensed by multiplicity. Chapter 956. At this moment, nothing could have shocked and suffocated Zhua more than the scene before him. What on earth was he witnessing? A living, breathing, newly ascended multiverse powerhouse stood before him, calm and composed. Even more alarming was his calm and composed demeanor, suggesting this was no hasty breakthrough, but rather a long-standing advancement, his multiverse position firmly cemented. The ring of control above his head radiated a terrifying brilliance. It possessed a supreme power of control unmatched by ordinary divine rings. Chaos? Lon frowned slightly, his sharp gaze piercing Zhua like a knife. The glare nearly frightened Zhua to death, his limbs limp. Mu Xing hurried forward to explain, "Uncle Lon, this is one of us. He's lawful Chaos." He was well aware of the deep and irreconcilable blood feud between Lon and Chaos. He feared that this unfortunate Zhua would be bludgeoned to a pulp by Uncle Lan's displeasure. Zhua nodded hurriedly, "Yes, yes, Senior. I'm a Chaos from the lawful faction. I'm nothing like those crazy bastards in the Chaos faction." Lon rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then suddenly asked, "Why are you so weak?" Zhua's forehead was covered in a bead of sweat. He said awkwardly, This is the price of lawfulness. Only Chaos can empower Chaos, and we lawful ones are inherently weaker, with no hope of ever breaking through to the multiverse. But we lawful Chaos have developed intelligence early, so we never fall into self-destructive madness. Perhaps this is the price." Lon simply nodded and patted his shoulder. "Relax, I'm not going to eat you." It would have been fine if this hadn't been said. Once he did, Zhua became even more nervous, his entire body tensing like a wooden stake. Mu Xing explained quietly, "Uncle Lon is from the Creator clan. They've fought Chaos for eons without a single defeat, and they know Chaos inside and out. Since he's recognized your identity, rest assured." Only then did Zhua wipe the sweat from his forehead with a sigh of relief, though his legs were still trembling slightly. Lon turned to Mu Xing. "What's the situation outside?" Mu Xing raised his right hand slightly, and a flood of information poured into Lan's consciousness. He simply closed his eyes slightly, analyzing this vast amount of information in an instant. The situation is indeed grim. The Fate Weaver's abilities are beyond imagination. Even with the survival system's pre-planned plans, their plot nearly succeeded. "Let's go! Our top priority is to help you rescue those counselors," Lon said, and was about to lead them away. "Wait a minute, Uncle Lon. What else?" "I have a plan. Those half-step multiverses in Terra City's energy core. Are they still alive?" "Not quite yet. Do you want to let them out to stir up trouble?" Mu Xing nodded. "Not only that, I also want to use this opportunity to lure out that old Xinghua." "That old bastard is here too?" Lon narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint in them. He was clearly no stranger to Xinghua. "By the way, Uncle Lon, can you lend me the evil spirit's body for a while?" Zhua, listening to the conversation from the side, lowered his head, his scalp tingling and his head buzzing. This Blood Moon guy is beyond crazy. He's practically poking a hole in the sky. But then he thought about the instructions from the survival system, and he felt a little more at ease. Never mind. The survival system told me to follow Blood Moon's instructions anyway, so I just do as she says. Just as Zhua was muttering to himself, the enigmatic multiverse powerhouse before him had already pulled out 4 half-step multiverse beings imprisoned in the energy core as fuel. These unfortunate creatures, bewildered by their sudden freedom, were about to capture a few humans to celebrate when Lon slapped them, knocking them dizzy. With a wave of Lan's right hand, several scarlet flesh chains wrapped around their necks like venomous snakes. "Be quiet!" The void suddenly ripped apart, and before the half-step multiverse beings, imprisoned for years, could react, Lon tossed them into the alternate dimension like garbage. "Uncle Lon, these half-step multi-dimensional beings are cunning by nature. What if they escape?" "Don't worry, they're all on leashes. They can't get away." As he spoke, he pulled another wriggling black shadow from the core of Terra's city. It was the evil spirit's true form. Mu Xing noticed that Uncle Lan's actions were all tacitly approved by the Terra City system, without triggering any alarms. At this moment, the evil spirit poked its head out from Mu Xing's chest, its eyes wide open. Oh my gosh! Am I dreaming? I can actually see my true form? Mu Xing said calmly, it's just a temporary loan. With the true form, and the vestigial pills, can it reach multidimensional combat power this time? That package. The evil spirit patted its chest loudly, dancing with excitement. Is this the cat you're raising? Lan examined the evil spirit with interest, quite curious about its current state. It used to be a bit naughty, but now it's my very own cat, Mu Xing said with a smile. The evil spirit lunged forward, eagerly merging into its long-absent main form. Ha ha ha. Your invincible evil spirit grandpa is back. The misty form squirmed and deformed madly, countless tentacles snarling on its surface, resembling some ancient evil. Stop showing off! Get used to it. We have a tough battle coming up soon. Mu Xing beckoned, and the evil spirit immediately and obediently shrank, eventually transforming into a plump cat condensed from mist. My dear, how about you talk to the survival system and ask it to return your main form to me? At worst, I work for it for 100 years. Mu Xing scratched his ear. It depends on your performance this time. If you do well, the survival system might even consider your proposal. Really? The evil spirit's eyes lit up. Mu Xing rubbed the cat's head. Don't overthink it for now. The most urgent thing is to go up and save them. A moment later, in the Supreme Council Hall, Lan Zheng was studying the strange tree with a solemn expression. Uncle Lan, is there any way to forcibly break these causal cages? Lan shook his head. It won't work. Their consciousness has been drawn into a special cycle of fate. Breaking it forcibly will only result in death or cripple. What should I do then? I tried to sever the threads of fate just now, but I didn't have enough strength. Uncle Lan, would you like to try the sickle? As he spoke, he handed the Scythe of Destiny to Lan. A fusion-type destiny artifact. Its power is approaching that of a pseudo-sacred artifact, but it's still not enough. Lan pondered for a moment. I do have a way to save them. This cycle of cause and effect must be broken from the inside. Do you understand me? Uncle Lan, are you saying? Let me enter their cycle of fate and break the trap from within. Indeed, this approach has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that you can absorb enough destiny power to perfect the iron crown of fate. The disadvantage is that if you fail, not only will you be injured, but those trapped will also suffer. Mu Xing listened without hesitation. I accept this plan. Beside him, Shua hurriedly tugged at his sleeve and whispered, Hey, are you crazy? Mu Xing's eyes were firm. Everyone is fighting for Terra City. As the last bastion of the real world, I must defend it. Shua looked at Mu Xing's resolute expression, and suddenly made up his mind. Since you said that, I join you in some madness. I build a special guidance system to lead you into the cycle of fate of these people. Perhaps my special abilities can help you. Chapter 957. Your special ability? Yes, as a lawful chaos, although my combat abilities are poor, I do possess a special ability. My lawful power allows you to maintain a clear mind even in the most complex chaos. Mu Xing looked at him. So what's the cost of activating this ability? It consumes your chaos essence, so you must be quick. How long? An hour. No, if I work harder, maybe 2. Mu Xing patted his shoulder. Here are these. Take one if you can't hold on any longer. Shua took the bag from Mu Xing, puzzled, and poured out a few pills. What are these? Chaos pills are an excellent tonic for you chaos. If you don't believe me, try one. Shua swallowed one without hesitation, and a powerful aura suddenly rose from his body. This feeling. I've gotten stronger? What the hell is this? Didn't I tell you? Chaos meatballs, made of chaos, and made by the Chaos Prince. Guaranteed 99% purity. Shua immediately began to dry heave, scratching his throat, trying to spit it out. No, you're a chaos and you have mysophobia? Can eating a few meatballs kill you? You didn't tell me they were chaos meatballs. I've managed to maintain my purity for years. Am I going to fall to chaos? Don't worry, I've filtered the meatballs. I guarantee there's not a trace of chaos. After hearing this, Shua calmed down and carefully sensed it for a moment. Huh? It really is. There's really no chaos. Do you have any more of these meatballs? Give me a few more. Don't worry. Wait until Xinghua attacks. I make you as many chaos meatballs as you can capture. Shua asked in surprise, really? After saying that, he realized it wasn't right, unbecoming of his status. No, I mean. Damn. I've been around you for so long, I've gone crazy too. Calm down. Calm down. Don't let your thoughts wander. Shua tried to calm himself. Mu Xing turned to Lan and the evil spirit. Uncle Lan, please set up the trap in advance. Activate the Spine of Destiny and lure Nora back to Terra's city. And make sure Xinghua fights him first to wear him down. Then we can take action. Lan nodded. Don't worry, leave it to me. Just focus on saving people. The evil spirit wagged its tail and assured, don't worry, don't worry. This time, we make sure that traitor Nora gets away with it. At this moment, Mu Xing also received a message from the command center. He looked up and said, a new wave of Fate's offensive is about to begin. Let's begin preparing. Lan took the lead, grabbing with his right hand. Suddenly, several huge cracks appeared in Terra's city's outer defenses. Followed by this, several leash-bound half-step multiverses were released. A shrill alarm immediately rang out from the command center. Warning, warning, half-step multiverse forces entering the field. Half-step multiverse forces entering the field. The commander in the hall was stunned when he saw several half-step multiverses suddenly appear on the big screen. Where did the half-step multiverses come from? Weren't the members of the Supreme Council exiled? Why are they back so soon? No, Commander, not the members of the Supreme Council, but the half-step multiverses imprisoned in the energy core. A reporter exclaimed in surprise. What? The commander, horrified, rushed to the large screen, staring intently at the half-step multiverses. The battlefront, which had been steadily losing ground, suddenly turned around with the arrival of these half-step multiverses. These half-step multiverses, imprisoned as dry batteries, had been starving for too long, and upon their release, they began devouring the Fate puppets with voracious appetite. These half-step multiverses, already grotesque in appearance, crushed the attacking Fate puppets like a tidal wave. As their maws opened, a violent suction force erupted, swallowing countless Fate puppets. The dryness and scars on their bodies quickly healed. Commander, what should we do now? How did those imprisoned half-step multiverses end up on the battlefield? What if they get out of control? I contact Commander Zhua. A moment later, he hung up and decisively issued an order. Everyone pay attention. Cooperate fully with the actions of those half-step multiverses, and seize the opportunity to push back the defenses. Commander? Are you crazy? I'm not. It's the Terra City Guard system that's taking action. These half-step multiverses are ours. Don't worry about them getting out of control. Hearing this, a surge of hope erupted in the hall. With the addition of high-end combat power, the Fate Puppet Army's plan to overwhelm them with human waves would be doomed to failure. Previously, after these Fate Puppets were killed, they would be resurrected by the reversal of fate and causality. But now, after these Fate Puppets were devoured by the half-step multiverse, the rules of fate and causality became ineffective, breaking the cycle. However, before their joy could last long, two cold figures appeared over the battlefield. Warning subtitles flashed frantically on the large screen. Commander, this is a serious matter. It's Destiny's second disciple, Xianxin, and Destiny's third disciple, Xianling. They've actually been promoted to the half-step multiverse. Just as the commander was tense, Shua's voice echoed throughout the hall. Don't worry, everyone. Our reinforcements will arrive soon. Please hold on. If the situation changes, I have obtained authorization from the Terra City system to activate Terra City's passive defense system. Remember, this is your last trump card. You must activate it at the critical moment. You only have 3 chances. The vast command hall was filled with a sound of heavy breathing, a pin drop audible. Everyone understood that the time had come to fight to the death. Long Tian, who had been silent until then, suddenly raised his sword. Everyone, it's our turn. Kill all those destiny puppets and traitors. Kill them all. At this moment, the heroes erupted in excitement. A continuous stream of teleportation light beamed them directly to the front lines. At this moment, these talented survivors were each clad in divine armor and wielded divine artifacts. Even the weakest could unleash the power of a pseudo-god. The presence of this core group of fighters indeed greatly reduced the pressure on the defenses in various directions. But at this moment, a frightening figure appeared in the sky above Taylor City. He looked down from above, his eyes cold and indifferent, treating all things as mere straw dogs. Around him were chains of fate, piercing the void, and above his head was the ring of control that represented fate. Endless misfortune descended from the sky, enveloping the city of Terra. Many, upon seeing that majestic figure, felt a deep sense of awe and fear, and were tempted to kneel and prostrate themselves. Stand up straight, everyone. No survivor standing here is a coward. Even if he is multiverse-like, What does it matter? As a traitor to Terra City, he will surely be nailed to the pillar of shame of the times. Long Tian raised his sword and roared, his words ringing true. The others nearby were also inspired by his actions, raising their weapons high. At the same time, everyone swallowed a special pill. Instantly, golden forces of destiny surged into the sky, converging into a vast dome that blocked the endless downpour of bad luck. You fools, dare to defy the sovereign destiny. You're courting death. The first to strike was the third disciple of destiny, Xian Ling. Chapter 958. Meanwhile, in the Terra City Council Center, Shua busied himself wiping the sweat from his forehead, gazing with great satisfaction at the strangely shaped and mysterious machine before him. Finally, it's done. This guidance system was originally an experimental prop I used to explore the mechanisms of time reversal and fate repetition. I never expected it to be used here the first time I powered it on. Mu Xing couldn't help but ask, by the way, is this thing reliable? What if it breaks? Don't worry, I monitor the data in real time. Even if there's a sudden malfunction, I have a backup system ready to replace it. Safety is definitely a problem. General Yuan already has a deep understanding of the fate repetition system. If we can rescue him first, the general will definitely be able to crack it in the shortest possible time. Seeing Shua patting his chest with such confidence, Mu Xing suddenly felt a twinge of anxiety. He felt something was amiss. Never mind, let's get started. Mu Xing glanced at Uncle Lon and the evil spirit who were protecting him. With them around, there should be no problem. He donned the white helmet, his consciousness instantly withdrawing from his body and connecting with Yuan's. In a trance, Mu Xing found himself in a strange world. The sun was shining, a gentle breeze was blowing. Looking up, he saw a magnificent and ornate white castle before him. With the castle as its center, various buildings stood in neat rows, surrounded by towering white walls, resembling a majestic royal city. Looking back, he saw an endless stream of people queuing to enter the city. There were elegantly dressed nobles, merchants carrying goods on their shoulders, armored adventurers, and even magicians holding staffs. The procession was orderly, without a trace of confusion, as they passed through the gates and entered the city one by one. Next, Mu Xing heard the call, thinking it was his turn. He hurried forward, pulling out a pass he'd simulated from observing others. However, when he raised his pass, the city guard inspecting it simply ignored him. He reached out his right hand and took the pass from the person who was almost overlapping him. Mu Xing suddenly realized that he wasn't a physical entity, but more like a shadow. He remembered that he had only entered through his consciousness, so it was natural that he had no physical form. Realizing this, he walked past the guard and strode through the city gate. The moment he entered the royal city, he was immediately struck by the scene. Beautiful, elegant, bustling. This was his first impression of the royal city. A giant airship slowly streaked across the sky, and patrolling hot air balloons trailed long streamers. The entire royal city was festooned with lights and decorations, as if preparing for some celebration. Mu Xing's gaze followed the streets forward, and the decorations grew increasingly ornate the closer he got to the royal palace. Is this place truly a world of memories of a chaotic will? Indeed. According to Zhua's theoretical research, the fate cycle system constructed by Norn is a causal simulation world based on the target's memories. This world simulates different fateful paths for the target, creating different experiences and processes. Through an infinite cycle of fate simulations, it continuously draws upon the target's fate power. This system not only traps the subject but also uses the fate cycle to control them. The world Mu Xing saw before her was precisely this fate cycle world, constructed using Yuan's memories as its framework. He couldn't help but look up at the sky. According to Yuan's status, as chaos, he might descend from the heavens and devour the entire world. But after waiting for a while, no chaos appeared in the sky, so he gave up. By observing and listening to the conversations of the people around him, Mu Xing learned of the major events about to take place in the royal city. Just 3 days ago, the queen gave birth to the king's only child. The king was overjoyed and decided to hold a grand banquet, with the nation celebrating for 3 days and 3 nights. So, since yesterday, the entire royal city has been decorated with lights and colorful banners. A large number of spectators flocked from all directions. It was said that there would be a magnificent parade to celebrate the birth of the little prince. However, amidst this lively celebration, Mu Xing heard a number of discordant voices. Some people whispered that the queen had not given birth to a prince, but a grotesque black fleshy lump. This incident immediately alarmed the Vatican and the Senate. The Pope brought a prophecy from the Vatican, stating that the queen would give birth not to a prince, but to a demon that would destroy the world, and that the world would be destroyed by this demon. The Vatican advocated burning the demon, but the king strongly opposed this. He ordered the fleshy ball to be opened, revealing not a monster but a baby with black hair and black eyes. He immediately overruled the opposition, arrested the Vatican members, and suppressed all negative information about the baby. However, as the saying goes, there is no such thing as a wall impenetrable, and the news spread like wildfire among the people, with people discussing it behind their backs. However, they dared not speak out loudly. Firstly, because the king was diligent and virtuous, the kingdom flourished under his rule, and he had conquered vast territories. Secondly, because of the previous example of the Vatican members, those who misled the people were still hanged on the church 3 miles outside the city. Next, Mu Xing explored the royal city. He discovered quite a bit. Some merchants, acting in a shady manner, had quietly entered the city and were gathering secretly. They had taken the weapons they had smuggled in and formed elite teams. They would become assassins, preparing to launch an assassination attack on the king at the start of today's celebration. Judging from the flags, most of these men came from conquered enemy kingdoms. They intended to use assassination to reverse their respective kingdoms' defeat. Besides these assassins, the Vatican was also taking action. They gathered in a hidden chapel, chanting to eliminate the evil, break the prophecy, and save the kingdom from peril. At tonight's dinner, they planned to follow the prophecy and pierce the prince's chest with the silver dagger. They firmly believed that this would break the curse of world destruction. Besides them, Mu Xing also discovered some demons stirring up trouble. These twin-horned demons lurked in the dark corners of the royal city, plotting a vast conspiracy. They had taken control of the royal city's sewer system, engraving countless runes and formations within it, intending to use the celebration as a prelude to perform a sacrifice and summon the arrival of the demon of destruction. The demons had long coveted the human world. They believed that eliminating the most powerful kingdom would pave the way for their invasion. As Mu Xing journeyed, he gained a preliminary understanding of what was about to unfold in the royal city. Beneath the grand celebration lay countless undercurrents, each crisis threatening to completely alter the fate of the royal city, and perhaps even the entire world. Tonight, it stood at a crossroads, its future uncertain. However, Mu Xing had grasped the crux of the matter, the starting point and the end point of everything. His gaze locked on the white castle. His steps grew lighter, and he approached it quickly. Could it be you? Mu Xing muttered to himself, and in a flash, he had crossed the inner city and entered the magnificent castle. However, after wandering the castle for an hour, before he could find the legendary demon prince, a dark figure had already passed him at lightning speed, brushing past him. Then, a group of maids, aiding the queen in her lavish attire, held up her skirts as she pursued him. Chapter 959. Looking back, Mu Xing could clearly see the figure they were chasing. A chubby little baby, naked, trudging along with lightning speed. How could this be a 3-day-old baby? It was like Sun Wukong, a monkey king sprang from a stone. No wonder the blade of the church called him the devil's descendant. It was a plot comparable to Neza's, confusing anyone who saw it. And Mu Xing recognized him instantly. Although still in his infant form, the teardrop mole at the corner of his eye told Mu Xing that this was undoubtedly Yuan. The baby, being chased by a group of people, seemed delighted, jumping up and down in the castle, until a group cornered him. Just then, crisp footsteps echoed, and a man wearing a crown and splendid attire approached, accompanied by a group of well-trained guards. The queen rushed over and lifted the baby into her arms. "Your Majesty." The king gazed at the giggling baby in the queen's arms with a complex expression, and squeezed the queen's hand lovingly. "Don't tire yourself out. The celebrations are about to begin. Let me take care of this little one. But Your Majesty, you still have official documents to review. What if he disturbs you?" The king laughed heartily, and lifted the baby into his arms. The baby was incredibly agile, using the king as a climbing frame, crawling all over him, making the king laugh even louder. The queen then ordered the little prince to be pulled off the king's arms. "Your Majesty, please go and entertain the ministers and envoys. I will take the prince back to dress him up." "Very well, in that case. I hope to be the first to see my most beautiful queen and, of course, our lovely prince before the celebrations begin." The couple looked incredibly affectionate, not like royalty, but more like an ordinary couple from an ordinary family. But the baby, already running and jumping at birth, was truly absurd. By the way, Yuan was actually born human. Isn't he chaos? Mu Xing stroked his chin, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. He followed the queen back to the chambers. As she dressed, Mu Xing leaned over to the seemingly playfully tired prince for a closer look. Although he was now incorporeal, his observer sense was still functioning. He carefully examined the baby's condition. Strange. A completely human body structure, yet no chaos aura is being sensed. Mu Xing frowned. He was now a level 5 observer, and he could easily detect anything short of multidimensional chaos. But the young Yuan before him lacked any chaos aura. Switch to Eye of Destiny. Mu Xing immediately switched to Eye of Destiny mode. The next second, he instantly locked onto a black thread of destiny connecting the baby's back. He immediately followed this black thread of fate, searching for its end. His gaze passed through mountains and rivers, across lakes and oceans, and finally followed the vast ancient volcano all the way to the depths of the Earth's core. Mu Xing's gaze did not cease, but continued downward. Finally, he saw it, the vast, crawling mass of chaos hidden in the deepest part of the Earth's core, replacing the Earth's core. It was a massive black ball of chaos. Mu Xing had seen illustrations of young chaos before, and had also seen a mycelial chaos ball growing in his mind. From its appearance, this chaos ball was in its incubation stage. Countless tentacles seemed to be oozing out of the wriggling cavity. Mu Xing stood before the enormous chaos sphere, recording and observing its state. At this moment, the chaos sphere's interior had not yet been finalized. It was said that chaos would determine at the moment of its birth whether it would become a chaos will or a chaos world. Once confirmed as a chaos will, it would evolve into an independent chaos creature. Before it fully hatched, there would be a stage where the chaos will's characteristics and growth direction were determined. And right now, the chaos sphere before him had reached this stage. Mu Xing seemed to understand what the fate cycle system was trying to do, and he quickly used the Eye of Fate to search for flaws in the fate cycle system. However, this wasn't easy. Could one only see the layout of the Fate Weaver after reaching level 6 observer? Mu Xing muttered. No, even if he couldn't see the lines laid out by the Fate Weaver now, he could still discern patterns from the subtle clues. When Mu Xing withdrew his gaze, most of the day had already passed. The sky had darkened, the sun set, and the moon crested. The entire royal city began to illuminate with a dazzling array of lights. There were flickering oil lamps, blazing gas lamps, and even magical lanterns radiating brilliant colors. The parade had begun. The king and queen sat on the observation deck, surrounded by ministers and nobles, chatting in a lively atmosphere. The king continued to receive envoys from various countries, offering their blessings on the prince's birth. Mu Xing stood on a tall pillar opposite the observation deck. Through the Eye of Destiny, he sensed a different aura throughout the royal city. He saw the assassins hidden among the crowds, the cultists operating in secret, and the demons stirring in the dark sewers beneath the palace. He knew that the kingdom would change today. At this moment, the parade floats approached the observation deck, and the leading parade attendants began presenting gifts to the king and queen. Fireworks exploded in the sky, releasing a dazzling display of light. And just then, the assassins hidden in the crowd launched a sudden attack. The cold dagger pierced through the gaps in the guard's armor and pierced his neck. Screams echoed through the palace as blood splattered along with the fireworks. Assassin! Assassin! A large group of guards immediately rushed out, protecting the king and queen. Leave me alone, protect my prince. The king cried anxiously, looking behind him at the small cradle. But the assassins had already rushed over, engaging the guards. At the same time, the cultists resolutely rushed towards the protected baby. They roared, raising their silver daggers, "Kill the demons, save the world." The holy books in their hands burst into a dazzling light, consuming all filth. No! The queen screamed, dashing towards the baby. At that moment, an assassin burst out from the darkness. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere, and the queen collapsed near the stroller. The king rushed over, but was also stabbed in the heart by the assassin. At the same time, the hidden demon activated a massive sacrificial formation. After a massive sacrifice, the sky ripped apart, and a massive demon of destruction descended. It roared and hurled a massive meteorite towards the palace, threatening to reduce it to ash. At this moment, assassins, cultists, demons all gathered. Together, they forged a mortal end. At that moment, black flames erupted from the stroller, rising into the sky. An ancient, desolate, and terrifying aura of chaos began to rise. The earth began to crack, mountains crumbled, and the ocean split in two. The entire royal city transformed into a vast, dark abyss. The power of absolute destruction descended, accompanied by a roar of hatred. The chaotic flesh ball in the earth's core gave birth to a raging chaos of destruction. The sky collapsed and the earth split. The kingdom and the entire world were reduced to nothingness under this force. Chapter 960. Is it over? Mu Xing gazed at the crumbling world before him. He saw tentacles of destruction extending from the Earth's core, completely destroying the entire human world. Then, the tentacles of chaos spread beyond the star, finally devouring the entire planet. Suddenly, those dark, deep eyes locked onto Mu Xing. For a moment, Mu Xing felt assimilated by this endless chaotic will, transformed into a twisted monster. Fortunately, at this moment, a crown of order suddenly rose from his body. The result of this fate cycle has been determined. The target's degree of darkening is 99%. Should we proceed with the source tracing awakening plan? At this moment, a strange voice entered Mu Xing's mind. He knew it was Shua's guidance system directing him. As a pure consciousness without a physical body, how can I change the cycle of fate? Mu Xing asked. At this moment, Shua's voice rang out. You can choose to channel possession. Each cycle of fate, you can choose a person, an animal, or even an object to possess. Through possession, you can change the fate predetermined by the fate cycle system. Mu Xing observed that during this cycle, Yuan, after completely turning evil, began to conquer the universe, continuously devouring it, becoming a terrifying chaotic monster. Finally, he encountered the survival system, and was killed by it. This fate cycle system is truly full of malice. Not only does it want to evilize Yuan, it also wants to make him its enemy. Mu Xing knew that if the fate cycle system cycled over and over again, completely erasing Yuan's original memories and consciousness, and the degree of evil reached 100%, he would become a complete slave to fate. The Fate Weaver's disciples, and their puppet army must be the work of this system. That bastard Nora deserves to die. He couldn't help but curse. The guidance is complete, and we can enter the tracing state. Do you want to begin? Mu Xing heard the guidance system prompt, and immediately agreed. Yuan's darkening degree has now exceeded 99%, just 1% away from complete darkening. He must change this in the next tracing. Begin. A vortex formed, sending him directly into a new cycle. In a daze, Mu Xing opened his eyes again, and found himself back in the same position as before entering the city. You can choose a target to channel and possess. Please complete your selection within 30 seconds. Mu Xing quickly calculated in his mind. Today is the celebration day, and there are 3 threats to be dealt with: assassins, cultists, and demons. So, he needs to possess someone who can solve these problems, and is in a high position of power. I want to possess the king. Please note, you cannot possess any member of the royal family. The guidance system warned. There's actually such a restriction? Mu Xing stroked his chin, then locked eyes with the city guard general responsible for the city's security, McGrady. I choose to possess McGrady. Mu Xing's choice was simple. Since the assassination attempt occurred during the celebration, he would nip all signs of danger in the bud before the event even began. Would that prevent Yuan from turning evil? Mu Xing opened his eyes again, and found himself transformed into an armored general protecting the city. He regained consciousness amidst the cries of his men. What's wrong? General, His Majesty has requested a report on the security arrangements for today's celebration. Mu Xing waved his hand. I understand. Then he shouted, Come! A group of lieutenants quickly gathered, and Mu Xing pointed at the map on the table. Here, here, and here, send heavy troops to encircle and suppress them all. The others looked puzzled, wondering what had suddenly happened to their general. Mu Xing patiently explained. There are assassins from abroad hiding in the Gura Theater, and there are cultists plotting to threaten the little prince in the chapel east of the city. As for the sewers, have the kingdom's 3rd, 6th, 10th, and 12th mage squadrons advance in 4 directions. Use fire magic to clear the sewers of rats. Unsure where their general had gotten this information, the lieutenants were all bewildered. What are you all standing there for? Lead your men. If anything goes wrong with the celebration, I hold you responsible. Everyone quickly bowed their heads in response. Yes. Looking at the lieutenants hurriedly leading their troops, Mu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Now, we've finally averted the crisis at the celebration, right? Come, follow me to see His Majesty, and report on the situation. Over the next few hours, Mu Xing's team received a steady stream of victories. Not only were the assassins hiding in the theater eliminated, but the believers in the chapel were also apprehended. A battle with the demons erupted in the sewers, and eventually, the mage corps annihilated the dozens of infiltrating demons, and the hundreds of sacrifices they had captured. However, he didn't see the busy king until the celebration began. He listened to Mu Xing's report with a gloomy expression, clearly in a bad mood. Then, the celebration began, everything in perfect order, with a parade winding through 3 streets. This time, there were no assassins, no cultists, and no demons summoning demons. But just when Mu Xing thought everything was stable, something unexpected happened. The messengers who had come to pay their respects and offer gifts suddenly attacked, killing the queen and severely injuring the king. Despite his attempts to stop them, the explosion of the observation deck brought everything back to normal. A shrill cry echoed, followed by a scene of devastation. Mu Xing gazed at the destroyed royal city with a grim expression. He hadn't forgotten those messengers. This was truly wrong. But what about the explosion at the observation deck? Mu Xing checked the progress. His darkening had reached 99.2%. This wasn't good news. This meant he only had a maximum of 4 chances left. 3 to be exact, because he couldn't gamble everything on just one last chance. The new guidance is complete, and we can enter the tracing state. Do you want to begin? Confirmed. Mu Xing confirmed without hesitation. This time, in addition to dealing with the 3 threats, he also had to deal with the explosions at the envoy and the observation deck. And this time, the target of his possession would once again be the city defense general. After all, besides the king, he had the greatest power in the entire royal city. If necessary, he could even mobilize the kingdom's mages. Tracing back again. Mu Xing entered a new cycle. But this time, he opened his eyes directly from the tent, having already completed the possession. This time, it should be no problem. Mu Xing first instructed his lieutenants to eliminate the 3 strongholds according to plan, then hurried to the Kingdom Inn, where the envoys from various countries were staying. Come on, tie everyone up. Maddie, are you crazy? We're envoys representing the kings of various countries. How dare you tie us up? Mu Xing sneered and searched their rooms for various potions and weapons. Excuse me, could you please explain these things? Don't tell me they're gifts for His Majesty the King. The messenger's faces paled. Capture them. With a single command, he immediately apprehended the messengers. Next, the observation deck. After dispatching the messengers, Mu Xing immediately rode at full speed to the observation deck. As expected, he discovered a group of shady craftsmen, under the guise of inspection, strapping magical explosives to the deck's support structure. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Chapter 961. The panicked craftsmen took off running, but before they could get far, they were trapped by magic traps set by mages lying in ambush on the outskirts. The soldiers in the rear rushed forward and slaughtered all the craftsmen. This time, it should be alright. Mu Xing took a deep breath and ordered his soldiers to inspect the observation deck and dismantle all the magical bombs. To this end, he even dispatched soldiers to inspect all buildings within several kilometers of the observation deck. After confirming that everything was correct, he reported the situation to the king. The king remained unmoved after hearing the report, cursing the attackers' despicable behavior. However, he also commended Mu Xing's work and even rewarded him. In the evening, when the celebration resumed, this time, Mu Xing had learned his lesson. He had infiltrated some soldiers into the parade, so that if he spotted anyone suspicious, he could immediately capture them. Thus, for the first half of the celebration, everything went smoothly. The entire royal city was abuzz with singing and dancing, a scene of great excitement. However, just as the celebration reached its second half, something unexpected happened. The assassins were eliminated, the messengers captured, and even the demons hiding in the sewers were annihilated. But this time, the attackers were high-ranking ministers, including even 2 of his own lieutenants. They suddenly launched an assassination attack on the queen and the prince. Even the maid caring for the prince suddenly attacked, stabbing him in his stroller. Mu Xing watched the black flame soar into the sky, tentacles piercing from the depths of the earth, dragging everything into destruction once again. What's going on? I've clearly eliminated all destabilizing factors, so why are there still assassins? Those ministers, lieutenants, and palace maids, could it be that my presence is the cause of the Fate Cycle System's emergency response? No. Mu Xing shook his head, his mind racing as he entered a new cycle. Changes in the Fate Cycle System are subtle and untraceable, and there's no possibility of forced manipulation to alter fate. So, these people weren't being manipulated by the Fate Cycle System, but rather, assassination orders were issued. But who exactly issued the order? Who was qualified to do so? Mu Xing quickly eliminated a multitude of targets. Finally, Mu Xing zeroed in on the royal family. He had previously wondered why the guidance system had indicated he couldn't possess any members of the royal family. This must be the main reason. Because the royal family is the Fate Cycle System's primary focus, its primary defense. And only the royal family possesses sufficient power to order these ministers and palace maids to carry out the assassination. So, Mu Xing decided that in the next cycle, he would find the mastermind behind this. Another cycle began. Mu Xing stood at the entrance to the royal city. This time, He chose not to possess a general, but instead the minister who had launched the assassination attempt in the previous cycle. After accessing his memories, he discovered that the minister had no recollection of the assassination plan before the celebration began. Perhaps someone had given him a death order before the celebration began. Mu Xing grasped with his right hand, creating a clone. He planned a two-pronged approach, gathering intelligence while the clone controlled General Matty. All previous efforts must not be in vain. The assassins, the cultists, and even the artisans' bombs must be dealt with. What he needed to do here was to uncover the mastermind behind this. He didn't have to wait long before a mysterious person arrived, asking him to meet the prince at his residence. "Are you here?" Mu Xing immediately boarded the carriage and began his journey to the palace. The current king had 3 younger brothers, and upon his ascension, they were all granted the title of prince. If the plot unfolded as it actually unfolded, these 3 princes would be the perfect targets for an assassination attempt on the king if they harbored ambitions. If the king died, or the princes died suddenly, one of them would naturally inherit the throne. When the carriage stopped in front of the palace, Mu Xing's mental scan revealed 3 very similar auras. His keen hearing allowed him to hear the sounds of conspiracy from far outside the gate. Not only had he been summoned here, but also several ministers he had met during the assassination attempt. It seems these princes were undoubtedly responsible for the assassination attempt during the last cycle of fate. Now that he had found the culprit, Mu Xing no longer concealed his true intentions and charged straight into the prince's palace. Although the minister he possessed was physically frail, his own soul was powerful and his combat experience vast. The guards and mages were no match for him. His spirit swept across, leaving those 7th and 8th level high-ranking mages bleeding from their mouths and noses as their magic power backfired. You, who are you?" The 3 princes' tables were violently overturned, and they fell to the ground in disarray. "Tell me, are you planning to assassinate the king and prince before tonight's celebration?" "I don't know what you're talking about." One of the princes trembled in fear, but remained resolute. Mu Xing grabbed the man with his right hand, and the void lifted him up. "Don't tell the truth? Then I torture him." "How dare you? We are princes. How dare you attack us?" "I'm sorry, I'm here at His Majesty's behest." "So die." Mu Xing pinched him in midair, snapping his neck. Then, the other 2 princes were killed. To be on the safe side, Mu Xing even killed the ministers and palace maids who had come to conspire with him. When he left the prince's mansion, it was a river of blood, with no one left alive. This time, "It's finally over, right?" Mu Xing looked towards the palace, where the celebration had already begun. However, before he could reach it, an accident occurred. An explosion erupted into the sky, nearly lifting the entire palace into the air. Mu Xing's face darkened completely. He scratched his head and said, "This shouldn't be possible. The spy has been executed, and the craftsman's bomb has been dismantled. How could there still be a bomb?" He felt increasingly strange about this matter. He looked at the black flames rising into the sky. An earthquake began, and countless cracks expanded in all directions. Do Lei Lu. The moment he fell into the endless abyss of the rift, Mu Xing saw Yuan, who had transformed into a dark and deep form. No, if it was just an explosion, Yuan shouldn't have turned dark. Could it be? Mu Xing thought of a possibility. Perhaps something happened before the explosion that caused him to turn dark. But what could have caused him to turn so completely dark? Mu Xing could only think of the king or the queen. Could it be the king or the queen who truly wanted to kill the prince? Otherwise, there was no explanation for all this. When Mu Xing's consciousness returned to the guidance system, his face was extremely grim. He only had 2 chances left. He had to solve all the problems in the next cycle. After all, leaving hope until the last moment was not his habit. The result of this fate cycle has been determined. The target's darkening level is 99.6%. Should we proceed with the source tracing awakening plan? Mu Xing took a deep breath. Confirmed. As his vision blurred again, everything around him began to fast forward. The result was identical to the previous one, except this time Yuan's darkening was even more severe. Chapter 962. Standing once again at the entrance to the royal city, he swore this would be the last time. This time, he chose not to possess a general or a minister, but rather a palace guard. Although this guard held little power, he had free access to any corner of the palace. Since he had determined the sole culprit was likely the king or queen, he needed to uncover their reason for doing so. Perhaps this would explain Yuan's dark turn. At the same time, clones were essential. He created 2 clones, one possessing General Matty and the other the minister. This time, he would employ a 3-pronged approach. When he opened his eyes, his soul had already taken control of the body of the king's personal guard. A quick read of the guard's memories revealed some clues. He saw from his memories that the king had been acting strangely lately. Besides handling official business, he would either conduct research in the library or laboratory on the palace's rooftops, or venture alone into the secret chambers beneath the palace. Even as a personal bodyguard, he wasn't qualified to enter either of these places. There's something wrong with this king. It's all that damned fate cycle system. It must be the power of fate that's disrupting my thinking, forcing me to think linearly. If I had been able to break free from the limitations of linear thinking, I wouldn't have wasted so much time, unable to get to the heart of the matter. Mu Xing shook his head and headed straight for the palace's rooftop. Just now, the king had gone from the rooftop to the secret basement, freeing him, his personal bodyguard, to do so. He suddenly understood why he had waited so long to see the king when he had possessed the general and reported on his work. It now appeared that the king wasn't dealing with official documents, but rather conducting some secret activities. When Mu Xing pried open the door to the top-floor laboratory and pushed it open, he was immediately stunned by the scene before him. This place looked like a suffocating research laboratory. The lab tables were filled with various magical beasts, monsters, and even experimental subjects like elves and dwarves. What exactly does this king want to do? With a wave of his right hand, the manuscripts and experimental data on the table flew into thin air. Mu Xing quickly scanned the data, trying to find an answer. The king seemed to be conducting some kind of fusion experiment to extend lifespan. He was replacing and fusing organs from various magical beasts and monsters with those of other races, thereby extending lifespan. In this world, while humans weren't the shortest-lived race, compared to other races, they were extremely short-lived. Dwarves could live for 200 years, elves for 1,000, and some magical beasts could even live for 10,000. Could it be that this diligent king, like those ancient emperors, was also pursuing immortality? Mu Xing thought about it, and could understand why. After all, this ambitious king might one day become the supreme ruler who unified the entire continent, so it was understandable that he wanted to achieve immortality. Soon, Mu Xing discovered more clues in the king's various experimental records. No wonder this king has married so many wives, but still failed to produce a child. It turns out the various experiments have completely altered his genes. But what about the prince, who was reincarnated from Yuan? Mu Xing frowned and continued to search the laboratory for information. Finally, he discovered the king's secret in a secret box. So that's how it is. He actually transformed his own queen too, and then traveled to the distant border to obtain the abyss seed, to cultivate and bear a child. Mu Xing glanced at the entry in the manuscript, which seemed to explain, to some extent, the child's origin. He seemed to be a seed from the abyss, brought to the surface by the king, who then used experiments to fuse his own blood with the seed, and finally allowed the queen to conceive and give birth to him. So that's how it is. No wonder the king wasn't afraid of the queen giving birth to a freak, and even prepared to suppress the news. At that moment, Mu Xing seemed to understand all the previous absurdities. Now, he planned to head underground for a final verification. He descended a spiral staircase until he finally reached a dark door. This place reminded him of the sealed door he had seen in the dark dungeon. He was struck by the striking resemblance of the patterns and sculptures. This compelled Mu Xing to speculate. Standing before the gate, Mu Xing muttered to himself, "Yuan, what is your connection to that mysterious prisoner?" He thrust the gate open. The 100-ton door, which would have been difficult for others to shake, was a piece of cake for him. When he entered the secret room, the first thing he saw was the king. He was shirtless, kneeling in deep reverence before a massive statue. Mu Xing gazed at the statue, seemingly confirming his suspicions. This statue couldn't be said to be similar to the one in the dark dungeon. It was identical. The king seemed oblivious to his approach, his eyes still closed in reverence. Black lines appeared on his back, and on his chest. A disgusting mass of pustules continuously expanded and contracted. A living tentacle extended from the statue, connecting to the king's body. It looked as if some unholy ritual was being performed. Mu Xing took 2 steps forward. "Your Majesty, is this your plan? To achieve immortality, you're willing to gather chaos seeds from the abyss and nurture chaos children? What exactly do you intend to do?" The king slowly opened his eyes, but he was like a mindless puppet. A paranoid voice emanated from the statue. "This is my business. You're just a mere guard. You have no right to interfere in my affairs." It was as if the king's consciousness had possessed the statue. Mu Xing slowly drew his sword. "For the sake of the kingdom, for the safety of this world, I'm afraid I can't keep you here today." But before he could make a move, the king suddenly trembled and stood up. He turned around, his hands spread out, protecting the statue behind him like a chicken. I will never allow you to hurt him. Mu Xing was stunned. Why was the plot so different from what he had imagined? He narrowed his eyes slightly. He watched the king's body begin to rot and crumble, as if the fusion of too many different organs had caused a massive rejection, leading to a complete collapse. You will not hurt him. The king growled and advanced, closing in on Mu Xing. But after only 2 steps, he completely collapsed into a pile of mud. Ah! At that moment, a roar erupted from the statue, and Mu Xing heard the shrill cry of a baby overhead. At the same time, he sensed the chaos sphere in the Earth's core beginning to hatch. Mu Xing slowly lowered his knife, and thoughtfully approached the statue. Placing a hand on it, he said, "So I was mistaken. Yuan, it's not the assassins, not those princes, not even your father who wants you dead, but you." Boom! The world collapsed again. When Mu Xing returned to the guidance system. "Shua, do you have any information or memories about Yuan's past? Send them all to me? This is General Yuan's personal privacy. Forget privacy. If you don't find a way to untie this knot, everything will be over." Mu Xing glanced at his darkness level, which had reached 99.98%. He only had one last chance. "Okay, but you can't share these memories and information after you've seen them." Chapter 963. Soon. When Mu Xing finished reading the information, he couldn't help but let out a deep breath. "I see. Shua, have you discovered anything? Have you found a way to crack it?" Shua asked expectantly. Mu Xing nodded. "I'm starting to see some signs. I finally understand the terrifying nature of the fate cycle system. Because it wasn't the shackles of fate that trapped Yuan. It was himself, his past, and his unreachable regrets. I don't quite understand. General Yuan never told me this." Shua was puzzled. Mu Xing didn't explain, but silently initiated the final, first tracing of the source. This time, when he once again stood at the gates of the royal city. However, he didn't interrupt his communication with Shua. "Shua, let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was an ancient old one who awoke from a long slumber. He discovered that the world had undergone significant changes. The once idyllic high-dimensional void had been fragmented into an endless multiverse. The old one's territory was divided and fragmented, their power weakened, and they began to lose their invincibility. Some old ones were even unable to awaken from their long slumber because of this change. To awaken these old ones, he began to travel the void, trying to rouse his former companions. But no matter how hard he tried, the old ones he awakened were extremely rare. Until one day, he encountered a mysterious race calling themselves the Old Gods. They claimed they could help him awaken more old ones. So the two began to work together. Initially, everything went smoothly. He even revealed many secrets about the old ones to these old gods. He hoped they could help him awaken more of the old ones. He naively believed that with the help of the old gods, the speed of awakening would be increased 1,000-fold. However, he never imagined that all this was merely a conspiracy by those despicable old gods. After extracting information about the old ones from him, they betrayed him. These old gods lured him into a trap and besieged him. Although he was powerful, and had slain countless old gods, they were powerless. Eventually, his strength was exhausted, and he was beheaded, dismembered, and sealed away separately. The old gods also attempted to steal his authority. Fortunately, he was powerful enough that even with his body separated and sealed, they were unable to succeed. He completely sealed his authority and established special permissions. Only true inheritors are qualified to access his authority. At the same time, to ensure his plans wouldn't be thwarted by the ancient gods, he created a special guide. He injected his spirit and flesh into a chaotic body, altering its characteristics and enabling it to evade the ancient gods' pursuit. This guide is both his avatar and his offspring, cast into a distant world. After hearing this story, Shua was stunned for a moment before he said quietly, "Could the guide you're talking about be General Yuan?" Mu Xing nodded. "This is a story I created by combining information from Yuan's memories, the Iron Crown, and the prisoner's mind. Even if the details are a little off, the conclusion is probably pretty much the same." Shua couldn't help but wonder if General Yuan is the guide. Then isn't all this his plan? Mu Xing took over. To be precise, this is a plan woven together by Yuan and the survival system. So, all the major events we've experienced over this long period have been designed to advance this plan step by step. The ultimate goal is the prisoner's legacy. If we can obtain it, the survival system will no longer fear attacks from the Chaos faction. Shua was stunned speechless after hearing these words. After a while, he muttered to himself, No wonder General Yuan always told me he wanted to take me with him to change the world. So he suddenly looked up. But, as the guide, why did he become trapped in the fate cycle system? Mu Xing held up 2 fingers. First, because the Fate Weaver wants to completely control Yuan, they've gone to such great lengths. Second, it's simply Yuan who has found himself in a dead end of his own. He's trapped in the past, trapped in his own regrets. Yuan's regrets? What are those? Shuo was puzzled. Based on the intelligence I've gathered, I suspect the world created by the cycle of fate is the same world in which Yuan was born. He was supposed to be a chaotic being, but because of certain individuals in that world, he became the Yuan he is today. As the will of chaos, he possesses a human body and mind, and he is indeed the son of the king and queen. Shuo quickly said, that's not right. Wasn't it said that the king, seeking immortality, gathered the seeds of chaos, which gave rise to General Yuan? Mu Xing shook his head. That's what's so awful about Nora. She tampered with the true story, and the truth. The truth is that Yuan should have had a happy childhood, but it was shattered by an accident or a premeditated conspiracy. Yuan must have seen through this in the fate cycle system, so he tried to save this ending, but ended up getting himself trapped. So, what should we do? Shuo asked anxiously, fearing something might happen to Yuan. Mu Xing's eyes gleamed. There's no other way. We have to wake him up completely, let him awaken from this endless cycle on his own. Isn't that difficult? Shuo said. Yes, it's difficult. You can never wake someone who's pretending to be asleep. I used to be no different. But I want to give it a try. Hey! What are you trying to do? Don't mess around. Don't worry. Since suffering won't wake him, let's use a happy ending to make him see the truth. Mu Xing placed the iron crown of fate on his head, took up the scythe of destiny, and plunged headfirst into the final cycle. Turn the guidance system to maximum power. I want to possess the king. Are you crazy? The king can't be possessed. The underlying code woven into the fate cycle system cannot be broken. Shuo shouted anxiously. No need to worry about that. Open it. He charged at the king with his mind, swinging the scythe of destiny with all his might. With a clang, the dense defenses of the fate circulation system ahead were instantly severed. Just as those defenses rapidly contracted and repaired, he activated the iron crown and plunged into the king's body. It felt like a year, then a century. When the stunned king raised his head, a faint voice echoed, "What's the difference between this body and rotting wood?" Just then, a familiar voice echoed behind him, the voice of a guard. "Your Majesty, the queen requests you come over. The prince has been mischievous again." Mu Xing quickly adjusted to this body. Fortunately, he was merely possessing it, and with his powerful willpower, it was no problem to maintain this body, which was on the verge of collapse. Furthermore, as a blood moon awakener, he began to attempt to repair this crumbling body. As he entered the palace, a lively little monkey leaped up and down the palace, with the queen chasing after it, her skirt in hand. Mu Xing's face immediately showed a hint of mischief, and he grabbed the boy and carried him in his arms. "Good boy, call me daddy." Chapter 964. The baby stared at Mu Xing with its wide, round eyes, a flicker of confusion in them. The queen hurried after him, apologetically saying, "Your Majesty, this is all my fault." Mu Xing waved her hand. "All right, the banquet is about to begin. Let's get ready." The queen quickly took the baby from him and left, surrounded by a group of people. Mu Xing waved back only after watching the queen leave. "What are your commands, Your Majesty?" The personal guard bowed respectfully. "Go fetch my sword." Although the guard looked puzzled, he still nodded in response and hurried off to retrieve the sword. This time, Mu Xing didn't replicate himself, nor did he make any advance arrangements. Instead, he descended alone underground and encountered the statue again. Before he could get close, several slender tentacles extended from the statue. However, as the tentacles approached, Mu Xing felt no danger. Instead, this body gave him only peace of mind. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his chest, like a flare-up of illness. Countless black pustules swelled from his chest. These pustules, densely packed together like fish eggs, continued to swell and grow. His body's vitality was draining away. Mu Xing immediately severed his sensory connection with this body. He saw the statue's slender tentacles pierce directly into the pustules, seemingly drawing out toxins. Mu Xing then realized that what he had witnessed last time wasn't some sinister ritual, but rather the statue healing the king. He examined the pustules carefully, and immediately saw a clue. These weren't viruses or diseases, nor were they negative energies. Instead, they were the power of destiny, corrupted power of destiny. It corroded the king's fate, constantly devouring his vitality. To maintain the king's vitality, the statue seemed to extract the poison of fate from him daily. Over time, even the statue turned a gloomy black. But this time, Mu Xing had come here with the goal of changing everything, so he naturally wouldn't allow the statue to absorb his poison. He realized that Yuan's darkening was likely related to the scene before him. As for the origin of the poison in the king's body, Mu Xing had two theories. The first was a trick by the Weaver of Fate, who had poisoned Yuan indirectly. However, Mu Xing didn't believe that fate would be so despicable as to use such a strategy that would easily trigger Yuan's emergency response. The second possibility was that the poison of fate might come from Yuan himself. Mu Xing's eye of fate expanded, following the fateful connection between the two, analyzing the truth. Soon, he finally discovered the truth behind the poison of fate. Many years ago, the seed of chaos fell into this world and began to absorb its energy to grow and develop. The growth of chaos requires a vast amount of chaotic energy. However, the power of the old ones within the chaos seed favors order and discipline. This created a profound conflict between these two forces. If too much chaotic energy is absorbed, the will within the seed will become overly chaotic, transforming into a mindless chaotic monster. But if the chaos seed does not absorb the chaotic energy, it will cease to grow. This conflict persisted for many years. Until one day, a destitute prince made a pilgrimage to a place known as the Holy Mountain in this world. By chance, a special connection formed between the two. The young prince struck a bargain with the chaos seed. The chaos seed provided the prince with strength, and through war and conquest, the prince provided the chaos seed with the power of both chaos and order. War provided the power of chaos, conquest provided the power of order. Through this mutually reinforcing partnership, in just 10 years, the prince not only saved the kingdom from imminent destruction, but also recovered lost territory and expanded its territory. Over the next 20 years, the king transformed his kingdom into the most powerful in the world, poised to unify the world. The chaos seed, fueled by the abundant power of both order and chaos, continued to grow, until it was able to absorb energy from the Earth's core on its own. The years of collaboration between the two forged a deep bond. To ensure that the chaos seed could give birth to a fully formed guide, the king decided to accept the guide's birth through his own bloodline. He retrieved the chaos seed from the abyss and implanted it into his child with the queen, allowing them to fuse. A year later, a mysterious child was born. According to the agreement, when he reached 10 years old, the king would bring him back to the Holy Mountain to complete his final fusion with the chaos embryo at the center of the earth. Seeing this, Mu Xing roughly understood the cause and experience of Yuan's birth. Presumably, in the original world, Yuan was born for this very reason. However, Mu Xing had no idea what happened afterwards, causing him to remain at around 10 years old. It is conceivable that, after reading Yuan's memories, the Fate Weaver created a special fate-looping cage, trapping him within it. Through manipulation of the world of destiny, he subtly and repeatedly alienated Abyss's cognition and experiences. Thus, he achieved his goal of darkening and controlling Abyss. Suddenly, Mu Xing raised his head and grasped the tentacle that was helping him cleanse the toxins. You should understand that all this is futile. The past is a foregone conclusion, and you cannot change it. The dangling tentacle suddenly froze in midair. Then it suddenly became furious, as if questioning who Mu Xing was. Mu Xing's eyes narrowed, and the iron crown of destiny materialized in his hand. Even a golden spine appeared in his hand. The moment the statue saw the spine, its entire body began to tremble. Mu Xing didn't bother to waste words or explain. He simply poured a massive amount of the power of destiny into the statue. The black statue was rapidly purified, gradually becoming as white as jade. What I want to tell you is that now that I'm here, I'm going to change everything. Mu Xing stood up and turned to leave. Nearing the door, he suddenly stopped. Regretful or disappointed, you can't stay stuck in that day forever. You must always learn to move forward. With a loud bang, the giant door closed, and the dark space fell into a long silence. Until a flash of white light shone again on the statue, and a pair of confused eyes trembled slightly. The sun began to set. The celebration procession had gathered in the distance. The noise resounded throughout the city, everyone cheering, singing and dancing, a harmonious and peaceful atmosphere. Mu Xing sat upright on the observation deck, his golden sword at his side. Beside them, the queen held the giggling little prince. Queen, hold the prince tight. No matter what happens, do not leave the throne. This is for your safety and the prince's. Will you promise me? Although she had no idea what had happened to the man she had shared so many years with, she still chose to trust him. The queen nodded gently. Don't worry, your majesty. I promise you. Mu Xing took a deep breath and quietly waited for the parade to arrive. Just then, the first wave of assassins approached. They suddenly emerged from the crowd of observers, all top-tier assassins with exceptional combat skills. Instantly entering stealth mode, they launched an assassination attack on the king, seated in the main seat of the observation deck. Chapter 965. However, before the sharp dagger could strike Mu Xing's neck, a flash of sword light slashed across, and the invisible assassin screamed in agony as he was cut down by the guards behind him. Mu Xing glanced at the guard, whose eyes glowed golden. The power of destiny he had infused had taken effect. He didn't directly imbue the guard with power, but instead learned to manipulate it, continuously strengthening the various abilities and techniques he had learned with each reincarnation. Letting him strengthen himself not only reduced the consumption of destiny power, but also circumvented the counterattacks of the destiny cycle system. Followed by this, more assassins attacked. The queen was startled by the sudden attack, but when she saw the king sitting on the throne beside her, still as calm as ever, she forced herself to calm down. Mu Xing nodded in satisfaction. As expected of a queen who had fought against the king for many years, her mental fortitude was also excellent. The guard roared, and ripples erupted from his body, breaking the invisibility of all the invisible assassins around him. Immediately, the longsword slashed across, slaying them all. This wasn't over yet. As soon as the first wave of probing ended, true masters from various enemy nations took action. They were all high-ranking assassins employed by the various royal families. Without waiting for the guards behind him to react, Mu Xing unsheathed his sword and instantly dispatched the assassins. And yet, all this seemed shrouded in some kind of veil, obscuring the blood that had already flowed like a river on the observation deck. After dispatching the assassins, Mu Xing simply brushed the blood from his sword and, with a wave of his right hand, the guards behind him quickly cleared the bodies. "Your Majesty." The queen looked at him nervously, as if she were seeing once again the brave and invincible Majesty who had fought on the battlefields all those years ago. However, His Majesty's health has been declining over the past few years. He's tried every possible remedy, but with no improvement. This celebration is, firstly, to celebrate the birth of the prince, and secondly, to bring good luck to the king. Seeing His Majesty's heroic presence again, the queen's eyes practically sparkled. As for the little prince in her arms, he wasn't afraid, but rather watched with curiosity. "Don't worry. With me here, no one can harm you." As soon as he finished speaking, the prayerful believers behind him suddenly erupted. "Foolish king, you, for your own selfish desires, have wreaked havoc on this world. Today, we will enforce justice, slay the evil infant, and save the world." Facing these suddenly energized believers, Mu Xing sneered, "Idiots." He charged forward with his sword, his blade wielding a powerful force, slicing through the believers like slicing melons and vegetables. He stepped on the leader's head and said, "The so-called prophecy is nothing more than a ploy to consolidate the church's rule and weaken my royal family. Do you think I'm unaware of your dirty tricks?" The leader raised his head with an effort. "Tyrant, you will regret this. The demon you gave birth to will one day destroy the entire world. So what if the world is destroyed? I will protect my son myself. No one can touch him." The leader's face was filled with disbelief. "You die." Puff. The leader's head flew high, and Mu Xing slashed it with his sword. The remaining believers, who had attempted a desperate struggle, trembled and lowered their heads, daring no further resistance. Mu Xing waved his hand, ordering the guards to drag all the believers and their bodies away. 2 waves have been dealt with. Mu Xing returned to the throne, and noticed the look in the baby in the queen's arms seemed to have changed. He knew Yuan's hazy consciousness was awakening. "Your Majesty, look at the sky." The queen exclaimed again, pointing upwards. There, a huge, mysterious magic circle unfolded. Mu Xing knew the demons in the sewers had taken action. They planned to use today's celebration to summon the devil of destruction and destroy the entire capital. However, Mu Xing was unhurried, quietly waiting for the devil of destruction to be summoned. "Ha ha, humans, today is your doom. The devil of destruction descends, and everyone will die." Roar. A terrifying roar echoed from the sky. Lava roiled, and the devil of destruction, 100 meters tall, began to descend. However, as soon as his upper body emerged, Mu Xing rushed out, sword in hand, and returned, clutching a huge, hideous head. With a thud, the massive head crashed down against the side of the observation deck, sending trembling fear into the ministers, who were still planning to assassinate it. Mu Xing glanced at the ministers and palace maids, who had been ordered to assassinate him by the prince. He pointed with his right hand, "Kneel down if you don't want to die." The ministers immediately cowered and quickly surrendered. However, A few courageous assassins clutched magical detonators. Tyrant, I've already planted magical bombs on the observation deck. Everyone will die today. The queen nearly fainted from the repeated shocks. But the little prince was even more excited, his eyes rolling as he stared at the king. Really? Then detonate them now, and stop talking nonsense. Mu Xing, with a look of disdain on his face, thrust his sword through the observation deck. The moment the assassin pressed the detonator, the magical bombs misfired due to the severed link. How is this possible? How did you know? The assassin was stunned. A plan he had prepared for so long, only to be thwarted by the king's single sword strike? Capture them. Mu Xing waved his hand, commanding the guards to apprehend the assassins. At that moment, even the observation deck was clear. Only a handful of guards and ministers remained. With this, Mu Xing had nearly resolved all the crises encountered during these cycles. This final hurdle. Mu Xing glanced at the queen beside him, then at himself. He knew full well that this final hurdle came from the king himself. Due to the manipulations of the fate cycle system, the king had long since turned evil. Even if he had evaded all assassinations, he would ultimately be unable to escape his own fate. But this time, it was Mu Xing who took over this body. He immediately sensed the king's will within him, attempting to regain control. Do you really want to see yourself murder your wife and children, and then commit suicide? Mu Xing posed a question to the king's rebellious intent. I haven't thought about it. If you haven't thought about it, just stay still. Leave everything to me. I give you a perfect ending. A perfect ending? The king muttered to himself. Seeing the kings will fall into slumber, the fate circulation system grew anxious and attempted to detonate the king's body. However, the king's body had long been under Mu Xing's control, and the fate poison had been completely eliminated with his fate judgment scythe. So, the fate poison had no power over him. Don't hide. Come out. Mu Xing stared into the void before him, defiantly gazing at the ripples in the sky. A completely blackened abyss appeared before Mu Xing. It's you, Yuan. The other person's expression was grim. You don't seem surprised. Of course, the fate cycle system is just a conceptual system. It requires a real vehicle to operate. And you chose Yuan, right? Or rather, Yuan chose you. Just then Zhua, who had been watching all this, couldn't help but speak up. Wait, he's General Yuan, then who's the baby? And who's the chaos underground? Mu Xing's lips curled slightly. They're all Yuan. This is him before me, the prince is him, the chaos egg at the center of the earth is him, and even this world, including everyone in it, is him. Chapter 966. I don't understand. Zhua was even more confused. Yuan is human, the flesh and blood of the past, but also the will of chaos. You could say he's a unique being, a fusion of different products. Everyone in this world is a different version of his thoughts and ideas. He has three main parts: the prince, representing reason, the blackened Yuan, representing chaos and destruction, and the chaos egg, representing the legacy of the past. How can we awaken General Yuan's full consciousness? Zhua couldn't help but ask. Mu Xing shook his head. Outsiders can't awaken him. I can only awaken a portion. The rest is up to him. Mu Xing pointed a finger at the forehead of the baby in the queen's arms. Wake up, Yuan. Instantly, the baby's eyes suddenly opened, and a familiar aura rose to the sky. His body grew rapidly. From a 3-day-old infant, he quickly grew into a boy of about 10. Thank you for waking me, Blood Moon. He turned slightly, looking at Mu Xing behind him. With a thought, Mu Xing detached himself from the king's body. Can you handle it? That's your negative will. Yuan turned around, looking at himself, grinning at him. He's the past I've always been afraid to face, the painful thorn in my heart I dare not remove. Because if I remove it, I will forever forget those people and those events. He raised his head and said, but now, you've made me understand that the downward spiral is endless. No matter how unwilling I am, it's ultimately just an illusion. Mu Xing retreated, giving him the decisive battle space. This was Yuan's decision. Others were not allowed to intervene. The two Yuans faced each other, their sharp jabs clashing. The darkened Yuan on the other side had a sullen expression. Yuan, what is your future? Serving as a servant to the survival system? Why not seek your own future? Faced with the question, Yuan simply shook his head. Blood Moon, let me tell you a story. I'm all ears. Long ago, a lonely chaos egg drifted helplessly in the void. It had drifted in this void for countless years, its essence nearly exhausted and withered. In its moment of despair, it suddenly heard a voice, a prayer. A young prince prayed to the void, offering any price for a chance to change its fate. As if grasping at a lifeline, the Chaos Egg reached an agreement with the prince, forging a contract of cooperation. And so, under the prince's guidance, it was finally able to enter the material world, gaining energy to replenish itself. It was also from that moment that it was born. One day, the Chaos Egg began to undergo a unique transformation. By absorbing both positive and negative human will, its own will began to awaken. However, the collision of the power of the old one with chaos, with its multiple identities, caused its body to strongly reject the alien forces. To resolve this problem, it struck a deal with the prince. It would help him recover the kingdom, and the prince would willingly use his own bloodline to guide its birth. By acquiring a human body as a third carrier, it merged the power of chaos and the old one. The timeline for this process was 10 years. And so, the following year, a demon child, predicted to destroy the world, was born. To protect the baby, the king endured sieges from multiple nations and countless assassination attempts. But none of this could defeat the king. Instead, it made him increasingly powerful. However, on the night of the 10-year deadline, two uninvited guests intruded into this world. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. Fate? Or chaos? It was Nora and Xinghua. They battled their way through this world and accidentally stumbled into it, discovering the prince's existence. A horrific war erupted in their fight for the prince, nearly destroying the entire world. To save the prince, the king chose to sacrifice himself, replenishing the prince's last human bloodline. What happened next? Mu Xing asked. Later, he successfully merged three powers, activated the ultimate abyss to hold back the two intruders, and successfully escaped this world. Although he was severely injured, he wasn't destined to die, and was saved by the survival system. From that day on, he received a new name, Yuan. After hearing this story, Mu Xing realized it was almost identical to the truth he had previously speculated. Yuan was the mysterious hope of the past, the designated guide. And because of this experience, he possessed a human body. And because of this experience, he was forever frozen at 10 years old, becoming the little general known to everyone in the survival system. Yuan rose into the air. Blood Moon, you were wrong about one thing just now. He is not me, he is merely my obsession and resentment. For so many years, he has been suppressed and sealed by me. Now, because the fate cycle system has become so powerful, he wants to completely replace me. But, he grasped with his right hand, and the king's sword flew into his hand. Wait, this is for you. Mu Xing waved his right hand, and the scythe of destiny soared into the air, caught in Yuan's left hand. It seems you've already fought Nora. This is the most important pseudo-sacred artifact before he became a multiverse. A pseudo-sacred artifact? Isn't it a divine artifact? Yuan's right hand gently brushed over the scythe, and countless runes of destiny activated. That's because you haven't truly mastered the power of fate. When you harness the power of the Iron Crown of Destiny, you'll be able to fully unleash the full might of this pseudo-sacred artifact. And now, I demonstrate it to you. Yuan raised his sickle high in the air. The darkened Yuan across from him screamed as if he had seen a ghost. You have no moral integrity. Didn't we agree to handle this ourselves? What do you mean by cheating? Yuan sneered. That's the difference between you and me. You only hide in the dark corners of the past, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Nora's promise to you was just to use you. She won't truly help you. But I'm different. I've had people help me along the way. My father, Queen, survival system, colleagues in the council, and now even the younger generation I've trained are willing to lend a hand. But what do you have? Darkened Yuan was immediately enraged. Now that 99.98% of your essence is under my control, I wonder what you can do to resist. He grabbed with his right hand, pulling a terrifying black sword from the ground. The sword, formed from the boundless chaotic abyss, was an indestructible magical weapon of destruction. Faced with the threat, Yuan remained expressionless. He stepped forward, slashing down with his scythe. It clashed fiercely with the incoming black sword. In a split second, the black sword was severed. Under Dark Yuan's gaze of shock and resentment, the scythe slashed through his body from top to bottom. How is this possible? Yuan sheathed his sword and stood. Nora, this half-baked fellow, based on the little bit of fateful inheritance he luckily acquired, calls himself the Weaver of Fate. Little does he know that his power comes from that one ancient. As an agent and guide, what's the big deal about me slaying Nora? A puppet of fate? Dark Yuan's eyes widened, his face filled with resentment. His body, however, was completely severed in two as the threads of fate continued to break. Yuan, I won't disappear. I'll always be with you forever. Yuan's right hand clenched, and an invisible hand grasped He Hua Yuan. I'm sorry, this time I've made my decision. It's time to put an end to the past and let it go. No! He Hua Yuan roared in frustration, and with a bang, the hand completely crushed him. Chapter 967. A black rain of blood fell from the sky, and everything became distorted with He Hua Yuan's death. But when this distortion reached its peak, it suddenly dissipated. He Hua Yuan's final revenge ultimately failed, and his despair faded. Is it over? Mu Xing looked up at Yuan. It's over for me. His eyes darkened as he spoke. But my account with Nora isn't over yet. Yuan opened his hands, reintegrating the scattered power. A massive chaos egg burst from the earth, and the ground began to sink. The king, queen, and the entire royal city vanished before Yuan's gaze. At this moment, he seemed like a true leader, his eyes devoid of any emotion. This was the price he paid for his choice, oblivion. Mu Xing instinctively wanted to speak, but after a moment's hesitation, he chose silence. Although Mu Xing couldn't see his face, she could see the tears falling from his eyes. Strange, why am I crying? Yuan's mumbling voice drifted away on the wind. Mu Xing pressed a hand to his ear. Shua, get me out. Understood. After a moment of trance, when Mu Xing opened his eyes again, he no longer saw the familiar walls of the kingdom, but the cage of fate that held Yuan captive. But the next second, the cage turned pale, like dry grass, rapidly losing its moisture. With a crackling sound, Yuan broke through the dry cage and emerged. The scene was remarkably similar to the moment when the protagonist of The Matrix wakes up. A golden thread of fate was still attached to his back. But he didn't remove it. Instead, he looked at the two of them and said, I already know what's going on outside. Nora has betrayed him. Her plan is meticulous and sinister. But precisely because of this, we have an opportunity to strike back. Shua, you've done well. Although your power is limited, your wisdom is limitless. Prepare to connect the guidance system to me. I will help others break this cycle of fate. Not only that, I will also ruthlessly counterattack Nora. Yes. Shua suppressed his inner excitement, his body tensed, and his whole body became excited. Then, Yuan looked at Mu Xing. Begin your plan. Whatever you do next, I will assist you unconditionally. Mu Xing asked, can you interrupt Nora's moment at the critical moment? Yes. The cycle of fate is connected to its origin. If I strike back at the critical moment, it will be enough to freeze it for a moment, unable to move. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. An instant? That's enough. From now on, listen to my instructions. Don't move. Yuan nodded and watched Mu Xing leave. Only then could Shua finally ask, Master, is he truly the one in the prophecy? Yuan chuckled. There's no such thing as a prophecy that you, me, or even he can become the one who changes everything. Whoever reaches this position becomes that person. Prophecy has nothing to do with it. However, his growth has certainly exceeded my expectations. I hope he'd bring me more surprises in the future. When Mu Xing returned to the command center, the battle outside was already in full swing. Although he had been inside the fate cycle system for a while, in reality, less than 3 minutes had passed. Just then, Nora's second and third disciples arrived. A strange being resembling Nora descended. To counter an attack from a multiverse being, Terra's city activated its outer defense system. Mu Xing looked up at Nora in the sky, observing it from a third-party perspective with his observer's eye. If it were the real thing, even a glance would have been enough to inflict severe damage. Thankfully, the mysterious figure that suppressed the heavens and earth wasn't the real thing, but a projection. As expected of the multiverse, a single projection possesses such power, overwhelming the entire city. Mu Xing couldn't help but mutter to himself. When he entered the command center, everything remained in perfect order, though several commanders had also died. What happened? Just now, Xianling, the third disciple of fate, took action. Her fate-defying attack cost us several commanders. The commander's expression darkened. He looked at Mu Xing expectantly. Colonel Blood Moon, how is the council going? When Mu Xing shook his head, his expression darkened along with his mood. But Mu Xing's next words revived his sinking heart. If you trust me, leave the rest of the command to me. Mu Xing raised his hand, and an eye mark appeared on his palm. The commander nodded, surprised. Of course. He stepped down from his position without hesitation, offering it to Mu Xing. Mu Xing lightly touched the microphone, and a piercing crackle echoed throughout Terra's city. Hello everyone, I'm Blood Moon. From now on, I be in full command of Terra's city's defense. First line, second line, prepare to withdraw and retreat to the third line. The survivors fighting on the front line suddenly heard Mu Xing's voice, their faces startled, a hint of confusion on their faces. However, since the other party had taken command, they naturally had no doubts about Mu Xing's command. because they believed that Terra City would not make an unwarranted change of commander. Brothers, retreat. Long Tian led the survivors, who had just recaptured the first line of defense and quickly retreated. In the sky, the first Chaos King's clone and the imprisoned half-step multiverse were being beaten back by Xianling and Xianqin. After hearing the order to retreat, the half-step multiverse quickly took shelter behind Terra City's defensive barrier. Several powerful attacks rained down, the power of fate transforming into a scissors, severing everything, yet they were blocked by the seemingly thin barrier. The first Chaos King, unable to pass Terra City's identification, was blocked outside. "Hey, Blood Moon, let me in quickly." Faced with the first Chaos King's plea, Mu Xing, in command, remained unmoved. Asking him in? That would be like inviting a wolf into the house. Zhou Liang, stop pretending. Don't you call yourself the first Chaos King? I don't believe you can't even suppress 2 disciples of destiny. You little bastard, you're talking without hesitation, aren't you? I'm just a clone. How can I defeat 2 half-step multidimensional beings? Mu Xing shook his head. You're not just an ordinary clone, but a special one that retains at least a third of the original's power. If you continue to try to hide your incompetence and give me a perfunctory welcome, then our cooperation ends here. At these words, the first Chaos King immediately erupted in anger. Little bastard, believe it or not, I'm partnering with Nora now. I eat you alive. Mu Xing sneered. Zhou Liang, you have no choice. A guest is coming, and I believe you make the right choice. Before Zhou Liang could react, he sensed something was amiss. In the command hall, Mu Xing issued a new order. Prepare to activate Terra City's Terra defense system. The commander nearby looked startled. Commander, isn't it too early to activate the Terra defense system now? With Terra City's energy system cut off, relying solely on reserve energy, we can only activate the Terra defense system 3 times, 3 minutes each time, for a total of less than 10 minutes. Mu Xing remained confident. 10 minutes, more than enough. Chapter 968. Sky. Destiny's knives continuously fell, attempting to cleave Terra City's tortoiseshell-like defensive barrier. Fortunately, Terra City's signature skill was its defense, and 2 half-step multiverses weren't even qualified to cleave this barrier. Nora's projection, however, remained silent, seemingly waiting for something. Mu Xing certainly knew what he was waiting for the tree of destiny within the council to fully mature, drain the power of the counselor's destiny, and condense the fruit of destiny he desired. Thus, this gave Mu Xing the opportunity to strike back. Suddenly, the black void outside Terra City suddenly lit up with tiny specks of light. It was as if the entire city had been teleported to the center of the Milky Way. Countless stars emerged and began to orbit Terra City's sky. As the dense clusters of stars lit up, the web of destiny that had once woven itself over Terra City was forced to emerge. Everyone, look up! Someone inside Terra's defenses exclaimed, pointing to the sky. This was a sight unlike anything seen since the day Terra was reactivated. A dense golden web enveloped Terra tightly. They were like the filling in a zonzi, their fate seemingly sealed. Only by relying on Terra's powerful defenses could they cling on for a while, hoping for help. And now, the stars shone brightly, seemingly signaling the return of reinforcements, yet no one present smiled. As geniuses within the survival system, they knew only too well what those brilliant stars signified. The survival system lacked a multidimensional powerhouse capable of controlling starlight. Xinghua. It's Chaos Lord Xinghua. Someone exclaimed, their eyes bloodshot. The others all looked up, their expressions growing increasingly grim. As the brilliant starlight gradually approached, it was as if a starlight cage had been wrapped around the golden zonzi. Xinghua, you crossed the line. The shadow of the Weaver of Fate, who had been bowing his head, suddenly looked up at the shrinking starlight. At this moment, the starlight rapidly twisted, forming a massive vortex. A muffled voice echoed from the vortex. Nora, since you've already betrayed the survival system, there's no need to act so noble. I only have 2 conditions. If you agree, not only can we cooperate, but it'd be a win-win situation. Conditions? Are you even worthy enough to negotiate with me? Get out of here. This isn't a place your chaos order has the right to meddle. The vortex, as if oblivious to the projection's warning, continued. First, I want Terra City's lighthouse torch. The torch is very helpful to us chaos order. If you agree, I won't stop you from seizing the fate of those counselors. Second, I want that little bastard named Blood Moon in Terra City. He probably means nothing to you. Hearing this, Mu Xing at the command center couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect my head to be so valuable. Even Xinghua came to ask for it. The commander beside him was sweating profusely. He couldn't understand why the commander before him remained so calm, while the two multiverses outside were already discussing how to divide Terra's city. However, Nora's clone sneered after hearing Xinhua's request. I can't possibly give you the Terra City lighthouse. With the lighthouse's torch, your chaos would be a formidable force. To me, such chaos is a deadly threat. Do you think I'd agree? As for the Blood Moon, I don't mind. But he killed a few of my disciples. At most, I leave his body to you. Upon hearing this, Xinhua was instantly enraged. Nora, don't be so shameless. Back then, you and I were the guide who helped find the prisoner. If you hadn't coveted the power of fate, how could he have escaped? Now he's become a mortal threat to my chaos. I came here today to reclaim my share. At these words, the crowd within the barrier below erupted in an uproar. They hadn't imagined that the Weaver of Fate, once revered as a guiding light for survival, had long been colluding with chaos. Nora's expressionless face was impassive. Xinhua, if you dare take a step forward, don't blame me for turning against you. Turning against you? I'm afraid you turn against me? A resounding roar echoed, and endless starlight transformed into dazzling needles that pierced the golden web of fate. Activate Terra's defense system, now. Mu Xing roared, and energy surged above Terra's city, countless mysterious ancient runes appearing. Mysterious rune barriers formed one after another. How terrifying was the collision of two multiverses. It was like a collision between one universe and another. Galaxies annihilated, destiny shattered. The result of the head-on collision between the two caused the surrounding void to be ripped to shreds. Thankfully, Terra City's defenses were strong enough to withstand the aftermath of the two multiverses' collision. A mere projection, and you dare to challenge me? Die. Xinghua's frantic voice echoing through the endless void. The star points grew more numerous and denser. To counter Xinghua's attack, Nora was forced to weaken the siege on Terra's city and divert her forces to defend it. At that moment, countless stars transformed into a brilliant galaxy, surging towards them. Nora quickly used the web of destiny to shield herself. However, the moment the galaxy rushed towards them, it suddenly twisted into a massive vortex. The web of destiny, designed to defend against the onslaught, was instantly twisted. A ferocious maw burst forth from the vast vortex and bit down upon the web of destiny. With a swish, the web of destiny was ripped open by its sharp teeth, leaving a large hole. Followed by this, a smaller maw burst forth from the maw, biting down upon Nora's projection behind the web of destiny. This time, the bite was so swift that it pierced Nora's projection directly. A projection, after all, was only a projection. How could it withstand the bite of a Chaos Lord? It was instantly torn to shreds. Master! The two disciples cried out in panic, simultaneously soaring into the air and attacking Xinhua. Shut up! Xinhua blew a breath at the two half-step multi-dimensional disciples, sending them flying backwards. But before they could fly far, starlight transformed into chains, entwining and attacking the two disciples. The two panicked, their power of destiny transforming into blades, repeatedly slashing at the starlight chains. But they were only half-stepped to the multiverse after all? How could they sever the star snail's chains? The blade of destiny shattered, unable to make even a slight mark. They watched helplessly as the chains entangled them, dragging them into that ferocious maw. Just then, a golden long sword descended from the sky. It was the Sword of Destiny. With its sweep, the starlight chains expanded and softened like styrofoam. The two half-step multiverses quickly attacked the expanded and softened areas, severing them. Just as the two were about to launch a counterattack, they were blocked by a golden figure, who shouted, "Back off!" They quickly bowed their heads respectfully. Master. Useless creatures, how could you be so foolish as to attack a Chaos Lord? At that moment, the ferocious maw of the star snail slowly retreated into the vortex of stars. Starlight continued to converge, summoning more from the distant void, as if facing a formidable enemy. Clearly, the true form of the Fate Weaver had arrived, forcing him to take it seriously. How dare you reveal yourself without even finding me? Aren't you afraid that you might accidentally reveal the truth you've concealed, and draw back the other dimensions? Chapter 969. At this moment, Nora was enveloped in a sacred golden halo, like a statue bathed in light. The celestial eye between his brows slightly opened, and countless fine threads of fate extended from it, spreading silently through the void like a spider web. 6 wings condensed from the power of fate unfolded behind him, each like a flowing veil of light, sometimes clear, sometimes illusory. In his left hand, he grasped a slender sword of fate, its blade entwined with fine runes. Every slight tremor seemed to cut through the trajectory of fate. In his right hand, he grasped a corner of the invisible web of fate. As his fingertips tightened slightly, countless whispers could be faintly heard echoing within the web. Above his head, a slowly rotating golden ring of control hovered. Within the halo, light and shadow shifted, reflecting fragments of countless people's destinies. Some laughed, some cried, some struggled, some fell, as if the entire world was constantly flowing within it. At this moment, bursts of hymns echoed through the void, as angels of destiny sang and played around him. The voices echoed, as if resonating in the depths of endless time and space. Xinghua, you've ruined my plans. No matter what the outcome today, I will make you pay. Huh? Threatening me? When I was roaming the void, you, Nora, were hiding in some dark, stinking ditch, licking shit. It's time to settle our years of feud. At that moment, Starlight and Destiny occupied the left and right voids, respectively, forming a standoff. Endless rules evolved and annihilated within them. The realms of Ninth Order gods, even those halfway to multidimensionality, were as fragile as tiny bubbles before the realm of multidimensional control. If Terra's defenses weren't truly formidable, the clash between the two multiverses' domains of control could have instantly reduced Terra to rubble. The inhabitants within the barrier were also crushed by this terrifying pressure, unable to raise their heads. Is this the legendary power of control? Mu Xing was also completely shocked by the scene before him. This was his first time observing a battle between multiverses so closely. This was a confrontation beyond techniques and abilities, more like a clash of principles. At this moment, each side was evolving two distinct universes, the distorted Starlight universe and the Fate Control universe. The two multiverses were the masters of each, within which they evolved all things with absolute control. Whoever possessed greater control had the advantage. And clearly, Nora appeared to be stronger than Xinghua. Xinghua was not fighting on home turf, so after less than a minute, the two sides began to show signs of weakness. Just then, Yuan appeared in the command hall. The moment he saw him, a hint of surprise crossed Mu Xing's face. Is it resolved? Mu Xing asked expectantly. Yuan nodded. The others have been basically rescued. To confuse Nora, I've kept them trapped. With just a command from you, they can tear through the web and break free at any moment. Mu Xing couldn't help but pump his fist. Great. My last worry is now completely gone. Yuan stared at the battle with a serious expression. The two multiverses had already penetrated the depths of the void. Blood Moon, the battle is tense now. Nora's being held captive by the star snail. Should we try to slip away? Mu Xing's face was serious. You don't really think these two are fighting to the death, do you? Yuan frowned. Do you mean? Mu Xing folded his arms across his chest, staring at the big screen as if watching a play. We're not the only ones in this world who can fish. There are others who can fish too. Just as Yuan was puzzled, he saw a faint gray streak stealthily approaching from the far southeast. Others couldn't see it, but Mu Xing's eyes could see it. It's coming. What's coming? Xue, who had just returned to the command center, asked in confusion. Yuan's expression was solemn. He had also noticed something. It's a third party. Mu Xing lazily slumped back, his hands clasped behind his head, leaning back in his chair. A certain opportunist who's trying to play it smart has finally arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, the two multiverses, previously locked in a life-or-death battle, suddenly stopped fighting. In unison, they attacked the gray streak. The gray streak was forced to respond hastily, but was still severely wounded and fell from the void. First Chaos King Zhou Liang? How could he be here? Xue stared in shock at the beleaguered First Chaos King on the big screen, his real form. Nora, however, was somewhat disappointed. I didn't expect to attract such a small shrimp. Zhou Liang's face grimaced. Two multiverse-level powerhouses are just putting on a show? The two multiverses instantly surrounded him, one in front and one behind, trapping him in the middle. If I didn't catch the real big fish, I'm not disappointed to catch a strong little fish like you, Nora scoffed. The star snail transformed into a swirl of stars, closing in on Zhou Liang. Zhou Liang, hand over the ancient remains in your hands, and I spare your life today. Zhou Liang growled, and a rotting hand appeared above his head. The mere appearance of the rotting hand caused the void to mutate, and corrupted flesh and blood sprouted everywhere. Old man threatening me? Do you think I'd dare to come here unprepared? This made Nora and Xinghua clearly feel something was wrong. They turned back suddenly, and a dazzling arrow flashed from the distant void. It was an arrow condensed with extreme energy. In its flight, it directly blasted several small, yet-to-be-formed chaotic worlds. The galaxy and web of fate that enveloped Terra's city were pierced by this arrow, creating a large hole. The arrow continued to attack them with unwavering momentum. As it approached, it split in two, attacking Xinghua and Nora respectively. The two of them unceremoniously unleashed their control power, blasting at the arrow. The arrow exploded, transforming into a miniature-controlled universe, colliding with the control power of the two, annihilating each other. At this moment, both Xinghua and Nora expressed a solemn expression. They simultaneously gazed into the distant void, where a familiar, radiant figure emerged, surging with boundless energy. Zhou Yuan? How come you're here? Yes, it was none other than the fifth multidimensional energy controller of the survival system, Zhou Yuan. Nora narrowed her eyes, as if wondering where her calculations had gone awry. The luminous figure slowly raised the longbow in his hand. The bow was composed of pure primordial energy. As he bent, the arrow, condensed from the power of his control, gradually took shape. This time, however, his target wasn't Nora or Xinghua, but Zhou Liang, who had been so smug just moments before. The incoming arrow frightened Zhou Liang, who quickly used his rotting hand bones to defend himself. My father is going to sacrifice his own son for the sake of justice, Yuan commented. Zhou was shocked. Isn't Counselor Zhou Yuan on the defensive line against the Lord of Chaos? How did he show up here? Mu Xing shook his head. That's not Zhou Yuan's real body, but his avatar. Ah? Just an avatar, Zhou said, a little disappointed. That's not just any avatar, but a special one with 70% of the original's combat power. Mu Xing's lips curled slightly. After he successfully contacted Zhou Yuan, it seemed the counselor had already made plans and preparations. Surging with his avatar at such a critical moment, the situation turned into a chaotic one-on-two fight. Do you want me to take action? Lan's voice echoed in Mu Xing's ears. Chapter 970. No, wait a little longer, wait for an opportunity. Mu Xing didn't rush into action. For this plan, he had entered the game, becoming the ultimate bait. He was determined to reap the big prize. He wouldn't reveal his hand unless he was absolutely certain. Those standing here were the strongest in the world. Any mistake would ruin all their plans. Lan's calm voice rang out. Nora's hidden avatar of fate is showing signs of activity. I will first show weakness to the enemy, allowing me to completely confirm this uncertainty. Mu Xing nodded. Nora, as the Weaver of Fate, is naturally suspicious and must be wary of your presence. First, draw out his avatar and dispel his doubts. With that, Lan quietly retreated, unleashing a powerful breakthrough force in the center of Terra's city. That was the sign that a top-tier half-step multiverse was about to break through. The multiverses currently engaged in the melee immediately turned their gazes towards Terra's city. Zhou Yuan immediately understood and flashed to block Terra's city, adopting a defensive stance. Huh? I didn't expect the survival system to have this trick up its sleeve. Interesting. Looks like that Lan is about to advance. Zhou Liang struggled to hold on, relying on the remains of his past. If he hadn't already stepped into the multiverse and had the remains to protect him, he would have been blasted to pieces by the multiverse. But just as he finished speaking, Zhou Yuan launched an arrow, sending his entire body shattering. But the next second, Zhou Liang, with the help of the strange remains, condensed into form again and recovered. Old ding, it's just an avatar. You can't kill me. As he spoke, he glanced provocatively at Nora and Xinghua on the other side. You two, don't blame me for not warning you. If Nalan succeeds in breaking through, in a 2-on-2 situation, you only dream of taking Terra's city. As he spoke, Zhou Liang took the opportunity to retreat, putting some distance between him and the multiverse members. He was like a venomous snake, retreating back into the dense grass. Although his direct combat power was inferior to multiverses, he was indeed a formidable threat, relying on the relics of the past. If we were careless and were ambushed by him, the consequences would be disastrous. A muffled voice emanated from the vortex. Nora, let's put our grudge aside for now. Let's first break through this city and prevent Nalan's breakthrough. Although there's a power gap between multiverse members, if they rely on Terra's city's defenses, in a 2-on-2 situation, the battle could become a stalemate. Once the survival system reacts, you and I will have no choice but to flee with our tails between our legs. Nora's statue-like face showed no emotion, but everyone present could clearly sense the trembling of the power of destiny around them. Clearly, he was furious. The series of surprises had far exceeded his expectations. His cold gaze darted across the Terra City Command Center, meeting Mu Xing's gaze at the commander's seat. Instantly, Mu Xing felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, a bottomless, icy abyss. It wasn't until Zhou placed a hand on his shoulder that Mu Xing regained his composure. Such a terrifying gaze. If it weren't for the Terra system's defenses, I'm afraid I would have been killed by it. Mu Xing lowered his head in fear, trying not to meet his gaze. He knew Nora must be utterly resentful of him now. He silently contacted Lon. Uncle Lon, increase your efforts to draw Nora's hidden identity out. At the same time, he tried to contact Zhou Yuan's clone. Speaker, proceed according to plan. Please ensure that Nora is held back. A moment later, Zhou Yuan's voice echoed in his mind. Don't worry. Even if this avatar perishes, I will hold this traitor Nora back. At this moment, the two multiverses approached Terra City and launched a simultaneous attack. Zhou Yuan, after all, was only an avatar here, and it was already difficult for him to withstand the attacks of a single multiverse. The attacks of the two multiverses set Terra City's defense system trembling wildly. Prepare to activate the Terra defense system a second time. The first defense was about to expire, and Mu Xing decisively gave the order to activate the second. At the same time, the sounds of a breakthrough from Terra City grew louder. Nora, do you have any backup plan? If you do, use it quickly to stop that Lon from breaking through. We have limited time. Xinghua attacked, fanning the flames. No! Nora snorted coldly. Who knew that as soon as these words were spoken, Xinghua turned around without hesitation, preparing to leave. Wait! Nora finally relented. He staked everything on this one plan. If this mission failed, he would no longer have a place in this void. Hold Zhou Yuan, and keep a close eye on Zhou Liang. I'm going to use the backup plan within Terra City. No problem. Xinghua's sinister voice echoed from the vortex. Meanwhile, in Terra City, Mu Xing, who had been taking a nap in the command chair, suddenly opened his eyes. Here I come. In the center of Terra City, Lon, a member of the Creator clan, manifested as a living, flesh and blood planet. However, he and Terra City overlapped, as if in another time and space. The momentum of the breakthrough grew stronger, reaching the most critical moment. At this moment, a massive golden net emerged. This web of destiny, hidden within Terra, now manifested, instantly separating Terra from Lon. The web of destiny enveloped Lon, who was in the process of breaking through. Within it, Nora's face emerged. The mysterious Creator clan, capable of forging body, mind, soul, and even their own destiny into one, is no wonder they've evaded my detection. But, no matter how well hidden, in order to break through, they must emerge. He grasped with his right hand, and the web of destiny transformed into a cage, enveloping Lon. Like a large fish about to be caught. Lon, in the midst of his breakthrough, was enveloped by the web of destiny, which began to exert its unique effect. It began to penetrate Lan's body, attempting to usurp and alter his fate. Lon suddenly awoke, a terrified face appearing on the flesh and blood planet, struggling desperately. He even tried to attack the web of fate, with the feeble control he had just broken through. However, this time it was the Weaver of Fate himself who was manipulating the web, and no matter how Lon struggled, it seemed futile. Stop struggling. Without entering the multiverse, you're still an ant. Even if you've taken one step into it, you haven't yet reached that peak. Nora's tone suddenly turned frantic. Then everything you have will be mine. He laughed strangely, and a golden seedling suddenly burst from the flesh and blood planet, its countless roots piercing into the flesh and blood planet's interior. The trunk grew wildly, draining the flesh and blood planet's energy. Most important was the powerful breakthrough force Lon had accumulated when he broke through the multiverse. I didn't expect there would be such a surprise. Nora was ecstatic to see a massive fruit growing on the tree of fate. The breakthrough force lingering in that fruit could allow anyone who had reached the multiverse halfway to the multiverse to do so in a short period of time. Just as Nora was about to pluck the fruit, in the distance, twisted starlight condensed into a giant hand and reached for the fruit. Nora, don't be too selfish. Good things naturally belong to everyone who sees them. Get out of my way. Nora was furious. Chapter 971. Both sides engaged in a relentless exchange of blows, each using their control power to counterattack. The previous cooperation was merely a sham, each with their own hidden agenda. Now, with their own interests at stake, they tore their faces and engaged in a fierce struggle. Although Zhou Yuan's avatar and the first Chaos King were watching closely, they frankly did not consider the father and son a real threat. Even if Zhou Yuan's true form arrived, they wouldn't be afraid, let alone an avatar. Xinghua even took the initiative in his true form to seize the fruit from the Tree of Destiny. Before he could even get close, a golden sword pierced Xinghua. Nora, are you serious? Xinghua growled in disbelief. Nora snorted coldly. How can you touch the fruit I so painstakingly planted? The sword of destiny churned violently, and countless threads of destiny gushed out from every star in the vortex. It was as if a single strike had slain Xinghua. But the next second, the vortex of stars disintegrated, transforming into a grayish-white phantom. Fake? Nora instinctively sensed something was wrong, but it was too late. A sky of stars twisted and twisted behind her, transforming into a spiral drill that pierced her from back to chest. Nora swung the sword of destiny backward, carving a terrifying, borderless scar through the void. But a black figure nimbly dodged the blow. Nora looked incredulous. You actually possessed a human? The black figure gave a sinister smile. Nora, don't think you're the only one who can orchestrate this. I'm on guard against that. Nora looked down at her peer's chest. The power of the star snail's control of starlight prevented the wound from healing. He pressed his right hand directly onto the large hole, drawing out countless gray-black corrosive starlight forces. However, how could neither Xingwa nor Zhou Yuan give him a chance to recover? Even Zhou Liang, hidden in the distance, seized the opportunity to attack Nora. Nora was struck simultaneously by 3 attacks. Zhou Yun violently prevented her from recovering, while Xingwa detonated the distorted starlight force within him. Zhou Liang manipulated the ancient remains to release a terrifying toxin, further exacerbating Nora's wounds. Clearly, for them, in a 4-way melee, one less multiverse meant one less threat. Nora, severely wounded by the combined forces of the 3, was forced to flee wounded, angrily escaping their attack range. Zhou Yuan relentlessly pursued her, preventing her from recovering. Over here, Xingwa, witnessing Nora's catastrophic escape, returned in surprise, grasping the fruit from the tree of destiny. Ha, the fruit is mine. He grasped the enormous fruit, immediately sensing its immense power. If I eat this fruit, perhaps I can become the most powerful Chaos Lord, surpassing all others. Xingwa's eyes blazed with ambition, as if he had already seen a bright future. But at that moment, he sensed something was amiss with the fruit in his hand. The fruit suddenly transformed into a fleshy ball, and a strange eye suddenly opened within it. Not good. Xingwa instinctively sensed something was amiss, and wanted to abandon the fleshy ball and flee. But the moment their eyes met, an endless stream of chaotic information was transmitted from the eye, freezing the humanoid Xingwa in place. When he regained consciousness, he found himself surrounded. At some point, Lan, who hadn't yet broken through, now stood before him in a multiverse. Xingwa looked back and saw a fat striped cat wriggling and transforming into a living sun. On the other side, a strange black door blocked his escape. For some reason, he sensed a deadly danger rising from the deepest recesses of his consciousness. How is this possible? 3 multiverses? Impossible. Indeed, at this moment, Xingwa sensed 3 multiverse-level combat forces surrounding him. The outer perimeter was enveloped by Terra's defense system, isolating the inside from the outside. At this moment, a familiar voice rang out. Xingwa, if you continue to use the starry sky as a vehicle, wandering outside Terra, we will be helpless against you. But you're quite tactful. You used humans as a vehicle to launch a sneak attack on Nora. Not only did you help us inflict severe damage on Nora, but you also voluntarily fell into the trap we carefully prepared for you. Xingwa looked up and saw the young man who had made him grit his teeth, wishing he could drink his blood and devour his flesh. Blood Moon, you little bastard. Mu Xing's lips curled slightly, as he unceremoniously released the seal on the star vortex on his back. Come on, kill me. I'm right here. Mu Xing spread his arms, his eyes red and his face filled with arrogance. I eat you? Xing Snail roared, shattering its human form and transforming into a massive star vortex. Lan swiftly moved to block his path, transforming into a massive star of flesh and blood. A mere newly advanced multiverse dares to stop me? Xing Snail mobilized the power of his control, preparing to force a breakthrough. Evolution and Creation Domain, activate. Lan expressionlessly unfolded his domain of control. A terrifying universe of flesh and blood took shape, unceremoniously slamming toward Xing Snail. Here, the ferocious face of the star snail emerged from the vast vortex, condensing and twisting the starlight universe and smashing towards it. Boom! I underestimated you. I didn't expect you'd already ascended, hiding your strength. Even Nora hadn't noticed. Lan's cold voice echoed, I simply expended energy to create an evolutionary seed to confuse Nora. Although it used up nearly half of my energy, to achieve this result, I'm not at a loss. With this, he grasped the fruit of destiny and crushed it. The surging power of evolution once again merged into his body, restoring his full combat power. Crack. The 2 controller universes crushed each other, both showing terrifying cracks. At this moment, threats came from 2 other directions of the star snail. The evil spirit laughed as it merged with its main body, and consumed a legacy pill. It had already reached that level briefly, and now, with ease, it had successfully increased its combat power to the multidimensional level. A burst of intense white light blasted out from the living sun, a thoroughly sublimated dark gold power. On the other side, a black door suddenly opened. A tiny child, no more than 2 or 3 years old, clutching a Cthulhu doll, stepped out. Xinghua sensed a deadly threat from the child. "You are Cthulhu." Before he could utter the word Cthulhu, a green tentacle pierced through his body. Xinghua felt the controlling power within him tremble with fear or dread. The tentacle, as if entering an uninhabited space, madly drilled towards his core. At the same time, the evil spirit's white light had arrived. It possessed only multidimensional combat power, not multidimensional realms, so it could only attack Xinghua with pure energy. Under normal circumstances, this attack wouldn't even touch Xinghua, let alone injure him. However, Xinghua was now controlled by the tentacles, unable to evade, and could only withstand the blow. At the same time, Lan seized the opportunity, evolving and creating a universe, advancing layer by layer, crushing Xinghua's distorted starlight universe, and slamming heavily into its body. "Ah! I won't accept this, I won't accept this." At this moment, true death descended upon a Chaos Lord. Besieged by 3 multidimensional forces, no matter how reckless and unreasonable Star Snail might be, it would ultimately face its fate. The Star Vortex's main body was shattered, revealing its inner core. Then, the swirling core was shattered by the incoming fist. Chapter 972. "He wants to escape," Mu Xing exclaimed. Despite its body being destroyed and its core shattered, the Star Snail remained alive, attempting to connect with the outer starlight and escape. But how could the 3 multiverses present allow him to do so? "Brat, lend me your prisoner's heart and spine." With a flick of her right hand, the prisoner's spine and heart flew out of Mu Xing's body. The ultimate power of fate was unleashed, forcibly pulling the Star Snail, which had been able to escape by means of the outer starlight, back. By altering its fate, it was pulled onto another path. From the only thread of life, it was dragged to the nearby line of certain death. "No!" Xinghua screamed, gazing at Mu Xing with immense resentment. "Blood Moon, I curse you. I burn the very power of the Lord of Chaos to curse you. You will become a slave of chaos, eternally destitute." A terrifying chaos curse erupted from Mu Xing, seemingly condemning him to become the lowest of chaos servants. However, Mu Xing merely sneered, revealing his true form. "I'm sorry to disappoint you. I am also the will of chaos." "What?" Xinghua was stunned, watching his curse fall and be completely absorbed by Mu Xing. A mysterious devouring force swept out, consuming the chaos curse. "No, how is this possible? You can actually devour chaos? You are the monster in the prophecy." Xinghua screamed, as if witnessing the most horrific thing. "Blood Moon, you must die, or the Chaos faction will never find peace." He knew full well that Mu Xing's ability to devour the gathering chaos meant that one day, he would be able to devour the entire Chaos faction. This was something he could not tolerate, so he decisively inflicted the death curse. He once again burned his essence, cursing Mu Xing. However, Mu Xing still disappointed him. The heavenly eye between his brows opened, revealing the Eye of Desolation. The Eye of Desolation? How could you, a human, merge with the Eye of Desolation? Mu Xing said expressionlessly, "You and Nora teamed up to summon the Shadow of Desolation from the future to hunt me down. Unfortunately, you failed." Watching the Desolation domain unfold, all curses reduced to ash, Xing Snail finally despaired. With the Desolation domain in place, no curse could harm Mu Xing. "No, I won't give up. I haven't become the strongest Lord of Chaos yet. I haven't achieved my goal yet." Xing Snail screamed in agony. Until another punch from the old lady shattered the broken core. "What the hell are you screaming about? I'm so annoying." The evil spirit was about to burn the core fragments to ash, but Mu Xing stopped him. "What's wrong? Are you feeling pity and wanting to release the Star Snail?" Mu Xing's lips curled slightly. "Of course I release it, but only as bait." "You mean?" Mu Xing looked at Lan. "Uncle Lan, is there a way to modify it? I want to turn the Star Snail into poisonous bait." Lan immediately understood what Mu Xing meant. "Are you trying to use this opportunity to control Zhou Liang?" "Yes, his presence has always been a nuisance, but he's timid and cautious, making it nearly impossible for us to catch him. If left unchecked, he eventually grow into a formidable threat. So, why not seize this opportunity, and use poison bait to control him?" Lan pondered for a moment and said, "I can transform it, but I'm not sure if Zhou Liang would take it, or even dare to take it. Don't worry, I know him. He's cautious, but also quite conceited. He thinks the relics of the past allow him to ignore all plots and calculations. This time, let's give him a real blow, and at the same time, create a formidable enemy for Nora. Wait, you think we can't kill Nora? We can injure him severely, but killing him is nearly impossible. Nora is a veteran multiverse, and her power of destiny is incredibly treacherous. Unless I one day obtain the fateful inheritance, it's unlikely with our current strength. The evil spirit replied, yes, the vestigial pill I just took won't last long, and my aunt can't just show up. It's indeed difficult for Lon to do it alone. Mu Xing looked at Lon. Uncle Lon, it's decided. Let's begin. Lon nodded, and immediately gathered the fragments of the star snail. First, he cleared his memory and consciousness, then, with the help of my aunt and the evil spirit, he transformed the poisonous bait. The power of destiny was crucial, its core replaced with the power of fate, controllable by Mu Xing. After completing all this, Xing Snail let out a strange cry and stormed out of Terra's city. Looking like a wounded stray dog, it fled. First Chaos King Zhou Liang was just confused as to what was happening when he saw Lon in his prime, a living sun woven with shadows and radiance, chasing him fiercely. The wind is blowing. Zhou Liang took off without hesitation. I underestimated Terra's city's strength. Lon had already advanced. It turned out he was just acting. And that dead cat also possesses multidimensional combat power. A wise man avoids a loss right now. I'm retreating first. As Xinghua fled at breakneck speed, Zhou Liang also fled at top speed. But soon, he was chasing Xinghua. He sensed that Xinghua was at the end of its strength, hanging on by a thread. A tinge of ambition arose in his heart. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If I eat Xinghua, wouldn't that be a chance for multidimensional combat? As soon as this thought arose in his heart, he could no longer suppress it. He increased his speed and pursued it. Meanwhile, Nora, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Zhou Yuan's external manifestation, also noticed the situation. His expression darkened, especially when he saw Lon and the evil spirit abandon their pursuit of Xinghua and charge towards him. He couldn't help but curse, Xinghua, you idiot, you've ruined my plans. The gaping hole in his chest still hadn't healed, and with Zhou Yuan's interference, it remained shattered. At this moment, the addition of two more diverse forces instantly tipped the scales of victory in the other direction. Nora hadn't expected to be tricked. Na Lon had already broken through. Somehow, he had obscured his perception of fate. Nora, you traitor. Today, on behalf of Terra's city and the survival line, I will bring you to justice. Mu Xing's voice rang out, making Xinghua's teeth ache. He realized that all this plan had been orchestrated by this despised little person before him. No time to wait. Time to reap the rewards. Nora growled, grasping the void in the direction of Terra's city, activating the council's circular fate system. However, after a moment's wait, the expected tree of fate, which had burst through the council's dome, did not appear. As she wondered, Yuan appeared above the council's dome. Nora, are you waiting for me? The moment she saw Yuan, Nora turned and ran without hesitation. He knew that Yuan's escape would mean his own circular fate system had been broken. Traitor, you want to escape? Have you ever asked us if we agree? At that moment, from the distant other side of the void, towering figures emerged. Cheers erupted in Terra. Mu Xing glanced at the big screen, and seeing the returning figures, he breathed a sigh of relief. The multiverse of the survival line had finally arrived. Chapter 973. You've returned so quickly. Nora was forced to halt her hurried steps. The light around her rapidly shrank, instantly shifting from an offensive stance to a defensive one. For towering space-time figures suddenly appeared in front of her, stretching across the void like an eternal barrier, completely blocking all escape routes. Zhou Yun stepped out of the void, his voice thundering, Nora, you have deceived your superiors and subordinates, colluded with chaos, and plotted against your compatriots. Your crimes are unforgivable. You have no way to escape. I urge you to surrender, or else we will disregard our past friendship. Nora frantically held the dim sword of destiny, her former dignity gone. Suddenly, she burst into hysterical laughter. Ha ha ha. Zhou Yun, why bother with hypocrisy? Since ancient times, victors have been kings and losers have been bandits. If you have the guts, come and fight me to the death. The sword of destiny in his hand suddenly flashed with a cold light, pointing directly at the four multidimensional beings in the distance. Though you have been defeated today, taking my life will not be so easy. At this critical moment, Lon and the evil spirit burst through the air with murderous intent. The six multidimensional forces formed a net that surrounded Nura. The powerful beings all looked at the multidimensional being manipulating the dimensional barrier. Velen, It's time to make a decision. The low voice of the logic arbiter, Yax, echoed through the void. He adjusted his glasses, which shimmered with a mysterious light. Countless lines of logic crisscrossed through his lenses, and his snow-white beard pierced the endless void, each strand connecting to a complete world. Velen's eyes flickered as he quickly weighed the pros and cons. If it were 2 against 3, even if he was defeated, he could still help Nora escape. But facing the encirclement of 5, perhaps even 7, multiverses, betrayal would lead to annihilation. He took a heavy step forward, the void flowing around him like a veil. Nora, surrender, and I will do my best to secure leniency for you. Hearing her former friend's words of betrayal, Nora sneered harshly. Velen, I thought you would follow me until death, but I didn't expect you to be a two-faced hypocrite. The sword of destiny suddenly slashed, decisively severing the thread of fate connecting him to Velen. From now on, we are no longer connected. When we meet again, it will be a fight to the death. Velen's face twisted, and he struggled, but in the end, he simply retreated silently behind the multiverses. He knew full well that this was his token of allegiance, and this betrayal had completely destroyed his friendship with Nora, beyond redemption. Zhou Yuan roared, Nora. You committed such a heinous crime, and yet, you still want to escape? Today, we will enforce justice. Zhou Yuan's right hand grasped, and his avatar instantly returned to its original position, merging with his original form. Instantly, the terrifying aura of a veteran multiverse swept through the arena, causing the 2 observing multiverses to shudder. Zhou Yuan unabashedly displayed his true strength, then swung his fist straight at Nora. Well done. Let me see how truly accomplished you, a multiverse that emerged from the swarm of survivors, are. Nora thrust her sword forward, and the 2 engaged in a fleeting exchange of dozens of rounds in the void. The void swirled, its surging waves annihilating several nearby chaos masses. If the battlefield hadn't been in the void, in the physical universe, the entire plane would have been reduced to ashes in the aftermath. Each of their fierce battles was deadly, and every collision unleashed a devastating force. This guy is too arrogant. Lon, let's join forces to suppress this arrogant individual. The evil spirit was eager to demonstrate its power, hoping to gain more leverage in future negotiations with Terra City. The greater the strength, the more respect one naturally commands. Lon nodded slightly, and attacked simultaneously with the evil spirit. Zhou Yuan, who had originally been evenly matched with Nora, was now losing ground after receiving 2 major reinforcements. Attacked from 3 sides, Nora, already wounded, continued to suffer new wounds. The dense cat claw marks were particularly vicious, aiming specifically at his face. This cunning evil spirit was elusive, making Nora unable to defend herself. Although Lon was a newcomer to the multiverse, he displayed the battle wisdom accumulated over eons. After the curse of the Creator Clan's multiverse was broken, the unleashed combat power terrified Nora. He and Zhou Yuan attacked from both sides, their coordinated attack seamlessly defeating Nora. From behind, the Arbiter of Logic, Yax, and the Shaper of All Things, Elim, finally struck. The combined attack of the 2 ancient beings tore through the void, and despite Nora's desperate attempts to dodge, she was still struck in the shoulder. Countless threads of fate snapped, the once brilliant golden threads transformed into a pitch-black darkness of despair. The blow directly shattered Nora's right shoulder and entire arm. At the same time, Zhou Yuan and Lan's combined attack pierced through his chest. Gulps of golden blood spurted from his mouth, severely wounded by the blow. Die! The evil spirit's claws, like lightning, instantly slashed across Nora's neck, decapitating the proud head. Even so, the numerous Yuan attacks continued unabated. Nora remained alive, struggling to maintain her barrier. A gray-white vortex suddenly emerged from her shattered chest. Since that's the case, let's perish together. The vortex rapidly expanded, a desolate and deadly aura permeating the air. A thick thread of fate pierced through the future. Oh no! He's trying to summon the shadow of desolation from the future. Stop him! Zhou Yuan cried out in shock. Ha ha ha. Too late. Since you want to kill me, then bring on the age of desolation. Nora's severed head let out a maniacal laugh. Many Yuans hurriedly joined forces, only to see the grayish-white power of desolation begin to devour their sealing power. At this critical moment, a dark shadow burst through the air. The moonlight great sword and the scythe of destiny merged into one, swirling towards Zhou Yuan. The moment Zhou Yuan grasped the blade, Mu Xing had already flashed before Nora. As Nora stared in shock, he single-handedly restrained the vortex of death. Seal it. For me. The heavenly eye between his brows flared furiously, the eye of withering silence manifesting. Mu Xing now appeared like a true shadow bringer. While the other dimensions were helpless, he forcibly closed the vortex as a shadow bringer. You actually... Nora was utterly shocked. She had never imagined Mu Xing could truly control the power of withering silence. The moment the vortex vanished, Zhou Yuan's combined divine weapon slashed down furiously. Clang! The thread of fate that stretched through the future snapped. Nora screamed shrilly, the power of withering silence erupting from within her, devouring her dimensional body from the inside out. Evil spirit, seize the sword! Mu Xing glanced at the evil spirit. The evil spirit understood, and before Nora's left hand could fully dissipate, it snatched the dimly golden sword of destiny in one gulp, transforming into black lightning and escaping into the void. Many dimensions were utterly suppressing the unruly thread of fate, and could only watch helplessly as the evil spirit fled with the treasure. Zhou Yuan could have intervened, but he chose to stand by and watch. After returning the combined weapon to Mu Xing, he watched coldly as Nora's body disintegrated in the desolate silence. Chapter 974. It's not over yet, this is just the beginning. Nora's face, still etched with a ferocious expression, glared at the multiverses. You can't stop the tide. The age of desolation will surely arrive. Everyone will die, everyone will die. Ha ha ha. Gaze upon Nora's frantic expression. The 5 multiverses attacked together, completely blasting her head apart. As the power of desolation expanded, it completely devoured Nora. Then, the power of desolation rapidly contracted, ultimately transforming into a swirling gray, round bead. The energy absorbed by the power of desolation didn't vanish into thin air. Instead, it was transformed into the orb of desolation. This orb contained all of Nora's power, as a multiverse powerhouse. The multiverses worked together to seal the orb, layer upon layer, bringing it to a complete silence. Finally, it was placed in the deepest safe in Terra City. Things are about to change. Yuan, in the command center, suddenly uttered these 4 words. Shua, his expression grim, echoed from the side, yes, Xinghua is dead, and Nora has been defeated by the combined forces. Even if Nora still has a backup plan to revive, it will likely take a long time for her to regain her multidimensional combat power. After this incident, both the survival line and the chaos faction are bound to unleash a devastating tidal wave. Yuan waved his right hand, and the council members in the council hall behind him, who had been asleep, woke up in confusion. Even though Yuan had informed them of the truth in advance, they were still shocked by the scene they saw when they left the council hall. The entire city of Terra had been destroyed, leaving only the inner city. 5 multiverse figures stood in the void, but Nora was missing. In her place stood a newly ascended multiverse powerhouse, Lon. Only then did the veil surrounding Terra City slowly dissipate, and the void suddenly lit up with white light, with thick roots extending from an unknown world. The survival system had returned. Or perhaps it had already returned, merely observing from the sidelines. This was a grand test for all survivors. From the survivors to the multiverse counselors, all were part of this test. And now, with the return of the survival system, it was time to announce the scores. Seeing their master's demise, the disciples of fate regained their sanity and attempted to escape, but were suppressed and imprisoned by the multiverse members. As punishment, they would become Terra City's new batteries, replenishing the losses. At this moment, the roots of the survival system extended before the multiverse counselors. The rewards began to be distributed. At the invitation of the survival system, Lon officially joined, becoming the new speaker, replacing Nora. Thus, while the number of members of the survival system appeared unchanged, everyone could see that everything had changed. Congratulations, you completed the main quest of the auditions, and received the reward, Rules of Destiny. Just then, a pleasant voice rang out in Mu Xing's ears. It was the survival system's quest completion. No, I worked so hard fishing, and this is all the system gives me. Isn't that too stingy? Next to him, Zhou Yuan walked over and patted Mu Xing on the shoulder. Be content. The survival system has granted you quite a few things. Isn't the evil spirit's body a reward? Didn't you just take the sword of destiny? Ahem. Mu Xing coughed quickly. Well, these are my spoils. I even helped stop Nora from summoning the withered shadow. So it's even, right? Zhou Yuan rubbed his chin. In that case, I can help you apply for access to the level 1 treasury through the survival system. Really? Mu Xing's face lit up with anticipation. He had long coveted the treasures within the level 1 treasury. Of course, this is the reward for the top-ranked contestants in the survival audition, but you can take a few more. As Zhou Yuan finished speaking, Mu Xing heard the voice of the survival system. Ding! Congratulations on taking first place in the audition. You enter the level 1 treasury, and select 3 plus 3 divine-grade items. Mu Xing nodded in satisfaction. Originally, he could have taken 3 divine-grade items, but now that's doubled. Not a bad loss, after all. Of course, he knew the true form of the evil spirit, and the Sword of Destiny was the biggest prize. If not, he wouldn't have given up, and would have demanded more. "Are you Blood Moon?" A strange voice called from behind. Mu Xing turned and saw the dimensional architect, Warren. He was Nora's good friend. They had joined the survival system together, but now he had to make a choice, to kill Nora. Mu Xing suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He wondered if he dared to touch him, would he summon his aunt, and have Uncle Lon and the evil spirits attack him first? However, the other man didn't radiate any murderous intent or malice. There was no sign of his fate darkening, clearly resigned to the fact. Mu Xing, neither humble nor arrogant, clasped his fists and said, "Greetings, Speaker Warren. You are truly a promising talent. Terra City is fortunate to have such an outstanding young person in the survival system. If it weren't for the efforts of you, the new generation, this disaster would have had disastrous consequences. On behalf of the entire council, I express my gratitude." Mu Xing was stunned. What did this sudden compliment mean? Could he have sensed his own desire to strike first? Mu Xing shook his head. This is all for Terra City, for the survival line. This isn't the work of any one person. It's the victory of all survivors. Well said. Zhou Yuan's resounding voice echoed from behind. He and Lon stood upright behind Mu Xing, their meaning clear as day. Velan smiled. Don't be nervous. Although Nora and I are good friends, that's all in the past. At this moment, the Universal Shaper Alam also came over. You're right. We and the multiverse must unite. The chaos threat remains. Although the Star Snail has been severely damaged, we haven't gained sufficient advantage. The first Chaos King will eventually rise to power. Coupled with the backup plan Nora left behind, the pressure we will face will only increase. With these words, the multiverse ended their confrontation and turned away. Don't worry, I protect you from now on. Now that Lon has joined us, those old guys won't dare to attack you. Zhou Yuan patted Mu Xing's shoulder and gave him a reassuring look. Mu Xing nodded. Zhou Yuan was a pretty good guy. Although he was a multiverse, he never put on airs. After all, he was a multiverse from the real world, full of approachability. Thank you, Speaker Zhou Yuan, for your kindness. Zhou Yuan paused, then transmitted, if one day you can bring my rebellious son back to the right path, I will support you no matter what you do. Mu Xing froze. It seemed the speaker had already known his plan. He replied, Don't worry, Speaker. I know how to handle this matter. I might surprise you later. Zhou Yuan nodded with great satisfaction. He rubbed his aching arms. Speakers, please return to the defense line and fight back those Chaos Lords first. Chapter 975. As soon as the words fell, the 4 speakers transformed into dazzling rainbows, tearing through the air and charging towards the precarious survival line with the force of thunder. At the same time, the entire city of Terra seemed like a giant beast awakened, countless dazzling streams of light shooting up into the sky like a retrograde meteor shower. The awakened senators transformed into rainbows and followed the speaker's footsteps to the battlefield. Lon looked at Mu Xing solemnly. The defense is critical. I must provide support immediately. Now that the Star Snail is destroyed, in a 5-on-5 situation, those Chaos Bastards won't be able to gain any advantage. Mu Xing nodded solemnly. Uncle Lon, be careful. Although Chaos has suffered heavy losses, we shouldn't underestimate them. Don't fight those Chaos Overlords head-on. Lon nodded. Don't worry, I know. Without saying anything more, his figure instantly transformed into a stream of azure light, piercing the dimensional portal constructed by Velan like a sharp arrow, disappearing in the twisting ripples of space in an instant. After the last ripples of space subsided, the evil spirit stealthily poked half its head out of the void. So, those multiverses have all gone far away, right? Alright, stop hiding and get out. Mu Xing glared at the twisted space with annoyance. By the way, that survival system really won't settle accounts later? The evil spirit was still a little frightened. Don't worry, it's already acquiesced. If it hadn't, it would have recaptured you long ago. Ripples appeared on the mirror-smooth surface of the void ahead, and the evil spirit cautiously leaped out of it. Really? They even let me get away with something as important as retrieving my true form? Nonsense. If I really wanted to punish you, the survival system would just snap you back to your original form. Upon hearing this, the evil spirit immediately stretched its body, stretched itself before Mu Xing, and yawned. It casually tossed the gilded sword of destiny toward him, and Mu Xing hurriedly reached for it. It's so heavy. Mu Xing was caught off guard. This sacred weapon was 1,000 times heavier than he'd imagined, nearly crushing him to his knees. The space around the sword's edge began to warp and collapse. He tried several times, but ultimately couldn't lift it even a fraction. This weighs the fate of the universe. With your meager cultivation, don't even think of lifting it. A mocking expression crossed the evil spirit's face. Either achieve a half-step breakthrough to the multidimensional realm, or fully comprehend the laws of destiny. Otherwise, give up on this idea. Mu Xing gazed at the sacred weapon that had once severely damaged Xingwu with a single strike, feeling an itch as if 100 claws were scratching at his heart. This sword of destiny, once a peerless divine weapon, had now become a mere illusion. Just wait. Sooner or later, I will completely control the power of destiny, and wield this holy weapon. Mu Xing gnashed his teeth unwillingly. Finally, with the help of the evil spirit, they barely managed to place the divine sword on the 11th floor of the observer tower. The sword, supported by the iron crown, still creaked under the weight of the tower, threatening to collapse it. It seems the construction of the 12th floor is urgent, Mu Xing muttered to himself. This new floor would not only bear the weight of the sword of destiny, but also establish the framework for the rules of destiny. This would also be a crucial stepping stone on his journey to godhood. At this moment, a wave of hesitation rippled across the evil spirit's mirror. I wish to sever my connection with my original body and completely abandon it. Mu Xing, who was adjusting the tower, suddenly looked up, somewhat confused as to what it meant. Are you crazy? The evil spirit shook its head. I was trapped in the half-step multiverse for years. I originally thought it was due to insufficient accumulation. The evil spirit's eyes reflected past scenes. To this end, I frantically collected despair and hope, even kidnapping countless survivors. The mirror rippled, revealing every detail of its transformation into a cat. It wasn't until I lost my original form, which I painstakingly cultivated, and now join you on this adventure, that I suddenly realized that obsession is the greatest shackle. My previous ascent to the summit through my own will proved I had the potential for a breakthrough. This old shell is not only useless, but has become a burden that hinders my progress. Before the words fell, the evil spirit leaped from its original form, transforming once again into the chubby, striped cat. The powerful original form shrank into a pitch-black ball of fur, hovering quietly in the air. Have you thought it through? Mu Xing said solemnly. Once you give it up, you can't get it back. The fat cat's whiskers trembled. I've made up my mind, but I'm afraid I won't be fighting for you again. Mu Xing ruffled the cat's fur with a smile. What are you afraid of? We still have some legacy pills in stock. If things get worse, we can borrow your body from the survival system. Of course, fighting is still up to you. The evil spirit rolled its eyes. I just wanted to be lazy, but you're taking advantage of me, exploiting me like a capitalist. Ha ha ha. Mu Xing laughed heartily, as he carried the ball of black fur back to Terra's city. When he handed the body to Yuan, the young general's face was filled with disbelief. Is it really willing to return this body? After hearing Mu Xing's explanation, Yuan was in awe, ruminating on the maxim give and take. The veteran warrior seemed to have grasped something, a glint of enlightenment flashing in his eyes. Perhaps I should let go of some of my obsessions. Yuan gazed at the sky and murmured, once the guidance mission is complete, I'd be able to completely unburden myself, be myself, and take a step forward. Mu Xing smiled and bowed, then I wish Speaker Yuan a speedy breakthrough and ascension to the multiverse. Yuan scoffed and lightly patted his shoulder. Stop flattering me, brat. By the way, Mu Xing changed the subject. When does the official competition begin? I'm afraid it will be postponed. Yuan sighed. After this battle, Terra's city and the defenses need a rest and recuperation. The specific date will require a full council meeting to determine. Mu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. This gave him valuable time to improve. Blood Moon, Yuan suddenly said seriously, the next tournament will likely open up the god rank threshold. You'd better prepare in advance and seize the opportunity to break through. Thank you for the reminder. I understand. Mu Xing nodded seriously, thinking back to the god rank battles in the later stages of the auditions. If it weren't for the evil spirit, he would have been unable to cope. Just as he was lost in thought, Yuan handed him a white jade key and a carved jade box. What is this? A level 1 treasury pass, and Yuan tapped the jade box. The fate rule rewards promised by the survival system. Mu Xing was surprised. Why are you distributing the rewards? The system is incredibly busy right now. Yuan helplessly threw up his hands. It has to repair Terra's city and deal with the mess left by Xinghua. At that moment, Mu Xing noticed she was standing behind Yuan and suddenly smiled. Are you interested in joining the patrol team as a consultant? I'm in need of a researcher. The young scholar shrank back behind Yuan. Master. Yuan couldn't help but laugh. It's up to you, but following this kid, you have no shortage of research materials. Mu Xing's eyes widened. Your master and apprentice? Why? Don't you think so? Yuan smiled proudly. I have many talented students under my tutelage. Shui is just the least accomplished. As he spoke, the young general's eyes gleamed with unconcealed pride. Chapter 976. It's finally over. I'm so exhausted. In the contestant assembly area, Orina lazily leaned back in her chair, like a cat drained of its energy. Nearby, Crazy Man and Yi Wei were full of energy, even finding time to whisper in a corner. At this moment, Mu Xing approached them and looked around. Of the 200,000 contestants, only 10,000 survived the auditions and the defense of Terra City. But those who remained were truly talented and elite. It's no exaggeration to say they represent the future of the survival system. As if sensing Mu Xing's gaze, Long Tian and the others immediately nodded in his direction. No one had expected an audition to develop to this point. Except for a few who knew the truth, most people were still in the dark, believing it was some kind of test for the survival system. Jinyu and Shilin approached, still respectful. Grand Captain. Mu Xing waved his hand. The auditions are over, so don't call me Grand Captain anymore. The two couldn't help but exchange a glance. Grand Captain, if you agree, we'd like to join your war band. Mu Xing paused. Join my war band? They both nodded, their expression serious, not joking. Clearly, they had been completely won over by Mu Xing during the auditions. Before Mu Xing could reply, a slender figure sauntered toward him. Who else could it be but Bai Li? Add me in. I want to join the Grand Captain's war band too. Mu Xing was speechless. You're the White Dragon Princess, the future queen of the White Dragons. Why do you need to join my little war band? Bai Li approached. I don't care. I'm joining anyway, or I'd be waiting outside your warband's gate every day to block you. Mu Xing covered her head, having never thought this woman could be so crazy. Don't worry, I go to the White Dragon clan tomorrow to help with your father's illness. As for joining the group, there's no need. Bai Li's face lit up. Really? Of course. I was on my way to the Black Market Exchange Conference, and happened to be passing by. Thank you so much, Grand Master. She grasped Mu Xing's arm in delight. The next second, there was a snap. Bai Li's hand was slapped away by the suddenly appearing Alessa, who glared at her warily. At this moment, several more people gathered around. Qin Su, with Frostmourne slung around his waist, and Abs, the elder Black Dragon of the Black Dragon clan. Ming Yuan followed the elder Black Dragon reluctantly. From their expressions, it seemed as if they too were interested in joining his group. Who wants to join his group? I'm the Black Dragon Prince, the future Black Dragon King. Abs, you can't force me. Ming Yuan shouted. Abs slapped him on the forehead. Shut up. Abs turned around with a flattering smile. I wonder if Grand Captain Blood Moon is willing to accept Ming Yuan. He can vouch for him, and promise he'd be obedient. As if afraid Mu Xing wouldn't agree, he quickly said, Don't worry, I've already consulted His Majesty the Black Dragon King, and His Majesty is very eager for him to join. As he spoke, he handed over a box. Mu Xing gently opened it, his expression immediately brightening. Dragon Ball? Indeed, many god-level dragons have fallen over the years. Their Dragon Balls can greatly enhance physical strength and bloodline, laying a solid foundation for advancement to the god level. This is just a small token of my appreciation, not a token of respect. Mu Xing wanted to refuse, but the offer was simply too much. Mr. Abs, you're too polite. Now that the Black Dragon King has spoken, wouldn't it be an insult to His Majesty if I disagree? Abs grinned, knowing the deal was done. Though Ming Yuan still wore a bitter expression, he knew the outcome was decided. Qin Su said, the Yamaguchi-shan chapter suffered heavy losses this time. I finally returned from World of Warcraft, and was hoping to live a peaceful life, but my brothers died tragically, and the chapter collapsed. I'm not a good candidate for a captain. He looked up at Mu Xing, his expression somewhat fanatical. I wish to join your chapter. Please agree. Mu Xing grumbled. Qin Su could be brought in, after all, as a veteran expert with both experience and combat prowess. He didn't challenge her, extending his right hand. In that case, welcome aboard. Hello, Captain. Qin Su quickly extended his right hand. At that moment, someone suddenly rushed out from the crowd. Wait, there's me too. There's me too. The man's protruding ears made him clearly visible from a distance. Who else but Chen Zilong? Although his combat prowess was average, Mu Xing was envious of his treasure-hunting talent. He naturally wouldn't refuse. Even if it meant finding a human-shaped treasure-hunting prop for the team members, it would be a win-win. With this, his team had added several more elite soldiers and generals, and the team was now even more powerful. Soon, with the arrival of the competition organizing committee, the auditions finally came to a successful conclusion. Everyone's heart grew heavy as they gazed at the actual dead and sacrificed on the screen. 200,000 contestants, 1,600,000 eliminated, 30,000 dead. These 30,000 were truly elite, a significant loss for the survival system. All of these people died because of Nora's selfish desires. Some became her experimental subjects, while others sacrificed their lives defending Terra City. Thus, the audition wrap-up meeting felt particularly somber. Finally, the organizing committee announced some news about the official competition, which sounded like it would be postponed for at least 3 months. Now, much remains to be done. Terra City needs repairs, and some contestants need to recover from their injuries. More importantly, the lessons learned from this disaster will be learned. To prevent similar incidents from happening again, the survival system will likely undergo a major investigation to completely eliminate any internal spies. Hearing this news, some breathed a sigh of relief, while others felt a sense of disappointment. I was hoping to make it to the finals in one go, but I didn't expect it to be postponed, Golden Shadow Leon shouted angrily. That's right. I was hoping to fight another 300 rounds. What a pity, Carly echoed from the side. Ivan glared at them with disdain. Don't worry. The finals will be even more exciting. I advise you, the survival line contestants, to return to your training and practice hard, or you get beaten to a pulp. TSK, in the real world, only Mr. Blood Moon deserves our admiration. Stop your boasts and bring shame upon your fellow real-world contestants. You? All right. Long Tian grabbed Ivan and walked over to the Lionheart King, Gerald. I look forward to our next meeting, so we can decide the winner. Gerald grinned and shook Long Tian's right hand. I'm looking forward to it. I hope that day arrives soon. With that, the two sides waved their hands, seemingly dividing into two camps again. Yi Wei hugged Crazy's arm. Why are they all like this? I thought the defense of Terra City would unite everyone. Crazy smiled. Competition leads to progress. They all understand that. But once we're in the same trench, we're all comrades fighting against a common enemy. Mu Xing applauded. Well said. He looked around at the group around him. The official competition is at least 3 months away. Let's all work together and strive for a good ranking in the next competition. Everyone around him immediately raised their fists, their expressions growing even more resolute. Chapter 977. Back in the real world, Mu Xing first went home, then to Fatty's company. It must be said that Fatty is a business genius. In just a year, their company has already flourished, with orders flooding in. Hey, you still remember to come back? How long are you going to be this hands-off boss? The Fatty handed him a glass of water. I'm investing in your dream. Isn't it good to let you show your talents? Go away, stop talking nonsense. How long will you stay this time? When are you leaving? Mu Xing shook his head. I probably stay for 3 months this time. I have occasional social events, so I think I can get some good rest. Hearing this, the Fatty's face lit up. That's great. Let's go for a drink. Hey. We're not here for drinks today. Mu Xing grabbed him. Did your investment fail? Are you short on money? The company's account has made a lot of money recently. If you want it, I would draw it right away. The Fatty said quickly. No, I didn't come back to ask you for money this time. I came back to give you some. Give you money? The fat man was puzzled. Mu Xing handed over a card. Here are 200 million yuan, considered a new investment. How much? The fat man's voice suddenly rose several times. 200 million yuan? Zimbabwean dollars? What are you thinking? Dragon coins. Damn, did you rob a bank abroad? No, I just made some money from an investment, and this time I plan to officially get our company on track. And 200 million yuan isn't a lot. I have another 1 billion yuan to add later. Where did you get all that money? Mu Xing's face was serious, and he placed a hand on his shoulder. Have you read Infinite Flow novels? Occasionally. What's wrong? Actually, I'm a reincarnator. Mu Xing blinked. Ha ha ha. The fat man laughed and slapped the table. Don't be ridiculous. Ha ha ha. Last time you said you were an internationally wanted criminal. Mu Xing followed with a laugh. Okay, let's get down to business. If one day you have to face some irresistible danger or battle, don't give up, fight to survive. The fat man was stunned. He saw a very serious expression on his former friend's face. He scratched his head. Don't scare me. Mu Xing handed him a box. What is this? The fat man pulled a pendant from the box. From today on, wear this and never take it off. Huh? The fat man was a little confused. Are you leaving a last will? Are you really a wanted criminal? Mu Xing patted the fat man's shoulder. Listen to me on this matter, understand? The fat man nodded in confusion, though he was still wondering. Yet, he still obediently put the pendant on his neck. Just then, Mu Xing's phone rang. It was Aelina. I have something to do, so I leave first. I come back and treat you to a drink when I'm done. Okay, you go ahead. The fat man hurriedly escorted Mu Xing to the door. After watching him get into the car, he reluctantly turned back and touched the strange pendant hanging around his neck. It didn't look anything special. In the car, the madman was waiting for him in the driver's seat. Why don't you just confess? With your current status, you won't be punished for revealing information to ordinary people. Mu Xing shook his head. I'm just taking precautions. The survival system has suffered such heavy losses this time, and the system has already made expansion plans. More people from the real world will be recruited into the system. How much is it this time? Millions? Tens of millions? The fat man might also be recruited into the system as a survivor. He asked the madman to start the car, then continued, of course, if possible, I don't want him to be caught up in the vortex of the survival system. Let him pursue his ideals and live a stable life. Compared to the precarious life and death of the survival system, I would rather he continue to live in peace and stability. The madman said, Isn't this a good idea? Isn't that unfair to him? Mu Xing stared at the images flashing by outside the window. That's why I left him a backup plan. I just hope the peaceful days can last a little longer. The madman couldn't help but laugh. Don't make promises here anymore. Be careful, next time we meet, he'd be a survivor. Mu Xing couldn't help but touch his nose. Don't be such a pessimist. With that, he called Aelina, who had just hung up. Where are we meeting? Soon, a familiar voice rang out. Commercial Street. Soon, in Kowloon City Commercial Street. Mu Xing and the others had barely taken 2 steps when they saw a cheerful hand waving towards them. Over here. Over here. Mu Xing and the others hurried over. At this moment, a drama unfolded among the 5 women. Aelina, Yue, Ava, whom they hadn't seen in a while, and Maria, who was accompanied by Alessa. They sat at a street-side bar, eating ice cream. Alessa's eyes narrowed as she happily stuffed her ice cream into her mouth. Maria looked much more refined, but with Luoyang's weapon beside her, she didn't look like she was just out shopping. Blood Moon, long time no see. Ava waved at Mu Xing. When she looked at the madman next to her, her expression immediately fell. Mu Xing glanced back at the madman, who shrugged innocently. I just explained it to her. Then Yue ran over and clung sweetly to the madman. Olina's expression remained unchanged, as if she had completely broken free from her feelings for the madman. She looked at Mu Xing. You're so late. Didn't we agree to leave as soon as we returned to base? I went back to the real world to take care of some things, Mu Xing said. Oh, let's go now. The Black Market Exchange Conference is about to start. Didn't it say tomorrow? We have to grab a spot today. Hey, we made it to the auditions, and my booth was taken. Now I have to go and get a new one. So let's go now, Arena said impatiently. Wait a minute, I'm waiting for someone. Mu Xing had barely finished speaking when a familiar figure hurried over. Dressed in splendid attire, he looked exceptionally handsome and capable. There was no sign of the slump he had shown 6 months ago. Of course, it was none other than Zhang Ting. Boss, I'm here. Zhang Ting had run all the way here, breathless. Mu Xing glanced behind him. Where's your wife, Qinyu? She went there a long time ago, 3 days early. I was waiting for you, boss. Luckily you made it. He grabbed a drink from the bar next to him and gulped it down. Boss, I've been waiting for you in the store for 3 days and 3 nights. Mu Xing patted his shoulder. Are you ready for our new products? They're the main attraction this time. We're relying on this opportunity to make a name for ourselves. Zhang Ting pounded his chest. Don't worry, boss. Everything's ready. Just as he was excitedly dancing and about to start talking, he suddenly shrank back, as if a knife was pressed against his back. Looking back, he saw Alessa, holding her ice cream, pointing angrily at his empty cup. Chapter 978. The Black Market Exchange Conference is a grand event jointly organized by the black markets of various cities and factions. It is generally held only every 2 years, so it is exceptionally lively and grand. Additionally, with the support of many major factions in recent years, the Black Market Exchange Conference has taken on a certain official status. This year's Black Market Exchange Conference was held at Tianji Pass, on the third line of defense. Real-world survivors who wish to reach the exchange conference must teleport through a transit station. Mu Xing and his companions, with the guarantor of the Kowloon auction house and industry giant Aelina, had smooth passage and easy entry. However, their primary goal was to reach the White Dragon clan's base. As one of the earliest foreign factions to join the survival system, the White Dragon clan has made significant achievements since the establishment of the survival line. While the White Dragon clan's contributions to the survival system are limited, they have contributed countless high-level gods. For many years, they have consistently held a top 10 position. However, with the White Dragon King suffering a severe blow, their situation has deteriorated over the years, and the White Dragon clan's ranking is in danger of falling. So, the White Dragon clan is now desperately grasping at every possible straw. When Mu Xing and the others arrived at the entrance to the White Dragon clan's compound, Bai Li was already waiting. Behind her, 2 8th-level divine bodyguards stood guard, one on each side, never leaving her side. Clearly, Bai Li's experience during the auditions had made the entire White Dragon clan extremely nervous. Captain Blood Moon, you're finally here. Bai Li's expression of surprise and delight was palpable upon seeing the newcomers. But before Mu Xing and the others could approach, an 8th-level divine dragon blocked their path, staring at them sternly, as if trying to gauge their danger. Uncle Emoli, please show some respect to our distinguished guests, Bai Li said with a hint of displeasure. The White Dragon warrior named Emoli simply bowed slightly to Bai Li, and said, Your Highness, this concerns the safety of His Majesty the Dragon King. Please forgive me for carefully checking their background. But the next second, Emoli retreated as if facing a formidable enemy, shielding Bai Li behind him. His eyes fixed on the striped cat licking its paw on Mu Xing's shoulder. Bai Li pushed away Emoli's raised hand, and walked straight to Mu Xing. Captain, don't worry, Uncle Emoli is just too nervous. Mu Xing shook his head. He was here to save people, not to argue. Take us in quickly. We're in a hurry. We have to go to the Black Market Exchange Conference next. Then, under the watchful eyes of the 2 8th-level gods, Bai Li transformed into a White Dragon tour guide and personally led them in. Only after they entered the portal did the White Dragon expert nearby nudge Emoli. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? The princess and the others are already inside. Emoli subconsciously wiped the sweat from his forehead. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I sensed a faint aura of multidimensionality in that cat just now. The White Dragon beside him couldn't help but shake his head. What multidimensionality? Emoli, don't get so nervous, you're hallucinating. Meanwhile, as soon as Mu Xing and the others passed through the portal, they were captivated by the magnificent scene before them. This place was like a mysterious little world, a vast expanse of millions of miles. Endless plains, winding rivers, and endless forests. In the distance, a majestic white snow-capped mountain range emerged. It was on the summit of these towering peaks that the White Dragon palaces stood, a truly magnificent sight. Beneath the snow-capped mountains, there are numerous dragon cities, each of which is unique. The White Dragon clan's small world is home not only to the White Dragon clan, but also to numerous other races, such as the Dragon Men, affiliated with the White Dragon clan. Of course, there are humans here too, as well as consulates, commercial cities, and so on, stationed by various major factions. If you weren't in a hurry, I would have taken you on a tour of our White Dragon clan's unique cities. Mu Xing and the others were also captivated by everything within this small world. It felt like they had entered a fantastical otherworld. Each city was guarded by a high-level white dragon, and various gigantic floating creatures roamed the air, defying the gravity of this small world. They rowed a massive dragon boat towards the royal palace atop the snow-capped mountains. 2 8th-level divine dragon guards stood at the bow, attracting considerable attention. Look, it's Her Royal Highness's dragon boat. I heard that this time Her Royal Highness has found a physician to save His Majesty the Dragon King. Really? Not another charlatan, is he? This time it's different. I heard the physician is quite influential, from Terra City. Terra City? Could His Majesty the Dragon King really be saved this time? Various discussions emanated from the city below. Bai Li stood at the bow, naturally enjoying everyone's attention and worship. It wasn't until the dragon boat soared upwards, passing through the barrier of the snowy mountain, that they successfully entered the palace complex atop it. Before landing, a welcoming procession of thousands of elite white dragons was already lined up and waiting. Wow, what a grand spectacle! The madman couldn't help but glance sideways. These elite white dragons were all gods, the weakest being a first-order god, and the leader a ninth-order god. Clad in ornate silver-white dragon armor, wielding a dragon spear, he saluted respectfully upon seeing the dragon boat land. The clanking of armor clashed as the elite white dragons saluted in unison. Bailey waved, signaling them to stand. Then he turned to the leading white dragon and smiled. "Uncle Yumming, how is my father?" The white dragon named Yumming's expression grimaced. "Princess, the Dragon King, isn't doing well." Bailey's face darkened, and he instinctively glanced at Mu Xing. "Don't worry, it's okay." Mu Xing gave her a reassuring smile. "Take me inside to check on the situation." "Okay, please follow me." Bailey hurriedly led Mu Xing and the others towards the palace. However, just as they entered the White Dragon King's palace, they were stopped by someone. "Bailey, you, a dragon princess, actually brought these unnamed humans into the White Dragon Clan's palace. Do you still respect His Majesty the Dragon King?" The man was dressed in brocade robes, his sleeves emblazoned with ornate dragon patterns. He had a beard and a pair of white jade dragon horns, exuding a natural royal aura. "Uncle Yunfang, please don't stop me from entering to save my father." Bailey was clearly displeased with the man who blocked her path. The white dragon named Yunfang was a dragon prince, the White Dragon King's third brother, and his power had reached the level of a ninth-order god. He seemed to have already taken a step into the half-step multidimensional realm. "Stop? Bailey, I hope you recognize your identity. You are the princess, the future of the White Dragon Clan, not some desperate sorcerer seeking help from some quack." "Whose quack are you talking about?" Ava couldn't help herself, her hands on her hips, pointing at Yunfang. "Who do you think you are? How dare you point fingers at His Highness the Third Prince?" An 8th-level divine white dragon burst out from behind Yunfang, spear in hand, poised to attack Ava without hesitation. Mu Xing frowned, the evil spirit on his shoulder already poised to strike. But then, with a clang, a white spear was sent flying, and the 8th-level dragon was slammed into the wall by the spear's handle. The attacker was none other than Yuming. "If you dare disrespect the princess's guest again, next time I strike, not with the spear's handle, but with the tip." "Yuming, are you mad?" the white dragon roared. Chapter 979. Yuming's expression suddenly changed, his dragon eyes flashing with murderous intent. The tip of his spear emitted a dragon shadow, revealing murderous intent. At the critical moment, Prince Yunfang pulled the guard behind him and asked, "What? General Yuming wants to attack me too?" Yuming was filled with rage. "Yunfang, as long as I'm here, you won't be able to control everything." Yunfang sneered. "Should I consider your actions a disrespect for the royal family and punish you for disrespect? You might as well try." Yuming growled. 2 guards flanked Yunfang, one on each side, unsheathing their weapons. In response, the 1,000 armored soldiers behind Yuming roared in unison, their momentum surging. The 2 sides confronted each other, their swords drawn. "Enough. Stop." At that moment, a cold voice rang out. Everyone looked up to see the man, adorned with a phoenix crown and a bridal robe, looking regal and elegant, followed by dozens of dragon maids. Everyone except Yunfang bowed their heads in greeting. "Greetings, mother." "Greetings, queen." Bailey and the others hurriedly bowed their heads. Only Yunfang nodded casually. "Greetings, madam." The queen's eyes shone with majesty. Her power had also reached the 9th level of the divine realm, and with the added blessing of her status as queen, her radiance was even more dazzling, blinding. She glanced around. "How can you be so noisy? And you dare to fight in front of the royal palace? Do you really think I dare not punish you?" Everyone bowed their heads, speechless. Only Mu Xing and his group remained standing with their heads held high, as firm as the Optimus Prime between heaven and earth. The queen's gaze finally fell on Mu Xing and the others. "I suppose this is Mr. Blood Moon, the nephew of Speaker Lan?" As soon as these words were spoken, both Yuming, with his face full of dissatisfaction, and Yunfang, with his face full of pride, were startled. Instinctively, they glanced at these inconspicuous young men, their eyes changing. Although Terra's City had blocked the news, these White Dragon Clan leaders had still learned some information through special channels. Among them was news about the defense of Terra's City. During that battle, Xinghua attacked, Nora rebelled, and Terra's City was in imminent danger. But one person stepped forward to turn the tide, calmly controlling the situation and ultimately pulling the balance of victory back. Although the opponent's name had not been revealed, they could guess some information from the subtle clues. In particular, the recently appointed Speaker of the Council, Terra City's newest duo Yuan Lan, was a household name. Now, This new Duoyuan was patrolling the various defense lines, making a presence known everywhere. At that moment, they finally realized the ridiculousness of their previous dismissive attitude. Even Yun Fong was eager to flatter him. The queen stood on the steps and saluted Mu Xing. It is an honor for the White Dragon clan to have Mr. Shuiyue here. I apologize for causing you such a commotion earlier. Mu Xing calmly walked up the steps. Queen, spare the polite words. I'm here in gratitude to Bai Li. Take me to see the White Dragon King first. The queen subconsciously glanced at Bai Li beside her before nodding. Please follow me. Only after everyone had left did Yun Fong's expression turn grim. He growled at his trusted aide behind him, who brought this news. You're claiming credit without even investigating this person's background? Not only has this failed to suppress that little girl Bai Li, but you've also offended Shuiyue. I'm going to kill him. Yu Ming, who was standing nearby, overheard this and came over, sarcastically saying, Your Highness, you've been in the White Dragon tribe for far too long. It's been a while since you've been to the battlefield, right? What do you mean by that? Yun Fong glared. I simply want to tell you, Your Highness, that you'd better put aside your petty thoughts. Ask yourself, even if you can rule the White Dragon tribe, can you truly lead it to a better future? In my opinion, Princess Bai Li is the true future of our White Dragon tribe. With that, Yu Ming turned and left, laughing heartily. Yun Fong's expression shifted for a moment before he managed to utter, Yu Ming, wait for me. Meanwhile, Mu Xing and the others were being led by the queen into the White Dragon King's chambers. The vast chambers were covered with countless white talismans. These several-meter-long talismans absorbed and blocked the dangerous energy emanating from within. They also prevented external energy from interfering with the interior. From time to time, violent coughs could be heard. Mother, how is father? Bai Li asked nervously. The queen's expression was grim. Every day, dozens of royal descendants take turns to provide the king with blood. But the situation remains dire. It's getting worse. The Chaos Lord's power is terrifying. If he can't be saved this time, I'm afraid. As she spoke, the queen, who had just stunned the crowd outside, finally couldn't contain her emotions, tears streaming down her face. As for Mu Xing and the others, they leisurely observed the surroundings, finding this place quite interesting. The demon on Mu Xing's shoulder was currently being held by Alessa. It lay in her arms, enjoying itself, snoring loudly as it was stroked. Alessa frowned. I don't like the smell of the air here. There's a force even darker and more dangerous than the other world. Mu Xing had already learned before arriving that the White Dragon King had been injured by the 6th Chaos Lord, Shadow of the Void, Vigus. This 6th Chaos Lord differed from his brother, the 5th Chaos Lord, Abyss Lord, Atalos. While the Abyss Lord was the Lord of the Abyss, he was the Lord of Illusion. Atalos could simulate anything, and his fame resonated throughout the universe. Vigus, on the other hand, was renowned for his powerful imaginary powers. This power was somewhat similar to Alessa's otherworldly realm, capable of manifesting a person's inner thoughts and visions. However, his ability to manifest was even more powerful than Alessa's. Alessa could only manifest the dark side of her target, but Vigus was different. He could manifest the thoughts and visions of almost anyone. Being drawn into his unique virtual realm was more terrifying than being drawn into the multiverse's domain of control. This was a terrifying monster even more formidable than the star snail. Therefore, to prevent the White Dragon King's power, derived from Vigs, from leaking out and harming other white dragons, the palace was encircled by layers of barriers. At the last 2 barriers, Mu Xing paused. Wait here. Alessa, just follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, the evil spirit leaped onto Mu Xing's shoulder. The others nodded and stopped moving forward. The queen also stopped them, taking Bai Li with her. As they entered the penultimate barrier, Mu Xing suddenly felt a surge of powerful dragon energy. This dragon energy, belonging only to the royal family, separated the inside from the outside, and only those at the half-step multidimensional level could enter. The queen waved her right hand, and a barrier formed to protect Mu Xing, Bai Li, and the others. Only the royal family can enter this place, and this is to prevent those with ill intentions from harming His Majesty the Dragon King. Mu Xing nodded in understanding. But he frowned slightly. Let's have all the dragons who set up the barriers come here later. What's wrong? Bai Li said nervously. The barrier has been contaminated by the power of chaos. Hearing this, the queen was also startled, then said, Perhaps this time, Your Majesty can truly be saved. Chapter 980. When Mu Xing and the others passed through the second barrier and entered the first, the queen stopped Bai Li. Lear, wait here. Bai Li was puzzled. Mother? Let me go in to see father. I'm very worried about him. You stay here and guard the barrier. Be obedient. Bai Li was about to say something, but Mu Xing said, "Don't worry, princess. Leave the Dragon King's illness to me." Bai Li's face was filled with anticipation. "Captain, I trust you." Mu Xing nodded and stepped into the final barrier. The moment he entered the barrier, his pupil shrank sharply, shocked by the scene before him. Where was the majestic white Dragon King he had imagined? It was a sewer filled with corruption and stench. In a vast pool of filthy black mucus, countless dancing liquids flowed, like living creatures. Despite the presence of cleanup crews constantly employing the secret techniques of the White Dragon clan to remove the contamination, it continued to seep from the center. At the center of this vast pool of slime, dozens of rune-encrusted chains bound the monster, no longer worthy of being called a dragon. In the pitch-black pool of slime, the corrupted White Dragon King slowly convulsed. Its once elegant body was now covered in festering tumors, and fishy yellow pus oozed from the flaking scales. Spined bones pierced the epidermis, carving sickly ripples through the black slime. 24 rune-encrusted black iron chains pierced its limbs and wing membranes, and every struggle triggered bursts of bluish-purple lightning from the chains. The dragon's head was immersed in the sticky black slurry, half of its face completely dissolved, and dark red whiskers dangled from its exposed gums. When it raised its broken horn, countless bloodshot eyeballs would float to the bottom of the pool, rotating in sync with the chaotic whispers emanating from the dragon's throat. The corrupted dragon's tail occasionally slapped the pool wall, sending up splattered mucus that transformed into a screaming chaos monster in midair. It barely flew a few meters before being incinerated by the barrier into charred ash. Although Mu Xing had witnessed similar scenes before, he was still shocked. Of course, what shocked him wasn't the extent of the White Dragon King's transformation. It was that, despite this level of mutation, the White Dragon King still retained a considerable degree of sanity, not being completely consumed by the power of chaos. The solid rune chains suppressed the spread of the mutation within him, but the power of the Chaos Master continued to push him irreversibly into the abyss. In those grotesque eyes, rationality was no longer visible, only endless madness. As if sensing the stranger's presence, the ferocious maw roared and snarled at Mu Xing and the others. At this moment, the queen quickly flew over, unfazed by the White Dragon King's terrifying appearance. She held his head and used her secret power to calm him. A miraculous thing happened. Under the queen's soothing touch, the violent mutant body actually calmed down. Beside Mu Xing, Alessa was using the power of the otherworld to simulate the power of the virtual realm. At the same time, a divine seal appeared on his shoulder, attempting to analyze it. Mu Xing constantly switched between the observer's eye and the eye of destiny, constantly checking the White Dragon King's current condition. Only when the White Dragon King was completely still did the queen fly back to Mu Xing's side. But her body was covered in stains, and a trace of chaotic power was invading. Mu Xing placed a hand directly on the queen's shoulder. "Bear with it. It will hurt a little." The queen paused for a moment, then gritted her teeth and nodded. The power of desolation surged, instantly rushing into the queen's internal organs like a flood. Like a tidal wave, it instantly washed away the dragon power and the chaotic energy within the queen. Both the dragon power and the chaotic energy within her were instantly expelled. Mu Xing grasped with his right hand, unleashing his chaos cohesion ability to purify the invading chaotic energy. Finally, he returned the dragon power to the queen. The queen instantly felt a sense of relief, as if reborn. "How is this possible? The chaotic energy within me has vanished?" Mu Xing asked. "I need a quiet environment." The queen immediately understood. "Don't worry, I'm here. No one will enter the palace to cause trouble before you come out." Mu Xing looked at her. "Also, I need some consumables." "Of course." The queen, prepared, handed him a space ring. Mu Xing glanced casually at the ring and nodded in satisfaction. It was filled with high-level dragon recovery potions and pills. There were even dragon balls and dragon blood. It was clear that the White Dragon clan had made a huge investment to save the White Dragon King. 1 hour. Mu Xing held up a finger. The queen couldn't help but ask, 1 hour? Should I have the royal family come over and transfuse their blood first? Mu Xing shook his head. No need. Transfusing blood will only slightly slow the corruption of the chaotic power. It's a temporary solution. By the way, have all the experts in your clan stand by. I might find a monster later. The queen nodded quickly. I prepare. It wasn't until the queen left that the evil spirit on Mu Xing's shoulder spoke. TSK. This is a serious problem. The Lord of the Void Realm probably wants to control the White Dragon King, so he's going to great lengths, even using a tiny clone. However, this White Dragon King has surprisingly withstood the erosion of chaos, resisting this contamination with a powerful willpower akin to a half-step to multidimensionality. I have to say, this White Dragon King is truly a tough guy. Mu Xing glanced at it. Be my guardian. Well? The evil spirit rubbed its paws expectantly. Give me half of that clone. I want to use it to break through to the 4th level of God. You're about to break through to the 4th level so soon? Mu Xing was a little shocked. He was still striving towards the God level, and this guy, who eats and sleeps all day, is almost breaking through to the 4th level. It's really like comparing a human to a cat. It's infuriating. Don't worry, you're also very capable. It's because I have a solid foundation and absorbed the power of the relic when I transformed that I was able to break through. Although the evil spirit was complimenting him, it couldn't hide its pride. Alright, stop showing off. Help me protect the law later, and I give you half. Alright, leave it to me. The evil spirit excitedly assumed a stance. Mu Xing teleported before the mutated White Dragon King, bound by 24 chains. Your Majesty, I'm sure you already know my identity. The healing process will be extremely painful. I hope you can endure it. Stay true to your nature. Don't let chaos breach your mental defenses. Think of your queen and princess. They're waiting for you to return. The ferocious creature's eyes seemed to gleam with a different light, and it growled, as if responding to Mu Xing. Mu Xing nodded in satisfaction. Since the White Dragon King still possessed some consciousness, that would be easy. His greatest fear was that he would lose consciousness, consumed by chaos. If that happened, even if he were rescued, he would be nothing more than an empty shell. Just as Mu Xing was about to strike, a phantom figure suddenly emerged from the White Dragon King. Where did you come from, you ant? How dare you thwart my plans? Are you courting death? Mu Xing stared at the phantom, which was none other than the ethereal form of the 6th Chaos Lord Viggs. Chapter 981. Do it! Mu Xing growled, and Alessa suddenly looked up, her eyes turning to pure darkness. The inner world unfolded, and behind her, the evil spirit supported her. The evil spirit revealed its true form as a living sun, blessing Alessa with the power of a half-step to multidimensionality. Alessa, carefully experience the power of the virtual world. This will aid the evolution of your inner world. Alessa nodded, her face solemn. As Mu Xing grew stronger, she began to feel the tension. To catch up with Mu Xing, she had to continue to grow stronger. The inner world and the virtual world instantly connected, and the shadow of the virtual world was directly pulled into the inner world by Alessa, or rather the evil spirit. Ha, I want to see which is stronger, the virtual world of a clone of the Lord of Chaos, or my escape space. The evil spirit laughed heartily, using Alessa's inner world to construct an escape space, where various butchers appeared. And the shadow from the ethereal world had become a survivor. You've already touched the multiverse? The shadow from the ethereal world finally regained its composure, no longer daring to underestimate the evil spirit. I've trapped it, you brat. Hurry! The evil spirit shouted. Mu Xing's eyes narrowed, and he opened his hands to form the desolate realm, instantly enveloping the White Dragon King before him. He simultaneously shouted, Begin! Instantly, both the White Dragon's power and the tainted power of chaos were reduced to ash as the desolate realm compressed and devoured them. The White Dragon King's terrifying, alienated body began to tremble uncontrollably, clearly enduring unspeakable pain. This wasn't over yet. Mu Xing flung out a series of flying needles. Each needle was connected to a string. Each needle was several meters long, precisely piercing every vital acupuncture point on the White Dragon King's body. This intensified the White Dragon King's pain. Ah! A hoarse, painful roar echoed throughout the palace. Bai Li's face darkened, and she clenched her hands, pacing anxiously. It was only then that her hands were gently grasped by another pair of hands. Mother? Don't worry, your father will be fine. We must believe in him, your father. Bai Li looked at the queen with tears in her eyes, unable to help but glance at the now shielded barrier. She knew the queen hadn't let her in to see her father, because she was worried she couldn't handle it. The more she felt, the more she reminded herself to be strong. Outside the palace, all the white dragons were mobilized, nearly all their forces mobilizing towards the palace. Outside, countless dragons and dragonkind began praying for their White Dragon King. Crazy and his companion stopped outside the barrier, quietly awaiting the outcome. Yue couldn't help but ask, "Do you think it will succeed?" Crazy nodded, "I believe in the blood moon, it'd be fine." Maria stood quietly, the luoyang in her hand trembling slightly, wary of any would-be intruders. Meanwhile, in the deepest recesses of the palace, Mu Xing had begun the second phase, detoxification. The White Dragon King's body was not only contaminated by the power of chaos. If it were just the power of chaos, he could easily resolve it. But now, the power of chaos had corroded the Dragon King's body, producing a terrible toxin. He had to expel all of it to ensure the next steps could proceed. The flying needles served as a detoxification device. As Mu Xing guided them, all manner of foul toxins gushed out of the decaying dragon's body. The pool of slime beneath his feet suddenly became a vibrant riot of color. Thankfully, Mu Xing possessed the Withering Silence domain. When it descended, it instantly reduced the poisonous pool to ash. This was the benefit of the Withering Silence domain, its supreme destructive power. Even such a formidable toxin could be easily devoured and destroyed. Not only that, the incredibly pure energy contained within these toxins was returned to Mu Xing, who absorbed it. In the process of detoxification, he absorbed a vast amount of pure energy, continuously strengthening his body. At the same time, he also channeled this energy into the tower, allowing each level to absorb it and evolve. His next step was to evolve the Observer Tower into the God Tower. Now with an ample supply of energy, the Mu Xing Tower's strength continued to grow. Remember, this energy came from a clone of the Chaos Lord and the White Dragon King, a half-step multidimensional being. It was truly a tonic. "You little brat, leave some for me," the evil spirit yelled. At the same time, the Auntie poked her head out. "How dare you eat all of it all for yourself? And you won't even give me a share?" Mu Xing's brow darkened. He didn't usually see the Auntie, but whenever something good happened, she'd show up. "You can share the energy, but I want you to have a chance to make a move." "Deal." So straightforward? Mu Xing felt like this wasn't the Auntie he knew. "You haven't been possessed, have you? What are you talking about? I'm at a critical stage in my evolution, and I need a lot of energy. I've been having some indigestion from consuming Dagon's remains, and I desperately need energy to lubricate." Mu Xing said helplessly, Okay, I give you 30%. I take 40%. The old lady waved her chubby little hands. "That give you one more chance to attack." "Deal." Mu Xing suddenly felt a toothache. Such a quick win, wasn't it a loss? He then increased his detoxification efforts, continuously extracting toxins from the White Dragon King's body, and then absorbing them with the Desolate Realm. As time passed, after half an hour, he had almost completely drained the poison from the White Dragon King's body. Although the White Dragon King still looked terrifying, his trembling had subsided considerably. It seemed that Mu Xing's detoxification efforts had shown initial success. Freed from the torment of the toxins, the White Dragon King could finally breathe a sigh of relief. But Mu Xing warned, "Don't rush to use your power to heal your injuries. The chaos within you hasn't been resolved yet. Next, cooperate with me to extract that parasitic Void Shadow clone." Mu Xing knew clearly that the culprit in the White Dragon King's condition was the clone of the sixth Chaos Lord. Although this clone lacked the multidimensional realm, it still overwhelmed the injured White Dragon King, causing his condition to deteriorate. To cut the grass, one must root it out. The same applies to pathology. The root cause must be uncovered before recovery can occur. For this step, Mu Xing used the Observer Tower as a guide, searching for the source through his clairvoyance. Found it. Mu Xing clearly saw the bizarre organ that had replaced the White Dragon King's heart. It had been transformed by the shadow of the void into its own lair. "Evil spirit, hold it back. I'm rooting it out." As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow of the void, trapped in the escape space conjured by the evil spirit in the otherworld, began to frantically grow. It had sensed Mu Xing's intention to attack the heart. At that moment, the White Dragon King struggled to his feet, ripping his chest with his mutated dragon claws, revealing his parasitic, black-red heart. Dense tentacles, like tree roots, extended into every corner of the White Dragon King's body. Mu Xing attempted to forcibly remove it, demonstrating the pain the White Dragon King would endure. "Your Majesty, I will begin." Mu Xing's hands moved, transforming into surging chaotic mycelium. Although a flicker of doubt flickered in the White Dragon King's eyes, he ultimately chose to trust Mu Xing. The grayish-white mycelium suddenly extended, rushing towards the terrifying parasitic heart. Chapter 982. Any foreign, unfamiliar object would trigger an emergency response in the parasitic heart. At the very least, it would cause intense pain to the White Dragon King, or even worse, it would explode, perishing along with the White Dragon King. Therefore, Mu Xing chose the more reliable chaos mycelium. Because it was a chaos like the parasitic heart, the stress response would be much less severe. Mu Xing had seen many chaos creatures, and bore the mark of the star snail, so he used it to mimic the aura of another chaos overlord, significantly lowering the parasitic heart's vigilance. As the squirming chaos mycelium continued to spread near the heart, the other party thought it was still chaos approaching, and did not experience a strong repulsion. Now, Mu Xing manipulated the chaos mycelium to violently penetrate several nodes on the parasitic heart. By the time the parasitic heart reacted, it was too late. Chaos coalesce. With a low roar, Mu Xing activated his chaos cohesion ability. The chaos, reacting violently to the stress, suddenly trembled, intending to self-destruct and perish along with the White Dragon King. But how could Mu Xing give it such an opportunity? The power of chaos aggregation was so unpredictable. The shadow will of its ethereal world was firmly trapped by the evil spirit, and relying solely on the instinctive reactions of its parasitic heart, it was completely suppressed by Mu Xing. It quickly lost control of itself, its heart continuously twisting, and its chaotic power rapidly draining away. As the mycelium invaded, the entire parasitic heart gradually came under Mu Xing's control. With a grasp of his right hand, he manipulated the chaos mycelium to directly remove the parasitic heart from the White Dragon King's chest. The densely packed roots and blood vessels were also extracted without any damage. Immediately afterwards, Mu Xing's chaos mycelium spread to every corner of the White Dragon King's body, rapidly devouring the scattered chaotic energy. After completing this, Mu Xing began to use numerous healing items, infusing the White Dragon King's body with their medicinal properties. With the chaos and toxins cleared, the White Dragon King's powerful recovery abilities were activated. A new heart rapidly grew in his chest, and the changes in his body were healed with the help of the healing potions and purification items. The trapped Void Shadow was completely furious, dared to disrupt my plan. I will kill you. The Void Shadow fought tooth and nail, attempting to open a chaos vortex and summon its true form. Mu Xing had anticipated this move, and had prepared for it beforehand. When a massive chaos vortex appeared at the survival line, Lan, who happened to be patrolling there, or rather, waiting there specifically, took action. Vigus, this is not the place for you. You crossed the line. He waved his hand, ready to wipe away the chaos vortex. An angry voice immediately echoed from the vortex. Lan of the Creator Clan, it's you. You actually defected to the survival line, and became multiverse? The voice was shrill and sharp, tinged with disbelief. How is this possible? The curse chaos cast upon you, the Creator Clan, has been broken. The rest of the sentence remained unsaid, but Lan narrowed his eyes, a surge of rage welling up within him. It's you, damned chaos. I will never reconcile with you, chaos. Lan, enraged, swung his fist towards the other side of the vortex. Lan, just wait. You're ruining my plans. We meet on the battlefield. Crack. The massive vortex was instantly shattered. This was, after all, the survival system's territory, making it difficult for chaos to penetrate. Now, Lan took action, severing its infiltrating tentacles. In the defense line below, the guards witnessing this astonishing scene were filled with excitement, raising their banners high and shouting in unison. Lan, Lan, Lan. Meanwhile, deep within the White Dragon Clan's royal court, Mu Xing's treatment was reaching its final stages. Having removed the pollution and toxins, expelled the chaos, he now faced the final step, completely shattering the mark placed upon the White Dragon King by Viggs, the sixth Chaos Lord. He had been unable to do this before, but now, he had Lan's help. A beam of light descended from the sky, piercing the White Dragon Clan's inner world, penetrating deep into the palace, and landing upon the White Dragon King's body. The mark of the Lord embedded in the White Dragon King's back was instantly shattered. In the escape space, the shadow of the ethereal world screamed. The mark's destruction was equivalent to the destruction of its traces, completely depriving it of the strength to fight the evil spirit. At the same time, the ant also took action. Green tentacles swirled out, and together with the evil spirit, they tore the void shadow into 3 pieces. It was a perfect 4:3:3 split. The ant took the largest portion, while the evil spirit and Mu Xing each took 30%. The evil spirit eagerly devoured the void shadow, its aura suddenly rising to the 4th level of a god. The next second, its aura subsided. I'm so sleepy, so sleepy. Go back to sleep. The evil spirit flashed and disappeared directly onto the 4th floor of the observer tower. As for Alessa, she also received a small portion. Although it was less than 10%, it was still the essence of the void shadow. It carries information about the shadow's control over the void realm, helping Alessa strengthen her inner world. Here, when the White Dragon King slowly opened his eyes, he had already activated his body's self-healing abilities, completely clearing away all impurities. At the same time, his altered body rapidly recovered, transforming into a vast, majestic white dragon. Mu Xing was extremely satisfied with his surgery. Although the White Dragon King's breath was a little weak, his body was no longer seriously injured. Although his half-step multidimensional realm had slipped slightly, he had at least survived. He transformed into a humanoid form and bowed deeply to Mu Xing. Thank you, Mr. Shuiyue, for saving my life. My White Dragon clan will never forget this. I, Bai Heng, declare that from today on, you will be my White Dragon clan's permanent guest of honor. Mu Xing calmly waved his hand. White Dragon King, there's no need for politeness. I'm taking action this time solely out of Bai Li's favor. If you want to thank someone, thank your daughter. Hearing this, the White Dragon King's expression became complicated. Clearly, he had previously harbored many misunderstandings about Bai Li. Mu Xing said, for the next year, please don't work hard, White Dragon King, and especially don't go to the battlefield. Your top priority is to take good care of your health. The White Dragon King nodded quickly. Don't worry, I understand. However, the White Dragon clan is in turmoil because of me. Some are even attempting to seize power and cause division. I must deal with these matters first. Mu Xing said, this is your White Dragon clan's family affair, and I cannot get involved. Your Majesty, I will take my leave. I must hurry to attend the Black Market Exchange Conference. The White Dragon King became anxious upon hearing this. Mr. Blood Moon, why are you so anxious? I want to host a banquet to repay you for saving my life. Forget about repaying me. I'm just repaying a favor. Let's go! With that, Mu Xing took a step forward, passing through several barriers and appearing on the periphery. Seeing Mu Xing return safely, Crazy Man and his companions gathered around in surprise. How is it? Is everything going well? Mu Xing nodded. At that moment, a powerful half-step multiverse-level aura erupted from the depths of the palace, and a dragon silhouette soared into the sky. Mu Xing glanced back at the dragon silhouette. Let's go! Our mission is accomplished. Chapter 983. Just as Mu Xing and his companions were returning along their original route, preparing to leave the White Dragon tribe's small world, suddenly, a white figure hurriedly pursued them. Who else could it be but Bai Li? Captain? Anything else? Thank you, Captain, for saving my father and the White Dragon tribe. Bai Li knelt on the ground, ready to kowtow to Mu Xing. Mu Xing lifted her up and said, you are the White Dragon Princess, the future queen of the White Dragon clan. You shouldn't kneel so easily. But your father is no longer seriously ill, but I'm afraid he won't be able to make further progress in his lifetime. Therefore, the future of the White Dragon clan depends on you. Bai Li quickly said, after the Black Market Exchange Conference, I'd like to invite the team leader to our celebration to celebrate my father's recovery. Without you, the celebration will be much less impressive. Mu Xing shook his head. I still have a lot to deal with after the exchange conference. As for you, I hope to see a brand new White Dragon Princess when we meet again at the next official competition. With that, he waved to Bai Li, and left the White Dragon clan's small world with Crazy Man and the others. After a long moment, Bai Li slowly stood up. The White Dragon King and Queen appeared behind her. This child's future achievements are limitless. After all, my White Dragon clan is too small to contain this enormous mountain. The Queen snuggled tightly in the White Dragon King's arms. Your Majesty, perhaps this is a golden opportunity for our White Dragon clan to rise again. All we need is to cultivate a good relationship with him. The White Dragon King shook his head. Let nature take its course. People like him hate being constrained. Our occasional kindness will only endear him to us. As he spoke, he looked at Bai Li. Lear, although your father has recovered, the future of the White Dragon clan still depends on you. Furthermore, if you want to follow in that man's footsteps, you will have to exert 10 times more effort than the average person to keep up with him. Bai Li turned and saluted the White Dragon King. Your daughter will follow your father's instructions. Meanwhile, after leaving the White Dragon clan, they arrived at the teleportation array guarded by the White Dragon clan, which led directly to the third war zone. Yi Wei teased behind their backs, Captain, why don't you stay a little longer? Are you worried about being captured by the White Dragon King and made his son-in-law? Mu Xing was speechless. Sister Yi, I've noticed you're becoming more and more love-obsessed. It's all Crazy Man's fault. He spoils you so much. Yi Wei looked smug. You're jealous, right? Who else would he spoil if not me? Crazy Man coughed dryly. All right, stop teasing me. Let's hurry to the third line of defense. Just as they stepped onto the teleportation array, Ava suddenly spoke up. What do you think of the third Chaos Lord, Xing Snail? It's been 2 days. Why haven't we heard from him yet? Olina said, that's the Chaos Lord. Even though he's been severely damaged, he must have plenty of tricks up his sleeve. In contrast, Mu Xing just smiled and said nothing. Just as the teleportation array activated, she couldn't help but look up at the sky. The real transformation should be starting soon. Meanwhile, outside the third chaos front. In the void, Xing Snail was speeding towards the third front. Ever since he was severely injured, he had been circling the void, trying to avoid being captured by his former enemies. After retrieving his clone and hidden consciousness hidden in the void, he finally regained some strength. Although less than 1% away from peak strength, he could recover as quickly as possible by returning to the chaos front, to his lair. However, he felt as if he had forgotten something. He only remembered being besieged by 3 chaos creatures and finally, fighting his way out of the encirclement. But that part of his memory was extremely distorted, and he could only blame it on the damage caused by his previous self-detonation. The third front is just ahead. Lan, Nora, and Duo Yuan on the survival line. Wait for me. One day, I will avenge this humiliation. But at this moment, a familiar figure suddenly blocked his path. Who was it? He struggled to gather his remaining control and struck at the void. However, before Xingxuan could reach his target, he was crushed by a hideous, rotting right hand. The densely packed eyes on Xinghua's body widened. Zhou Liang? How dare a mere Chaos King stand in my way? Get out of here! However, facing the threat, Zhou Liang emerged from the ripples of the void. He revealed his true form as the first Chaos King, becoming even more ferocious and terrifying. He controlled the rotting bony hand, clawing at Xinghua. Looking for death. Xinghua raged. A hyena captive by chaos dares to bare its fangs at its master? He gathered his strength again and attacked Zhou Liang. However, all his attacks were crushed by the rotting bony hand. How is this possible? Xinghua growled. Zhou Liang's sinister voice echoed. Isn't this strange, Lord Xinghua? In the eyes of you Chaos Lords, I'm just a hyena captive by chaos. When you need me, you release me to bite, and when you don't, you kick me away. Just because you occasionally reward me with a couple of insignificant bones, you think I'd be completely devoted to you? Xinghua's expression grew colder, murderous intent surging. He secretly gathered his strength, intending to burn his essence to briefly regain his peak. He wanted to kill this wild dog that bared its fangs at its master. This fellow had a treacherous heart, and would surely become a nuisance in the future. His power rapidly sublimated, and as Xingxuan continued to burn, his momentum rapidly broke through to the multiverse. Zhou Liang's face suddenly changed, and he instantly considered fleeing. He hadn't expected that Xinghua, in this state, could still unleash the power of the multiverse. Though he considered himself the strongest half-step to the multiverse, he was still only half a step. Without entering the multiverse, he would be nothing more than an ant. His bone hand wasn't omnipotent either. He had used it many times before, and the backlash from its repeated use had already left him withering. If Xinghua really allowed Xinghua to burn his essence to attack him now, he would surely die. What should he do? Run? But he refused to do so. Zhou Liang knew that if he lost this opportunity, he would become, like the failed Nora, a mortal enemy of both chaos and the survival system. He would then be forced to wander the void, transformed from a domesticated hyena into a stray dog. But at this moment, Xinghua, who was burning his essence to prepare for a breakthrough, suddenly froze, his body trembling violently. Oh no! My shattered essence wasn't properly regenerated, and the forced burning has caused a malfunction. Seeing his own body failing, Xinghua took off without hesitation. But Zhou Liang seized this opportunity. At that moment, ambition and desire overwhelmed his mind. Master Xinghua, are you having problems? Let me examine your condition. Xinghua growled. Get out if you don't want to die. Get out? Fine, I get out. But before that, Master Xinghua, please grant me one small request. What request? Xinghua asked subconsciously. Come into my belly, and become food for my evolution. Xinghua was horrified. You lowly stray dog, how dare you kill your master? Zhou Liang, however, rushed forward with a wild laugh, opening his bloody maw and devouring the disintegrating Xingxuan in one gulp. Chapter 984. Meanwhile, outside the third front, outside Xinghua's lair, Bai Huan paced anxiously, awaiting news about Xinghua. His heart was agitated, his nerves pounding like a drum. He feared Xinghua would return alive, and he would surely perish. It was because he had previously leaked a large amount of information to Mu Xing. If Xinghua returned alive, his secrets would surely be exposed. Although he had rapidly evolved from an apostle to a third-level god in just a few days thanks to his chaos-devouring ability, he felt completely insecure in the treacherous third front. Just then, he received a series of obscure codes. It was easy to guess who sent them. He quickly deciphered them using the code book in his mind. A moment later, he was overjoyed. Xinghua is dead, the true spirit has escaped, and the opportunity has arrived. Although it was only 12 words, Bai Huan read a wealth of information. At this moment, the entire temple erupted in commotion. A chaos descendant rushed into the temple, saying, "Assemble, assemble. The great Holy Father is in danger. We are on our way to assist him." Bai Huan stood in a corner, gazing skyward, and saw a series of powerful figures. Xinghua had dozens of descendants, the strongest of whom were the top 10 chaos descendants. All of these descendants were chaos kings, and the top 3 were powerful beings at the level of half a step to multidimensionality. Compared to him, the last descendant, they were a world apart. They quickly gathered, preparing to assist Xinghua. Bai Huan had already received news of the outcome of Terra's city. Nora had been repelled, and Xinghua had been severely damaged. But he knew a little more. Xinghua wasn't seriously injured, but had already died once. Just now, he received news from Mu Xing that most of Xinghua's essence had been devoured by the first Chaos King. At most, a small amount of true spirit had returned. And this was his opportunity. He hid himself in advance and headed in the opposite direction of the main force. He knew Xinghua too well. It wasn't in his nature to be welcomed back with such fanfare. He would definitely do the opposite. And Bai Huan was waiting here. It wasn't long before he saw a star point rushing into the holy city's barrier. He hurried over and said, "Bai Huan greets father." The star point saw Bai Huan and immediately lunged at him. "Bai Huan, my good son, I will borrow your body today." Bai Huan's expression was immediately horrified. He tried to escape, but the star point was sucked back and then burrowed into Bai Huan's sea of consciousness. However, as soon as the star point entered Bai Huan's sea of consciousness, it sensed something was amiss. This sea of consciousness was like a chaotic mass, a fusion of countless chaotic wills. Something's wrong. Xinghua's tiny true spirit sensed something was amiss and attempted to flee. However, just as it was about to escape the sea of consciousness, a ferocious yet familiar figure blocked its path. "My respected father, since you're here, why don't you stay for a while?" Xinghua felt a terrible sense of unease. He had just had almost all of his essence and true spirit devoured by the first Chaos King. After finally escaping with the remaining true spirit, he was about to return to the holy city when he encountered Bai Huan. There was something off about this guy. It was as if he had devoured a large amount of low-level chaos. If not 1,000,000, probably at least 100,000. Although only at a low level, it had forcibly pushed his strength to that of a third-level chaos god. You can actually devour chaos. This ability. No, it's the power of the blood moon. Xinghua finally remembered something. "You're the traitor." Bai Huan grinned. "Father, please don't be so harsh. If Master hadn't given me this opportunity, I'd have died like a rat in a stinking ditch, in a deserted corner." He spread his right hand, a mass of flesh wriggling in his palm. This flesh possessed a powerful devouring power. The chaos power Xinghua hurled at it was instantly devoured by the flesh. No, that blood moon guy, he can actually devour chaos. How is that possible? Memories flashed rapidly within Xinghua's true spirit. I remember. All of this was that kid's scheme. Bai Huan didn't bother to waste time with it. The flesh transformed into a maw, engulfing Xinghua in one gulp. "Bai Huan, you are so treacherous, you even want to kill your father." Bai Huan increased his swallowing power and growled, "Swallow it." "Ah, I won't accept this, to be defeated by a human child." Despair filled his voice, even seeing the future of chaos. The first Chaos King, who had taken the poison bait, and Bai Huan, who was devouring it now, would eventually become Chaos's greatest scourge. It seemed as if it could see Chaos being turned upside down by these two traitors. As Bai Huan devoured, Xing Snail's voice gradually faded. When Bai Huan opened his eyes again, they shone with endless surprise. "Great! After devouring Xing Snail's true spirit, I will become Xing Snail from now on. By devouring the contents of its lair, I might even become a half-step multiverse. No, perhaps one day I can go even further." At this moment, he finally understood the magnitude of the opportunity Mu Xing had bestowed upon him. It was a path to heaven, a path that would propel him ever higher. Bai Huan brushed his right hand across his face, transforming it into an endlessly swirling vortex. "From today on, I am both Bai Huan and Xing Snail." He flashed, appearing at the temple's entrance. The two ninth-rank guards bowed respectfully the moment they saw Bai Huan. "Welcome the Holy Lord. Guard the temple gates. No one is allowed in or out." "Yes." Bai Huan looked up at the temple's vortex gate and extended his right hand. This time, he passed through unimpeded, being transported to the innermost depths of the temple. In the deserted innermost depths of the temple, a massive vortex nest stood. This was Xing Snail's lair, resembling the shell of a dead universe. This star snail actually hides so many valuable treasures, and this nest is actually the corpse of a deceased multiverse-level chaos. No wonder this old thing stays in the temple all day. It turns out it's secretly consuming the power of this chaos corpse. But chaos can't consume each other, and even repel each other, so the star snail's consumption of the corpse is so slow. Ha ha ha. But now, all of this is mine. Bai Huan's face lit up with arrogance. His hands transformed into tentacles, and began to devour the scattered debris from the corpse. In just a few minutes, he broke through from the 3rd level to the 4th level. He opened his eyes excitedly, feeling the power filling his body. He was about to begin his evolution again. However, he suppressed his greed, knowing that he had to consume it bit by bit, otherwise he would explode and die sooner or later. At the same time, he immediately passed this news to Mu Xing, awaiting the master's decision. A moment later, he received a reply. It seemed his master had no intention of competing with him for the Chaos Corpse. Instead, he urged him to strive for strength and quickly control the 3rd Chaos Front. He had only one request of him, that he extract Xinghua's and the Chaos Corpse's memories related to the Chaos Realm and send them over. For this purpose, Bai Huan naturally felt obliged to do so. Chapter 985. The 3rd line of defense, Tianji Pass, was once the busiest front in the conflict. Xinghua, the mastermind behind the 3rd Chaos War Zone, was a battle fanatic who launched attacks against the lines almost daily. From large-scale offensives to infiltration operations involving hundreds of chaos, there was no rest for a single day. They employed a steady, cautious, and step-by-step combat strategy, constantly eroding the 3rd line's manpower. For years, it was known as the meat grinder of the survival battlefield. As a result, the 3rd line of defense saw the most frequent rotations, and the survival system dispatched the most experienced personnel to it. Mu Xing currently stood atop the walls of Tianji Pass, gazing at the occupied area ahead. Light and darkness intertwined, and chaos spread in the shadowy corners. Tianji Pass was originally under Nora's jurisdiction. Now that Nora had been removed for betrayal, the newcomer Lan had taken over. Lan was one of the very few people who knew of Mu Xing's plan, so this 3rd line of defense was also the result of his own initiative. To outsiders, it seemed like Lan had taken on a mess, but in reality, it was all part of Mu Xing's future plan. Bai Huan had just devoured Xinghua's true spirit. While he could conceal the news of Xinghua's severe damage for a while, he couldn't keep it a secret for long. Without cooperation, his identity would be exposed sooner or later. Not to mention the Chaos Lords, who were eyeing him covetously. Even the Chaos descendants under Xinghua were not easily fooled. So, for the sake of his own strategy, Mu Xing planned to seize this opportunity to stage a show and confirm Bai Huan's identity. Just then, another small-scale chaos attack began to launch an exploratory attack on the 3rd line of defense. The defense system on the city wall was activated, but not yet deployed. As streaks of white light descended, hundreds of new survivors, freshly teleported from the real world, landed. This was their first time at Tianji Pass. Initially, they were confused, then shocked, and then a whirlwind of emotions erupted. Some fear, some unease. Why are all these newcomers so lame lately? Are they adapting so poorly to the environment? Looking at the group of anxious newcomers on that section of the city wall, Crazy couldn't help but mutter. Mu Xing shook his head. The survival system has been expanding rapidly recently, not only reducing the difficulty of the survival world, but also shortening the process. The uneven quality of the newcomers is understandable. This applies not only to the real world, but also to the survivors on the survival line. At this moment, Yue pointed to the falling teleportation light and said, "Look, those are the guys from our group." Mu Xing turned and saw the newcomers from their group. Li Shui, Yifei, Ji Gu, and Zhu Qing. These 4 had become practically permanent teammates recently, clearing numerous worlds together. Now, they were officially Nightmare Battlefield trial soldiers. Compared to the nervous newcomers arriving here for the first time, a glimmer of anticipation crept into their faces. After all, this wasn't their first time in the Nightmare Battlefield. The previous trial Mu Xing had arranged for them had already given them a taste of its brutality. The madman asked, "Do you want to go down and say hello?" Mu Xing didn't move. "Forget it. I only put pressure on them before. This time, let them do what they want. Whether it's military merit or rank, they have to earn it themselves." As soon as he finished speaking, the commander in charge of receiving them began to gather the new recruits. The experienced commander, full of experience, first gave a passionate battlefield mobilization speech, then began distributing supplies. These even included high-level weapons. TSK, 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 The treatment of new recruits these days is too good. They even provide them with uniforms and weapons after they're deployed. Just think about how we had nothing back then. The madman couldn't help but shake his head. Mu Xing laughed heartily. Times are advancing, and chaos is becoming increasingly cunning and powerful. We must also keep pace with the times. We can't just endure hardships, right? As they talked, a teleportation beam began to transport the new recruits out of the city, landing on the dark and dreary battlefield front. Their first lesson today was to defeat the chaos horde that had come up for a test attack. At that moment, Yi Fei suddenly looked up from inside the assault troop carrier. Why do I feel like someone's watching us? Shu Qin, acting like an older brother, placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't be nervous. It's not your first time on the battlefield. You get used to it. Qigu also glanced around. Indeed, someone is watching us. Look, there seems to be someone over there. He pointed toward the city wall. Who? Yi Fei quickly poked his head out, but the smoke and dust obscured his view. Alright, Qigu, stop teasing this guy. Our mission this time isn't just to repel these chaos soldiers, but also to destroy a newly established chaos stronghold nearby. Li Shui raised her head. She was the calmest here, occasionally teasing her spirit-controlling companion, the white lion Xiao, who had transformed into a little white cat. Suddenly, the little white cat looked up and panted in a certain direction. Li Shui's expression changed slightly. There's danger! Stop the car! Everyone, prepare for battle. At that moment, a chaos burrower suddenly burst from the mud, its sharp claws swiftly clawing at the assault vehicle. However, the vehicle abruptly stopped, leaving it empty-handed. The four men immediately dismounted. Shu Qin remained on guard, while Yi Fei carried the monsters and attacked with his piercing blows. Instantly, they slew the three chaos burrowers. As for Li Shui, she zeroed in on the chaos summoner hiding in the rear. The white cat pounced, transforming into a ferocious white lion. The chaos summoner was bitten in two before it could react. After dispatching the enemy, they quickly climbed back into the vehicle and continued on their way. This time, their movements were fluid, without a single unnecessary movement. Mu Xing, perched on the city wall, nodded in satisfaction at the sight. This time they're hiding their strength in preparation for going deep behind enemy lines and destroying the chaos stronghold. It's certainly a test for them. Madman said, they're all already quite strong, so this mission shouldn't be too difficult for them. Mu Xing grinned, I give them some extra stamina. If they're careless, they suffer greatly this time. Madman couldn't help but laugh and shook his head. You're still so strict. Just then, a voice came from the side. Hey, you two, stop standing there pretending to be cool. Can you come over and help? I'm counting all this stuff all by myself. Olina glared at the two of them unhappily. Coming. The two hurried down from the city wall's observation tower to count the items they were bringing to the black market exchange meeting. At the same time, the sun began to set on the survival line, and a cold, silent darkness descended, enveloping the entire third line. At the same time, dazzling starlight shone from the dark sky, mingling with a familiar aura. The third line was one of the few lines to maintain a day-night cycle. It wasn't that the third line of defense didn't want to maintain the long daylight, but under the influence of the star snail's starlight rules, maintaining light was difficult. Previously, with Nora's tacit approval, the star snail's rules had spread unchecked to the third line of defense. But now, Lon had taken over the line, showing no signs of complacency. The sky was split in two, the blood-red sun hanging high in the sky, forcing all the chaotic stars that had been hidden by starlight to appear. Dazzling artillery fire immediately blazed from the city walls. Chapter 986. The Black Market Exchange Conference was located at the junction of the third and second lines of defense, a no-man's land. A barren desert, no one was willing to waste military resources occupying it. And those who came here to exchange goods included not only the survival line and the real world, but also chaos and its subordinate races. A tenuous balance had been achieved between the two sides. The survival line needed various rare materials from chaos, while chaos needed the goods produced by the survival line. Here were specialized chaos purification facilities, and various chaos purification tools, so there was no need to worry about chaos's power seeping into the survival line through these traded goods. Furthermore, each side adhered to a tacit understanding. If this agreement was broken, neither side would completely lose any possibility of obtaining the other's supplies. At first, these gray market trade conferences were held in secret. Later, official black gloves began to appear, and the two sides even exchanged prisoners and conducted negotiations on the black market. Therefore, the survival line and Chaos weren't completely locked in a deadly feud. This was Mu Xing's first time at the Black Market Exchange Conference. He'd assumed it would just be a few exhibition halls and a couple of streets. Who would have imagined that when they teleported beneath this lawless desert, they'd be stunned by the bustling city before them? This is so big? How is it? Isn't it impressive? My first time here, I was also quite amazed. Orina couldn't help but tease. Mu Xing gazed at the underground city before him. It could accommodate at least 10 million people. It was truly a massive city. Of course, it's not this bustling on weekdays. Only a few native races and scattered races from Chaos and the survival line live here. Over time, this massive settlement has grown. Every 2 years, there's a large exchange, and every year, a small one, each lasting about a month. During this month, the flow of people increases several times over, and the daily trade and exchange of goods is innumerable. Yi Wei, standing nearby, couldn't help but ask, with so much merchandise, aren't you afraid Chaos will slip something in there and detonate it in the survival line? Like a chaos plague? Hearing this, Orina couldn't help but chuckle. You find out if you follow me into the city. Orina wore a charming cheongsam today, a folding fan in hand to shield her face, and her gait was incredibly graceful. Ava, next to her, was dressed like a doll, a stark contrast to her sister. As for Mu Xing and Crazy, both wore casual clothes and sunglasses, looking like they were on vacation. Before they even entered the city, someone came to greet them. Miss, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for 3 hours. The man, about 70, was dressed in a black butler's uniform, gold-rimmed glasses, white gloves, and a slender mustache. Apu, we were delayed on the way. How's our booth going? Orina approached gracefully, handing him a small suitcase. As she spoke, she introduced Mu Xing and the others. This is Apu, my family's butler. He's very reliable. You can ask him any questions you have at the trade fair. Miss, the competition for booths is fierce right now, and your big move has irritated quite a few people. They're clamoring for an explanation. If you don't come soon, I'd be in trouble. The butler, Apu, looked aggrieved, his face filled with a plea for comfort. Olina snapped her folding fan shut, her face stern. Humph, I want to see who dares to snatch a booth from me. Mu Xing exchanged a glance with the madman, then soothed him. Are booths at the Black Market Exchange Conference so scarce? Don't worry, if anyone tries to seize them by force, we help. Olina nodded, and led them directly into the city. Security at the city gates was tight, encompassing not only humans, demi-humans, elves, and other races, but even Chaos. Clearly, both sides were worried about the other's unknown forces infiltrating. You have to know that the survivors' strange methods are no less capable of infiltration than Chaos. At the city gate, after multiple verifications of the invitation's authenticity, they were finally allowed to pass. I didn't expect the security measures for a Black Market Exchange Conference to be so rigorous. It's truly eye-opening. Mu Xing surveyed the street curiously. No cars were allowed on the streets. Everyone had to walk or fly. Both sides of the road had been pre-arranged as merchandise displays. The closer you got to the city center, the busier it became. The main event of the exchange conference was in the city center, expanding outward from the central square. Tonight was the final preparation time. The exchange conference officially began tomorrow. So, the merchants had already begun intensively preparing their booths. There's nothing you can't imagine or buy here. Mu Xing even saw a booth selling god-level void creatures, which was truly eye-opening. Olina said, this is just the first floor. There's actually a second floor. The second floor? Only true VIPs are allowed to enter there. They sell some truly forbidden goods. I take you there tomorrow when I have time. Olina felt like she was at home, a living, breathing local tyrant. The butler, named Apu, beside her, diligently explained the customs, rules, and regulations of the Black Market Exchange Conference. This gave them a preliminary understanding of the Black Market Exchange Conference. Mu Xing's anticipation grew even stronger after hearing this. He was now on the verge of the demigod realm, and his purpose here was to gather enough domain inheritances. If he could successfully condense his physical domain, a breakthrough to the pseudo-god level wouldn't be impossible. After that, he could focus on preparing for a breakthrough to the god level. Obtaining a domain inheritance elsewhere is difficult, but at this Black Market Exchange Conference, it's no big deal. Okay, we're here. At this moment, Olina suddenly stopped and stood in front of an empty street. Mu Xing and the others were stunned. Aren't we going to see our booth? Which one? Olina waved her hand. What do you mean by which one? This whole street is ours. Mu Xing's eye twitched. He'd expected Olina to be generous, but he hadn't expected her to be this magnanimous. She told him that this entire street, with over 1,000 booths, was hers? Olina, you're kidding, right? Do I look like one? I originally reserved 3 streets, 1 large and 2 small. But after I entered the auditions, 2 of them were taken away. Don't you know how angry I was? Now these guys want to take over this entire street. I want to see who's so blind as to be blind. Before Mu Xing and the others could recover from their shock, a group of aggressive men stormed in from the end of the long street. The moment they saw Olina, their expressions darkened. Olina, you stinking bitch, you're finally here. I advise you to give up half of your booth space immediately, or I make you pay for it. Chapter 987. Olina stepped forward, a surge of aura emanating, reaching the divine rank. Of course, Mu Xing could sense that her divine rank was highly exaggerated, likely a product of a vast accumulation of natural treasures. Her realm had always been this way, but she didn't care. For Arena, why bother increasing her combat effectiveness when she could just crush someone with money? With all that free time, she could seize the opportunity to earn more money, and then overwhelm the opponent with vast resources. Mu Xing had experienced this deeply during the auditions. Those disposable artifacts, thrown out for free, truly shone brightly. Her aura surged until she reached the level of a second-level god, barely stabilizing. The divine ring behind her made her even more stunningly beautiful, causing many of the men on the other side to swallow subconsciously. Who are you to be rude to me? She teleported in front of the group, her face covered by a folding fan, her eyes gleaming with red hearts. Some were immediately captivated, their expressions becoming obsessed. The leader roared, shattering Arena's spell. He was about to strike when the seemingly insignificant steward behind Arena suddenly grasped his arm. A terrifying aura erupted. 8th rank god? The troublemakers were terrified. Who could have imagined that such an insignificant, withered old man could be an 8th rank god? As the man's expression changed, Arena's lips curled slightly, lowering her voice. Actually, I'm not unreasonable. Olina, don't be so overbearing. Even if you're rich, you can't monopolize the entire street, right? Someone in the back immediately responded, that's right. How are we, the merchants who can't reserve booths, going to survive? That's too overbearing. I protest. Olina sneered at the protests. Protest? I urge you to understand. I paid for all these booths. If you want them, I can rent them to you. But the price? Olina revealed a price, and their faces flushed crimson. Olina, are you trying to steal us? No matter how expensive these booths are, they can't be 100 times the original price, right? Humph. I spent nearly 70 times that to secure an entire street. You think you can get something for nothing? However, I can report this to the Black Market Conference Supervision Office and let them make the final decision. When they heard that Orlina had even mentioned the Conference Supervision Office, their arrogance was completely extinguished. You're trying to be the biggest spender without any money? I've got a clear price. Those who want it can come to me. Those without can get lost. Apu, get out. Apu took a step forward, and the terrifying aura of an 8th level deity surged forward like a shockwave, terrified and afraid to act rashly. They ran, fearing they'd be killed on the spot if they were too late. TSK, 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 this old man is so formidable. Arena, you're not from some hidden family, are you? Mu Xing exclaimed in amazement. Alright, enough teasing. Actually, Apu is only a 5th level deity. His 8th level aura is just a special tool, meant to scare them. If Apu were truly 8th level, would I have to waste so much time with them? Mu Xing said, with your strength, hiring a few gods shouldn't be a problem, right? Maria tugged at his shirt and whispered, what's a celestial god? Those from level 6 to level 9 are considered celestial gods. It's a respectful title for higher-ranking deities, Mu Xing explained. Olina shook her head. Renting these booths has drained a significant portion of my working capital. Where would I find the money to hire a celestial god? If anything happens to me, I still have you. Olina looked at Mu Xing and the others matter-of-factly. So you're using us as bodyguards? Olina grinned, of course not. This time, I have to rely on your special potion, Blood Moon, to attract customers. I heard you recently developed an apostle domain potion. Is that true? Mu Xing didn't hide it. The Origin Enlightenment potion for the upper classes is already very mature. I've indeed been researching a domain enlightenment potion for the apostles, but... However, the production of this potion is still unstable, with only small batches. It could be used as a publicity stunt. Olina's face was filled with excitement. Can you give me some of the distribution rights for that apostle domain potion? How about I give you 50 boos? Are you sure? Mu Xing looked at her in surprise. This is called a powerful alliance. With your pharmaceutical product advertising, my other booths will also attract sufficient traffic. And my entire street of booths will also advertise yours. It's a win-win situation. Mu Xing nodded and called Zhang Ting directly. In that case, I have Zhang Ting come over to talk to you. When it comes to business negotiations, Mu Xing believes he's no match for Arena. Zhang Ting is the expert, so let him handle the negotiations. Soon, a couple holding hands appeared towards them. Who else but Zhang Ting and Chen Yu? This powerful woman from Kowloon Auction House had put on makeup and a long dress, making her look radiant and charming. Seeing the smiling faces of Mu Xing and the others, she quickly broke free from Zhang Ting's hand and cleared her throat. Zhang Ting, you go negotiate the booth matter. If you can't, come back to me. Yes, my dear wife. Zhang Ting's face beamed with joy. It was clear that their relationship had been completely confirmed and their feelings were rapidly heating up. Then the man straightened his suit, greeted Mu Xing, and then extended his hand to Arena. Miss Arena, I've heard a lot about you. I'm Zhang Ting. Olina chuckled and extended her silk-gloved right hand for a symbolic handshake with Zhang Ting. Instantly, their sharp, business-like glances met. The merchant spirits of both sides blazed as they headed towards the negotiating table together. I feel like things are about to get heated. Mu Xing rarely saw Zhang Ting so serious. He glanced at Chen Yu, who was chatting and greeting Yi Wei behind him. Aren't you worried he'll lose the negotiation? Chen Yu shook her head. If he can't even come to an agreement on such a small matter, my hopes for him are in vain. She looked tenderly at Zhang Ting, who was engaged in a serious negotiation. So I trust him. Soon, the two men, after their heated exchange, stood up again and began exchanging contracts and shaking hands. Both were expert negotiators, and it seemed they had each achieved their best outcome. How did the negotiations go? Mu Xing looked at Zhang Ting. I secured 300 booths. Of course, in addition to our pharmacy booth, we also have some booths for Kowloon Auction House. Zhang Ting handed the contract to Mu Xing, who glanced at it quickly. It must be said that professional matters require professionals. The bargaining chips Zhang Ting had negotiated were impeccable, maximizing the interests of both parties. He and Alina had a good relationship, but business was business, and this was the only way to maintain a long-term partnership. Alina was clearly very satisfied. We're quickly sell all our scattered booths and move the entire complex here. Also, we can try to secure the scattered booths on that side street. Chapter 988. Early the next morning, Mu Xing eagerly assumed the role of hands-off manager and began exploring the black market fair. Olina especially sent her loyal butler, Apu, to act as a tour guide. Young Master Blood Moon, this black market fair is divided into three main areas: the exhibition area, the auction area, and the blind box area. Blind box area? What does that mean? It's similar to gambling on stones and blind boxes in the real world. Merchants will sell items of unknown use and origin for a negotiated price. If you're lucky, you might buy some ancient artifact. If you're unlucky, you might end up with junk and lose everything. Of course, there are also professional blind box merchants who package high-value and low-value items together in blind boxes. Whether you can get a valuable blind box depends entirely on luck. The blind box industry is. This market was quite small, but with its growing popularity over the past few years, it has gradually become the third largest market, and the number of people opening blind boxes is increasing. So this year, the blind box area has become the third largest trading area. Apu pointed ahead and said, "Go past Central Avenue, and you find the blind box area. If Mr. Shuiyue is interested, I can take you there to check it out." Mu Xing shook his head. "We go to the blind box area when we have time. First, take me to the Heritage Domain item trading area. I want to buy some domain inheritances." Apu, true to his reputation as a tour guide, didn't ask any further questions and led Mu Xing deeper into the trading area. Soon, they arrived at a magnificently decorated trading area. The shops here were unlike those in ordinary exhibition areas. Every store seemed to have its doors adorned with gold trim to highlight the high value of the goods they were selling. Apu warned, "Young Master Blood Moon, the prices of domain heritage items have skyrocketed in recent years, with significant overvaluation. Buying them now is not a wise decision." Mu Xing waved his hand. He knew these items were expensive, otherwise he wouldn't have worked so hard to develop potions to make money. He randomly chose a shop and stepped inside. It was truly worthy of being a black market exchange conference. He had previously visited Kowloon City and other major cities, searching for various domain heritage items. However, in the outside world, these items were mostly unsold, their resources controlled by powerful forces, and rarely put up for sale. At the black market exchange conference, while they were expensive, they were in considerable quantities. Mu Xing was immediately drawn to the densely packed names on the wall. Hunting domain heritage, evil fire domain heritage, holy light domain heritage, blood domain heritage. Although the shop was small, it had a surprisingly abundant supply. Many customers had arrived before him, carefully selecting items. However, there weren't many bidders, as the cheapest entry-level domain inheritance was worth 2 million Terra coins. And that was for the unpopular domain inheritances that no one was interested in. As for the high-level, popular domain inheritances, the price could reach tens of millions. It's really a bit pricey. Mu Xing muttered, rubbing his chin. Not far away, the clerk leaned against the counter, chatting casually, looking quite relaxed. Although there seemed to be a lot of people browsing, not many actually made a purchase. The high prices kept most people away. Every time someone tried to bargain, the clerk would tap the no negotiating sign beneath the price. Some people, enraged by shame, were grabbed by the neck and thrown out of the store by a high-level god who jumped out from behind the counter. TSK, a bunch of poor idiots who only look but don't buy. You want something nice but won't bid. How can such a good thing happen? A harsh, mocking voice rang out from the shop assistant, enraging the buyer who had been thrown into the shop, whose cheeks flushed crimson. You bunch of idiots, just wait for me. Faced with the threat, the shop assistant, far from being intimidated, became even more arrogant. We're waiting. You don't know who owns this shop, and how dare you, a scumbag like you, try to scam me? As he spoke, he pointed at the small words on the sign. Mu Xing subconsciously glanced at the words, Black Shadow Society. What's the background of this Black Shadow Society? Mu Xing glanced at Apu beside him. Apu said sternly, the Black Shadow Society is one of the 5 major organizations in the black market, and the forces behind it are extremely mysterious. These forces form organizations like the Black Shadow Society. Things that are inconvenient to trade openly become legitimate at the Black Market Exchange Conference. The Black Shadow Society is a mixed bag. It said there are also forces affiliated with the chaos from within it, making it a neutral faction. Mu Xing nodded. After learning about the Black Shadow Society, he no longer had any concerns about purchasing these domain inheritance items. This, and this. He pointed at the names on the wall, selecting more than a dozen in quick succession. The clerk, noticing from Mu Xing's attire, seemed to know he was either wealthy or noble, and immediately ran over, ready to help him retrieve the inheritance items. However, Mu Xing's next words left him stunned. Except for these, pack up all the other inheritance items in this cabinet. The clerk's expression froze, then turned cold. Boy, are you kidding me? Mu Xing didn't bother to waste time talking to him, and tossed out a gold card. The store manager, who had been dozing at the counter, suddenly woke up and appeared in front of Mu Xing. With a kind smile on his face, he carefully picked up the gold card from the counter. Is it the Black Market Supreme VIP gold card? May I ask your name, sir? Mu Xing glared at him. The store manager immediately slapped himself lightly. Sorry, sir, I'm so rude. He glared at the clerk next to him. Are you blind? Why don't you pack up the things for me? The clerk realized he had hit a wall and quickly replied, Yes. Swipe the card. Mu Xing mentally calculated the prices of the domain inheritance items, and was shocked at how skilled Orina really was. When she handed him the gold card before leaving, she had said that taking it would save her a lot of trouble along the way. Now it seemed she hadn't lied. Mu Xing became increasingly curious about Orina's hidden identity. Soon, by the time the clerk brought all the packaged inheritance items to Mu Xing, the counter was already crowded with people. Wow, these are hundreds of inheritance items, worth at least hundreds of millions, right? Hundreds of millions? What are you thinking? Those high-level inheritance items, worth tens of millions, add up to hundreds of millions. At these words, the onlookers exclaimed in surprise, their eyes fixed on Mu Xing. Mu Xing retrieved his gold card and, with a wave of his hand, stored the items in his tower. Let's go next shop. He had already cleared out all the valuable inheritance items in this shop and hurried to the next one. He wanted to sweep the street while these people were still unaware. After sitting there for so long, the balance on his card was long overdue for a good use. His potions were highly profitable, and with Zhang Ting and the Kowloon auction house running the business, he brought in billions every month, so he had no qualms about buying up the goods. Even the butler Apu, who followed behind Mu Xing, was stunned by such a generous gesture. Chapter 989. Soon, rumors spread throughout this street specializing in inheritance items. A young master from a powerful family was out shopping. This made those buyers, still hesitating about the price, anxious, fearing that if they were slow to act, Mu Xing would buy up all the items. As a result, sales at these shops suddenly increased dozens of times, and the shopkeepers behind the counters were all grinning from ear to ear. To be honest, Mu Xing hadn't expected his extravagant shopping spree to cause such a massive chain reaction. By the time he entered the 10th shop, he found that the shelves of inheritance items had already been cleared out. If I had known earlier, I would have brought a few more people to join me in the shopping spree. Now it's too late, everything's sold out. Mu Xing felt a little regretful. His high-profile shopping spree had triggered a chain reaction, with nearly all the inheritance items on the street being sold out. When will the stock be restocked? Mu Xing tapped the table. The shopkeeper wiped the sweat from his forehead, recognizing the young master, who was packing up every shop. Sorry, sir, domain inheritance items are already scarce, and it may take another week for the next restock. A week? Mu Xing was a little disappointed. He had just cleared out over 10 stores, and acquired over 1,000 inheritance items. That was definitely not enough for his plan. For this purchase, in addition to the tens of billions in his bank account, he had borrowed tens of billions from Kowloon auction house and arena, rounding up the total to 100 billion. Now, having just spent 20 billion, he's already broke. Apu, where can I find domain inheritance items on the black market? Apu paused. There are special domain inheritance blind boxes in the blind box section, but that place looks more like a casino to me. No matter how much money I have, I wouldn't be able to afford it. So, the auction house is a good choice. While the prices will be higher, the items you get are truly top-notch. Mu Xing scratched his head. He wasn't looking for quality, but quantity. After all, for him, all he needed was to extract the specialized elements of various domains. Quality wasn't important. He then visited a dozen or so shops, spending billions to clear out any remaining scraps. The dozen or so domain heritage item shops on this street were already defunct. Of course, it's possible some shop owners might hoard rare items, and take advantage of the situation to drive up prices. The resulting overvaluation of these items was so extreme that even Mu Xing, with all his wealth, wouldn't have been so extravagant. But just as they were leaving the block, a dark figure blocked their path. Clad in a hazy, misty cloak, he appeared human, but Mu Xing immediately saw through his identity. Chaos. What's up? Mu Xing crossed his arms over his chest, staring at the person before him. I heard this gentleman is looking for a large quantity of domain heritage items? A frosted voice came from beneath the cloak. Mu Xing's eyes narrowed. Oh! Can I have a moment with you? I might have what you need. The other person pointed to a nearby alley, and then took a step forward, heading towards it. Mu Xing was about to take a step, when he felt Apu grab the corner of his clothes. What's wrong? Sir, this guy isn't human but... Chaos, I know. Apu was stunned, his gaze towards Mu Xing completely changed. Don't worry, this is a black market exchange conference, and Chaos is also a traitor. Under the rules established by both parties, I believe no one would dare to commit murder here. Besides, it's not me who should be worried, it's them. Mu Xing didn't explain and followed. Apu hesitated for a moment, then followed. Soon. In a deep alley, Mu Xing stopped and looked at the mysterious, cloaked Chaos ahead. The next second, they were surrounded by 5 or 6 cloaked Chaos. Apu immediately assumed an attacking stance. Don't be nervous. Wait for me at the alley entrance. Mu Xing patted Apu's shoulder, signaling the old housekeeper not to worry. Apu hesitated, but remembering Warina's warning, he stopped and retreated to the alley entrance. Thump, thump, thump! At that moment, crisp footsteps echoed. From a side street in the alley, a woman in a gorgeous long dress emerged. She suddenly leaned close to Mu Xing, her starry eyes glimmering with stars, as if they were emanating and disappearing. Her pretty face was exquisite, her features proportioned in the golden ratio. Combined with the delicate fragrance emanating from her, it was truly irresistible. At this moment, she was only 0.01 centimeters away from Mu Xing, almost touching him. She sized him up, and he met her gaze calmly. Am I beautiful? She suddenly asked. Very beautiful, but with flaws. Flaws? She suddenly stepped back, covering her face with a veil, her hazy beauty even more apparent. Too much perfection is a flaw. You strive to make your features impeccable, But real humans don't have flawless looks. Mu Xing snapped his fingers, and a flame of chaotic fire ignited in his palm. The terrifying chaotic aura emanating from the flames made the woman before him gasp in surprise, and she took 3 or 4 steps back. Who are you, exactly? Human? Or chaos? Mu Xing smiled calmly. You are the one who led me here, and you are the one who initiated the conversation. Before looking for a target, shouldn't you first investigate their background? The woman shook her head. I've looked for information about you, but found nothing. It's clearly been deliberately erased. But I know you, Blood Moon, a rising star in the recent auditions. I'm very interested in you. She placed a hand on Mu Xing's cheek, the skin-to-skin contact further confirming her identity. You are indeed chaos, and not one of those fakes like the Order and neutral factions. Mu Xing pushed her hand away. Nothing else, I'd be leaving. With that, Mu Xing was about to leave. Wait, I'm here to discuss a deal with you, and a partnership. What's a deal? What's a partnership? Mu Xing's face remained expressionless, but he was already wary of the woman before him. She appeared human, her disguise flawless, but her inner being was undoubtedly chaos. Her body fragrance couldn't mask the scent of chaos. This individual possessed at least the power of a 3rd-tier god, and the chaos beings around her were hovering at 3rd or 4th tiers. Deep in the darkness, Mu Xing sensed the presence of a celestial god. The woman handed him a box, which Mu Xing grasped. He opened it and frowned. He saw a bloody hunk of flesh inside. But the next moment, he sensed something unusual about this hunk of flesh. Is it a domain heritage item? The woman said, of course, our craftsmanship isn't as good as your human craftsman's, but we picked these fresh from the battlefield, guaranteeing quality and quantity. Mu Xing's eyes twitched slightly. This was clearly an apostle-level survivor who had perished in the nightmare battlefield. After being slain by chaos, he had used chaos secrets to extract his domain and heritage, compressing them into his flesh and blood, transforming them into the heritage items they are today. Mu Xing was filled with murderous intent. You deserve to die. The woman, seeing the murderous intent rising from Mu Xing, quickly said, Wait, don't get me wrong, I'm just collecting. Besides, aren't we chaos humans often drained of our bones and marrow to make tools? Chapter 990. Besides, casualties are common on the battlefield. Collecting these domain inheritance items and selling them to you is like letting their souls return home, isn't it? Faced with the woman's unreasonable arguments, Mu Xing took a deep breath. Suppressing his murderous intent, he snorted coldly, Chaos is chaos. No matter how exquisitely imitated, it can't change its core. Oh, handsome, I'm not happy when you say that. I'm trying so hard to be human. Seeing the woman approach, Mu Xing drew a line, his mental power forming a barrier to block her. All right, stop the nonsense. How many inheritance items do you have? Not many, not many. I've only collected about 10,000 recently. If you want them all, I can give you a discount on a package. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. 10,000 inheritance items meant over 10,000 apostles had perished on the battlefield. And these weren't cannon fodder apostles, but high-level apostles who had truly condensed their domains. These apostles were the backbone of the survival line. Name your price. Mu Xing took a deep breath. 50 billion. Okay, I take them all. Mu Xing directly pulled out the gold card. Terra coin is the universal currency, and Chaos can also purchase items and supplies on the market. How straightforward. I love dealing with people like you, handsome guy. Her eyes flashed with red hearts, as if a seductive power was coming over her. But Mu Xing was completely immune to it. What kind of cooperation are you talking about? Mu Xing swiped the card and immediately received a storage box containing 10,000 inheritance items. After inspecting the items, Mu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. There was nothing fishy going on. Besides, even if there was something fishy going on, he wasn't afraid. The woman stamped her foot in displeasure. What an unromantic man. I've finally fallen for a human. If you're alright, I leave. My time is precious. Mu Xing turned and left. Do you want to know about destiny? A woman's voice came from behind him. Mu Xing had just taken 2 steps when he suddenly pulled back. What do you mean? I have solid intelligence. The trader in your survival line might be coming to the Black Market Exchange Conference. You mean destiny? Stop talking nonsense. Are you even qualified to investigate Destiny's whereabouts? A dangerous glint flickered in Mu Xing's eyes. He was ready to summon the evil spirit and kill him. Mu Xing wouldn't hesitate to expose the information about the traitor Nora to the entire Black Market Exchange Conference. Look, you're in a hurry again. Can't you just listen to me finish my words? She suddenly appeared to Mu Xing's left, a delicate fragrance caressing his face. You'd better give me a reasonable explanation. The magnificent scythe of destiny materialized in Mu Xing's hand. The woman, realizing she couldn't tease Mu Xing any further, quickly explained, to be precise, it's Destiny's disciple. We've detected that his 14th disciple will be attending the Black Market Exchange Conference. He has a 14th disciple? Don't try to bluff me. What if I say his 14th disciple is Chaos? Mu Xing frowned. This was something he hadn't expected. Go on. According to our confirmed information, the 14th disciple is probably here to purchase a large number of items related to the power of destiny. Mu Xing stared at her, the power of destiny surging in his hand, forming a destiny barrier to prevent the outside world from observing. I don't understand why you, Chaos, are interested in the Weaver of Destiny. It's not me who's interested, but the master behind me. As she spoke, she gently pulled down her shoulder strap, revealing the mark on her fair back. It was a blurry shadow, half real and half illusory, sometimes transforming into a human figure, sometimes into a ferocious monster, like a dream. Finally, it quieted down, becoming a ghostly mark. Are you the descendant of Phantom Nightmare? Mu Xing was shocked, and at the same time, she awakened the dozing evil spirit. Hey, brat, you've actually met that guy's descendant. How bizarre. Do you know him? The fourth Chaos Lord, Phantom Nightmare, Sir Loga. Who wouldn't know him? It's just that he's a coward and rarely shows up. I didn't expect him to send his descendant to contact you. It looks like things are really going to change in the Chaos Camp. The evil spirit's voice was quite teasing. Why do I feel like you're gloating? Have you seen Phantom Nightmare before? More than that? We even fought. I didn't expect him to become a multiverse before I did. If I had known, I shouldn't have let that coward get away. Hearing this, Mu Xing suddenly felt that this world was absurd. It was simply a giant makeshift group. He knew some information about Phantom Nightmare. Although he controlled the fourth war zone, and seemed to have a high ranking, he was actually the youngest and weakest multiverse in the Chaos faction. Decades ago, he succeeded the deceased Chaos Lord of the fourth war zone, and became the new Lord. As for the whereabouts of the deceased old Chaos Lord of the fourth war zone, Mu Xing knew it. He was currently in Xinhua's lair, a snack for Bai Huan. As for how he died, or what hidden secrets lay behind it, Mu Xing had no idea. He narrowed his eyes at the woman, his vigilance growing even stronger. The woman said, Since you know the Holy Father, this makes things easier. This time, the Holy Father sent me to contact you, and his target is none other than Nora, the Weaver of Fate. Why? Your Holy Father is also targeting Nora? With all due respect, although Nora's true form was destroyed in the last battle, the backup he left behind is far more formidable. Besides, with the power of the Nightmare alone, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to defeat Nora's veteran multiverse, right? She smiled brightly. Don't worry, the Holy Father's target isn't the Weaver of Fate, but Nora's latest target. Mu Xing was puzzled. What target? The woman approached, practically laying on top of him. It said it's related to the Creator Clan. With these words, Mu Xing understood the woman's true purpose in seeking him out. Who didn't know he was now the nephew of the newly promoted multiverse, Lan, and Lan was from the Creator Clan. She continued, Nora's body was destroyed, her essence severely damaged. Even if she was once a veteran multiverse, recovering quickly would be no easy task. The Holy Father has learned that Nora may possess the remains of a deceased Creator Clan multiverse powerhouse, and the Holy Father's goal is the same. She paused, looking expectantly at Mu Xing. She seemed unfazed by the thought that he wouldn't take the bait. So what do you mean by cooperation? Our cooperation is like the cooperation between the multiverse masters behind us. Surely Lord Lan would be interested in the remains of a fellow clan member, right? Mu Xing shook his head slowly. Not interested. Find someone else. Hey! The woman stamped her feet in anger. Why was this guy so uninterested? Can you be Lord Lan's boss? Of course. Mu Xing turned her head and replied coldly. The woman opened her mouth. She had indeed underestimated Mu Xing and Lan's relationship. She gritted her teeth and said, If you're willing to cooperate, I give you another 10,000 domain inheritance items. Mu Xing didn't rush to agree, but instead asked, given Huanyan's personality, what could possibly have driven him to such a risk? The woman took a deep breath. I won't hide it from you. The Holy Father sensed that something might happen in the Chaos Camp in the near future. As the weakest Chaos Overlord, he urgently needed to improve his strength to protect himself, otherwise he might not survive the future conflict. Mu Xing was stunned. This Huanyan, was his perception so sharp? Is it a coincidence? Or was he truly sensing something? Chapter 991. Mu Xing paused and thought for a moment before looking up. Alright, I accept. However, the details still need to be discussed face to face between the two of you. I decide the location. Our cooperation is negotiable, provided that the Lord Chaos Overlord behind you dares to come alone to demonstrate his sincerity. Mu Xing didn't reject the other party's proposal, nor did he agree outright. Instead, he kicked the ball back, giving the other party the choice as both a test and a challenge. The woman's flirtatious expression turned serious. She knew that Mu Xing was testing her, and also the Holy Father behind her. I will report this to the Holy Father. If there's any news, I'll let you know immediately. Mu Xing grasped with his right hand, and a chaos communicator fell into his hand, which he then handed to the woman across from him. Use this to contact me if you need anything. I'm pressed for time. I'll be here for a maximum of 3 days. No more. By the way, after chatting for so long, may I know your name, beautiful lady? Shishui. The woman's red lips parted. That's a nice human name. I'll be waiting for your good news. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Xing teleported and disappeared into the alley. A moment later, a cold shadow emerged from the depths of the alley. Judging from its aura, it was a 9th level god. Shishui, you're too polite to that kid. He's just a high-level apostle. I can subdue him with a single wave of my hand. Countless strange faces flickered within the shadow, never settling. Shishui rolled her eyes upon hearing this. Do you think I'm stupid? Do you think I don't know how many hidden cards Blood Moon has? Do you believe that if you dare to attack, you'd be a cold corpse in the next second? Feeling slighted, the other party snorted coldly. I still don't understand why the Holy Father chose to cooperate with that brat. And he's the one who designated the meeting place. If he goes back on his word and the Holy Father gets furious, we'd be in big trouble. Shishui chuckled softly, looked in the mirror, and gently stroked her cheek. With every stroke, her cheek deformed slightly, revealing a few imperfections from her ultimate perfection. And yet, these imperfections, far from making her look ugly, only enhanced her elegance and beauty. The corners of her mouth involuntarily curled up. Turning to look at the phantom across from her, she said, Yulian, am I beautiful? Get lost. The phantom vanished instantly, leaving behind only one sentence. I will report this matter to the Holy Father for his judgment. But you, stop indulging in such frivolous things as pretending to be human. Remember, you are ultimately just chaos. The voice faded away. Hearing this, Shishui's sharp nails suddenly lost control, slicing through her delicate skin, revealing the gray flesh wriggling beneath. She trembled slightly, and the surrounding walls instantly twisted into grotesque shapes, with cracks extending far into the alley. Meanwhile, Mu Xing, back on the main street, rushed to the exhibition area while contacting Lan. Soon, a response came from there. I've accepted this. This involves the remains of an ancestor of my creator clan. I can't sit idly by. But Uncle Lan, these remains are being targeted by both Nora and Phantom Nightmare. Could this be a trick? Even if that's the case, I go. However, now I'm not only the diversity of the creator clan, but also the diversity of the survival line. I have to consider the consequences of everything I do. I discussed this with the other multinationals. Mu Xing couldn't help but remind him, then Warren don't. Don't worry, I know my limits. For now, I only notify Zhou Yuan. Mu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Honestly, of the other 4 multinationals, Zhou Yuan was the only one he trusted. Soon, Mu Xing returned to the street booth, where final arrangements were being made. Kowloon Auction House had brought quite a few people this time. While this wasn't their first time participating in a black market exhibition, it was their first time exhibiting on such a large scale. Chen Yu and Zhang Ting were also busy directing the work. Elsewhere, Orina and her Orina Chamber of Commerce were also busy making final arrangements. This street was custom designed to create a cohesive style. The powerful collaboration between the Orina Chamber of Commerce and Kowloon Auction House had already attracted a large number of onlookers before the opening. The billboards had already been put up, and flyers were being distributed rapidly, in anticipation of the official opening tomorrow. Madman leisurely patrolled the streets. Seeing Mu Xing return, he knew he must have reaped a bounty. Mu Xing hadn't concealed his conversation with Na Shishui from him, and he also wanted to hear his opinion. Since these are the remains of Senior Lan's kindred spirit, we must retrieve them and handle them properly. Even if it's to disrupt Nora's plan, we must act, but... Madman hesitated, but is this a trick? Could this be a trap set by Chaos? Mu Xing shook his head. Don't worry, I investigate this thoroughly. I won't let Uncle Lan take any risks without a foolproof plan. So when do you plan to begin planning? Within 3 days. Before that, I plan to try to condense my physical realm to improve my strength. The madman nodded. In that case, I protect you. No need. I'm busy at the exhibition, so don't worry about me. Besides, no one else can help me with this matter. I have to figure it out on my own. With that, he said goodbye to the madman and returned to his room. With a thought, he arrived directly on the 8th floor of the observer tower. It was still the tranquil white moon lake. The cold moon hung high in the sky, the lake as calm as a mirror. A massive black meteorite-like object lay crouched in the center of the moon lake. As if sensing Mu Xing's arrival, the behemoth suddenly awakened, its densely packed eyes beginning to gleam. It turned and scurried towards Mu Xing. Mu Xing extended a hand, and the massive spider Ram meekly lowered its head. It seems you've grown rapidly lately. Ram was originally an ancient god, and now, as Mu Xing's rank continued to rise, it had finally broken through to the god level and returned to its former rank. Endless lines of time entwined its body, the absolute master of Moonside Lake. Help me create a time acceleration domain, and prepare for multiple time rewinds. I'm going to begin attempting to condense a physical realm. At these words, Ram's massive body spun excitedly. Just as Mu Xing pulled out the more than 11,000 domain inheritance items and sorted them into categories, Ram began constructing a special time acceleration domain. Records of physical realms in the survival system were scarce, and Mu Xing had to leverage Lan and Yuan's connections to find some relevant information in the Terra City database. It was different from the Apostle's origin domain, and even more different from the divine realm of rules. It was more like creating a physical personal world, one that possessed not only the attributes of reality, but also the attributes of a domain, capable of moving at will. At the same time, with the support of the physical realm, no matter where he fell into the void, he would receive a constant supply of material and energy. No longer a rootless source. This was his initial conception. In this respect, the physical realm was even similar to the universe controlled by the multiverse created by powerful beings. Chapter 992. Of course, Mu Xing couldn't reach such a high level. He lacked the power of control, and couldn't create a macro narrative on the cosmic level. His goal was a physical domain, a small world. To create such a physical domain, he needed multiple verifications. Just as the real world is composed of countless rules, matter, and energy, he wanted to make the physical domain more realistic. The more domains he added, the closer it would be to reality. Time speed up. The moment Mu Xing activated the time acceleration domain, the flow of time increased 100-fold. With 100-fold acceleration, he could comprehend these domain inheritances at a much faster pace. Not enough. Speed up 1,000 times. Ram roared, and the lines of time appeared on his body. Time also suddenly accelerated 1,000 times. He kept opening the domain inheritance props, observing, comprehending, and understanding them. One after another, repeating over and over again. And the time acceleration multiplier gradually increased. 2,000 times, 3,000 times, 4,000 times. He was pressed for time. He had to complete the construction of the physical realm as soon as possible. When he opened his eyes again, he had already comprehended and mastered over 10,000 domain inheritance items. When the inheritance items landed, the information and energy within them were completely extracted, instantly dissipating into ash. Over 10,000 origin domains were more than enough for him to verify his plan. At the same time, the time rewind system had been activated, giving Mu Xing ample room for trial and error. Every time he failed, he would rewind time, returning to the state before the failure and starting over again. This process was destined to be tedious and tedious. He simply activated the 10,000-fold speed of time, failing again and again, and starting over again and again. He began by repeatedly stacking different essences to build a physical realm. But later, he realized this was like building blocks on a table. At first, the blocks were built quickly and steadily, but as they grew taller, they began to wobble. A moment of carelessness could cause the entire tower to collapse, forcing him to start all over again. No, I can't just blindly stack the blocks. That's neither stable nor safe. After tens of thousands of attempts, Mu Xing finally stopped and began to search for another method. He first consulted the evil spirit, who explained that a building cannot be constructed solely with bricks. It's like comparing brick houses of the past to modern skyscrapers. High-rise buildings stand firm because they not only have a solid foundation, but also a core support structure. In other words, his physical realm needed a backbone. After figuring this out, Mu Xing began by building the framework, using the material essence as the foundation, first constructing the foundation and framework of his realm. Then, various energy sources were added to fill and reinforce it. After the main structure was constructed, Various conceptual sources were used to embellish the details. Finally, the various sources within his body were combined to form a core, serving as the governing body. Although there were setbacks along the way, the moment this massive structure was completed, Mu Xing felt a surge of accomplishment. It's done! But the next second, as he tried to activate this physical realm, it shattered with a snap. What's going on? Is the physical realm I constructed not stable enough? Can't it support the operation of the entire realm? Mu Xing once again went back in time and rebuilt it. This time, he gradually strengthened the internal framework, reinforcing it from the inside out. Finally, when he tried to activate it, it didn't collapse, but the physical realm he had built seemed too solid. So solid that it required 10 times the effort to achieve even a fraction of the effect. Getting this massive and heavy structure into operation was a life-threatening endeavor. Do I need to find a balance? Mu Xing scanned every inch of the structure with his divine seal. It was like the difference between building a carriage out of wood and steel. Wood is light, but the downside is that it's easily damaged. Steel is strong, but the horse would tire out after just a few steps. Mu Xing began to try to find the right balance, attempting to strike a balance between lightness and strength. However, after more than 10 experiments, believing he had achieved the perfect balance, the results were still unsatisfactory. Overbalancing results in mediocrity. Not only is its power limited, but it also requires caution to prevent excessive force from collapsing the entire structure. He scratched the back of his head and decided to seek out his aunt for advice. As soon as he entered the 9th floor, he saw his aunt tormenting an evil spirit. The evil spirit looked as if it wanted to cry but couldn't. It couldn't escape or avoid him. The moment it saw Mu Xing, the fat striped cat meowed and darted into his arms, sobbing and wailing. Help! I'm afraid I'm going to die here today. Mu Xing simply ignored the evil spirit. It had made the deal, and now it was time to repay. He looked at his aunt, who was sitting at her computer, legs crossed, eating sunflower seeds and chatting. You've even learned how to use the internet. What? Do I need to learn? I've been recruiting quite a few followers online lately. Mu Xing was stunned, then glanced at the screen. The Otaku Leader's Cute Fan Club? A frown crossed his brow. Below him were a group of enthusiastic group members sporting adorable monkey avatars. They loudly praised the leader's cuteness. It's so easy to recruit followers these days. Just take a few selfies, post a cute dance video, and a swarm of fervent believers will come to join us. This is much easier than using intimidation and terror to frighten them back then, the old lady said with a smug look. As she spoke, her small hands tapped away at the keyboard, communicating with her group members, and even uploading cute photos of herself holding a demon. As soon as these photos of her in her cute jackets were uploaded, the group chat lit up with enthusiastic praise. And the faith value in the upper left corner of the computer screen was climbing wildly. Mu Xing's mouth twitched, and he felt his worldview crumble. He recalled the first time he met his aunt. Mu Bao, what's up? The leader, with his quick reaction time, suddenly looked up, gazing at Mu Xing with confusion. So you just noticed me? The aunt pointed at the evil spirit. Fat cat, create a few more large groups of 10,000 people, and select a few sensible people to be administrators. After saying this, she looked at Mu Xing, as if she saw through his intentions at a glance. You wish to condense a physical realm? Yes, there are just some issues that are beyond comprehension and solution. Mu Xing rubbed his hands. So, I'm here to ask for your help. The aunt spoke directly. It's not surprising. You're only at the apostle realm, yet you want to ascend to the heavens and create a physical world. How can you possibly accomplish something that even high-level gods struggle to do? Only by reaching the multiverse and becoming an omniscient and omnipotent being can one, based on the divine realm, create the controller's realm, and ultimately perfect it into the controller's universe. A multiverse powerhouse possesses a complete understanding of the origin, a commanding mastery of the rules, and, supported by the power of control, can create the realm of the real universe. As for you, you're still far from it. Mu Xing's face fell upon hearing this. Chapter 993. Then, is there any other solution? After all I want is a physical domain, not the ability to control the universe. Mu Xing couldn't help scratching her head. The aunt shook her head. A domain and a universe aren't the same concept, but the underlying logic is the same. Your realm is too low, and you won't understand many things even if I tell you. Is there really no other solution? Mu Xing said, a little unwillingly. The aunt rubbed her chin and pondered for a moment. I do have a way. It might not be possible for others, but you're different. Me? Different? How do you mean? Have you forgotten your identity? You're human, chaos, and a blood moon. You have advantages neither humans nor chaos possesses. For example, humans excel at creation, chaos excels at control, but your identity as a blood moon allows you to combine these two strengths, even making them even stronger. You must fully utilize chaos's control, using it to create a framework. Then, with human control over the essence and creativity, you can construct the physical realm. Finally, by combining the two, you can break free from the constraints of a single entity and achieve your desired result. Is it really that simple? Mu Xing expressed doubt. It's not like he hadn't tried before, but the results were less than satisfactory. Aunt, are you sure you can help me complete this last step? He asked expectantly, gazing at the infant before him. Her fingers flew, the keyboard clacking away. Your failure is due to your lack of control over the rules and fundamental principles. To successfully build a domain, you must enhance your control, but this won't happen overnight. Therefore, you need external assistance. Mu Xing suddenly understood. For example, you? He remembered that he and his aunt had a life and death contract. And the same thing was true with the evil spirits. His own abilities weren't enough, but with the help of their control, he could definitely make it. Tell me your terms. Mu Xing took a deep breath, knowing his aunt never took a loss. His aunt placed her hands on her hips and looked him up and down. Nice figure, nice face. I want you to accompany me for a photo shoot with my sisters, wearing women's clothing. Mu Xing's pupils trembled, and without hesitation, he turned and ran. But before he could even get out of the door, he was pulled out by green tentacles. No, I give up. I won't condense the physical realm anymore. I think a normal realm is fine. Humph, the contract with the old one has been concluded, and you still want to cheat? Come back here. Seeing Mu Xing being dragged back screaming, the evil spirit typing away beside him raised its lip with a smug smile. Humph, you offended the abbot, and you still want to run? No way. Auntie, I help you. The evil spirit meowed and pounced. Ah, evil spirit, you damn cat. I'd let Tondo beat you to death later. A few hours later, Mu Xing, wearing lipstick and heavy makeup, walked out of the 9th floor with a look of grief and indignation on her face. My heroic image of all those years is completely ruined, and it's being posted online to help me recruit followers. Ah. Mu Xing was mad with helplessness and rage. Just then, a round ball imbued with the power of control was thrown from the door. Mu Bao, this is a gift from Auntie. Take it and use it. Come back to me if you don't have enough. Mu Xing suppressed her grief and indignation and picked up the ball. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that it contained a special power of control tailored for him, perfectly aligned with his own. It must be said that while the young lady's request was a bit excessive, the reward was unequivocal. Without even taking off her horse oil socks and JK skirt, she casually tossed her bunny ear headdress aside and rushed to the 8th floor. Rom, prepare to activate the time acceleration domain. This time, Mu Xing was confident and vowed to complete the condensation of the physical realm. Luckily, he only experienced 999 failures before seeing the opportunity for success. Despite repeated failures, each one brought him closer to success. Wait, in this world, there is yin and yang, and where there is opposition, there is balance. For example, light and darkness, sun and moon, rebirth and decay. Then, could I try to integrate the realm of desolation into it? Mu Xing suddenly had an idea. On his 1000th experiment, he first used the power of control to construct the physical realm, then incorporated the realm of desolation into it. In an instant, it was like drawing two sides of a coin. One side represented substance and mass, while the other represented nothingness and desolation. Life and death, truth and falsehood, existence and non-existence. The moment this unique physical realm took shape, the entire moonside lake began to tremble violently. It was like the moment the universe was born, precipitating an indescribable explosion. Endless matter and energy poured forcefully into the void, forming the universe and the starry sky, giving birth to time and space, and constructing unique laws and concepts. Of course, while Mu Xing's physical realm wasn't quite as dramatic, it still nearly destroyed the 8th layer. Rewind. Rom began to reverse time frantically. The reversible time dissipated the moment it touched the physical realm. The essence of time contained within the physical realm neutralized the force of time's reversal. Oh no! This is going to be a disaster. Will it explode? Mu Xing was anxious and quickly summoned the evil spirit and her aunt for help. The evil spirit attempted to suppress it with its 4th level divine power. But the rules of a 4th level god were shattered. Damn! Invulnerable to all attacks? So strong? The evil spirit growled and transformed into its true form. A bright, living sun hung over Moon Lake, and it began to suppress it with the force of a half-step multidimensional force. Crackling. The force was too strong, and it nearly shattered Mu Xing's physical realm. Don't stop. Keep crushing. Mu Xing's surprised voice continued. Huh? The evil spirit was puzzled, but the next moment it realized Mu Xing's purpose. The reason the physical realm is currently expanding is because its internal structure isn't solid enough. External forces are needed to hold it together. And every time it breaks, the rest quickly heals and continues to expand. The evil spirit continued to squeeze until it stabilized bit by bit. During this process, the ant even assisted, fine-tuning his physical realm. Finally, it became a copper pea that couldn't be crushed or broken by a hammer. Hard as it is. The evil spirit struck again, only to find that the vibration stung his tentacles. You've built yourself a tortoise shell. It's so hard, even high-level gods wouldn't be able to shake it. Mu Xing, however, took control of the now solidified physical realm with anticipation. Controlled by the will of chaos, the main body of the realm, composed of chaos, could expand and contract according to his wishes. The physical realm could form a spherical physical realm with a diameter of 10 kilometers, or shrink to the size of a sesame seed. This physical realm was so massive that it could even be thrown to hit someone. Finally, Mu Xing was filled with indescribable excitement. Furthermore, with a single thought, the massive physical realm instantly transformed into an all-consuming realm of desolation. The devouring power of this realm was even more powerful than before. Mu Xing felt it rivaled the realms of those high-level desolate shadow users he had encountered before. What a powerful physical realm, little brat. Can you teach me? I want to condense a physical realm too. The evil spirit wagged its tail ingratiatingly. Mu Xing glared at it fiercely, then waved his right hand, sending the long-lost sugar beam darting out with a meow. He pinned the evil spirit to the ground, beating it furiously. Chapter 994. The next day. As the Black Market Exchange Conference grandly opened, Mu Xing quietly waited in the vast sand dunes near the Black Market. He casually tossed a black sphere up and down in his hand. Each time the sphere soared, it seemed to break free from the constraints of gravity, rising and falling in strange patterns. The surrounding sand, affected by the sphere, sometimes dispersed, sometimes gathered, a truly magical effect. Suddenly, the sand dunes tumbled, and a massive monster burst out from beneath them, its maw wide open, swallowing the heavens and the earth, as it gnawed towards Mu Xing. Mu Xing's expression remained calm, as he suddenly tossed the sphere in his hand. The small sphere flew into the monster's mouth, rapidly expanding and instantly bursting the creature. With a flick of his right hand, the sphere flew smoothly back into his hand. Mu Xing expressed great satisfaction with the attack power of his physical realm. The monster had possessed the power of a first-order god, yet he had easily defeated it. At that moment, a figure appeared from the distance, slowly approaching. In less than 3 seconds, it was before him. The person, dressed in a desert-inspired midriff-bearing top and a veiled headpiece, exuded a mysterious and elegant air. Hello again, Blood Moon. Mu Xing glanced at Shishui. You're becoming more and more human. Thank you for the compliment. The woman glanced around. Didn't we agree on a multifaceted meeting? Where's your uncle? Mu Xing's expression was impassive. Where's your holy father? Shishui knelt on one knee in reverence, her hands in a strange gesture. A tiny crack suddenly appeared in the sky, revealing a shifting, mysterious shadow. Mu Xing recognized it immediately. This mysterious shadow was no ordinary chaos. It held within it the power of domination. Clearly, this was a clone of the Lord of Chaos. The next second, a blood-red shadow appeared behind Mu Xing. Almost simultaneously, a small world, isolated from all other things, emerged from the combined power of the two shadows. The two sides communicated at breakneck speed, exchanging vast quantities of information every second. Even Mu Xing, now in his current state, couldn't capture even a single fragment. In just 3 seconds, the small world collapsed, and the two phantoms vanished almost simultaneously. And then, Lan's voice echoed in Mu Xing's mind. The matter has been settled. Huan Yan is willing to cooperate. I have verified the information he provided. Mu Xing instinctively asked, could it be a trap? No, but Huan Yan cannot be fully trusted. Before that, both parties must submit their pledge of allegiance. Mu Xing was silent for a moment. I understand. If so, I will proceed as planned. He looked up at Shishui across from him. Since the higher-ups behind us have reached an agreement, and your sincerity is evident, I agree to cooperate with you. Shishui's face was covered with a light veil, revealing a sweet smile. She waved her hand, and a wisp of dust quickly condensed into a sand figure, holding a letter and respectfully handing it to Mu Xing. Mu Xing opened the letter and read it quickly. Are you sure the 14th disciple of destiny will come to the Black Market Exchange Conference? Shishui countered. Doesn't this secret letter between him and someone in charge of the Black Market Exchange Conference prove it? Mu Xing's letter erupted in flames, completely incinerating it. I want to know how you got hold of this letter. The letter states that Nora is one of the investors and builders behind the Black Market Exchange Conference. How did you know such secret information? Suddenly, Shishui appeared before him, her soft tongue licking her red lips. This is my secret. Want to know? Be my man, and I tell you everything. Mu Xing stepped back, leaving Shishui's ulterior motives empty-handed. I'm not interested in joking with you. Shishui lay on her side on the sand dune, her eyes hazy. I'm not joking either. What I said is true, Blood Moon. Alright, enough of the nonsense. What are you going to do next? Mu Xing didn't have time for this slutty woman. She adopted a more seductive pose, scooping up a handful of sand, letting the grains drift away in the breeze. Simple. Set up, capture, and interrogate. Mu Xing frowned. That's Nora's 14th disciple. How can we ensure this information remains private? Besides, he's backed by the Weaver of Fate. How can we conceal this from a veteran multiverse investigator? Multiverse? What if it's not multiverse? Mu Xing paused. You mean? According to the intelligence received by the Holy Father, Nora's current condition is extremely unstable. Her body has been destroyed, her essence damaged. Now, relying on special means, I can barely maintain my multiverse, but what? But this state is extremely unstable, and my perception of fate is greatly reduced. Moreover, for a brief period at noon each day, I will fall below the multiverse. How do you know? This is a multiverse secret. Nothing else, because that special means was given to me by the Holy Father. Hearing this, Mu Xing laughed instead of being surprised. Everyone said the fourth Chaos Lord was timid and cowardly, but now it seems that he is not only brave and resourceful, but also cunning and calculating. Shishui's lips curled slightly. If you're willing to be my man, I can tell you more about Nora's secrets. Mu Xing raised her right hand. Stop. If you were human, I might consider it. But you're not. So let's just talk about cooperation. Although it was a polite refusal, Shishui's eyes still blazed with anger. Interesting. You're really becoming more and more attracted to me. Mu Xing ignored her flirtatious glances and tossed a coin. In that case, at 12 noon sharp. The coin flew over, finally caught by Shishui. The front of the coin depicted a beautiful woman, while the back showed a terrifying, snarling shadow monster. The next second, Mu Xing vanished into the vast expanse of sand dunes. Shishui clenched the coin tightly and crushed it into gravel. Her body trembled slightly, and then she began to dance wildly on the dune, stirring up a dust storm. In the black market, the exchange conference has officially begun. As the gates opened, a dense crowd of attendees poured into the vast city like sardines. The booth, jointly built by the Arena Chamber of Commerce and the Kowloon Auction House, was also packed. The Kowloon Auction House's strength goes without saying. It is now the leading auctioneer among the 5 major cities in the real world, with business spanning the globe. The Arena Chamber of Commerce, founded by Arena herself, is equally powerful, and it also has the backing of many established business forces. For example, the major powers behind the Black Mountain Canyon are its supporters. With their booths filling the entire street, they naturally attracted countless black market customers. Almost everyone wore a special veil, concealing them from view, imperceptible to anyone but a multidimensional expert. The merchants simply sold without question, selling to whoever offered the money. The transactions were straightforward, with no hesitation at all. The most popular shops on this street, besides Arena's exclusive boutique, are the VIP auctions at Kowloon Auction House. And now, there's another one, Mu Xing's Pharmacy. Chapter 995. How's business? Mu Xing suddenly appeared behind the counter. Look how popular it is. Do I need to tell you? Zhang Ting was so busy collecting money that a long line formed outside to prevent overcrowding. Everyone was here to buy the Enlightenment Potion, which was selling like hotcakes. This had spawned a large number of high-ranking survivors. Perhaps Zhang Ting even received praise from both the main city and the survival line. If Mu Xing hadn't already started the assembly line and expanded production, there wouldn't have been enough to sell. The staff were frantically busy. Even the previously idle crazy man and his friends were helping out. Mu Xing noticed that his new potion was also attracting a lot of attention. Almost everyone who came to the store went to the high-end counter to inquire about it. Whenever a prominent VIP came, Zhang Ting would give them a small bottle as a gift, as Mu Xing instructed. Mu Xing called it a willing take the bait. He wasn't worried that these people wouldn't be interested in the potion after taking it back. That was a rule comprehension potion, a higher level than the origin comprehension potion. How many people have been stuck at the peak of the apostle level their entire lives, unable to advance? Not to mention that this level of rule comprehension potion only increased comprehension by 10%, even if it only increased by 1%, it would be in short supply in the outside world. To promote hunger marketing, this potion was not only limited in quantity, but only VIPs were eligible to purchase it. Of course, it would be sold at the auction house, but the price would be significantly higher than normal purchase. Zhang Ting seemed to have already seen the endless stream of terracoins rushing into his pocket. Just then, the madman approached. How's things going over there? Have you agreed? Almost done. When do we start? Around noon. So soon? Mu Xing whispered. This time, the target is the 14th disciple of destiny, a chaos who seems to have just reached the divine realm. We know very little about him, and divine-level warriors can't operate in the black market, so we have to take action ourselves. Crazy Man immediately turned around. Do you want me to go back and get help? No, too many people would only alert the enemy. 2 apostles like us would be more likely to confuse them. Crazy Man nodded. Okay, in that case, I go prepare. Mu Xing glanced at the time. We meet up on Central Street later. Okay. Soon. Central Street bustled. Those who could open shops here were the true top forces of each faction. In the real world, there were survival lines, chaos lines, and a mix of forces. But the customers didn't care. Once they entered the black market, who cared about their faction? Their only identity was one, members of the Black Market Exchange Conference. Here, as long as you can afford it, you can buy anything. Mu Xing activated the Eye of Destiny, carefully observing every person and booth he passed. He also had to avoid being noticed as much as possible. After all, in this area, spying on others is a serious offense. A single careless move would attract the attention of the black market administrators. These masters, at least fifth-order gods, acted as patrolmen, maintaining order at the scene. And under the special rules of the black market, only they could exert their full strength. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in Mu Xing's ears. Target spotted, to your left, second block. Upon hearing this, Mu Xing immediately looked around. It was Shishui's voice. Where are you? Look up. Mu Xing looked up suddenly, and saw the woman standing majestically atop the massive statue in the central square. Even so, Mu Xing realized that no one around seemed to notice her. Mu Xing quickly switched his perspective, realizing that the woman had perfectly transformed into a part of the statue. As expected of a descendant of the Phantom Nightmare, your methods are quite impressive. Can I even call that a compliment? As you wish. Mu Xing squeezed into the crowd, contacting the madman. Target locked. Surround him from the left. Target is the third block. Understood. Mu Xing grasped with his right hand, and a pair of sharp scissors appeared in his palm. The scissors continuously cut the thread of fate that stretched between him and his target. As a disciple of the Weaver of Fate, he must have a keen sense of fate. The moment he targeted her, it meant that their cause and effect would intersect, and the thread of fate would begin to stretch. Mu Xing possessed the scissors of fate, constantly cutting the threads of fate to conceal his approach. After entering the third block, Mu Xing locked onto his target instantly. He was strolling through the black market like a normal tourist. From time to time, he would wander into a shop, where the owner would respectfully hand him items he had prepared long ago. He didn't even examine them, simply storing them in his storage. Mu Xing sensed a strong chaos aura from him, but also a strong human presence. Is he a hybrid? Mu Xing had seen this half-human, half-chaos creature in the auditions. He's killed quite a few. Although it combines human intelligence with the power of chaos, averages also create mediocrity. At least, Mu Xing hasn't discovered any powerful masters emerging from this hybrid. But the one before him seemed somewhat different. His chaos aura and human aura were both extremely powerful, yet, instead of falling into mediocrity due to the average, they remained sharp like a sword. His aura control wasn't particularly effective, and he looked like a rookie. Mu Xing contacted Shishui. Are you sure this person is Nora's disciple? Why would Nora use someone like that? Shishui, however, hinted, I don't know who eliminated all 12 of Nora's disciples one by one. Now that the veteran leader is unemployed, why can't they just bring in this newcomer? Mu Xing ignored her implication. Nora's scheming is unparalleled. Even sending a puppet would be more reliable than this person. Don't you find it strange? I know what you're worried about. You're worried that these 14th disciples are baiting Nora through, right? Isn't that right? Of course not. He escaped secretly. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. Although Shishui spoke little, her words revealed a lot of information. This meant they had a spy planted with Nora. What made Mu Xing even more curious was how this spy could have evaded the Fate Weaver's detection. His expression grew wary. This phantom nightmare sect seemed even more dangerous and mysterious than he had imagined. Whether now or in the future, be careful when dealing with them. Just as Mu Xing was lost in thought, Shishui's voice rang out. He's heading for the central square. Prepare to intercept him. Mu Xing approached quickly. At the same time, he noticed something strange in the crowd nearby. Shishui's men were preparing to attack. At this moment, the 14th disciple, who was completing a new purchase, finally noticed something was amiss and quickened his pace, heading towards the central square. There, patrolmen from the Black Market Exchange Conference were on guard. Having a premonition of approaching danger, he sought the help of official forces for safety. Chapter 996. Xian Hong. Suddenly, a very familiar voice called out from behind him. He turned sharply. Master? He rubbed his eyes. He actually saw his master on this bustling street. His expression was dazed, and a sense of alarm suddenly rose in his heart. No, not master. He looked up suddenly, only to find himself back at the Fate Dojo. Seated on a cushion on the steps was his all-too-familiar master. Next to him, on cushions, sat his senior brothers and sisters, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. They sat quietly. Master. Disciple, please refrain from making noise while I'm teaching. Sit down quickly. Behind him, his 12th senior brother, Xian Xian, tugged at his clothes. Junior brother, sit down quickly. Don't upset master. He quickly sat cross-legged on the cushion, his mind rapidly fading. No, no. He abruptly stood up, a silver sword appearing in his hand. He swung his sword straight at his master on the steps, like slicing through a veil that obscured his vision. Where was his master? Where were his fellow disciples? He was drawn into a dreamlike, phantasmagorical world. Is this an illusion? He instantly realized his current situation. The silver sword in his hand shone with light, and strands of fate emerged. Under his control, he searched for a breakthrough in this illusion. Found it. The destinies on his blade suddenly stretched straight, pointing in a certain direction. He dashed towards the exit, his sword raised high, and brought it down with a powerful blow. When, however, the strike was blocked by a great sword gradually gleaming with moonlight. The stretched thread of fate was instantly severed by the great sword. Without the guiding thread of fate, Xian Hong suddenly lost his sense of direction. Illusion? No, he's real. At this moment, Mu Xing charged forward, his sword imbued with the scythe of destiny's judgment now covered in the patterns of fate. Are you Blood Moon? Xian Hong's voice rang out in disbelief and surprise. Mu Xing offered no explanation, simply stepping forward and attacking. Blood Moon, you only have 3 minutes at most. My companions, and I can only maintain this special illusion for 3 minutes. You must eliminate him within 3 minutes, or we be discovered by the black market patrols, and our efforts will be in vain. Don't worry, leave it to me. Mu Xing replied. This was the plan they had laid out before they took action. Shishui would maintain the special illusion, while Mu Xing would snipe Xian Hong. The power emanating from the Chaos Lord, Phantom Nightmare, could briefly confuse the high-ranking administrators maintaining order at the Black Market Exchange Conference. However, if it lasted more than 3 minutes, they would be discovered. Thus, Mu Xing attacked without mercy. However, he underestimated the strength of the 14th disciple. The silver longsword suddenly blocked Mu Xing's attack. A replica of the Sword of Destiny? Mu Xing recognized the silver longsword at a glance. It bore a striking resemblance to the Sword of Destiny, though its rank was that of a divine artifact. Xian Hong snorted coldly. No matter who you are or what your motives are, a mere high-ranking apostle dares to attack me. You're courting death. Realizing that Mu Xing possessed only the strength of a high-ranking apostle, Xian Hong's confidence soared. But at that moment, Madman attacked from behind. He had already activated his divine runes, initiating 30 seconds of true manhood. Within 30 seconds, he would possess god-level combat power. The 2 chaos blades were indestructible, burning with frenzied chaos flames. The wrath of the god of war seemed to consume everything. Attack from both sides, Xian Hong roared, his aura suddenly surging. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3. His strength had instantly reached the level of a 3rd-level god. How is this possible? He broke through to the third level in such a short time. Could it be that Qian Hong is hiding his strength? Madman and Mu Xing were simultaneously thrown away, a look of disbelief on Madman's face. No, he's not hiding his strength, nor is this a temporary breakthrough. He's borrowing his life. Mu Xing wielded the Moonlight Great Sword and slashed at Qian Hong, but a massive golden shadow suddenly condensed behind him. Oh no! It's a rule anomaly! Madman exclaimed, drawing a Spartan shield for defense. This is a rule vision, a phenomenon only a third-tier god can master. It's a completely new application of the power of rules, capable of blessing, combat, assistance, all sorts of missions. The rule vision's appearance caught the two off guard. Qian Hong, seeing he had the upper hand, wanted to seize the opportunity to eliminate them. However, Mu Xing was prepared. A spun sphere appeared from his chest. Perfectly, let's test the power of the physical realm. The sphere spun between his hands, growing larger as he stretched them. Instantly, it became the size of a basketball. Mu Xing didn't intend to reveal the true power of his physical realm in this illusion, so he chose a different method. Smash! The basketball-sized physical field was flung directly forward. It met the outstretched hand of the rule vision behind Qian Hong. Bang! A dull collision sounded. After a brief moment of stalemate, the vision's hand was shattered. Then it flew straight towards the vision's head. With a thud, the enormous, ferocious vision's head was instantly blasted apart by the basketball. How is this possible? Shocked, Qian Hong watched Mu Xing leap into the air, clutching the basketball. His eyes were filled with fear and confusion. Mu Xing shouted, Qian Hong, the power you borrowed from the future through your destiny is indeed powerful, but it is not your own power. Break it. As soon as the words left his mouth, Mu Xing's basketball slammed down with unmatched destructive force. Boom! The powerful rule vision was shattered by this blow, and Qian Hong spat out blood as he flew backwards. Behind him, the madman's chaos blades were already ready. The shadowy image of the god of war condensed into them, slashing with all his might. Ah! Qian Hong screamed, his body nearly split in two. In that split second, Mu Xing saw that Qian Hong's body contained not internal organs, but countless rotating golden gears, like a robot. These golden gears spun frantically, and the core of his chest glowed brightly. Oh no! Stop him! He's going to self-destruct. Shishue's shrill cry rang out. Mu Xing's eyes narrowed, a murderous intent flashing in them, directed not only at Qian Hong but also at Shishue. This woman had deceived him. This Qian Hong was no ordinary creature at all. He was a grotesque fusion of chaos, humanity, and machinery. Mu Xing's murderous intent surged, and the physical field at his hand suddenly magnified 100-fold, transforming into a giant ball that crushed directly towards him. The golden fate barrier attempted to stop the sphere's fall, but was mercilessly crushed by the domain sphere. With a loud bang, before Qian Hong could self-destruct, the sphere descended, crushing his body to pieces. Countless golden gears flew out, and the wriggling chaos was mercilessly crushed. Die for me! Mu Xing growled, and the sphere slammed down again, completely crushing Qian Hong into dust. Mu Xing also grabbed the silver imitation longsword, and wiped out the mark of fate from it. Wow, what kind of weapon is this? Is it a sacred artifact? The voice came from Shishue, who gazed at the sphere in amazement. Mu Xing manipulated the sphere to slowly rise. Shishue, give me a reasonable explanation, or I make you like Qian Hong. However, Shishue ignored the threat, and grasped with her right hand, a small cage appearing in her hand. A leech-like insect, the size of a palm, was trapped inside. The plan was successful. Qian Hong has been captured, she said with a triumphant whisper. Mu Xing frowned. What did that mean? Chapter 997. Is this Qian Hong? Mu Xing's brow furrowed. His gaze, like lightning, fixed on the ugly, writhing mass of insects within the cage. The dark brown skin was covered in a disgusting mucus, and its tiny limbs twitched erratically. No matter what, he couldn't connect this with the Qian Hong he remembered as one of the 14th disciple of destiny. Shishue glanced around warily, her slender fingers unconsciously tightening. This place is extremely dangerous. We must leave immediately. Her voice was extremely low, as if she were guarding against some invisible threat. However, just as they were about to step out of the illusion, a dazzling golden thread suddenly tore through the void. The light was so brilliant that it seemed to have traveled through eons, bursting through the air with a might that would make even gods tremble. Even more terrifying, this thread of destiny seemed to possess intelligence, precisely locking onto the seemingly fragile cage in Shishue's hands. Buzz! The insect within the cage suddenly spasmed violently, emitting a sharp, eardrum-piercing hiss. The sound held a strange rhythm, rippling through the void. Even more terrifyingly, the hissing seemed to become some kind of guiding signal, and the thread of fate immediately responded, its speed suddenly increasing. Don't even think about it. Shishue's eyes flashed coldly, and her slender fingers quickly formed seals across her chest. In an instant, countless layers of intertwined illusions unfolded before her. Each layer contained a different law of the realm, forming an impenetrable great wall of illusion. But the horror of this thread of fate far exceeded imagination. Crack! As the first illusion shattered, Shishue's slender body trembled violently, and a trickle of crimson blood slowly oozed from the corner of her lips. But she still clung to the cage tightly, her knuckles white from the exertion. As subsequent illusions crumbled, new streaks of blood continued to flow from the corners of her mouth, leaving shocking marks on her crimson lips. Give me the things, or you will die. Mu Xing's icy voice echoed behind him like a blade. The silver-glowing replica of the Sword of Destiny had been unsheathed, its blade pulsing with the dangerous power of fate. Shishue's eyes flickered violently, a conflict between her inner self and her own. At that moment, a crisp sound like shattering porcelain emanated from her graceful body. The carefully maintained human veneer began to peel away, revealing the terrifying true form beneath, her true form from the ethereal realm. Hiss! Even the experienced madman gasped and instinctively took several steps back. At this moment, Shishue had completely transformed into a twisted and deformed nightmare mass, countless purple-black tentacles dancing wildly in the void, each covered in dizzying illusory patterns. Even more shockingly, her aura was rising at an astonishing rate, leaping from a first-order god to the terrifying realm of a fifth-order god in the blink of an eye. So this was her true strength. Bang! Another layer of illusion shattered. Even exerting her full strength, Shishue still struggled to resist the erosion of fate. Those fine golden roots were seeping into every inch of the illusory space at a terrifying speed, forcibly rewriting even the laws of time and space wherever they passed. My patience is run out. Life or death is up to you. Mu Xing's voice was as cold as 1,000 years of ice, and the longsword in his hand began to emit a dangerous hum. Finally, with a sigh filled with resignation, Shishue trembled and threw the cage behind her. Swoosh! The thread of fate immediately reversed direction, so fast that it left a golden afterimage in the air. But Mu Xing was even faster. His slender fingers shot out like lightning, precisely catching the falling cage. The moment of contact, a crystal-clear domain of light erupted from his palm. This light imbued with an ancient sealing power, instantly freezing the restless insect body in a transparent crystalline form. Slash! The silver law sword, wrapped in the power of fate and destiny, slashed down fiercely. The piercing sound of metal clashing shook the surrounding space. Mu Xing's knuckles were bleeding, but he could clearly see Nora's face, twisted with anger, on the thread. Break it! With a thunderous roar, Mu Xing unhesitatingly detonated the core of his long sword. Amidst the turbulent energy, the desolate and silent field created by the explosion temporarily stalled the thread's pursuit. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he grabbed the madman with one hand and Shishue with the other, and the three of them vanished in an instant. With a swish. As the three landed on the gray sand dunes, before they could even catch their breath, another ripping sound echoed from the sky. This time, 3 threads of fate struck simultaneously. They intertwined into a web of death, blocking all escape routes. Mu Xing, however, calmly pulled out a strangely shaped pot of flesh and blood from his bosom. As the spout of the pot opened, countless squirming pieces of flesh and blood gushed out, quickly congealing in midair into a scarlet barrier studded with blood vessels. The threads of fate collided with the barrier, making a teeth-grinding scraping sound. Now, I need an explanation. What is it? He shook the cage in his hand, his sharp gaze piercing through people's hearts. Shishue bit her pale lips, and after a long pause, she said dejectedly, "This is the larva of the void god." Her voice was dry, as if she hadn't spoken in a long time. What? The madman next to her stared wide-eyed, his facial scars contorted with shock. Those legendary void creatures? To be precise. Shishue swallowed hard. This is the juvenile form of the void god. We call it a void elf. Mu Xing's pupils suddenly constricted. Void elf? There was a subtle wave in his voice. You actually knew? Shishue couldn't hide her shock, a hint of vigilance flashing in her phantasmagorical eyes. Mu Xing didn't offer further explanation, merely stroking the cage thoughtfully. He knew more than that. The eye within his skull was a void elf, not to mention that within the deepest reaches of the observer's tower, a void elf named Luna slumbered. Keep going, he commanded coldly, his fingers tapping the cage's surface unconsciously. Shishui took a deep breath, the tentacles on her chest twitching restlessly. Xianhong is an artificial hybrid lifeform. With the Void Elf as its source, the gears of destiny as its core, and chaos as its flesh and blood. Her voice suddenly dropped to a barely audible level. He's a creation of the Creator Clan. What? This answer frightened even the usually calm Mu Xing, nearly dropping the cage in his hands. To be more precise, he's the key to finding the remains of a fallen multiverse-level creator. Nora spent years cultivating him for this very purpose. Mu Xing gazed thoughtfully at the thread of fate still furiously attacking the barrier, then suddenly let out a meaningful smile. Looks like we need to make a deal. You say? Shishui frowned irritably, her tentacles tapping the ground nervously. The situation had completely deviated from the Holy Father's expectations, but she had no choice at this moment. Even more unsettling was the fact that she had no idea what the man before her was planning. Chapter 998. Mu Xing looked up and pointed at the thread of fate in the sky. The flesh and blood barrier won't hold out for much longer. This was the flesh and blood pot Lan had given him. It contained a flesh and blood evolution barrier that could temporarily resist multi-level attacks. Now, under the onslaught of the thread of fate, it could only last a minute at most. Have the Holy Father behind you quickly suppress Nora. In exchange, I can help you pry open Xianhong's mouth and obtain the map to find the remains. Can you really pry open Xianhong's mouth? Shishui explained, then realized she had been exaggerating too much and quickly covered her mouth. Why would I even joke with you here? Shishui took a deep breath. Wait a moment. She made strange hand gestures, her pupils dilated, and looked up at the sky. The illusory thread twisted upward, piercing the void, as if communicating with some great being in the void. 10 seconds passed, and just as Mu Xing, growing impatient, was about to retreat, Shishui suddenly stopped communicating. Holy Father, I agree. As soon as she finished speaking, the vast sky shattered, and a reflected world crashed down towards the ground. A shrill alarm suddenly sounded at Tianji Pass, far away on the third line of defense. Fortunately, the reflected world's target wasn't Mu Xing or the third line of defense, but the thread of fate. The thread of fate, attacking the flesh and blood barrier, broke into pieces, crushed by the reflected world. An angry voice echoed from the distant void. Soroga, you actually betrayed the covenant and attacked me. It was Nora's voice. He had finally lost all restraint and emerged from the void. At this moment, Nora no longer had the brilliance and mysticism of the past. The slate-gray, zombie-like body barely managed to hold onto a human form, though it was grotesquely unsightly, with tentacles burrowing uncontrollably from beneath its skin. Even the ring of control above its head seemed dim and lifeless. In the reflected world, a shadowy figure emerged, its flowing white flames forming a giant pupil, fixed intently on Nora in the void. Covenant? A traitor who has renounced his faith. Is he worthy enough to negotiate a covenant with me? And the covenant between us is just a piece of paper. Now that the chips have changed, why should I continue to play along with you? Nora's wrath flared upon hearing this. Soroga, have you forgotten that humans cannot be trusted? Would you choose to trust that brat? You know, I'm in this situation because of him. Disdain flashed across his enormous eyeballs. All this talk is just an excuse for a loser. And when it comes to credibility, you, Nora, have a negative reputation. You're courting death. A mere newly minted chaos overlord. A worthless creature who usually only dares to sneak up on other overlords from behind. Today, I teach you the price of betraying your covenant. Nora's rage was uncontrollable, and countless dense threads of fate appeared in the sky. Those threads, like intertwined webs and chains, appeared over both him and the nightmare Soroga. Nora's eyes shone with murderous intent. The chaos exuvia you gave me is tied to the fate of your true self. It's an inextricable connection. You've been unkind to me, so don't blame me for being unfair to you. The threads of fate intertwined like a web. Nora was actually using this exuvia to reversely drain the nightmare's power. The nightmare snorted coldly. Nora, you're truly dishonest. Is this how you treat your allies? I truly can't trust you. Nora controlled her zombie-like form as it crawled out of the void, the ring of control above her head controlling the threads of fate. Having lost the sword of destiny and her true form, Nora's control over fate has been greatly diminished. However, with this relic, he managed to maintain his multifaceted combat power. Now controlling the nightmare's true form, he attempted to steal its power through the law of destiny and seized the opportunity to attack it. However, facing Nora's fateful attack, the nightmare, Soroga, was not only unfazed, but actually burst into laughter. A phantom detached from its large eyeballs, escaping the entanglement of the threads of fate. Nora's face changed at this sight. I didn't expect you to be wary of me so long ago. This is an illusion. Soroga revealed his true form. It turned out that the body connected to Nora's thread of fate was merely his illusory incarnation. However, it was truly incredible that this illusory body could deceive Nora's eyes. Nora, we're on the same page. Do you think I give you the Chaos Relic without any preparation? The nightmare sneered. I assume you've already absorbed enough power. Then return it all. Nora, still struggling to draw upon the nightmare's power, quickly retreated, attempting to sever the connection. However, the threads of fate were so numerous that even he couldn't sever them all immediately. The absorbed power began to flow back, returning to the phantom body. The nightmare then controlled the phantom body and charged towards Nora. Explode. With a loud bang, the phantom body exploded just as it approached Nora. Ah! Nora's screams were drowned out by the explosion, and the void was suddenly torn into countless pieces. Killed? The madman stared blankly at the horrific explosion. It was a multiverse-level self-destruction. That phantom body contained at least 1/3 of the nightmare's power. Such a terrifying force would have destroyed Nora, even as a multiverse-level being. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes, not daring to miss a single detail. Many people might not even witness this sight once in their lifetime. This scene would deepen his understanding. He's not dead yet. Mu Xing's eyes narrowed as he saw Nora crawling out of the explosion. Half of her body had been blown to pieces, and she struggled to crawl, dragging her rotting remains. Flesh and blood melted like magma, dripping continuously into the void. Though not dead, she had suffered severe damage. Endless threads of fate woven and entwined, mending her body. The nightmare, however, did not give him this opportunity and launched an active attack. The reflected phantom world slammed directly into Nora, as if intent on keeping her there. However, when the illusionary world crashed down, Nora shattered like a mirror. Run away? The nightmare hovered in midair, its sharp claws tearing through the air, revealing Nora, fleeing frantically. Don't run if you dare. If you don't run, are you waiting for me to kill you? Just as the nightmare was about to give chase, something suddenly latched onto his chest, and a bright golden light struck him. This attack was unavoidable. It was a fateful strike, instantly piercing his chest. Holy Father! Shishui exclaimed. Humph, you're just a novice after all. Nora sneered, the triumph of a cunning and treacherous scheme. He had just pretended to be weak fleeing, then seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, catching the nightmare off guard. The nightmare clutched the wound, which was struggling to heal. When exactly did this happen? He growled. Ha ha ha, of course, while we were chatting, I used a simple trick to infiltrate the thread of your destiny. Nora sneered, preparing to return for revenge. But suddenly, a warning struck her, and she slammed on the brakes. A swirling vortex of stars appeared out of thin air. At the same time, a cold shout echoed from the void. Nora, I haven't settled my score with you yet. You will die today. The moment Nora saw the swirling vortex, she activated her secret technique and fled into the depths of the void. Xinghua, I wasn't the one who surrounded and attacked you that day. What does your critically injured and near-death experience have to do with me? As Nora fled, she tried to distance herself from the matter. Chapter 999. Xinghua has resurrected? The madman exclaimed. Beside her, Shishui also looked incredulous. Before she could speak, she was grabbed by a phantom hand, ready to be carried away. Evidently, Huanai was also startled by the sudden appearance of Xinghua. Blood Moon, does our cooperation still stand? Shishui asked hurriedly before being led away. Mu Xing's lips curled up. Of course. After all, the other half of the map is still in your hands, isn't it? Shishui's face lit up with a smug smile. You haven't disappointed me. You're indeed more reliable than those treacherous scoundrels of fate. In that case, see you in 7 days at the 4th line of defense. With that, she had already disappeared into the distance, following Huanai. Faced with the arrival of the powerful Xinghua, Huanai, having just been severely injured by Nora, naturally did not want to cause trouble, and took the opportunity to retreat. Soon, as Nora and Huanyan left the scene, the flesh barrier above Mu Xing's head also vanished. The madman, however, became anxious. Old Mu, Xinghua has returned for revenge. We should retreat. Mu Xing shook his head. No, we just wait here and watch the show unfold. With a wave of his right hand, 2 beach chairs appeared. Also, there were juices and drinks. The madman was bewildered. Are you crazy? Don't worry, it's okay. Mu Xing calmly reclined on the chair, quietly gazing at the swirling stars in the sky. At the same time, He contacted Lan. Uncle Lan, we can begin. As soon as he finished speaking, Lan's voice rang out. Xinghua, you dare to trespass on the third line of defense? Get out. This shout instantly resounded throughout the entire third line of defense. Countless warriors, ready for battle, looked up at the sky, their faces tense as they gazed nervously at the vortex of stars in the void. A cold voice rang out from within the vortex. A mere newly minted multiverse dares to bark before me. Lan, come out and fight. As you wish. Lan stormed out of Tianji Pass, actively engaging in battle. Both sides plunged directly into the depths of the void, engaging in a fierce battle. Another multiverse war? Is this all too exaggerated? Even Crazy felt a little numb today. First it was Nora and Huanyan, and now it was Xinghua and Lan. This third line of defense was a complete mess. Wait, why hasn't the black market evacuated? Crazy finally noticed something was going on. Mu Xing's lips curled up. Have you finally figured it out? Was it Senior Lan who was guarding just now? Yes. Crazy was stunned. So, Senior Lan didn't intervene during the fight between Huanyan and Nora because he was guarding the black market exchange conference. Then he looked at Mu Xing in confusion. What happened to Xinghua? Didn't you say he was dead? Dead, but not completely dead. What do you mean? Crazy was growing increasingly confused. Do you know what reincarnation means? Could it be? Crazy seemed to have a thought. Or perhaps reincarnation by borrowing a name would be more appropriate. Mu Xing raised his lips slightly. Crazy's head abruptly turned, his mind churning like a tidal wave. The fierce battle deep in the void intensified. The defenders of the third line of defense, initially skeptical, were now filled with awe. Confidence seemed to have returned to the third line of defense. Crazy couldn't help but ask, since we're all on the same side, there's no need to fight, right? Mu Xing shook his head, taking a deep sip of his juice. Uncle Lan is new here, and needs a chance to demonstrate his strength. And Xinghua needs to get out there, and prove they're still alive to solidify their reputation. He turned to look at the madman. That's called a win-win situation. The madman, hearing this kind of win-win explanation for the first time, looked at Mu Xing with a strange tone. I'm really finding you increasingly difficult to understand. Mu Xing raised his fist at him. No matter what, at any time, we're good brothers, aren't we? The madman laughed heartily, bumping his fist against his own. That's right. This battle raged on for several hours before gradually subsiding. It seemed like a draw. Lan returned to Tianji Pass, and Xinghua returned to Xingshuan Holy City. After witnessing the strength displayed by this new multidimensional being, battling that old, impenetrable Xinghua to a stalemate, Lan's performance completely captivated the defenders of the third line of defense. As for Bai Huan, his battle with Lan completely dispelled the suspicions of the Chaos descendants. For a long time to come, he could safely hide in the temple, devouring the Chaos relics and increasing his strength. As for Mu Xing, the goal of this black market trip had essentially been achieved. Not only had he successfully condensed the physical realm, but his potions were also selling like hotcakes, and Zhongting was flooded with orders. Although the black market exchange conference would continue for another month, Mu Xing had no plans to stay any longer. Now that everything was ready, he only needed the right momentum. He was ready for his next journey. He had already obtained the world selection item from Yuan. He would reunite with Shishui in 7 days. After confirming his target, he would prepare to enter the dead zone and return to the Ishimura. But before that, he had one more place to go. The next day, Mu Xing arrived early at the Kowloon City Teleportation Hall. After passing through layers of security, he was transported to the treasury via a one-way teleportation array. A considerable amount of time had passed since his last visit to the treasury. Now, upon returning to the treasury, he noticed quite a few new faces. In fact, there were quite a few newcomers entering and leaving the treasury. Crazy Man Yue and the others were all here. This time, all the contestants who helped defend Terra City were granted a chance to enter the level 1 treasury. Olina wasn't there. She was busy with the black market exchange conference and didn't have time for the moment. So many people? Are those new survivors here to claim their prizes too? Yue pointed curiously at the newcomers entering and leaving. Crazy explained, the survival system recently launched a newcomer incentive program. All survivors who perform well in the survival world have a chance to receive treasure vault rewards. Of course, these newcomers are only eligible to enter the 3rd level treasure vault, and the items they receive are mostly blue gear and purple weapons. Compared to our time, the conditions for newcomers today are much better. Mu Xing also looked at the newcomers. Although the survival system has expanded rapidly recently, the strength of the newcomers varies, but overall they are quite qualified, achieving the goal of choosing the best for the best. He pointed to the entrance to the first-level treasure vault area. Let's go, grab some items first, and choose the items that suit us. Soon, they stopped in front of a massive golden gate. The treasure vault guard stood before the gate like a steel mountain. Seeing Mu Xing and the others approach, the guard extended his right hand. Mu Xing could tell at a glance that this guard possessed divine-level combat power, and his rank was not low, at least 4th level or higher. Passes, please. The men exchanged glances and flashed their passes. A red beam scanned over, instantly confirming their identities. Heroes protecting Terra City, welcome to the Level 1 Treasury. The enormous guard made way, his tone softening. I didn't expect this guard to be so humane. What a sense of accomplishment. Mu Xing smiled. The man said, although the Level 1 Treasury isn't as vast as Levels 2 and 3, it's still quite large. Let's split up and meet here in an hour. Mu Xing nodded. He had 6 items to choose from, and time was running out, so wandering around wasn't the right time. At that moment, the evil spirit poked its round head out, its face filled with anticipation. Are we about to enter the treasury? Can I choose first? Mu Xing pressed the cat's head back into the tower. You're picking shit. I have Sugar Bean beat you up again. Chapter 1000. In Mu Xing's opinion, a first-level treasury could be considered a true treasury. The items and artifacts stored within the treasury were all divine level and above. Any weapon he pulled out was a divine artifact. Each item had its own sealed cabinet, some large, some small, each with its own unique sealing environment. Mu Xing had assumed that the internal space of a first-level treasury was limited, at most half or 1/3 the size of a lower-level treasury. But when he entered this level, he was stunned by what he saw. Each item had its own sealed storage area, ranging from a cabinet or a box to an entire planet. For example, the massive stars suspended in the distant alien space needed planets as containers to support their enormous size. Thus, the entire first-level treasury was not only substantial, but actually much larger than the lower-level treasuries. This is troublesome. The treasury is so vast, I'm afraid an hour won't be enough to search. This time, Mu Xing's goal was to find 6 divine-level advancement materials. His observer tower now has 12 floors. The 4th floor houses the evil spirit, the 8th floor houses Rom, and the 9th floor is overseen by his aunt. The 10th and 11th floors incorporate 2 different iron crowns. The 12th floor holds the Sword of Destiny. These floors have already surpassed the divine rank. In other words, he only needs to advance the remaining 6 floors to elevate the entire observer tower to divine rank. They are body, mind, emotions, dreams, life, and soul. These 6 attributes are also the 6 fundamental sources that form the foundation of Mu Xing's being. His goal now is to reach divine rank, and this step is inevitable. Fortunately, the first-level treasure house was highly intelligent and user-friendly. He could request a dedicated smart butler from the treasure house. As a blue data stream converged before him, a small, anthropomorphic smart butler emerged. Hello, smart butler number 085 is at your service. This smart butler can provide you with search, identification, interpretation, and a host of other assistance functions. Mu Xing nodded and directly entered the materials he wanted into the smart butler, asking it to help categorize and find the optimal solution. A myriad of data flashed through the smart butler's eyes. After a moment, he looked up and said, "Hello, relevant god-level advanced materials have been selected for you. Please select according to your specific requirements." Mu Xing lightly tapped his right hand, and a virtual screen appeared in the air. Thumbnails and details of various materials could be viewed one by one. As expected of a first-level treasure house, the abundance and variety of materials of various attributes were simply overwhelming. Thankfully, Mu Xing had done his research and preparation before entering the first-level treasure house, and knew which materials would be most suitable for him. If such materials are available in the treasury, they can be directly selected. If not, materials with similar properties can be found as substitutes. With the assistance of the intelligent butler, Mu Xing quickly found several god-level materials. For the flesh attribute, Mu Xing chose the Chaos Blood Origin Crystal. This blood crystal, born from the body of a Chaos God, can greatly enhance physical strength and is the most effective of all life source materials. However, because it originates from a Chaos God, its side effects are also extremely terrifying. An ordinary person would prefer other ordinary materials rather than this Chaos Blood Origin Crystal. If one is not careful, the power of chaos will invade their body, resulting in sudden death. Mu Xing is the will of chaos, And this chaos blood crystal is as if crafted specifically for him, utterly unafraid of chaos's erosion. For the spirit attribute, Mu Xing chose the spacetime prism fragment. Although this material appears to be related to spacetime, it is actually a special variant of the essence of the spirit. This material combines both spiritual and spacetime properties, allowing the mind to temporarily anchor in time and space, reading and predicting the target's movements within the next 3 seconds. It can also create a spiritualized spacetime cage, dragging the enemy's mind into this special spiritual spacetime cage and exiling them. Mu Xing already possesses the spacetime attribute, making this material a perfect match for him. For the emotion attribute, Mu Xing chose the 7 Emotions Tribulation Fire Core. This is a special material from the world of immortal cultivation. It represents the energy core of the 7 extreme emotions of heaven and earth: joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire. Forged through millennia of tempering and tribulational thunder, it takes the form of a colorful flowing flame. This material is a treasure coveted by many immortal cultivators, who cultivate the laws of emotion. It can greatly amplify one's various emotional abilities, making the laws of emotion even more powerful. Mu Xing intends to have Alessa incorporate this material, allowing her to control even more emotions. In addition to the dark emotions she carries, it can also transform the dark inner world into a bright one when necessary, making her abilities more comprehensive and adaptable. As for the dream attribute, Mu Xing struggled for a long time between the Eternal Night Dream Butterfly and the Dream Reversing Beast Scales. The Eternal Night Dream Butterfly, born from the abyss of dreams, is named for the various unique dreams sealed within its scaly, feather-like wings. When its wings flap, it triggers a myriad of dreams, each one a mysterious and ever-changing experience. The main body possesses the ability to freely travel between reality and dreams. As for the dream-reversing beast scales, they come from the mysterious dream-reversing beast, a creature that feeds on the dreams of others. It can twist and transform ordinary dreams into terrifying devouring dreams, then materialize and devour the dream's owner. Most importantly, the dream-reversing beast can strip the power of others' dreams, transforming it into a special dream weapon. Mu Xing hesitated for a long time before making a decision, choosing the dream-reversing beast scales. This more offensive ability is exactly what Huan Meng currently lacks. It would greatly enhance Huan Meng's combat effectiveness. Next, there's the life attribute. Mu Xing's original target was the World Tree Heart. However, this material, with its renowned reputation, is not only rare but also in high demand. Once it appears, it's snapped up immediately, making it a rare find. So, Mu Xing had to settle for the next best option, the Star Symbiont. This is a mysterious symbiotic life form from a special universe. It can feed back to its host by absorbing stellar energy, evolving alongside its host. Mu Xing chose this stellar symbiote primarily for star color. While star color can also absorb life energy from living things for its own use, it cannot share it. If it fuses with the stellar symbiote, it will not only enhance star color's abilities, but also benefit Mu Xing, who is bound to it. When entering a world with insufficient energy, Mu Xing can rely on the evolved star color to draw upon the power of the stars for its own use. This greatly enhances its survivability and endurance. Finally, there's the soul attribute. Since the construction of the new Nether Beach was completed, it has been floating on its own primordial sea. Over time, its area has expanded more than tenfold. However, Mu Xing hasn't noticed any significant amplification of his soul from the expanding Nether Beach. However, Maria has benefited from this, now edging ever closer to the god level, and on the verge of promotion. At the same time, the primordial sea also gained strength due to the expansion of the Nether Beach, expanding several times in size. Unfortunately, Mu Xing did not find the special dream material he sought, the Void Soul Tree, in the treasure vault. Now he could only choose between the Soul Realm Throne, the Cosmic Soul Seed, and the Rebirth Soul Butterfly Core. Chapter 1001. The Soul Realm Throne descends from an ancient Soul Realm King. It can release a special domain imbued with soul rules. This domain can suppress the enemy's soul strength, modify the soul rules within the soul realm, and even forcibly rip out the enemy's soul. It is a dangerous yet powerful special item. If used carelessly by anyone other than one with an extremely strong soul, it could lead to soul backlash. The Cosmic Soul Seed is the first strand of soul born when the tiny chaotic universe took shape. Using it can reshape the soul's foundation, elevate its rank, and supplement and repair its flaws, transforming it into a perfect soul. Using this material has both advantages and disadvantages. While it can quickly elevate a person's soul to a state of perfection, further advancement in soul rank is extremely difficult. So, after a moment's hesitation, Mu Xing decided to forego this material. Finally, there's the Rebirth Soul Butterfly core. The Rebirth Soul Butterfly is born on the Yellow Springs Road, and its core is engraved with the innate patterns of reincarnation. After fusion, one gains the ability Soul Reincarnation Perception. Activating this ability allows one to read the target's soul memories from past and present lives. What most intrigued Mu Xing was the unique ability of this mysterious creature, the Soul Reincarnation Mark. By precondensing the soul mark, one can passively activate it upon encountering death, allowing for soul reincarnation. Soul reincarnation is a weakened version of death reversal. Its disadvantage is that it only allows the soul to return, requiring the body to be sacrificed. However, its advantage is also clear. It can be activated even in areas beyond the reach of the survival system, without geographical restrictions. It can be considered a last resort, preventing one from being instantly killed by an unprepared attack in the Void Outer Realm. After learning of the Rebirth Soul Butterfly's abilities, Mu Xing chose this special material without hesitation. For others, soul reincarnation is merely a special means of survival. For him, however, he possessed the Primordial Sea, which could be used to rewind his own death by consuming the essence of the Blood Moon. The combined power of these two abilities not only enhanced his survival abilities, but also his resilience. The Primordial Sea's rewinding ability could be affected by higher-level opponents. In such situations, soul reincarnation was needed as a secondary safety net. To prevent the opponent from blocking his path to rewind his death, he could first activate soul reincarnation to escape danger, then rely on his soul to rewind his death, allowing him to be resurrected unscathed. This secondary safety net was added because Mu Xing felt a subtle unease about his upcoming journey. If he were ever trapped in a truly desperate situation, with no one to rely on, his companions, his survival system, or his backers, only these trump cards could save him. His sense of danger had always been accurate, and this decision was no mere exaggeration. Aren't you being too cautious, kid? This Rebirth Dream Butterfly won't help you improve your combat effectiveness at all. I think the Soul Realm Throne is quite good, with both offensive and defensive capabilities. The evil spirit rested on Mu Xing's shoulder, rubbing its round face against his cheek in a show of flattery. Mu Xing squinted at him. What do you know? I'm just prepared. Don't you still have me protecting you? And your Uncle Lon? Mu Xing gently tapped its head and looked up into the distance. The swirling starlight illuminated the treasure house, a brilliant dream. I can't always rely on you, can I? If one day I have to walk on my own, will I still be able to successfully reach the destination like I did today? Hearing this, the evil spirit couldn't help but look sideways. It had thought it knew Mu Xing well, but in the end, it seemed its understanding of him was always superficial. I didn't expect you to have such a sense of crisis. You've remained true to your original aspirations. I've really impressed you. Mu Xing touched his neck and chest, recalling his first time aboard the Ishimura. These areas still ached. All right, let's go. Mu Xing waved his hand and took all the documents to the exit for registration. At almost the same time, Madman and Yue also returned to the exit. How was it? What did you get? Mu Xing asked. In Madman's hand, a red crystal containing a mysterious blood appeared. The blood inside seemed to be alive, flowing through the red crystal. This is the legendary blood god's son? Are you giving up on your path to becoming a god of war? Crazy Man shook his head. Of course not. I just want to improve my survival skills. I can't always be a real man for 30 seconds. In times of crisis, I can't always rely on you to save me, or rely on brute force to fight my way out. You be gone sometime, and your brute force will eventually run out. When that happens, how can I rely on to fight my way out? He held up the blood crystal in his hand. This blood god's son can be reborn with a drop of blood, greatly improving your survivability. It's a precaution. Mu Xing patted Crazy Man's shoulder. It seemed Crazy Man shared his thoughts. After the trials of the last auditions, they both had a sense of crisis. Not only him, but even Yue, who was standing beside him, had chosen the secret demon seeding technique. This technique allows one to gather demon seeds, and also serves as a means of rebirth and survival. If one dies, they can be resurrected by hatching pre-prepared demon seeds. After exiting the treasury, Mu Xing finally spoke. I will be heading to the Dead Space world, and this time, I must travel alone. Crazy Man frowned. Have you encountered any trouble? Mu Xing shook his head. This is the path I came from, and I must traverse it on my own. I'm sure you all have your own paths to explore. Crazy Man nodded. I plan to travel to the Spartan God of War game world, confront the God of War, and seek an opportunity to break free from my shackles and ascend to godhood. Yue said, I will journey to the demon realm of the heavens to fully perfect my demon cultivation. Great law, ascend to become a demon. Mu Xing nodded with satisfaction. Since that's the case, let's make a pact. The next time we meet, we both have achieved our aspirations and ascended to the divine realm. The madman placed a hand on his shoulder. Keep going, and make sure you come back alive. You too? Yue, standing beside him, couldn't help but ask, by the way, should we inform the war group about this? Send them a notice. Mu Xing declined the suggestion. Forget it. They're all under considerable pressure right now, so let's not burden them. Just as they were leaving the treasury, they saw several familiar faces approaching the treasury gate. Leading the group was the Lionheart King, Gerald, followed by dozens of masters, who landed with a swagger. They had all ascended to the divine realm in a short period of time, exuding a terrifying aura. Some lower-level gods, who had just passed through the first-level treasury, ducked their heads and made a detour, not daring to approach. He walked straight up to Mu Xing and said, Brother Blood Moon, nice to meet you. Mu Xing clasped his fists politely and said, Nice to meet you. Jaren had just broken through and hadn't yet fully mastered his divine power, so his violent aura occasionally leaked out, as if a raging lion were running rampant within him. I look forward to a satisfying fight with you next time we meet. Jaren didn't hide his provocative look. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. I, too, want to witness the legendary Lionheart's talent. The two men stared at each other, their eyes sparking with countless sparks. Chapter 1002. At this moment, several figures landed. A snort could be heard from far away. Want to fight me, Captain? You have to get past me first. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of violent dark energy descended. A pair of black wings spread, revealing a sinister-looking black dragon prince. Who else but Ming Yuan, and not just him. Immediately afterwards, a slender figure of ice and snow landed, and Bai Li emerged from the ice and snow. The two of them saluted respectfully towards Mu Xing. Soon after, more people arrived at the treasury entrance. Jinyu, Shilin, Qin Si, and others. The aura emanating from these people was all divine, rivaling the masters behind the Lionheart King. But the next second, an even more terrifying aura overwhelmed the entire crowd. It was the overwhelming pressure of the treasury guard. It was actually a 9th-rank god. The treasury is a protected area, no noise allowed. Lionheart and the others quickly restrained their breath, and Mu Xing raised his hand to signal those behind him to do so. In an instant, the entrance to the treasury became peaceful once again. Hello, Captain! Everyone cheered, making Mu Xing appear like the moon surrounded by stars, radiating an endless aura. Mu Xing pressed his hands down. Alright, everyone, we won't waste any more time. Let's all enter the treasury and search for the treasures we need. Any grudges? We save them for the official competition. After Mu Xing's reassurance, the others behind him immediately quieted down, preparing to enter the treasury. Gazing at the soaring momentum of Mu Xing's camp, Golden Shadow Liance lowered his voice and said, I never expected these guys to become so powerful. Gerald took a deep breath. Yes, it seems we have to face not only Long Tian's group in the future, but also a dark horse like him. Immediately, a hint of enthusiasm crossed his face, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. This is the competition I'm truly looking forward to. If it were just a bunch of useless trash, wouldn't such a competition be so boring? He waved his hand. Let's go, into the treasury. Mu Xing and the others didn't look away until everyone had entered the treasury. He jokingly asked, Do you feel the pressure? The madman clenched his fists. Pressure is motivation. I didn't expect these people to reach the god level so quickly. We can't fall behind. Mu Xing laughed heartily. Indeed, let's work hard together. With that, the group transformed into a rainbow and departed. 7 days passed in a flash. Aside from occasionally discussing the black market exchange conference with Zhang Ting, Mu Xing spent all his time fusing 6 special materials. He was lucky. All the god-level materials were successfully fused at once. This gave him many new abilities, and even the 6 corresponding lucky charms were incubating and advancing. As long as Mu Xing made a few more advances, all of them would reach the god level. On the final day, Mu Xing spent a considerable amount of materials to create numerous soul reincarnation markers. To use them, one simply needed to embed these soul reincarnation markers into the Great World's rules. Upon death, they could passively activate these soul reincarnation markers, reshaping and resurrecting their own souls. Day 7. Mu Xing arrived at the 3rd defense line on time. After reuniting with Lan personally escorted him to the 4th defense line. The 4th defense line was the territory of the Phantom Nightmare Soroga, a place that seemed to contain two worlds. One was the survival line, and the other was the reflection world suspended in the sky. Or perhaps it could be called the reflected fantasy world, a masterpiece created by Nightmare. By mimicking the fourth line of defense, an identical fantasy world was created. Nightmare's forces floated within this fantasy world, ready to launch a surprise attack on the fourth line of defense. The multiverse guarding the fourth line of defense, Tianquan Pass, was none other than the dimensional architect, Viren. This mysterious multiverse, a longtime friend and fellow townsman of Nora, possessed formidable combat abilities. However, similar to Nora's personality, he rarely took the initiative. He was known for his defensive tactics, stacking several layers of battlefield dimensions between the lower defense line and the upper fantasy world. This prevented the fantasy world from truly landing, merging with the ground defenses. Most of the battles on the fourth line of defense took place within these battlefield dimensions. For this reason, the fourth line of defense was also known as the peace line, and it had the lowest casualty rate of all the defense lines. Although he had successfully defended the line for many years, he had not achieved any significant results. Even with the current trend of the survival line opting for proactive attacks, the fourth line remains impregnable. There's no hint of ambition. To say that the dimensional architect couldn't defeat the weakest chaos overlord? No one would believe it. The only explanation is their lax attitude, a passive resistance. Mu Xing stood on the wall of Tianquan Pass, gazing at the dreamlike scene before him. It seems not everyone is working tirelessly for the survival line's victory. Some are sly and evasive, trying to get by. Nan, standing nearby, sealed off the surrounding space-time to prevent Mu Xing's words from spreading. I only learned about this later. After all, both he and Nora are outsiders, and their sense of belonging to the survival line wasn't strong to begin with. Just holding the defense line is a great achievement. Mu Xing sneered. Holding the defense line is a great achievement. To have a weakest chaos overlord tie up a large amount of the defense line's resources and combat power for no reason is undoubtedly a credit. He clenched his fists. I have a feeling that sooner or later, this passive attitude will seriously hinder the progress of the survival line. Lon also narrowed his eyes. Yes, it's a crime to be in a position of power and not to do one's job. Mu Xing gazed at the majestic Tianquan Pass in the distance. We must prepare in advance, Uncle Lon. I hope you can report this matter to the survival system and see its response. What do you mean? The survival line. Change is necessary to achieve victory. If Viren doesn't change, we force him to change. If he still refuses, then we have to replace him. Lon subconsciously glanced at Mu Xing beside him. You're quite audacious. Even an old man like me can't keep up with the thinking of you young people. Mu Xing looked at Lon. Uncle, you support me, right? Lon nodded without hesitation. If it weren't for your honor, I would never have come to the survival line. Of course, if the survival line wins, it will completely resolve the plight of my creator clan that has endured for eons. Any obstacles that stand in the way of this path must be cleared. Meanwhile, deep within Tianquan Pass, in Viren's temple, he suddenly opened his eyes and rubbed his brow, which was throbbing uncontrollably. What's going on? Is this a warning from fate? What could possibly be causing me such unease? He calculated rapidly, but ultimately couldn't find the root of the problem, and ultimately gave up. Meanwhile, Lon had already left Tianquan Pass with Mu Xing, soaring 90,000 miles into the reflected illusion. As soon as they landed, a swarm of chaos surrounded them. Get out of here! How dare you be so disrespectful to the Holy Father's distinguished guest? A clear, familiar voice echoed, and then a red dress fell to the ground, revealing a figure amidst the ash of the chaos screams. It was Shishui, who today held a delicate silk scarf. She covered her face with the scarf, revealing only a pair of alluring eyes. Blood Moon, you truly did not disappoint me. You dared to descend directly into the Holy Father's illusion. Chapter 1003. Mu Xing casually glanced at Shishui, who was posing coquettishly, and said expressionlessly, Stop talking nonsense. Let Soroga come out to talk. I've brought the things. With that, the small cage appeared in his hand. The insect inside seemed to have entered a state of hibernation, limp and motionless. Shishui was stunned, her expression stiff, a hint of displeasure on her face. What an unromantic man. Come with me. I take you to see the Holy Father. However, Mu Xing just stood there and shook his head. We just stay here. We're partners, not Soroga's servants. You? Shishui frowned. This man really didn't want to eat or drink. Forcefully suppressing her emotions, she said, Wait a moment. I contact the Holy Father now. But before she could do so, a phantom descended from the sky. Countless phantoms converged from all directions, eventually transforming into a blurry human figure. A terrifying pressure washed over them. Lan stepped forward, steady as a rock, shielding Mu Xing from all the wind and waves. It was only then that phantom nightmare Soroga truly appeared before them. He transformed into a thin, gloomy, middle-aged man, his hooked nose adding a touch of sinister cruelty to his image. Holy Father! Beside him, Shishue quickly knelt on one knee and saluted respectfully. Soroga looked at Mu Xing. Heroes are born young. I never thought the survival line would produce such a genius as you. Then he turned his gaze to Lan. Long time no see, Lan. Lan's expression was serious, even tinged with anger. Indeed, it's been a long time. Back then, you attacked our creator clan's third line of defense, resulting in the deaths of several half-step multiverse members and countless casualties among our clan. I've never forgotten this grudge. Mu Xing rarely felt anger from Lan, but now, upon seeing Soroga again, he exploded, demonstrating his rage towards Soroga. Oh, don't hold a grudge like that. It's been so many years. Look, now we have something in common and are pursuing win-win cooperation. Lan ignored Soroga's attempts to get close to him and glanced sideways at Mu Xing. Mu Xing nodded and took a step forward. Your Majesty, I have successfully deciphered the clues within the larva's memory. Do you want a deal? A shimmering golden bead appeared in Mu Xing's hand. Countless mystical runes swirled within the bead, and countless streams of information materialized and engraved within it. Soroga also glanced at Shishue, who understood and pulled out a small black box. This is the upper half of the map. Only by combining the two can the complete map be revealed. Shishue opened the box and pulled out a silver bead. As the two beads met, they involuntarily resonated and trembled. Clearly, the objects in each hand were real, otherwise the resonance would be impossible. Lan and Soroga exchanged glances and waved their hands simultaneously. The blood-colored evolutionary domain and the gray illusionary domain rose simultaneously, instantly overlapping into two semicircles, isolating inner and outer space. Only then did Mu Xing and Shishue simultaneously release their grip, allowing the two beads to merge into one. The moment the beads merged, the information contained within them transformed into illusory projections and spread out. In that instant, Mu Xing seemed to have entered the boundless void. Those tiny specks of light and patches were countless universes and chaos. Record. Both sides employed their respective methods, quickly recording the mysterious projection. As the massive projection grew clearer, streams of light crisscrossed within it. Finally, these streams converged into a single form. Go! Mu Xing released the small cage, releasing the insect. The insect, like a fish returning to its homeland, happily returned to the sea. It excitedly swam within the materialized projection, then fixed its sights on a single direction and began to move forward. Mu Xing stared intently at the converging streams of light, which eventually merged with the tiny insect's trajectory. So, the so-called map is the path Xian Hong had taken. Mu Xing muttered to himself. Xian Hong was a creation of the Creator, wandering the void for countless years. Later, for unknown reasons, he was found by Nora, the Weaver of Fate, and taken in as a disciple. Perhaps from the beginning, Nora kept him with her as a backup plan. But now, with Nora's plan against Terra's city having failed, his main body destroyed, and his origin severely damaged, he had no choice but to bring the backup plan to the forefront. Unexpectedly, the plan was targeted by the Phantom Nightmare before it even began. At this moment, Xian Hong's true form was following the path it had come from, migrating through this virtual projection world, carving a clear path through the void. Finally, it plunged into a mysterious vortex, entering an unknown universe. Wait, where is this? Lan narrowed his eyes, and suddenly attacked the insect. Soroga, on the opposite side, also attacked simultaneously. Lan's goal was to destroy the insect, while Soroga's was to stop him. Not only the two multiverses, but also Mu Xing and Shishue attacked each other simultaneously. Mu Xing's attack was a killing move, his mental power surging, unleashing the power he had just gained from fusing the fragments of the spacetime prism. A powerful mental force invaded, transforming into a spiritual spacetime cage, trapping Shishue's mind within. At the same time, the scythe of destiny swung, slashing directly at the thread of fate connecting Shishue to Soroga behind her. Shishue's face suddenly changed, knowing that Mu Xing had murderous intent and, no longer concerned with his own image, was about to reveal his true form. However, Mu Xing was not about to give her this opportunity. With a flick of his right hand, his dream power erupted. After fusing with the scales of the dream-reversing beast, Mu Xing gained the ability to invade the target's dream. As he invaded the dream, he transformed it into a devouring dream. A devouring dream consumes the power of its owner and returns it to Mu Xing. Shishui, about to reveal her true form, was caught in the moment of transformation and was dragged into the nightmare Mu Xing had conjured for her. The nightmare transformed into a devouring dream, frantically devouring Shishui's power. Elsewhere, Lan's attack was ultimately intercepted by Soroga, allowing the insect to reveal its final destination. But Lan had a backup plan. The worm suddenly squirmed and swelled, revealing countless pustules. With a loud puff, it burst. Lan, are you crazy? You actually destroyed the coordinates? Soroga roared. Lan said nothing, but quickly retreated, protecting Mu Xing behind him. Soroga also retreated at full speed, crushing Mu Xing's transformed devouring dream with one hand, rescuing Shishui. But she was still a step too late. Her divine rank plummeted, finally coming to a halt at the first-rank divine realm. She glared at Mu Xing with resentment. I really underestimated you. Just now we were partners, but now we're enemies. Mu Xing said matter-of-factly. Soroga's face was filled with displeasure. Lan, the final destination has been determined. I'm a bit surprised. I didn't expect the remains to be so far away, yet so close at hand. So it's hidden in the primordial universe, where your creator race was born. No wonder you destroyed Xianhong, the landmark. Lan's expression was grim. He was well aware of the consequences of leaking the information. It would inevitably lead to a hostile conflict. Chapter 1004. So what? Although I didn't expect that, the primordial universe is vast and boundless. Without specific coordinates, finding the remains won't be easy. Lan responded forcefully, unyielding. Soroga clenched his fists in anger, his knuckles cracking. Just now, as Xianhong was about to lock onto his target location, Lan keenly realized that the final coordinates were exactly where his hometown was. He decisively killed Xianhong, completely eliminating his ability to map the interior of the primordial universe. Soroga naturally found this outcome difficult to accept. As Lan had said, the primordial universe was vast and boundless. Even with the approximate location, finding the remains hidden within it in a short period of time would be no easy task. If the news leaked, other multiverses would flock to it. In the midst of a chaotic conflict between multiple forces, Soroga's chances would become extremely slim. He suppressed his anger and tried to defuse the situation. Lan, we don't need to get to this point, do we? I'm sure you don't want this news to leak out completely and draw in chaos and the multiverse beings from Terra? When the multiverse clashes, I'm afraid your creator clan won't be able to remain unscathed. Lan narrowed his eyes slightly, subduing some of his hostility. So what do you mean? We can continue to cooperate, but we need to make a gentleman's agreement. Neither of us will enter the original universe. We each send our men to search for the remains. Whoever finds them first will keep them. How about that? Lan pondered for a moment, then added, not even a single step into the multiverse. Soroga nodded in agreement, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. If Lan truly committed suicide, he would likely have no chance at all. Okay. I agree. But this time, we need to swear an oath using the essence we each control. If we break this oath, our strength will never improve. Only in this way can we trust each other, right? Clearly, Soroga didn't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lan nodded in agreement. We can swear an oath. However, Nora likely knows about the map, so... Soroga immediately added, if Nora truly possesses the map and wants to interfere, we join forces to prevent him from entering the primordial universe. Okay, then our cooperation will continue, Lan finally agreed. With that, the two parties, previously at loggerheads, returned to the negotiating table. Shishui's face darkened, and she began to regret her foolish decision to seal her power in pursuit of beauty. Across from her, Mu Xing remained calm and composed, as if the previous conflict had never occurred. Though Shishui gnashed her teeth in anger, she was powerless to stop Mu Xing. She had indeed underestimated Mu Xing's threat. She hadn't expected this newly ascended demigod to possess such formidable power. If the Holy Father hadn't intervened in time, she would have nearly perished at Mu Xing's hands. This made her even more wary of Mu Xing. In reality, Mu Xing had already reached the demigod, or rather, pseudogod, level. After absorbing 6 divine materials, he had already broken through to demigod status, edging ever closer to pseudogodhood. And the massive amount of chaotic energy he had just devoured from Shishui had propelled him even further into the pseudogod realm. Their eyes met, sparks flying. The confrontation only ended after the two parents fulfilled their oath. Soroga asked, when will the search for the remains begin? Should we go together? Lan shook his head. There's no need to go together. We can start the plan now. We eventually meet outside the primordial universe anyway, and then we jointly set up a barrier to prevent anyone else from entering. As for your forces, send as many as you want. I have no objection. Hearing this, Sir Loga abandoned his original plan to dispatch a large number of chaos spawns, employing a wave of human attacks to search for the remains. He knew full well that the lair was the Creator Clan's stronghold, and it couldn't be without defenses. With neither the multiverse nor the half-multiverse inaccessible, sending too many low-level forces would be counterproductive. He began mentally selecting suitable chaos spawns. In that case, we meet outside the primordial universe in 3 days, Sir Loga said. Lon nodded, then left the fantasy world with Mu Xing. Holy Father, are you just letting them go? Shishui asked unwillingly. The next second, a heavy pressure descended, pinning Shishui to the ground, leaving her unable to move. It was as if a planet were bearing down on her, threatening to crush her into pulp. Shishui roared, instantly revealing her true form. Her strength returned to that of a third-tier god. But further improvement became exceedingly difficult. It's all my fault for being so indulgent in you. I allowed you to become so obsessed with pursuing so-called human beauty that you almost forgot your own identity. Do you know how disappointed I am? The overwhelming pressure broke Shishui's bones, leaving her prostrate on the ground. Holy Father, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. Sir Olga shouted sternly, you were once the most gifted of all my children, and the one I valued most. But now? You disappoint me time and time again. Crack, crack. Shishui's body began to crack, and it looked as if it would completely shatter under the pressure. But the next second, all the pressure suddenly disappeared. When she looked up, Sir Olga was gone. She knew that the Holy Father was completely disappointed in her. Just as she gritted her teeth and struggled to her feet, a wheel ring flew towards her from a distance. Wear it. When you have washed away the shame you have thrown away, you can take it off. Shishui trembled as she picked up the wheel ring. It immediately became a collar symbolizing shame. But she put it on without hesitation. From today on, I am no longer the human Shishui, but the phantom demon Camilla. At this moment, Sir Loga's voice came from afar. Very well, remember your oath. Her body began to twist and deform violently, revealing her hideous and terrifying true form, and she let out an earth-shattering roar. Meanwhile, at Tianshu Pass, Mu Xing had followed Lan back to the third line of defense. Lan couldn't help but look at Mu Xing. Child, you won't blame me for taking sudden action, will you? Mu Xing shook his head. This concerns the safety of your homeland. I know what's important, and what's not. He added gravely, Uncle, I'm not worried about Sir Loga. This Chaos Lord, while cunning, is ultimately limited in power. I'm truly worried about Nora. Lan stood on the city wall, gazing into the distance. You should have a plan, right? Mu Xing hesitated for a moment and said, I want to use this opportunity to completely eliminate the threat of Nora. Lan nodded in agreement. I agree with your plan, but be careful. Due to the restrictions of the oath, I can't enter the primordial universe to support you. Mu Xing grinned. Uncle Lan, don't you understand my trump card? And I soon be able to use this opportunity to gain another one. Are you talking about the long-lost first Chaos King? Yes, I believe he'd be taking that step soon. Mu Xing's face was devoid of worry, but rather filled with anticipation. He knew full well that the moment the first Chaos King broke through the multiverse, he would control his fate. Unless the other party could resist the allure of the multiverse, which was so close at hand. At that moment, an endless vision and radiance suddenly emerged from the distant void. That's... Lan suddenly looked up. Mu Xing gazed at the rising light, a smile playing on his lips. That was the sign of a half-step multiverse ascending to the multiverse. Chapter 1005. Star Calendar Year 2045. With the New Horizons expansion colony erected majestically on the lunar surface, human civilization officially entered a new era of space colonization. Over the following 3 centuries, humanity expanded its reach into the vast universe at an unprecedented pace. They established massive outposts on solar system bodies, such as the red plains of Mars and the methane oceans of Titan. Using these strategic strongholds as springboards, they extended their explorations into the vast expanses of outer space. During this period, Earth's nations put aside their differences and jointly established a unified human coalition government, ushering in a nationwide surge in interstellar voyages of discovery. In particular, with the revolutionary breakthrough of impact point jump technology, humanity finally gained the ability to travel across the stars. This groundbreaking technology utilizes the release of massive amounts of electrical energy to activate the impact point engine, creating controllable ripples in spacetime. This in turn generates a stable static spacetime bubble, allowing spacecraft to enter the impact point tunnel and achieve superluminal travel. Because time remains absolutely still within the space-time bubble during the transition, spacecraft need not worry about the flow of time due to relativistic effects when making long-distance jumps spanning thousands of light-years. This efficient and reliable interstellar travel technology has greatly expanded the boundaries of human exploration of the universe. In just a few decades, humanity's most advanced exploration vessels have been able to reach unknown star regions thousands of light-years away using this technology. However, in its early stages, this technology can only support exploratory missions for small scientific research vessels, and cannot yet provide substantial support for large-scale interstellar colonization. During 300 years of frenzied expansion, as the human population grew exponentially, the resources of the colonized planets were depleted at an alarming rate, plunging civilization into an unprecedented resource crisis. P.S. According to the game's world setting, humanity didn't master controlled nuclear fusion technology until the 25th century, resulting in a long-term energy shortage. Currently, only a few key areas, such as Titan Station, possess this technology. This predicament only began to improve with the advent of the giant planet-crushing ship. Scientists, integrating antimatter technology into their engine systems, successfully developed a super-large jump engine, finally enabling even super-large starships to independently perform impact point jumps. CEC Interstellar Mining Corporation ambitiously planned to build a massive planet-crushing fleet to explore the depths of space in search of new energy and minerals for Earth and the colonies. In Star Calendar 2422, the first planet-crushing ship, the Ishimura, was officially completed in the colony's massive shipyard. The birth of this groundbreaking ship excited all of humanity, and was seen as a ray of hope for resolving the resource crisis. In the following years, similar class crackers were completed and put into service. However, the limited mining fleet is simply unable to meet humanity's ever-expanding resource needs. To maintain the normal operation of the behemoth Earth Federation, a group of radical scientists began studying the mysterious artifact Divine Seal unearthed from an ancient meteorite crater. After centuries of secret experiments, they claimed to have discovered the possibility of obtaining unlimited energy. But no one realized that this gift from heaven was actually a sword of Damocles hanging over humanity's head. This strange artifact from deep space continuously radiates unique electromagnetic waves that can distort the human mind. When this spiritual pollution reaches a critical mass, it triggers structural mutations in human DNA and RNA, transforming infected individuals into horrific necromancy. Through some unknown aggregation mechanism, these monsters will eventually fuse into the all-consuming blood moon. Some humans, thoroughly brainwashed by the Divine Seal, have become fanatical believers, forming underground churches, and secretly expanding their influence. These extremists firmly believe that the Divine Seal is a divine medium for human evolution. They view humanity's current physiological form, suffering, and death as flaws that must be eradicated. They advocate achieving so-called ultimate evolution through collective dimensional ascension and the fusion of consciousness. To this end, they are willing to openly confront the coalition government, instigating unrest in various colonies, while secretly replicating large numbers of Divine Seals to obtain energy. When the Ishimura incident and the Titan Station tragedy erupted in quick succession, the Church's forces, hidden within the government, seized the opportunity to launch an attack. After 3 years of meticulous operations, they have completely seized the strategic initiative. In the year 2577, the Church was plotting a fatal blow against the crumbling coalition government, attempting to seize control of Earth. Meanwhile, Isaac Clarke, who had experienced the twin nightmares of the Ishimura and Titan Station, received a special letter of distress. The sender was his ex-girlfriend, Ellie, begging him to help destroy the Divine Seal. But Isaac, traumatized and depressed, lived in seclusion on the lunar colony and refused the request. This is where the plot of Dead Space 3 begins. On the one hand, the United Government was losing ground to the Church's offensive, a large number of replica Divine Seals were activated, and the global necromorph infection was completely out of control. Even the lunar colony fell to the Church's attack. Meanwhile, Government Commander Norton and Sergeant Laver sought out Isaac, requesting his help in traveling to a distant planet to rescue Ellie from distress. Ellie firmly believed the key to resolving the Divine Seal's predicament lay not on Earth, but on the distant icy planet of Teflantis. There, the Divine Seal's origins might hold the means to its complete destruction. Although Isaac appeared indifferent to the human crisis, he could not ignore the safety of his beloved ex-girlfriend. After the other party revealed their identity, Isaac agreed to cooperate with them. The exposure of Isaac's whereabouts naturally attracted the dangerous Church forces. After a fierce battle, the war god engineer once again demonstrated his prowess, breaking through the church's encirclement. With the help of allies, he activated the warp drive at the critical moment and sped towards the icy planet. Mu Xing was suddenly awakened from his trance by the biting cold and the violent jolt. It was like a long dream of information explosion. A flood of strange yet vivid memories flooded into his consciousness, instantly bringing his situation to a fuller clarity. He opened his eyes, and what he saw was the ship's cabin, severely deformed by the violent impact. Exposed cables sparked dangerously, and blood-stained glass shards were scattered everywhere. Several fires raged within the cabin, the closest less than 3 meters from him, blazing flames threatening to spread at any moment. But ironically, it was these very flames that temporarily stave off the deadly -100°C freezing outside. Through the damaged cabin wall, all he could see was a vast expanse of snow. Mu Xing quickly glanced around, discovering that there were other survivors within the shattered cabin. He first checked his status. The observer's tower and the divine seal were both present, unrestrained by any rules. But what puzzled him was the presence of these strangers around him. Newcomers? Mu Xing, who hadn't entered the world of survival for a long time, had encountered a team of newcomers here. There were 6 people in total, 4 men and 2 women, 7 survivors in total, including him. The strongest among them was merely a veteran who had experienced 6 worlds. Of the rest, most were rookies who hadn't even made it past the novice world 3 times. There was even one completely clueless newbie. Mu Xing frowned. He had clearly used the single-player world selection tool, so why were there other survivors? But he quickly figured out the whole story. The space-time ripples he had caused when using the tool had accidentally disrupted the team of newcomers, who were supposed to be heading to Resident Evil 7, causing them to be swept into this world together. System, can you reclaim these encumbrances? He contacted the system directly through the survival terminal. System error, please try again later. Mu Xing, Chapter 1006. He contacted the system several times, but failed. The dead zone should be an independent, native world, one not yet under the control of the survival system. Additionally, the circumstances of this world were unique, and his connection to the survival system was being disrupted by some force. Should I leave these newbies behind and proceed through the storyline alone? Just as Mu Xing was pondering this, a sudden cry of surprise rang out. Ah! What is this place? The girl leaning against the wall across from him screamed, her face filled with horror as she gazed at the approaching fire snake. Without waiting for Mu Xing to speak, the veteran, who had experienced 6 survival worlds, stood up with a stern expression. If you don't want to die, be quiet. The black muzzle of his gun pointed directly at the screaming girl. Then he tapped his head. Recall carefully. Your memory will tell you the answer. The girl looked confused. Her mind instantly flooded with information about the survival system. Survival system? Survivors? What is this? Are you robbers? Please let me go, please. My family is rich. I can call my father. However, the other survivors, including the veterans, ignored the girl. Rubbing their aching heads, they stood up and took in their current situation. What is this place? A crashed spaceship? Everyone, it's probably a plane crash. The spaceship crashed on an alien planet. A young man in a black windbreaker and black-framed glasses peered through the crack in the spaceship's cabin with a serious expression. An alien planet? Are you kidding? The tall man in a vest beside him sneered. The young man pointed to the sky beyond the crack and said, Have you ever seen a moon that big? Everyone looked up and saw a giant, frozen moon the size of a house floating in the sky. He retracted the thermometer that had extended from the crack and said, The temperature outside is below -80°C. We're still alive because the high temperatures from the crashing spacecraft and the burning have protected us. It's predicted that further out, the temperature on this planet could drop below -100°C. -100°C? The others looked at each other in bewilderment. This situation left the senior officer nearby somewhat bewildered. Everyone, we seem to be in trouble. This is the world of Dead Space. His voice was a little hoarse, a faint tremor of fear in it. Dead Space? The Ishimura? That zombie-killing horror game where Isaac, the universe's greatest engineer, is the protagonist? The burly man exclaimed. The senior officer began trying to contact the survival system, but all he got was a system error. It's over. How did we end up in this survival world where death is the inevitable outcome? The veteran looked around with a grim expression and began to count the number of people. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Wait, am I blurry? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The veteran rubbed his eyes fiercely. There had only been 6 people in the cabin, including him, but how had it suddenly become 7, Before he could say anything, the seventh person, like countless trembling shadows, quickly merged into a single person. He casually threw down 6 sets of protective gear. Put these on everyone. Even if you're survivors, with your physical fitness, I'm afraid you can't withstand the low temperatures on this planet. Mu Xing ignored the strange looks from the men and tossed the protective suit in front of him. The next second, he vanished, carrying the unconscious protagonist, Isaac, back to the rear cabin from the front section of the crashed spacecraft. This was Mu Xing's first encounter with the legendary engineer, Isaac. He was hailed as the universe's greatest engineer, bearing titles like Divine Seal Killer and Necromorph Terminator. He single-handedly overcame the horrific incidents on the Ishimura and Titan station. But now, he didn't look as heroic as he imagined. Isaac was no longer young, especially after 3 terrifying years on Titan. The endless experiments and drugs had left his body ravaged. If it weren't for his exceptional physical fitness and mental resilience, he would have died in the Titan station operating room. After the Titan station incident, he had become completely devastated. Not only had he broken up with his ex-girlfriend, Ellie, but he was now addicted to alcohol. The day before, he'd been hiding in a lunar colony, living a meaningless life of drunkenness and debauchery. And today, he lay on the distant planet of Teflantis, a survivor of a crashed spaceship. Who is he? Besides the veteran, someone finally noticed Mu Xing and Isaac, whom he had brought with him. To these newcomers, Mu Xing both existed and seemed non-existent. The level of life at the pseudogod level was beyond the reach of these mortals. Only the veteran could sense a glimmer of a terrifying truth that terrified him. Don't be nervous. I'm a survivor like you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Blood Moon. Gazing at the handsome young man, with a remarkably white set of teeth, the survivors in the cabin immediately felt a warm, welcoming feeling. Blood Moon? Sounds like a familiar name. I feel like I've heard it somewhere. The veteran couldn't help but mutter. What's your name? Mu Xing turned his gaze towards him. Zhou Gong. Are you the team's newcomer guide? Yes. That's right. The newcomer guide Mu Xing was referring to was a new feature recently added to the survival system. Because the system recruits a large number of newcomers, the casualty rate among these newcomers is too high, so the system added the newcomer guide role. Like a node guardian, this role is specifically designed to guide newcomers. This role is held by veterans, who have cleared at least 5 worlds. Completing the guidance mission will earn them generous rewards from the system. This Zhou Gong is the newcomer guide for this newcomer team. Zhou Gong wiped the sweat from his forehead. He felt the pressure of standing before Mu Xing. Big boss. You're not a higher-up, are you? No. Before Zhou Gong could rejoice, Mu Xing's next words sent him tumbling to the ground. I'm at the pseudogod level. My next step will be to reach godhood. It should be soon. Huh? What are you doing sitting on the ground? It's cold. He yanked the man up from the floor. Zhou Gong's voice was already trembling. Big pseudogod level boss. How could you show up in a rookie group like ours? Mu Xing rubbed his nose awkwardly. Actually, this is my fault. I accidentally dragged you into this when I was using the world selection tool. The newcomers looked at each other, bewildered. Then, Big boss, don't worry, just listen to me from now on. When we get there, I escort you out of this world. Hearing this, Zhou Gong finally felt a sense of relief. But if anyone disobeys, I don't mind blowing away your life. Do you understand me? Mu Xing's icy voice held a magical power, instantly drawing everyone into a dreamland, where they experienced countless terrifying nightmares. Chapter 1007. Isaac shook his dizzy head, awakening from the coma of the crash. Before he could get up, a strange voice rang in his ear. You're awake, Isaac. He looked up and saw Mu Xing, dressed in casual clothes, reaching out to him. His mind flashed back, recalling everything that had happened. Are you Captain Blood Moon of the Mercenaries? He patted his head. Oh damn, I remember. We had a crash. Mu Xing said. The ship was hit by a general's active space mine upon entering Teflantis. Isaac scrambled to his feet. Ellie? He shouted. Hey, Isaac, calm down. Mu Xing placed her hands on his shoulders. Aside from the loss of a few mercenaries, Ellie and the others should be fine. Really? Isaac said, skeptical. Mu Xing pointed to a nearby screen on the wall, which displayed a transmission from Ellie. Clearly, the spacecraft disintegrated during the crash, and Ellie and her crew managed to survive using the escape pods. It's just that both sides crashed in different locations. Mu Xing said, they must have gone to the colony base. We can reunite there. Isaac slid against the wall, rubbing his hands through his messy, gray-streaked hair. We shouldn't have come here. Ellie's too stubborn, and neither should I. At that moment, in Mu Xing's eyes, who was the universe's greatest engineer, there was only a dejected, helpless wretch. Dirty clothes, tangled hair, and wrinkles already creeping onto his face. Everything told Mu Xing that after all the troubles Isaac had endured, he was no longer young. One blow after another had nearly broken him. A few years earlier, the incident at the Titan space station had completely shattered this warrior's resolve, leaving him devastated and hiding in the chaotic zone of the lunar colony for 3 years. He spent his days in underground casinos, drinking and indulging himself. At this moment, several other new survivors had already donned the protective suits Mu Xing had found for them. They poked their heads out curiously, observing the situation. They didn't even dare to interrupt. They had assumed Zhou Gong was the boss of the group, but the man before them was the true boss. Mu Xing extended her right hand toward Isaac. You may not care about the safety of Earth and humanity, but don't you care about Ellie's safety too? Isaac looked up blankly, bewildered like a child, not even knowing where to put his hands. I'm sorry, Okay, you're a warrior. Night is coming for Tefrantis, and we must leave this crashed ship as soon as possible. Mu Xing pointed to the raging flames in the cabin, threatening to consume everything. Isaac, true to his role as the protagonist, quickly composed himself, wiped his tears, and stood up. He took the RIG protective suit Mu Xing handed him, along with a plasma cutter. Put it on! Isaac abandoned his pretense, quickly donning his suit and turning on the thermostat. He downloaded the message Ellie had left and expertly opened the cabin door, a chill piercing through his face. Mu Xing turned back to the newcomers and said, Stay close to me. While I won't abandon you on purpose, I won't rescue someone seeking death. The newcomers nodded immediately, as fast as chicks pecking at rice. Only after Mu Xing exited the hatch did Zhou Gong call for the others to follow. Only by truly entering the wilderness of this frozen planet could one truly experience its terrifying depths. With temperatures exceeding -100 degrees Celsius, even a body of steel would become fragile here. Without the protection of their RIG suits, they wouldn't last more than 3 minutes here. Looking into the distance, the entire planet was encased in a thick layer of ice, even the massive frozen moon overhead. It seemed frozen in its orbit. Mu Xing stared at the frozen moon. Of course, he knew what it was. A blood moon, the ultimate aggregated corpse form born from the divine seal. A gigantic celestial lifeform formed by the fusion of vast quantities of rock, flesh, and alienated biological tissue. A newly born blood moon is the size of the moon, not to mention those mature blood moons that have lived for countless ages. Masterpieces of the creator clan, Mu Xing still doesn't know the limits of these mysterious creatures. This time, he came to the dead space to capture a living original blood moon to perfect his own blood moon body. He also needs to help the divine seal find the true black divine seal, completely freeing his own divine seal from the flaws of a clone. Both can be found in this world. There's a frozen blood moon above his head, and the black divine seal can be obtained by traveling to Earth in this world. But first, he must follow the plot and find the alien civilization superweapon that froze the entire planet and unseal the frozen blood moon above his head. At this moment, a red divine seal appeared on Mu Xing's shoulder. For the first time, the divine seal, fused with Horus, showed such joy. A restless emotion rapidly rippled through the air. Master, I sense it. This is the world I'm familiar with, the place where I originated. Mu Xing tilted his head to look at the divine seal. Can you sense the presence of other divine seals on this planet? The divine seal flickered rapidly, expanding its detection ripples. Yes. However, the divine seals on this planet are all copies of the red divine seal, and they have all lost their effectiveness. The only black divine seal has disappeared. Mu Xing pointed at the frozen blood moon overhead. Does that thing contain a divine seal? A brief detection by the divine seal denied Mu Xing's question. The divine seal is the catalyst for the birth of the blood moon, but it does not merge into the blood moon. Mu Xing was slightly disappointed. He had expected to find both the black divine seal and the original blood moon on this frozen planet. That would have saved him another trip to Earth. But now it seemed like Earth was a must-go. Just then, Isaac's voice echoed from the front. Hey everyone, I found the beacon Ellie left behind. She's still alive, and at the base. Isaac was as excited as a child. However, Mu Xing wasn't optimistic, as the sky was already beginning to darken. With the planet losing sunlight, the nighttime temperature would plummet to over 100 degrees Celsius below zero, even to 200 degrees Celsius. He might not be afraid of such low temperatures, but Isaac and the newcomers couldn't. Just now, the survival system, relying on constant transmission of information and despite significant delays, issued a survival mission to Mu Xing. Survival mission: escort the protagonist Isaac to the SCF research base. Mission reward: control of the Roarlock spacecraft central control system. Mission failure: deportation from this world. The survival system immediately grasped Mu Xing's weakness. If he wanted to return to Earth, he had to obtain a spacecraft. There are two options in the storyline. The first is to seize the Church's pursuer's ship. The second option is to use the Earth Federation Colonial Expedition Fleet's flagship in orbit, the Rochlo. Although this massive flagship, converted into a space station, lacks flight capabilities, its spare hangar should still contain several spare ships equipped with impact point jump drives. Chapter 1008. Boom! Just as they had walked less than 300 meters, the crashed spaceship behind them exploded violently. The flame shot up into a mushroom cloud 100 meters high. The surging heat instantly vaporized the surrounding ice, creating a vast fog. But soon, this moist water vapor condensed into tiny snowflakes in the freezing temperatures of this frozen planet. The way back is blocked. It looks like there's no going back, the young man said grimly, pushing his glasses up on his nose. He let the fluttering snowflakes lash his transparent protective mask. Who cares? We've got a big boss leading the team. It's just hypothermia and zombies. We just deal with it. The burly man Liangua swung his great sword. He was a force of strength, and the sword in his hand weighed at least 200 or 300 pounds. Mu Xing used the survival terminal to create a makeshift group chat system and pulled everyone in. Please introduce yourselves. The group was braving the snowstorm as they advanced towards the ice field ahead. At its end lay a dark valley, where a few abandoned signal towers still stood amidst the blizzard. According to the intelligence left by the spacecraft, there was a human outpost there. The newcomer guide on the channel spoke first. My name is Zhou Gong, a veteran of 6 worlds. Of course, compared to the masters, I'm a newcomer. My abilities are quite comprehensive, even to the point of being mixed. I specialize in martial arts, marksmanship, archery, and qigong techniques. I also specialize in sorcery and magic. Mu Xing nodded. This guy's abilities were indeed quite diverse, but wanting everything resulted in him being proficient in none. However, such people possess exceptionally high survival abilities in any environment. So, it's not a matter of good or bad, only of adapting to the pressures of survival. Let me introduce myself. My name is Liangua, from Dragon Kingdom's Magic City. I've just completed 3 rookie dungeons, and this is my first official one. I specialize in fighting spirit and heavy swordsmanship, and can also serve as a tank when necessary. Of course, with a big boss leading the team this time, I'm ready to cling to him, hee. The burly man didn't forget to show off his heavy sword. However, now that the sword was frozen in ice and frost, it looked like a snow brick. Hello everyone, my name is Su Chao. I'm a newcomer who just experienced a new world and don't have many specialties. However, I'm an electrician in the real world and have some electrical knowledge. Also, I'm a decent driver. I'm not quite proficient in the fighting skills I received as a reward from the last world. The voice came from a shy middle-aged man, his expression a bit reserved. At this moment, a female voice rang out. My name is Shauna. I'm from France, a newcomer to this world, a magician proficient in healing magic and some beast summoning techniques. She was wearing an eye patch, so her features were obscured, but the ice bird hovering above them was her masterpiece. How high can it fly? The young man next to her pointed at the bird in the sky. 10,000 meters at most. Above that, it's impossible. This planet is shrouded in a thick layer of extremely low temperatures, making it difficult to escape on your own. Plus, there are dense active space mines in space. Leaving here will probably be very difficult, Shauna answered truthfully. Mu Xing glanced at the young man. He had noticed before that he was skilled in reasoning, and had a keen eye for the environment. What's your name? Tang Zhu. I've just been through 2 survival worlds, and this is my 3rd. My profession is detective. Marksmanship and archery are my strengths, and I also do some stealth and detective work. Upon hearing this, Mu Xing pulled the long-unused purple phoenix bow from her storage space and handed it to him. I lend it to you. Protect the newcomer behind you. He excitedly took the phoenix bow and gently pulled the string. Flaming arrows condensed on the bowstring, illuminating his glasses. The last person was a complete newcomer. After enduring the mental bombardment of information and the brutal cold of the frozen planet, she finally accepted the reality of becoming a survivor. Hello, everyone, my name is Chu Huanyan, and I'm a live streamer. Can anyone tell me how to get home? Fear crossed her face, and she was apprehensive, afraid of being left behind. Zhou Gong pointed to the terminal on his wrist. He had transformed the survival terminal into a microcomputer. Our mission is to escort the protagonist, Isaac, to the base. This should be the initial mission. I'm not sure what the subsequent missions will be. But as long as we complete the survival system's tasks step by step, we can safely return to the real world. His words eased the newcomer's anxiety. What Mu Xing didn't tell them was that in this world, even if they completed their mission, they couldn't return because the survival system wasn't yet in control. All he could do was wait until he got what he wanted, then send them aboard a spaceship, where they would drift in space for a few days until the survival system arrived to pick them up. Of course, the others were unaware of Mu Xing's thoughts, and were still immersed in the anticipation of being led by their superiors. Of course, if these newcomers were sensible, Mu Xing wouldn't mind giving them a hand. Just then, Isaac, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Mu Xing hurried forward, approaching Isaac. He picked up a frozen stump from the fluffy snow. Is this a human arm? Mu Xing's eyes became scanners. This dead branch was indeed a human arm, and it looked like it had been gnawed. They looked ahead. This icy plain wasn't a smooth path. It was littered with fallen debris. They looked like meteorites, but in reality, they were no different from ordinary rocks on this planet. What worried Isaac most was the horrifying scratch marks he spotted on these large rocks. It's -100 degrees in this hellish place during the day, and there's still life? Zhou Gong looked as if he had seen a ghost. Be alert, Tang Zhu shouted. Li Envoy immediately drew his heavy sword, on guard. Su Chao pulled out his pistol. Shauna commanded Icebird to begin a wide-area reconnaissance. No moving objects detected. Shauna's voice rang out. All right, everyone, don't panic. These are just claw marks left by frozen mutated necromancers. Have you ever played Dead Space 3? Of the 6, Zhou Gong and Tang Zhu raised their hands, as did the female streamer Chu Huanyan. The remaining 3 had at most heard of them. One hadn't even heard of their name. What do you think? Mu Xing looked at Tang Zhu. He walked over to a large rock and said, these marks are likely caused by alien necromancers from the planet Teflantis. These mutated necromancers are enormous and very aggressive. But as long as we don't actively wake them, they generally won't show up. As soon as these words were spoken, Mu Xing began tapping the ice with his cane. The rhythmic tapping shook the ice, sending the vibrations far away. Suddenly, the ice ahead was torn apart by something foreign. A hideous four-legged monster, shaped like a mutated flea and covered in frigid frost, burst through the ice. It roared deafeningly. It was hard to imagine that in such low temperatures, any living being could withstand the cold and hide beneath the ice. It's the Yeti. Everyone be careful, Zhou Gong exclaimed. Chapter 1009. The so-called Yeti are a type of mutated necromorphs that live on the frozen planet of Teflantis. No one knows how long they have lived. These monsters were frozen along with the planet. 200 years ago, human interstellar explorers first discovered the planet. Afterward, the federal government established a secret base and laboratory there. For a long time afterwards, the existence of Teflantis remained a top-secret federal secret, and few knew of its existence. It wasn't until Ellie discovered information about Teflantis in the federal database that she learned of this mysterious planet, hidden by the federal government. The Yeti are said to be from an alien race that once inhabited this frozen planet. After coming into contact with the Divine Seal, they were also eroded by it, transforming into terrifying necromorphs. Since humans first discovered Teflantis, this mysterious alien race has been extinct for over 2 million years. It's hard to imagine that these necromorphs could survive for 2 million years without food or water, relying on hibernation. Since humans first arrived on this planet 200 years ago, establishing research institutes and bases, they have also awakened these snow monsters frozen in the thick ice. Mu Xing is not one to ignore the existence of a problem, and instead choose to cover his ears and steal the bell. Rather than waiting for these monsters to attack from behind, it is better to strike first, lure them out, and kill them first. At the same time, Mu Xing also wanted to know the difference between these alien necromancers and human necromancers. He pointed with his right hand, and the long-unseen hunter appeared above the ice. The hunter, having evolved many times, no longer resembled its former self. Now, it was shrouded in dark power, mysterious and dangerous. The moment the hunter appeared, a strong sense of suffocation washed over them, and the several newcomers behind him were instantly suffocated by the overwhelming aura. The Yeti screamed and took flight, clearly sensing the threat posed by the terrifying killing machine before them. Bring back its head. Mu Xing's cold voice rang out. The hunter took a step forward, leaving a dark afterimage, and almost instantly blocked the Yeti's path. Without waiting for the Yeti to move, its body stiffened instantly. Only when the hunter returned to Mu Xing, carrying its bizarre head, did the Yeti's massive body collapse to the ground with a thud. Snow dust flew through the air, and the headless body continued to twitch, but it was unable to move. As a fellow necromancer, the hunter understood the necromancer's weaknesses best. Necromorphs are difficult to kill with physical means, but they can be paralyzed. The hunter handed the grotesque head to Mu Xing. A red divine seal emerged, and countless crystal filaments penetrated its brain, attempting to extract relevant memories. He completely ignored the horrified expressions of the newcomers behind him. Master, this Yeti has been frozen for too long, and the information retained in its memory is very scarce. It will probably take several Yeti to barely piece together any useful memories. The divine seal's voice rang out. Mu Xing nodded. Begin. The divine seal appeared in midair, emitting a dazzling red light, and ripples spread out. Instantly, the entire ice sheet began to tremble. Dense swarms of Yeti awakened from the ice, struggling to climb out. However, before these Yeti could even move, they were all snatched up by an invisible force and flown towards them. So many monsters. Zhou Gong's hands were shaking as he gripped his weapon, not to mention the inexplicably newcomers. The only one who managed to maintain some composure was Tang Zhu. Not only was he not afraid, but he seemed strangely excited, gazing expectantly at the mysterious master standing before them. Is this the master's power? Lianhua muttered to himself. Zhou Gong scoffed at him. That's nothing. Forget about the pseudogod level. A single apostle could easily destroy a nation and overthrow an entire civilization. He turned back to Mu Xing's back. The master isn't even using any strength. As Mu Xing used telekinesis to bring all the snow monsters to his side, the divine seal extended its crystal tentacles, extracting their memories. A large number of scattered memories quickly gathered, piecing together like a puzzle, to create the result Mu Xing desired. Master, the memories have been analyzed. Although incomplete, I've extracted some relatively crucial information. These necromancers remember it very clearly. What is it? About the disaster these aliens encountered, and the ancient instrument that sealed the Blood Moon. It's pretty much the same as the storyline, but I see something different in these memories. What is it? Divine Seal's words piqued Mu Xing's curiosity. About the origins of these aliens. Aren't they the natives of Teflantis? Mu Xing asked. Divine Seal didn't stand still to retract the crystal filaments. Instead, he began frantically draining the Blood Moon power from the Yeti. He actually managed to extract some of the highly purified Blood Moon energy. It continued, based on my analysis and deduction of these memories, those aliens may have come from the stars, having come to Teflantis due to war and flight. War? Flee? Was it because of the war between the creators and chaos? Mu Xing countered. I don't know. Information is limited. These monsters have been frozen for so long, making it difficult to extract any useful intelligence, the Divine Seal said. Mu Xing looked up, his gaze passing through the planets and into the vast universe, attempting to penetrate the ancient cosmos he inhabited. You wouldn't know until you saw it, but the sight was startling. He felt that this universe was exceptionally dry. Yes, Mu Xing used the word dry, or perhaps barren would be a more appropriate description. The energy was thin, the material activity was sluggish. This was not the state of a healthy universe. Like a sponge drained of its moisture by sunlight, the universe seemed extremely dry. Retracting his gaze, Mu Xing considered a way to contact Uncle Lon first and inquire about what had happened in the original universe. Due to the influence of an unknown force on this planet, the communicator's communication was cut off. All of this made this world seem unusual. Thankfully, compared to the predicament of having his body taken away in the fantasy world last time, this time he had increased his strength and could protect himself in the face of danger. He awakened the dozing evil spirit on the 4th floor. What the hell is this place? The evil spirit scurried out of the 4th floor upon awakening, sniffling on Mu Xing's shoulder. The world of dead space is also Uncle Lan's hometown. The evil spirit narrowed its eyes. This world, this universe. Something's amiss. Have you sensed it too? My connection to the survival system has been cut off. Some strange force is hindering communication within and outside the universe. The evil spirit looked around, its eyes locked on the newcomers behind it. No, why are there new survivors? Is your survival system reliable? Mu Xing rubbed his nose awkwardly. This is an accident. Wait. Isn't that the point? I was wondering if you have any good way to contact Uncle Lon. The evil spirit tilted its head, thinking for a moment. Let me first send a clone to the edge of the original universe to check the situation. With that, It released a clone, which transformed into a streak of golden light and vanished from the frozen planet. Chapter 1010. Boss, what was that cat just now? It's just my pet cat, no big deal. Let's keep going. Mu Xing clearly had no interest in explaining the situation to these newcomers. After dealing with the snow monsters, he led them on their way back to the valley. All along the way, everyone simply hurried on, not saying a word. This boss had truly shocked them too much. At this moment, the right thing to do was to remain silent and follow the boss's lead. It was best to cut out any other nonsense. Finally, after about half an hour of trekking, they arrived at the outpost in the valley. As Mu Xing opened the dusty isolation door, a surge of air, mixed with a strange, foul odor, hit them in the face. Everyone instinctively turned their heads, disgust evident on their faces. Even the protective suit's built-in air filtration system couldn't completely filter out the strong, rancid odor. Fortunately, a cold front from outside suddenly poured into the outpost, dispelling the rotten air within. Mu Xing plopped down on a nearby iron box and said, "It's coming. Prepare for battle." The first to react was Zhou Gong, worthy of being a guide for the newcomers. He shouted, "Prepare for battle? The necromancers are coming." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of roars echoed from deep within the outpost. These necromancers, transformed from human colonists, had been dormant for 200 years, awakening once more as they opened the gate. Perhaps it was the long period of starvation before the mutation that made these necromancers appear so emaciated. Their arms and legs were like sticks, and their hands, raised high, were covered in sharp boned spurs. It was my old friend, the Slicer. However, these monsters were already severely malnourished before the mutation, and after undergoing 200 years of hibernation, their combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. Zhou Gong cradled an automatic rifle and fired wildly. The tungsten cord armor-piercing rounds were extremely powerful and penetrating. These necromancers, mere flesh and blood, were instantly reduced to sieves. Lianhua rushed in with his heavy sword, slashing and smashing, turning the Sid necromancers into a pulp. Necromorphs are extremely difficult to kill. Our priority is to destroy their mobility. Chop off their heads, amputate their limbs, and throw them outside. Tang Zhu's phoenix bow continued its relentless fire, blasting and slashing through several necromancers. The phoenix fire could instantly incinerate necromancers. However, the environment of Teflantis was not very friendly to the phoenix bow, and it absorbed the fire element very slowly. Thus, most of the arrows he concentrated and consumed had to rely on his internal energy. After firing just a dozen arrows, he was already panting and exhausted, forcing him to resort to his firearms. Mu Xing waved at him. "Boss?" Mu Xing took the phoenix bow. "I forgot this place isn't suitable for using fire." He swept his right hand across the flame bow, and its properties instantly transformed from flame to frost. The fire phoenix bow also became the ice phoenix bow. Drawing the string again, it could condense the surrounding icy cold into ice arrows. The damage was reduced, but the control was enhanced, slowing down enemies. Using the weapon skill, Phoenix Fury could also freeze targets in a large area. Tang Zhu was completely stunned by Mu Xing's move. This was a power at the level of rules, difficult to explain with real-world theory. At the same time, Mu Xing took out some discarded purple weapons and handed them to the other newcomers. "I'm lending you these weapons. Take good care of them. If you lose them, I hold you responsible." After receiving the purple weapons, the newcomers were all excited, their cheeks flushing red. "Mighty boss!" Lianhua wielded a large magical sword, unleashing brilliant streams of freezing magic. The necromancer, struck, quickly froze. With one blow of the sword, the entire necromancer shattered into a blanket of ice. Even so, the frozen flesh still retained its potent healing energy. Empowered by the purple weapons, the newcomers transformed into fierce warriors, fighting their way from the upper levels of the outpost to the lower levels. They practically wiped out all the necromancers in the outpost. Sure enough, fear comes from a lack of vitality. If I had these weapons back then, well, that might not be a good thing. Mu Xing muttered to herself. A moment later, Li Goen and the protagonist, Isaac, carried a frozen human from the abandoned outpost camp. He was wearing a torn hazmat suit with a federal government emblem on his chest. "Who is he?" Isaac walked up to him. "He's Plank, a member of the government forces. He was injured in the fall, and his hazmat suit is damaged. I'm afraid he won't last much longer." Mu Xing immediately called Shauna back. "Do you know healing magic? Can you save him?" Shauna checked on Plank and nodded. "I try." A green magic circle formed around the man's chest, and green healing light continuously seeped into his body. Seeing this scene, Isaac was already immune. He had long recognized the extraordinary abilities of this group. However, as the universe's most powerful engineer, his receptiveness was much greater than that of ordinary people. The man's wounds healed rapidly, and his vital signs quickly recovered. The man coughed violently, waking from his coma. He sat up with a panicked expression, his body shaking violently. Isaac placed his hands on his shoulders. "Hey, Plank, it's me. Don't worry, you're safe." Plank breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Isaac, then burst into tears. "Is that Mr. Isaac? I thought I was dead." Mu Xing had the Divine Seal create a new RIG suit. "Put it on." Plank quickly removed the damaged suit and put on a brand new one. To him, the origin of the suit didn't matter. As long as it saved his life, it was all that mattered. "Plank, what happened? Where are Ellie and the others?" Isaac asked nervously. "They should have landed near the research base on the ridge. Unfortunately, my suit was damaged, and I was injured. I thought I'd die here," the man said, suddenly realizing he wasn't injured. He quickly touched his stomach. "Where was the wound? Are you sure? They're at the Ridge Research Institute?" Isaac reassured. "Yes, when we crashed, the escape pod broke apart in midair, and they landed on the ridge. If they survived, they'd probably go looking for the research base." Hearing this, Isaac rushed out, but was grabbed back by Mu Xing. "Night will fall soon. The temperature on this planet is very low at night. Even your RIG suit won't last long." Isaac looked up at the sky. The sky was rapidly darkening, and the last ray of sunlight quickly disappeared with the arrival of night. In contrast, the huge moon reflected a hazy, eerie, cold light. Under the thick layer of ice, faintly visible were some incomplete stellar structures, riddled with cracks. As night fell, the dark side of the frozen planet grew incredibly cold, the temperature plummeting rapidly from -100 to -200 degrees. The corpses of the necromorphs that had been thrown out of the research facility were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Only then did Isaac step back in fear. Just as the night's cold wave howled toward the outpost, Mu Xing closed the heavy isolation door. "All right, everyone, let's rest here tonight." Chapter 10:11. The nights in Atlantis were bitterly cold, a chill that penetrated the very bones of the bones. Looking out through the thick bulletproof glass windows of the safe house, the raging blizzard was like thousands of sharp ice blades, slicing through the desolate ice plains. The remains of the snow monsters, completely annihilated by Mu Xing during the day, were now frozen by the extreme cold into twisted ice sculptures, like eerie tombstones crafted by nature itself. A warm bonfire danced in the center of the shelter, its orange-red flames illuminating everyone's face. The newlyweds gathered around the fire, roasting food, while hot soup simmered on a nearby military stove. Sips of hot soup in this frozen hell were a heaven-sent comfort. After half a day of sharing life and death, the newlyweds had already established a tacit understanding. The sound of conversation was intermittent, the atmosphere harmonious, like that of old friends. Mu Xing's gaze fell on Isaac, who sat alone by the window. He poured a cup of hot water, walked over, and gently placed it in front of him. "Thank you." Isaac mechanically took the cup, but held it tightly in both hands, his eyes fixed on the hazy ridgeline in the distance. "Don't worry too much, she'd be fine," Mu Xing tried to comfort him. Isaac sighed deeply, his voice filled with unconcealed regret. "Perhaps I should have trusted her from the beginning, instead of running away like a coward." His eyes gradually became hazy, as if he were lost in a vortex of the past. 3 years ago, we barely escaped death on Titan Space Station. Those days of mutual dependence quickly blossomed our relationship, and eventually we became lovers. But she and I are two different kinds of people. I long for a stable and peaceful life, while she always has her mind fixed on a more distant future. She repeatedly asked me to study the Divine Seal with her, seeking a way to completely destroy it. But I refused with the lame excuse of "I'm tired of it all." Isaac's voice began to tremble. "I never forget the look of disappointment she gave me when she left. And I stood there like a fool, not even having the courage to try to stop her." At this point, the tough guy who had once fought his way through the zombie horde couldn't help but lower his head, his shoulders shaking violently. Mu Xing looked at the prematurely aged man before him. With his graying hair and scraggly beard, he looked as unkempt as a stray dog in a gutter. He gently pressed Isaac's shoulder. "Isaac, the fact that Ellie thought of you at such a critical moment proves she still trusts you. Perhaps this reunion is your chance to reconcile?" Isaac heard this, but shook his head with a wry smile. "No chance. Robert was with her these past 3 years, not me." Mu Xing then remembered the game's plot. After Ellie left Isaac, she collaborated with Robert, a federal officer, on researching the Divine Seal. Over the years, they fell in love. At that moment, he felt as if an invisible green hat were being placed on Isaac's head. Well, I think you should have a good talk with Ellie. Maybe she still cares about you most? Muxing said, trying to comfort him. Really? Isaac looked up suddenly, a glimmer of hope in his cloudy eyes. Muxing muttered to himself, anyway, you shoot that rival in the head later. On the surface, he gave Isaac a resolute look. Of course. I believe you. At this moment, Zhou Gong handed over a plate filled with barbecue. Muxing handed it to Isaac, but before that, you need to fill your stomach and clean yourself up. You don't want to see Ellie in this state, do you? Isaac was stunned for a moment, realizing that Muxing was teasing him. He stared at the plate in silence for a long time, finally uttering only 2 words. Thank you. Muxing patted his shoulder and turned back to the campfire. The air was filled with the enticing aroma of barbecue. Who grilled this? You're quite skilled. Muxing asked with a smile. Lianhua held up the skewers. Boss, I used to run a barbecue restaurant. Although it went bankrupt due to poor management, my skills remain. Just then, with a click, a blinding white light suddenly illuminated the room. Su Chao emerged from the power supply room, toolbox in hand. Although 26th century circuits are complex, the basic principles remain the same. I fixed the lighting and heating systems, so everyone can sleep soundly tonight. Excellent. Everyone cheered. Muxing looked at the taciturn man with some surprise. He hadn't expected his electrical skills to come in handy in a place like this. Brother Su Chao, well done. Zhou Gong gave him a thumbs up. Su Chao frowned. It's strange. This world is already the 26th century, and technological development is much slower than expected. Take the generator, for example. Lianhua asked, puzzled. Is the equipment broken? No, it doesn't seem like it. It's just that the power generation is abnormally low. What do you mean? Outdated equipment? Tangju pushed his glasses and took over. It's not an equipment problem. I've investigated, and the energy density of this world is abnormally low. For the same kilowatt-hour of electricity, the energy density is only 1/10 of our world's. I've checked the parameters of the fission reactor at this outpost, and even nuclear reactions have become extremely difficult. Zhou Gong couldn't help but grumble. No wonder it's only been the 25th century since we've developed a few controlled nuclear fusion devices. Muxing, who was drinking water, overheard this conversation and recalled his earlier findings. This universe seems to be experiencing some kind of energy failure. But the specific cause will probably have to wait for the evil spirit clone to bring back more information before we can analyze it. At this time, several newcomers have already begun arranging the night watch. 2 teams, each team will work 3 hours, just enough to cover the entire night. Zhou Gong respectfully inquired, Master, do you think this arrangement is appropriate? Muxing shook his head. No, you guys get some rest. I don't need sleep anyway. I keep watch tonight. As he spoke, he gazed out the window. The bright lights cast a pale speck of light on the snow, and a sense of foreboding lingered in his heart. Did the church act prematurely? Or was it some other force? Muxing's mind raced, his gaze piercing the rooftops and reaching out into space. The observer tower's scans revealed an anomaly. Several familiar Chaos ships were cloaked in orbit, utilizing twisting void technology. These ships neither landed nor departed, but instead circled the frozen planet in an eerie pattern, as if wary of something. Soon, several probes detached from the ships. Some flew toward Teflantis, while others headed straight for the icy moon. However, the moment the probes approached their target, they all mysteriously froze and became inoperable, crashing silently. It seemed some kind of ultra-cold barrier exists above the planet. While Muxing didn't believe this level of defense could stop the forces of chaos, their cautious approach was certainly intriguing. Muxing pulled the dozing evil spirit to his feet. Stinky cat, did you notice anything unusual when you released your clone? The evil spirit replied dazedly. It seemed like there was a little resistance. But I didn't pay much attention to it. Muxing's expression changed slightly. You almost ruined everything. Chapter 1012. What's wrong? The evil spirit looked puzzled. Muxing stood up and walked outside. With a flick of his right hand, a brilliant white clone shot straight into the sky. Just as his clone reached an altitude of 30,000 meters, a terrifying icy chill struck, instantly freezing it. Freezing rules? Muxing narrowed his eyes. You have to know that he has already broken through to the pseudogod level. Ordinary energy and physical attacks can hardly harm him, let alone freeze his clone. However, the ice layer surrounding the planet could even freeze his clone. This freezing force was no ordinary freezing energy, but rather something closer to the realm of rules. Mu Xing cast his gaze into the distance. From the observer's perspective, the power freezing this planet came from an ancient alien machine. He could clearly see the freezing force rising in the distance, spreading into the sky, forming a massive circulation. This circulation spread to every corner as the planet moved. At the same time, Mu Xing noticed that the frozen blood moon in the sky wasn't held there by the planet's own gravity, but rather gravity ropes. The technology used by large planet disintegration vessels, like the Ishimura, to disintegrate planets was precisely gravity ropes. Mu Xing speculated that the Ishimura's technology might have been derived from the federal government's research and deconstruction of alien technology 200 years ago. This alien race's civilization had clearly reached an extremely advanced level, perhaps even reaching the level of laws. If that were the case, how could they be tempted by the Divine Seal's boundless energy? Mu Xing narrowed his eyes, recalling the conversation between the newcomers, and seemed to grasp a key point. Energy seemed extremely scarce in this universe, but what exactly was causing this lack of cosmic energy? A war between the creators and chaos? No, as far as he knew, the creators' defenses lay outside the original universe. This universe, their birthplace, had always been considered a treasure, too precious to be expendable. Perhaps there lay a deeper secret hidden within. Rustle. Mu Xing heard a faint grinding sound emanating from the previously quiet ice sheet. The bright white searchlight shone into the distance, revealing a terrifying scene. He noticed the entire ice sheet begin to wriggle strangely. The ice sheet continuously cracked, as if countless insects were wriggling beneath it, lifting up the hundreds-meter-thick layer. Mu Xing expanded his observational field, attempting to peer beneath the ice. But all he saw was a vast expanse of white. He quickly switched to his other perspectives, the Eye of Destiny and the eye within his skull. The Eye of Destiny didn't react, but the eye within the cranium successfully detected some anomalies. Mu Xing frowned and quickly knocked on the nearby iron railing, waking the newly dozed-off newcomers. "Follow me. Get out of here." Though they didn't understand the boss's sudden urgency, the newcomers dared not hesitate. They quickly packed their things and prepared to depart. "Boss, it's nearly minus 200 degrees outside. The RG suits won't last more than 2 hours," Zhou Gong said with a hint of concern. At this moment, Isaac rushed out of the room with Plank. "What happened?" "Isaac, we have to get out of here. There's something wrong with this ice sheet." Mu Xing's clairvoyance was high, but the truth beneath the ice was still hard to discern. There was only one possibility. The abnormal reaction beneath the ice had reached a divine level or higher. Without time to ponder the truth, he noticed that something beneath the ice was spreading upward, squeezing out the thick layer of ice. So, they had to escape to higher ground. Mu Xing locked onto the direction of the mountain ridge. Why would the Federation build the Research Institute on a high mountain ridge, rather than on a flat plain? Is it simply because the higher you stand, the farther you can see? Perhaps the explorers from Earth 200 years ago had already proven the dangers of this frozen planet with bloody lessons. This was no ordinary planet. "Head towards the Ridge Research Institute," Mu Xing said, waving his right hand and turning on all the lights in the outpost. The glaring searchlights transformed the outpost into a savage hedgehog of light. The glare intensified the movement beneath the ice. "Let's go!" Mu Xing led them quickly away from the rear of the Research Institute. A narrow path snaked up to the mountain ridge. There, the terrain was higher and safer. As the ice sheet shifted, some ancient cadavers, awakened by the movement underground, emerged from the ice. They immediately spotted the newcomers fleeing in the darkness, and pounced on them with bared fangs and claws. "Clear the way!" Mu Xing summoned the hunter. It condensed its arms into bone blades and charged forward, sending countless limbs and arms flying in its wake. The shocking scene, coupled with the blizzard, left the newcomers speechless. With their strength, even a single ancient cadaver, let alone the hundreds and thousands, would be too much for them to handle. They followed Mu Xing closely, not daring to lag behind. Until they reached the mountain path along the edge of the ice sheet, the road behind them was littered with wriggling limbs and severed arms. They struggled to gather together, but the freezing weather didn't give them the chance, quickly freezing them into solid blocks of ice. "Look over there." When they reached halfway up the mountain, someone suddenly exclaimed, pointing toward the distant ice sheet. The ice seemed covered in a thick oil film. This film, like a living thing, seeped out from beneath the ice and, like a terrifying predator, extended its tentacles in search of food. The Wintimos, and the remains of the necromorphs they had slain during the day became prey for the giant oil film. It devoured everything it passed through. Finally, those wriggling tentacles surrounded the now brightly lit outpost from all sides. The eerie oil film permeated every corner of the outpost. The lights didn't go out instantly, but rather gradually faded. Muxing noticed that the energy in the small underground reactor was rapidly depleting, as if being sucked away by something. As the reactor ran out of power, the lights in the outpost quickly dimmed. In the darkness, all they could hear was a creepy, crawling sound and the eerie grinding of twisted steel. What the hell is this thing? Is it even in the plot? Zhou Gong swallowed hard, even doubting himself. Muxing's clairvoyance, unimpeded by the darkness, clearly sensed the entire ice sheet coming to life. Is it the crash of the spacecraft? Or has the noise from the outpost awakened something underground? Muxing speculated, trying to analyze its composition. As time passed, the strange oil film grew thicker, until it covered the entire ice sheet, completely submerging the outpost. And that wasn't the end of it. The film continued to rise. By the time they reached the ridge, it had already spread to the mountainside. Thankfully, the mountainside was the limit of the strange film. It couldn't extend any further upwards. You guys continue on to the Ridge Research Institute. I go back and take a look. After saying this, Muxing took off into the air, flying towards the ice field. Chapter 1013. Muxing flew slowly, trying not to stir up any overly intense energy fluctuations. He blended himself into the ice and snow, using the chilly north wind to soar. He noticed that the thick oil film seemed extremely sensitive to living things. It was extremely sensitive to all kinds of energy fluctuations. Any energy fluctuation above its natural level would attract its attention. Muxing wasn't sure if the thing was alive, so he could only refer to it as it. Muxing suddenly threw a flaming fireball. The massive fireball flew 1,000 meters, illuminating the wriggling oil film on the ice. It looked like a milky white accumulation of fat, only this fat was constantly wriggling and solidified. Before Muxing could conduct the next test with the fireball, a massive wave suddenly surged out from the oil film and rushed towards the fireball. Bang! The fireball exploded mid-air, enveloped by the oil film, completely engulfing the exploding fireball. Muxing narrowed his eyes. This thing possessed a powerful devouring power. Hovering in the wind and snow, he continued to hurl fireballs. He rolled his hands to gather dozens of giant fireballs, each 100 meters in diameter. The fireballs soared into the air, illuminating the dark ice sheet. Then, they began to descend, bombarding the wriggling oil film. He wanted to test the limits of this film. The terrifying sound of explosions echoed far into the darkness. Each explosion pushed the surrounding oil film apart, evaporating it. But soon, the oil film converged again, seemingly endless. Maxon. Muxing growled, summoning Maxon directly. Greetings, master. Evaporate this ice sheet. Muxing hung high in the sky, commanding, pointing a finger toward the ice sheet before him. Yes. Maxon bowed respectfully, and immediately transformed into his nuclear fusion form. Fusion. He spread his hands, and a sun, undergoing a frenzied fusion reaction, slowly rose. The dazzling light made the newcomers on the ridge squint subconsciously. What's that? Someone pointed. The sun? Isn't it midnight? Only Zhou Gong's face suddenly changed. He shouted, run. Get to the other side of this ridge. He ignored his dignity, as a newcomer's guide, and led the newcomers tumbling and scrambling to the other side of the ridge. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. A dazzling light instantly ripped through the planet's dark night. The earth trembled, and the blizzard evaporated in an instant. The shockwaves stripped away layers of rock from the mountainside, as if the world had ended. Then, a huge mushroom cloud rose and spread. However, this spread was artificially controlled, as if someone had used supreme power to confine the power of the nuclear explosion to a small area. The ridge where the newcomers were hiding was right at the edge of that energy confinement. No matter how terrifying the explosion, it couldn't even shake the boundary. Everyone stared blankly at the sky, which seemed as bright as day. Two blurry figures could be vaguely seen, standing in the void at the edge of the mushroom cloud. This wasn't over yet. After Maxon's nuclear blast, Muxing raised both hands high. Matter in his right hand, antimatter in his left. Returning from the auditions, Muxing had already advanced his Dumas Awakener class to perfection. His control over matter and antimatter had reached perfection. Now, matter and antimatter fell in a coordinated pattern, causing a terrifying void-devouring annihilation. After Maxon unleashed the nuclear blast, the Void Devourer landed at the center of the explosion. Boom! Another violent explosion. The Void Devourer was powerful enough to annihilate all matter within the blast radius. The thick ice layer was vaporized by the nuclear blast, so the Void Devourer's impact directly impacted the thick oil film beneath it. Instantly, the entire ice sheet was vaporized, leaving behind a massive crater dozens of kilometers in diameter. The crater was bottomless, A deep abyss shattered by these two strikes. The oil film wasn't indestructible, and would also be broken apart and annihilated by the explosion. The void devourer, caused by the collision of matter and antimatter, seemed to inflict even greater damage to the film. Drop. Mu Xing and Maxon descended together toward the center of the explosion. Crackling flashes of lightning intertwined, and the remaining matter and antimatter continued to react with the surrounding environment. When Mu Xing landed at the base of the explosion, he saw a dark layer of rock, squeezed to its limits. But a closer look revealed white streaks interspersed within the black rock. The oil film seeped out from these white lines. At this moment, the evil spirit poked its head out. What a primitive life form. It looks a bit like a planet eater. A planet eater? What is that? Mu Xing asked. As the name suggests, a planet eater is a special life form that feeds on planets. Like chaos? No, this creature is even lower level than low-level chaos. Low-level chaos merely uses planets to incubate, but planet eaters are different. They completely devour entire planets, and then look for the next one. Mu Xing summoned Huan Ming. Why does it feel so similar to Huan Ming? The evil spirit shook its head. There's a saying that the Star Devourer is the ancestor of chaos, possessing chaos' most primitive form. Of course, there's neither evidence nor theoretical support for this claim. Besides, even if it were true, those self-proclaimed noble wills of chaos probably wouldn't acknowledge it. Mu Xing squatted down, his telekinesis tearing through layers of stone skin, revealing a fresher layer beneath. White veins interwoven, resembling blood vessels growing within the stone. Could that thing underground really be a Star Devourer? The evil spirit scratched the ground, its nails scraping away some white grease. I take it back and study it. It might take some time. By the way, don't be so rough. If you attract a big boss, I'd be the one to clean up your mess. It pointed at the gaping hole before it and shouted. Got it. Mu Xing rolled his eyes. He'd been so cautious before, when he was weak. Now that he was stronger, he was still so cautious. Wouldn't all the hardship he'd endured along the way to becoming stronger have been in vain? Mu Xing retrieved Maxon and Huan Ming and flew out of the vast abyss. He noticed that as the explosion subsided, milky white oil began to seep out from the surrounding white lines again. This oil quickly gathered, attempting to fill the gaping hole. When Mu Xing returned to the ridge, snowflakes fell again on the ice sheet. But now, the vast ice sheet had a terrifying gaping hole. This exploration wasn't entirely fruitless. At least, Mu Xing realized that this thing wasn't invincible and could be evaporated. However, if that white oil was indeed a planet-eating substance, wouldn't he have to blow up the entire planet if he wanted to destroy it? As Mu Xing pondered this, the newcomers, trembling with fear from the explosion, cautiously poked their heads out from the darkness. Is that Boss Blood Moon? It's me. Only after hearing the noise did they dare to turn on their lights, and quickly gathered around. Boss, did you really blow that big hole? Mu Xing said calmly. It was just a little experiment. He glanced at the temperature indicator. Because of the explosion, the temperature on the ice sheet had risen from -200 to -80 degrees Celsius. Their RIG suits could easily withstand such low temperatures. Hurry up and get to the research institute as soon as possible. Mu Xing pointed ahead. They were less than 20 miles away from the Ridge Research Institute. Chapter 1014. Despite 3 years of separation, arguments, and misunderstandings, Isaac and Ellie embraced each other tightly the moment they met again. Ahem. Beside him, Robert, looking grim, coughed loudly. He placed a hand on Isaac's arm, seemingly greeting him, but in reality, he was pulling Isaac away from his girlfriend. Glad to see you here. I didn't expect you were still alive, Isaac. Robert's tone was sarcastic, not giving him any respect. Honey, don't be like this. Ellie tugged at Robert's sleeve, torn between an old acquaintance and a new love. Robert shrugged Ellie's hand off, pointing at Isaac. You better stay away from her, or I'd be rude to you. Ellie is mine. However, this stern warning didn't deter Isaac. He even shaved and got a haircut just to see Ellie. Robert, we both have the right to a fair fight, don't we? You? Robert was about to throw a punch, but was held back by Austin and Jennifer behind him. Robert, now is not the time for internal strife. Seeing that no one was on his side, even the federal sergeant behind him, John, had a close relationship with Isaac. Robert felt like a deflated ball. He shook off their hands and angrily returned to his room. Robert, it's not what you think. Let me explain. Ellie chased after him, but was turned away and barred from the door. She couldn't help but look back at Isaac. You shouldn't be like this. Isaac remained calm. I'm just saying what I want to say. I was wrong for the past 3 years, And now I want to find you again. Just as the two were caught in an extremely awkward and tangled situation, Mu Xing stepped forward. I heard you guys have news about the Divine Seal, correct? Ellie quickly snapped out of her confusion and greeted Ginny behind her. Jennifer was a bald, black researcher in her 30s. She had previously been a senior bioengineer at the Keyhole Space Station and had been recruited by Ellie to join her team. She emerged from the crowd, clutching a tablet. Yes, after researching the Institute's internal database, we found this. What is this? Mu Xing took the tablet. 200 years ago, the Federation sent researchers to this planet. Amazingly, they discovered the remains of an alien civilization. An alien civilization? Is it called Rosetta? Jennifer looked surprised. You actually know Rosetta? That's unimportant. I only know the name. So what did they discover? Jennifer cleared her throat and said, 200 years ago, scientists discovered that this planet was frozen over by a civilization that thrived and perished because of the Divine Seal. They traveled from the distant stars to Teflantis, unearthed the Divine Seal, and unlocked its potential to unleash limitless energy. Since then, the Rosettas have created numerous replicas of the Divine Seal, but they never expected an accident to occur. The Divine Seal has transformed these aliens, creating a vast number of necromorphs like the Church. These terrifying monsters have nearly destroyed their civilization. I've recovered some useful information from the deleted database. It's said that these aliens, at the time of their civilization's collapse, built a machine capable of controlling the Divine Seal. We suspect this ancient machine led to their destruction. So, if we can find a way to deactivate this machine, perhaps we can resolve the Divine Seal crisis. Ellie, standing nearby, stepped forward and said, Do you remember the clues we found in the captain's office? The captain's office is filled with turn-it-off signs. Perhaps this is a hint for us. Hearing this, the newcomers looked at each other in bewilderment. Some of them had played the game before, and knew that deactivating the machine meant unlocking the Blood Moon. And the so-called turning it off was merely a hypnotic influence exerted by the Blood Moon on their minds. The goal was to lure these people to the frozen planet and deactivate the ancient machine. The newcomers all looked at Mu Xing, awaiting the master's decision. But Mu Xing didn't reveal the truth, choosing instead to continue the storyline. So how do we shut down that ancient machine? Jennifer pointed to a file called Rosetta on the tablet. According to this file, unlocking the ancient machine requires a special key to decipher the alien code. So, we need to create a special decoder, and to create that decoder, we need the genetic code of the Rosetta people. Alien genetic code? Aren't those aliens extinct? Isaac asked, puzzled. They're indeed extinct, but 200 years ago, Dr. Serrano found a frozen alien corpse and preserved it in slices. All we have to do is find these Rosetta slices and assemble them to create a decoder. Ellie walked up to Isaac and said, Isaac, I'd like you to help me this time. Isaac didn't refuse. Of course, this isn't just for you, it's for the future of humanity. With a clang, Robert's door was flung open. Ellie, I'd do it. I don't need to rely on this coward. Who are you calling a coward? Isaac retorted. Of course it's you, Isaac. For 3 years, you've been hiding away in the lunar colony. Have you ever cared about Ellie? And now you want to come back and take my love? Don't even think about it. Isaac frowned. He thought the matter was over, but he didn't expect this guy to still be obsessed with his romantic interests. Robert, the past is the past, and the present is the present. I don't want to argue with you about Ellie right now. We have more important things to do. I hope you prioritize the greater good. Regarding Ellie, let's resolve it like men from now on, okay? Robert was speechless. He knew he had failed to stand for justice, and he'd suffered a loss. He angrily slammed the door and left. Robert. Ellie quickly chased after him, trying to comfort the raging, jealous lion. Well done. Mu Xing gave Isaac a thumbs up. John, standing beside him, patted him on the shoulder. Well said. I've long disliked Robert. He's harsh with his subordinates, but always sweet-talks women. I support you in getting Ellie back. Hearing the encouragement from his good brother in Mu Xing, Isaac's confidence soared again. All right, everyone, there are still 3 hours until dawn. Take this opportunity to rest up. We have to travel again tomorrow. Shou Gong clapped his hands, signaling the newcomers to take a break. They couldn't compare to Mu Xing, who had unlimited stamina. After traveling for so long in the snow, the newcomers were already exhausted and unable to open their eyes. As the research institute fell silent, Mu Xing, with a thought, arrived at the first floor of the observer tower. At this moment, the evil spirit was studying the white, oily substance it had collected from the ice sheet. It must be said that the evil spirit was indeed an excellent researcher, even back in the Dead by Daylight world. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to develop such a unique sublimated substance as the dark gold cell. How's it going? Any results? Go away, leave me be. But you know what? This thing is even more interesting than I thought. Interesting? This thing must be man-made, not naturally formed. Chapter 1015. An artificial star-eating object? Mu Xing pressed. The evil spirit shook its head. We're not sure what it is yet. With that, it shut down the testing equipment and jumped off the table. You know, the creators have always enjoyed conducting all kinds of experiments and research, and their research is unrestrained, creating all sorts of life forms. Perhaps because of this, the void cursed them, making it nearly impossible for the creators to break through to the multiverse. This void curse? It can't be that the creators' reckless actions have caused the wrath of heaven and man, provoking a backlash from the great Tao, right? Besides, there's no such thing in the void. Mu Xing couldn't help but grumble. The evil spirit was silent for a moment. Then, there's only one possibility. They were researching something they shouldn't have, and some forbidden entity cursed their entire clan. What about Uncle Lon? How did he successfully ascend to the multiverse? Does this mean the curse on the creators has been broken? The evil spirit wagged its tail, and began directing the hunters to help it operate various machines. It planned to use biochemical technology to cultivate this unique oily substance. Returning to its origins might reveal the truth about the oil and glimpse its true form. It continued, Lan's case is unique. He's been wandering for eons, leaving around the same time the creator clan was cursed. Mu Xing was stunned. Are you saying that Uncle Lon is a special case, that by wandering, he just happened to escape the curse? The evil spirit licked its paw. Otherwise, it wouldn't explain Lan's breakthrough into the multiverse. I'm curious what these creators, who have remained on the mainland, have done to deserve such a terrible curse. Mu Xing suddenly looked up. No, I have to find a way to contact Uncle Lon. He probably has secrets about the creator clan, which is crucial for us to uncover the truth. By the way, how's the clone you sent out? Did it reach the edge of the universe? The evil spirit shook its head. No, this primordial universe is ridiculously large. I estimate it's only halfway there. What? This statement struck Mu Xing as absurd. Remember, the clone the evil spirit sent was at the half-step multiverse level. Even so, after flying almost all night and still not reaching the edge of the universe, it shows how vast this primordial universe is. No wonder Lan's destruction of Xian Hong's attempt to map the coordinates had infuriated Huan Yin. Finding a hidden remains in such a vast primordial universe is no easy task. Forget it, I think of another way. If that doesn't work, we just have to contact the creators first. The evil spirit immediately erupted upon hearing this. Don't drag me into this, kid. Lon is kind, but he doesn't represent all creators. In my experience, the vast majority are lunatics. They abandon everything for their own research. Don't you have any idea of your own situation? If your identity is exposed, you'd be captured and sliced up for research in a matter of seconds. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. The evil spirit was right. The affable Uncle Lon couldn't represent the other creators. Today's creators have endured the erosion of the curse and the pressure of chaos for eons, and it's still unclear whether they're friends or foes. He hesitated for a moment, then abandoned his idea. The evil spirit continued, I advise you to ask my aunt for a secret technique to conceal your identities as a human, a chaos, and a blood moon. Just as he finished speaking, a fissure suddenly opened in front of Mu Xing, and a chubby little hand reached out. It clutched a scroll and tossed it to Mu Xing. Take it. Remember to hide at all times, and don't reveal yourself. Clearly, my aunt had been eavesdropping on their conversation. Thank you. Mu Xing grabbed the scroll and took a closer look. Void concealment technique. This technique allows Mu Xing to transform into various forms, concealing his true identity. To see through his disguise, Mu Xing would have to reveal his true form. Mu Xing felt reassured. With this technique, he would be much safer should he encounter the creator clan. By the way, brat, I must warn you. I smell the scent of the past in this universe. Be careful, my aunt's voice echoed before the fissure closed. Old Day? Mu Xing's scalp tingled. What was going on? Why was Old Day involved again? Hey, Auntie, who is Old Day? He demanded quickly. I don't know. The smell is very faint. Of course, it could be my imagination. You can figure it out for yourself. After that, a soft snore could be heard from the other side. Clearly, Auntie had fallen asleep again. She was going through a growth spurt lately, sleeping more and waking less. She seemed to be gathering strength. Mu Xing suspected Auntie might be going for something big next. But what her goal would be, he didn't know yet. When Mu Xing opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. Looking out through the glass windows of the research institute, the golden sun was rising over the distant mountains, casting its rays across the earth. The hazy, icy fog brought the beauty of the moment to a climax. Mu Xing glanced sideways. Isaac, seated at a table and chair by the window, was gazing at the distant sky, lost in thought. His good friend John walked over to greet him, bringing him back to his senses. Just then, a fragrant aroma drifted from the kitchen. Li Anhua had prepared a hearty breakfast. "Wow, Uncle Anhua, you're amazing. You even have breakfast milk." After yesterday's adjustment period, the young anchor Chu Huanyan had fully assimilated into her role as a survivor. The others filed out of the dormitories and helped bring breakfast out of the kitchen. Only a few researchers had dark circles under their eyes, clearly having pulled an all-nighter. "By the way, where's Robert?" John looked around but couldn't see Robert. "I went to his room, but Robert wasn't there," Jennifer said. Everyone's faces paled, but just then, the institute's doors opened, and Robert and Ellie, clad in frost, walked in. "Sorry to worry you all. Robert and I went on patrol around the camp." Ellie shook off the snow. Robert took off his helmet. Today, he'd shaved, washed his face, and even styled a stylish hairdo. It was a stark contrast to his frantic, furious state yesterday. "Hi, good morning, everyone." He even greeted everyone with a cheerful air, as if he'd completely forgotten last night's unpleasantness. "Boss, this guy's probably already contacted the church." Zhou Gong, standing next to Mu Xing, couldn't help but whisper a warning. "Don't worry. If he doesn't contact the church, how are we going to get a spaceship to leave the planet?" Mu Xing looked calm, as if he'd been prepared for this. That's why he let the plot unfold, waiting for Robert to contact the church and betray the protagonists. "Everyone, let's eat first. Afterward, we rushed to the Rosetta laboratory," Mu Xing said. At the same time, the intermittent system chatter rang in Mu Xing's ears. "Escort. Mission accomplished. You have obtained the Roarlock. Authorization. New mission released." Chapter 1016. Mu Xing stared speechlessly at the enormous delay in the survival terminal. After waiting for a long time, no new missions were released. The screen went into an endless spin. The internet speed in this lousy place is so slow. The survival system needs to improve its signal transmission. Otherwise, how can we explore new worlds in the future? With a grumble, Mu Xing could only eat first, and wait for the system missions to be released. Breakfast was quite harmonious. Robert seemed a completely different person from the day before. Shaking off yesterday's gloom, he interacted with Ellie and showed off his affection during breakfast, completely ignoring Isaac, who was sitting by the window. As for Isaac, he stared into the distance, quietly eating his breakfast. After breakfast, everyone donned their RIG suits and various protective gear. The warriors were fully armed, weapons drawn. After the violent blizzard of the previous night, the morning in Teflantis was as quiet as a mirror. Stepping on the white snow made a crunching sound. Ellie gave her final pre-battle mobilization. According to the map we downloaded from the system, it'd take about a day to reach Rosetta Labs. Of course, that's ideal time. If we encounter the threat of ancient alien necromancy, we might not reach Rosetta Labs until tomorrow morning. So I hope everyone stays alert and stays safe on the road. Ellie stared into the distance, planning her route. Then she began assigning tasks. "Robert, you lead a few people to scout ahead. John and I will cover the rear. Mercenary team, protect our 2 researchers." "What about me?" Isaac pointed at himself. He was the only one without a task assigned. Ellie glanced at Isaac. "You're free to move. Responsible for perimeter security. If you spot any monsters, you need to take action." Hearing this, Isaac couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Ellie's attitude towards him was no longer as reserved as it had been when they first met yesterday. Only when the relationship normalizes can there be further progress in the future. After completing the work assignments, Robert led the 2 soldiers to the front, occasionally activating the RIG propulsion system, allowing them to cross deep trenches and crevices. At the same time, they marked safe paths. This wasn't a game, so the survivors on the security team also had to help the researchers carry the heavy equipment and protect their safety. Thankfully, the survivors were physically strong, especially Li Anhua, who, despite carrying hundreds of pounds of various equipment, still had enough strength to hold onto the magic sword. The other newcomers followed cautiously. Zana summoned an ice bird, which hovered overhead. The uninformed characters mistakenly thought the ice bird was some kind of bionic reconnaissance drone. Tang Zhu had installed high-definition, multifunctional surveillance equipment on the ice bird, allowing him to monitor everything within a radius of dozens of miles. The journey ahead was relatively smooth, and they advanced for about 2 hours without encountering any danger. Hurry up. We need to get over that hill first. Ellie's voice echoed over the comms channel. She also called out to Robert, who was scouting ahead, "Slow down. We're having trouble keeping up." But just then, a rustling noise filled the comms channel. And then, they noticed a black dot in the sky approaching at a rapid speed. "Look up." Someone spotted an approaching black dot in the sky. Isaac rushed over. "Take cover, it's a church ship." As soon as he finished speaking, a barrage of plasma flares roared towards them. Everyone dodged or erected deflection barriers. Someone took the opportunity to fire into the sky, attempting to shoot down the ship. It wasn't a ship, but an interstellar shuttle would be a more accurate description. This small interstellar shuttle could only carry a few dozen people at most, but its advantage was its extreme speed and its independent micro-impact engine, which enabled it to perform autonomous jump flight. The high-temperature plasma bombarded the ice, reacting with the cold, causing a violent explosion. The blast sent steam filling the air, instantly obscuring the ship. "Everyone, be careful! It's the church's pursuers!" Ellie shouted. "Damn it! Why are the church's pursuers here? How did they get here?" Isaac clutched his weapon, ducked behind a thick block of ice, and cautiously peered into the sky. At this moment, Mu Xing's voice rang through the communicator. "There's only one possibility. A traitor among us." "That's impossible. Those who came here are all carefully selected teammates of mine. There's no way there could be a traitor." Ellie clearly refused to believe it. Mu Xing continued, "It's well known that an impact point engine must obtain accurate real-time coordinates to reach an unfamiliar location. This requires someone on the other side to provide the impact point coordinates to guide the ship. This means there's undoubtedly a traitor among us." Ellie frowned, her gaze fixed on the sky, still furiously spraying plasma grenades. 2 mercenaries had already been killed. Perhaps there were others on this planet. Like spies from the church? Clearly, she refused to believe there was a traitor among her team. Mu Xing shook her head. "Do you think it's possible? Not to mention that the church doesn't even know the coordinates of Tefrantis. Besides, our mercenary team has been under your watch the entire time, so it's impossible for us to guide the ship. The only 2 who can transmit the coordinates are the Pathfinder in front and John, who's in the rear, providing cover. I'm still here. This damn church ship. Kasser is damaged. I'm approaching you." It was John's voice. So John and the others are clear to suspicion. Then there's only one truth. Mu Xing's words were no longer a hint, but an explicit statement. Ellie shook her head. "No, Robert couldn't betray us. He absolutely couldn't." As she spoke, she tried to contact Robert, but a rustling noise came over the line. Robert, if you hear me, please answer." Then, the sound of intense gunfire could be heard all around them. A church spaceship landed, and dozens of heavily armed church warriors rushed out, suppressing the enemy with fire. At this moment, Zhou Gong's voice rang out. "Boss, how about I take care of those church guys? They're just mortals after all." "No need. Keep an eye on the frozen necromorph boss nearby. That thing is our real enemy." After Mu Xing spoke, the newcomers noticed the strange ridge nearby taking on a bizarre shape. As the frozen ice shattered, revealing what lay beneath, hideous limbs snaked and coiled across the ridge. It was a hive master, about 300 meters long. It was a maternal necromorph, formed from a large number of necromorphs, capable of giving birth to smaller necromorph monsters. Some plasma blasts struck it, heating it up, and the frozen hive master began to awaken. Just then, a cold voice echoed through the icy mist. "Isaac, surrender. You're surrounded." Isaac's face darkened upon hearing this. "It's you, Jacob. You've chased us all the way from the moon. Who gave you the coordinates?" "Isaac, don't try to trick me. But I tell you about the traitor. It was Robert who contacted us and gave us the location. Honestly, this is the first time I've ever met someone so foolish and jealous." "What? Impossible. How could Robert betray us?" Ellie screamed in disbelief. At that moment, several elite members of the church swooped in from behind and pounced on Ellie, attempting to capture her. "Ellie, be careful." Isaac rushed out, gun drawn. Chapter 1017. Isaac was worthy of being Isaac, the most powerful engineer in the universe. Those church soldiers were no match for him, and were easily dispatched. He pulled Ellie into his arms, and rolled rapidly, dodging more bullets. "Isaac?" Her eyes were filled with confusion and helplessness. "Don't worry, I'm here." Isaac gave her a reassuring look. "I'm sorry, I didn't expect Robert to betray us. Okay, Ellie, now's not the time to cry. Don't forget your mission. Ellie quickly calmed down. Yes, I still have to stop the church's conspiracy and destroy all the divine seals. She took the plasma rifle Isaac handed her, and the two of them exchanged a glance. The tacit understanding they had established on Titan Station was rekindled. They both rushed out from behind the ice and attacked the church soldiers. Their coordination was nearly flawless, and coupled with their formidable fighting power, they instantly killed or wounded 7 or 8 of the church soldiers. Damn it! Kill them! Jacob was furious. He hadn't expected Isaac to be so formidable. He no longer sought to capture him, but rather to surround and kill him, commanding his men to flank the two men from both sides. They were outnumbered, and with overwhelming firepower, they pushed the two protagonists back. Just when Jacob thought victory was assured, he suddenly felt everything around him shift. The mountains twisted, the earth melted. From the icy ridges, he suddenly emerged into a lush, green grassland. What's going on? Where is this place? He stared at the surrounding grassland in bewilderment. A gentle breeze caressed his face, and the scent of green grass mixed with earth filled his air. The touch, smell, and hearing all felt incredibly real. He had also undergone illusion training with the Divine Seal, and had been injected with necromancy serum. He knew full well that this was no illusion, but rather a real world. At this moment, a strange voice echoed behind him. Jacob, your full name is Jacob Arthur Danik. You had a tragic childhood. Your father was an alcoholic and gambler, and your mother died young of illness. At age 12, you brawled with a street thug who bullied you. After defeating him, you slit his throat with your own hands. You should have been in prison for the rest of your life, but then someone claiming to be a priest of the church found you. He said you were gifted and destined to become a leader who would change the world. Jacob spun around and unceremoniously pulled the trigger at Mu Xing, who had suddenly appeared behind him. The surging plasma bullets easily pierced Mu Xing, blasting huge craters in the grass without harming him at all. Who are you? Jacob growled. Mu Xing ignored him and continued, at 14, you were already a prominent figure in the church, becoming its youngest counselor. However, your rebellious nature caused the church considerable trouble, leading to ostracism from fellow members. At 16, you made a decision. You believed the current church was too weak and idealistic, so you founded a new faction within it, the Circle. This is an extremely radical organization. You advocate taking the initiative to completely defeat the federal government and ultimately achieve world control. At the age of 20, you became the leader of the Circle, the most powerful organization within the church. Under your leadership, the Circle launched terrorist attacks on Earth's cities and colonies. You even threatened the federal government, demanding they accept the church as their highest faith or face destruction. At first, the federal government scoffed at your threats, but 10 years later, the Circle had infiltrated every corner of the federal government. With your command, the entire federal government became a leaky balloon. You claimed the federal government's research on the Divine Seal was a defilement, and launched a war against the federal government. As the federal government was losing ground, you completely detonated the Divine Seal on the lunar colony, creating a massive horde of zombies, and completely destroying the entire colony. Now 90% of your plan has been achieved. I believe it won't be long before you complete your ultimate plan. Here he paused. Mu Xing turned back and looked at Jacob calmly. So, are you an ambitious man? A hater of the world? A devout believer? Or simply a madman? Jacob frantically pulled the trigger, attempting to shatter the man before him. However, the man was an illusion, incapable of harming him in the slightest. What kind of monster are you? Monster? Mu Xing shook his head. You claim to be the most devoted follower of the Divine Seal, believing that only convergence can promote human sublimation and evolution. But what do you actually know about convergence and the blood moon? After he finished speaking, Jacob froze in his tracks. What did he see? A massive blood-red moon rising slowly from the horizon. The terrifying pressure of the blood moon instilled fear and terror in the necromancy serum coursing through his body. The entire grassland was enveloped in a blood-red halo, transformed into a terrifying world of flesh and blood. The mountains, lakes, and grasslands all gaped with hideous, bloody maws. A gigantic eye suddenly opened from the vast blood moon. Jacob's hands trembled, and he dropped his weapon. His body trembled, and he involuntarily fell to the ground. Blood moon. He suppressed his fear, knowing exactly what he was facing at that moment. It was a true blood moon, the very being he had longed to unite and merge with. Jacob, answer me, do you desire to achieve unity and sublimation? He looked up blankly. Of course, this is my lifelong pursuit. If so, Then I will satisfy you. A ray of blood-red moonlight descended, and Jacob's body was instantly flooded with a flood of information. Unable to withstand this information, his body began to undergo a horrific mutation. He was transformed from a human into a corpse. This wasn't the end. The mutation continued. The blood moon's power released by Mu Xing was enough to elevate him to a higher level. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself transformed into a miniature blood moon, 10 meters in diameter. A desire to devour surged within his consciousness. At that moment, he seemed to understand everything, what the divine seal was, what the blood moon was. So-called sublimation and evolution were merely wishful thinking on the part of these believers. Whether they were united or consumed, in the end, none of them would retain consciousness. They would only become nutrients for the blood moon's growth. Ah! Jacob roared in anger, feeling betrayed. From today on, I am your only master. Obey my will and follow my orders. The miniature blood moon rapidly shrank, transforming Jacob into a human again. At the same moment, his mind and spirit were completely transformed by the blood moon's power. He prostrated himself respectfully, his faith and loyalty to Mu Xing reaching 100% in that instant. He became a blood moon follower completely devoted to Mu Xing. Mu Xing gazed at Jacob with immense satisfaction. His plan for this world had successfully taken its first step. Chapter 10:18. I ask you, how far has the Earth Convergence Project progressed? Mu Xing stared at the humbly prostrating Jacob before him, his resonant voice echoing throughout the entire physical world. Great Lord, the Earth Divine Seal Convergence Project has entered its final stages. The Circle organization has already taken control of the Earth Federation government and destroyed the lunar colony. While there are still some resistance, they are no longer a concern. They will sooner or later be overwhelmed by the endless hordes of zombies. As for the other colonies, the command system has been completely paralyzed by the sabotage of the Circle agents. In addition, our Circle organization completed its infiltration of the federal government's key military departments several years ago and now controls most of the destructive weapons. The replica divine seals in various locations are also ready. Mu Xing was silent for a moment. He had to admit, this Jacob was truly a talent. In just 20 years, with the support of the church, he had overthrown the powerful Federation. Although he possessed some madness, this did not diminish his ability. 2 tasks for you. First, halt the convergence operation. Second, find the Black Seal and control it. Jacob looked up, puzzled. Master, the convergence is imminent. If we stop it now, the followers will probably go crazy. Mu Xing expressionlessly replied, this is something you need to resolve. The convergence must proceed, but not now. And the key point, control the Black Seal and sever its connection to the outside world. Although he didn't understand why his master had made such a decision, Jacob, now utterly loyal, didn't question it. Instead, he pledged his resolve to complete the mission. You now possess the power of the higher blood moon, making you immune to the Black Divine Seal's mind control. If you have the opportunity, help me understand its communication methods and learn about the Blood Moon clan. As he spoke, a bizarre eyeball flew out from the massive blood moon. The Eye of the Blood Moon, the divine artifact I bestow upon you, allows you to transform other humans into your most loyal servants. Also, Mu Xing's voice echoed, and a red divine seal, returning to its original state, emerged. Take it, and head to Earth. At the same time, Mu Xing's voice echoed from within the divine seal. Everything proceeds according to plan. You may first attempt to reverse engineer the Black Divine Seal and devour it. If this fails, seek my assistance immediately. If all goes well here, I will meet you on Earth after I've dealt with the blood moon overhead. The divine seal flickered faintly. Master, the journey is long and the path ahead is uncertain. Please take care. To Mu Xing, these words sounded like the divine seal's final words before a desperate charge. Clearly, since arriving in this world, it had prepared for the worst. The competition between the replica divine seal and the original divine seal would surely be fierce. A single misstep would result in assimilation by the other. But this was the inevitable difficulty faced by divine seals today. Mu Xing's refusal to help wasn't due to unwillingness, but inability. He excelled at devouring and aggregating flesh and blood, but had no knowledge of divine seals. After all, he still didn't understand the divine seal's true principles and origins. Jacob respectfully accepted the eyeball and the red divine seal, instantly feeling a surge of sublime power filling his body. After returning to Earth, all orders will be subject to the divine seal in your hand. Its words are my orders. Yes. Great Lord. Mu Xing waved his right hand, throwing Jacob directly out of his physical realm. Then the enormous blood moon rapidly shrank, eventually returning to human form. It's been a while since I summoned my true form. I'm still a little uncomfortable. Mu Xing stroked his chin and muttered to himself. Also, the blood moon's true form seems to be even more acute in this universe. Without time to dwell on the reason, Mu Xing had to exit his physical realm, because Isaac and the others were in trouble. The frozen hive lord awoke. It waved its densely packed limbs, and thick ice peeled off layer by layer from its hard carapace, revealing its hideous and terrifying true form. Sometimes, Mu Xing couldn't help but wonder if the necromorphs had incorporated genes from the Zerg from the StarCraft universe, because these advanced necromorphs bore a striking resemblance to certain Zerg species. After the flesh and blood eventually coalesced, it naturally took on a form similar to that of an insect. The appearance of the giant hive lord disrupted the fierce battle between Isaac and the church soldiers. Faced with the absolute threat, the two parties, once enemies, now tacitly joined forces. But how could a human body withstand the hive lord's attacks? Even after being frozen for 2 million years, this hive lord still retained considerable combat effectiveness. Not even plasma shells could blast through its hard shell. The only way to inflict damage was to attack the strange pustules exposed on its carapace, or to attack the soft tissue inside its mouth when it opened. With a single swipe, 3 or 4 church soldiers were crushed into pulp. Relying on its massive body, it could ignore the threat posed by these little bugs. Retreat, retreat! Jacob gathered the remaining soldiers, and quickly evacuated the ship. He glanced at Isaac, who was being chased by the hive lord, and stood at the hatch with a sneer on his face. Isaac, we settle our scores later. I wait for you on Earth. I look forward to seeing your despair. With that, as the ship continued to rise, Isaac could only glare at Jacob's departure. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dazzling red beam shot out from above the hive lord's head, attempting to shoot down the ship. However, before it could get close, it was blocked by an invisible barrier. Jacob's right hand had transformed into the hand of the blood moon. Now a superior being, he easily blocked the attack of the monster, frozen for 2 million years. The attack failed, and the ship soared into the air before everyone's eyes, vanishing into a black dot. As the spaceship approached the icy barrier surrounding the planet, it suddenly activated its impact point engines, folding space directly into a temporal supercavitation bubble, avoiding the icy barrier. Isaac, be careful! Ellie suddenly cried out, but it was too late. She watched helplessly as Isaac was swallowed whole by the suddenly attacking hive master. Don't go! She tried to rush over to save him, but John and his teammates held her tightly. Let me go save Isaac! Several survivors immediately attacked the hive master, only to be thrown back in a single blow. The disparity in strength between the two was enormous. Zhou Gong, the strongest here, hadn't even reached the threshold of origin, while the hive master looked like he had already taken a step into the upper echelons. This creature appeared enormous and unwieldy, but its agility was beyond imagination. Waving its mantis claw-like limbs, it blocked Li Anhua's advance, and then swept Zhou Gong away. Is it over? Zhou Gong slammed into the snow, feeling his bones shatter. He could only watch helplessly as the thick, sturdy limbs approached. If this strike hit him, he would surely die. I fight you! A miniature nuclear bomb materialized in his hand, his final trump card. It was enough to destroy everything within a 300-meter radius in one blow. But at that moment, a thin, unassuming figure blocked his path. Chapter 1019. He simply extended his right hand, blocking the massive arthropod carrying immense force. The last time he saw the hive master was on the Ishimura. But back then, it was only a miniature version, not on the same level as the plus-sized one before him. But Mu Xing was no longer the same person he had been before. He easily blocked the impact with one hand, letting the ice break and the snowflakes fly, but it couldn't shake him in the slightest. Grabbing the hard protrusions on the arthropod, Mu Xing exerted a slight force, and the hive master's massive 300-meter-long body began to tumble irreversibly. Boom! The heavy body fell heavily to the ground, and a stomach full of acid was vomited out along with Isaac, who had been wreaking havoc in its stomach. Behind him, Zhou Gong couldn't help but stare blankly at the scene before him. Is this still human? Is Superman no more than this? Without waiting for the hive master to struggle, Mu Xing grasped his right hand and grabbed it with telekinesis. With his 5 fingers clenched tightly, he crushed the massive hive master to pieces. Green and red slurry splattered across the ground as his body exploded, painting the entire mountain ridge a vibrant hue. At that moment, all was silent. No one dared to breathe. All eyes were fixed on this seemingly insignificant young man. With Mu Xing's current strength, Killing a hive master wouldn't even require him to use any powers other than his mental power. But soon, he made an unexpected discovery. Ignoring the incredulous expressions of the surrounding protagonists, he flew to the hive master's corpse. With a swipe of his right hand, he tore a red mass of flesh, 10 meters in diameter, from the wriggling flesh. In his final moments of death, the hive master was still struggling to protect the mass of flesh within his body. What is this? Mu Xing felt it looked familiar. He seemed to have seen something similar in the Silent Hill world. From that thing had once spawned a giant tumor. But this tumor before him seemed a little different. His mental power transformed into a knife, peeling back the tumor layer by layer, revealing its core. Mu Xing's brows furrowed slightly. Is this a divine seal? Yes. He had actually discovered a divine seal within this tumor, an underdeveloped one, to be exact. Mu Xing had never understood the divine seal's origins. After all, it was a seed, the incubator of the blood moon. The infinite energy it possessed made it seem more like a special creation of a higher dimensional civilization. Not only could it emit strange electromagnetic waves to deceive people, it could also alter the genetic structure of organisms, creating necromancy. Mu Xing had always believed it was created by some kind of machine, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. It was actually conceived. No! Mu Xing couldn't help but feel something was off. He thoroughly dissected the immature divine seal, and began scanning it layer by layer. Is this thing a replica divine seal? Mu Xing narrowed his eyes, and discovered that this half-developed divine seal bore the same distinctive markings as the replica of the red divine seal. After repeated confirmation, it was undoubtedly a replica divine seal. He grabbed it with his right hand, collected it, and tossed it onto the first level for the evil spirits to study. Then he flew to Ellie's side. She was crouching on the edge of the cliff, staring blankly down. Just after Isaac was vomited out by the hive master, he had fallen off the cliff. Ellie's eyes glazed over, her mouth slightly open, her heart broken and speechless. She saw Mu Xing fall to the ground and quickly pointed down the cliff. Save him! Save him! Mu Xing tapped her forehead, his soothing power quickly calming the heroine. Don't worry, he's not dead. Really? Of course, he should be down there. Let's go find him. But before that, I have a question for you. Ellie wiped her tears. Tell me, whatever you want to know, I'm willing to tell you. How much do you know about the Divine Seal? A terrifying and bizarre alien creation, within which humans have tapped into the potential for limitless energy. But in my opinion, it's a symbol of hell, transforming the human world into a true purgatory. Human greed will ultimately exact a price. Death is only the mildest punishment for them. The Divine Seal will transform them into immortals. Destroyed, mindless monsters, trapped in an eternal slaughter. Mu Xing stroked his chin. Do you know the technology to replicate the Divine Seal? Ellie nodded. I know a little. It's said the Federation used special technology to analyze the structure of the Divine Seal, and then replicated it through secret experiments. This replication experiment has been considered a top secret of the Federation for hundreds of years, since the beginning of the interstellar era. These laboratories are located on remote planets, making them difficult for outsiders to access. So far, I've obtained some relevant information, but it's incomplete, and important parts have been deliberately erased. Do you know about Planet 7 of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Mu Xing asked. Of course, a few years ago, although the truth about the Ishimura was covered up by the federal government, it couldn't escape my eyes. S.H.I.E.L.D. 7 is one of the secret laboratories used to replicate the god. She looked down the cliff again. Isaac told me about his experience aboard the Ishimura. It was from that time that I became fully aware of the terrifying threat posed by the Divine Seal. For years, I've dedicated myself to completely destroying the Divine Seal, but my power is too weak, and the federal government and the church have been hunting us. Robert might know more secrets about the Divine Seal. She suddenly stopped as she felt herself soaring into the air, being carried by Mu Xing's telekinesis towards the cliff. This? Just a little trick. Mu Xing brought her down to the ground, perfect for a good show. Meanwhile, she mentally pondered the information regarding the Divine Seal. She had some theories about the federal government's technology for replicating Divine Seals. If true, it would explain why the federal government sought out remote alien planets to replicate Divine Seals. Because these Divine Seals weren't assembled from any particular substance, but rather conceived from biological mother bodies. To put it more bluntly, the replica Divine Seal was conceived from these corpse-transformed mothers. It was a creation of flesh and blood, not machinery. To cultivate the corpse-transformed mothers, a large number of corpse-transformed bodies were needed to aggregate. Cloning humans might be a good option. It's no wonder he saw so many cyborgs and clones while on the Ishimura, as well as those grotesque infants and pregnant women. The biochemical laboratory on the Ishimura was undoubtedly connected to the secret laboratory on Shield 7. The experiment went uncontrollably, leading to the fall of Shield 7 and even the Ishimura itself. According to the intelligence Mu Xing obtained, the Ishimura was taken over by the federal government after Isaac's escape and was ultimately secretly destroyed. Clearly, the federal government didn't want its secrets to be made public, so they chose to destroy all evidence. However, the truth will eventually come to light. It now appears that the federal government's methods are not necessarily any cleaner than those of the church. The destruction of the federal government can be considered a kind of retribution. Chapter 1020. At this moment, beneath the cliff, amidst the wind and snow, cold air swooped down from the high hills, scattering icy shards that blew against the cheeks of the two men facing each other. Though the daytime temperature had reached -70 degrees Celsius, it was still unbearably cold. Isaac's protective helmet had been smashed, and wind blew into it. Blood and bruises lingered at the corners of his mouth and eyes, clearly a heavy fall. However, he had used a gravity device to cushion his descent at a crucial moment, thus surviving the impact. Ice shards clung to his brow and hair, transforming them into ice sculptures. He supported his shaky body, holding the plasma cutter in his right hand, cocked. 30 meters away, another man stared at him with murderous intent. It was none other than Robert. In his hand was a Federation officer's standard-issue pistol, also a plasma weapon. However, neither the precision nor the power could compare to the plasma cutter Isaac was using for welding. Now, the two stood face to face on the ice, like cowboys from the Old West. "Robert, why did you betray us? Do you know the price Ellie paid for this?" Isaac was the first to break the silence. Across from him, Robert removed his visor, his face a ferocious expression. "Betrayal? She was the first to betray me, to betray our love." He was furious, growling like a hyena, his teeth bared. "Why? I've been her bootlicker for 3 years, helping her wholeheartedly and caring for her. I even used my military authority to help her steal federal secrets for her sake. For her, I almost ruined my own future. But what about her? You, Isaac, are just a worthless person who abandoned her for 3 years. How could she forget all my efforts just by meeting her?" Isaac frowned. "These are two different things. They shouldn't be a reason for you to betray her. Can't you see that you clearly mean more to her than I do? Your jealousy has overwhelmed your reason. You chose to collude with Jacob, with the church, and disregard the fate of humanity, all because of your petty jealousy." Isaac removed his tattered helmet and threw it to the ground. "No, I understand now, Robert. You are also a believer in the church, right?" As soon as these words were spoken, Ellie, who had just landed and hidden behind a snowdrift, couldn't help but want to rush out. Mu Xing grabbed him and said, "Leaving now won't solve anything. But I don't want any of them to die. Don't worry, I'm here. None of them will die. But right now, we need the truth." Ha ha ha. At this point, Robert laughed unbridled. "Isaac, you're right. So what? Indeed, ever since the church began contacting me a year ago, I've gradually come to understand that the corrupt federal government is doomed to fail. I chose the church simply to pave a way forward for the future. It's just that Ellie is too paranoid. I've been trying to change her mind, but no matter what I do, she only becomes more paranoid. To stop her, I even plan to imprison her aboard the Roanoke, hoping to prevent her from traveling to Tavarantis. Furthermore, to make her give up, I personally brought you to Rolock, just to have you die in front of her. But why didn't you just die? Why didn't you die in front of those zombies and space mines? Why?" Robert roared, cursing loudly. Ellie, behind the snowdrift, was stunned and incredulous. Clearly, she hadn't expected Robert to be so extreme, so deranged. It made her wonder, after all these years together, what was his true self? Is he the usually affable and aloof officer who always responded to her requests? Or is he this hysterical lunatic, driven to complete despair by his perverse need for control? Robert raised his pistol. "Isaac, do you know how jealous I am of you? For so many nights, Ellie has been calling out your name. She can't forget you, no matter how hard I try." His right hand trembled. Meanwhile, Isaac across from him raised his plasma cutter. "Robert, stop the nonsense. Since that's the case, let's resolve this like men." After 3 years of silence and decadence, Isaac finally manned up. He knew that reasoning wouldn't work against a madman like this. Only a cowboy-style showdown could resolve everything. "Stop it, all of you!" Ellie yelled, finally unable to hold back, and rushed out of the snowdrift. Bang, bang. But at that moment, the two men fired almost simultaneously. Blue plasma aimed at each other, blasting each other's vitals. But at that moment, time stood still. Two blue plasma bullets froze in the moment they intersected. The two men were frozen in time. Ellie stared at the scene in bewilderment, even clearly seeing the ferocious expressions on their faces as they exchanged blows. Mu Xing stepped into the zone where time had stopped. If I told you that only one of them could survive, who would you choose? Ellie instinctively turned back to look at Mu Xing. What do you mean? It's simple. Your choice will determine their life or death. Ellie froze. I don't want to choose. One is a traitor who's taken care of you for 3 years, and the other is a decadent scumbag who abandoned you. What will you choose? Can I not choose? Yes, but they both die. Why? You could save both, so why do you make me choose? Ellie's face darkened, even to anger. Mu Xing shook his head. Even if I save them now, the knot remains, the hatred remains, and it could even lead to even greater bitter consequences. Therefore, only one of them can survive. Mu Xing flashed behind Ellie, his voice as cold as the wind. I believe this situation isn't caused by me or them, but me. Ellie took 2 abrupt steps back, stumbling and nearly falling. Mu Xing teleported again between Isaac and Robert, his fingers moving the plasma frozen in time. Indeed, it's your wavering and indecision that has led to this situation. If you had chosen firmly to choose one of them, this wouldn't be the case. Ellie's emotions instantly collapsed, realizing that it was her own wavering that had led to this outcome. She froze in her tracks. You have 30 seconds to make your decision. After 30 seconds, the time barrier will lose its effect. Mu Xing stared at the 3 people before him, but he had already switched to the Eye of Destiny. The threads of fate connecting the 3 of them intertwined, forming a complex, unbreakable chain. He had already mastered the rules of fate. If he wanted to ascend to godhood, using them as a foundation was undoubtedly the most appropriate choice. And the 3 people before him offered him the perfect opportunity to comprehend the laws of fate. So what choice will you make? Mu Xing muttered to herself, gazing at Ellie, awaiting her response. She watched the lines of cause and effect constantly emerge, fading and solidifying, constantly shifting within her thoughts. And the future consequences of cause and effect stretched out into the distance, forming more and more distinct branches. Chapter 1021. In a trance, Ellie saw countless possible outcomes. She saw herself attempting to sacrifice herself to save the 2, only to be simultaneously struck by a plasma bomb and killed. She also saw herself successfully saving both, only to collapse in a pool of blood. The 2 continued their battle, fighting to the death. Then Earth fell, and humanity was completely destroyed. She also saw the consequences of saving one of them. She saved Robert, but he, driven by love and hatred, not only killed Jennifer and John, but also dragged her and them off a cliff. She saved Isaac, but during the final evacuation, he sacrificed himself to send her aboard the spaceship, and they eventually parted ways. In a trance, Ellie opened her eyes, as if she had experienced reincarnation again and again. What should I do? It turned out that she had been standing behind the snowdrift, not moving an inch. She instinctively glanced at Mu Xing beside her. His golden eyes were deep and mysterious, like a terrifying black hole, and she felt as if she could be sucked into them at any moment. An inexplicable fear surged within her, as if this man could control her fate with a flick of a finger. Have you made your choice? Mu Xing's voice rang out. Ellie shook her head. I can't make a choice, so what is the final outcome? She realized that Mu Xing had shown her only predictions of the future. In the true ending, you aren't here. In the duel, one of them must die. That person was Robert, right? She suddenly asked. You know everything? Ellie's expression was complicated. In the futures I've seen, only if Isaac survives will the ending continue to move forward, rather than abruptly stopping at a certain point. Mu Xing nodded. Yes, this is fate's choice. She was silent for a moment. What if I choose to defy fate? Everyone will die, including you. Not giving her a chance to retort, Mu Xing waved his right hand, and the realm of frozen time vanished. 2 plasma projectiles flew towards each other simultaneously, but the 2 men, with their exceptional reflexes, dodged the attack simultaneously. The projectiles exploded on the ice, and the icy mist rose, forming a thick fog. Using the cover of the icy mist, the 2 men continued their attacks, the battle raging fiercely. Just then, Mu Xing's voice rang out. I have another way to break their fate. Ellie turned sharply, and looked at Mu Xing. What? If you withdraw now, I bear all consequences, and you can let them both survive. Ellie opened her mouth. What's the price? The price is that you might need to sleep for a while, and you won't wake up until everything is over. Ellie was confused. Why would you do this? Mu Xing grinned. This is a deal made by fate. You sell me your future, and I give you the ending you desire. Mu Xing spread his right hand, and an infinity symbol appeared in his hand. What do you see? A Mobius strip? Mu Xing shook his head. It's fate, your fate. Ellie seemed to see countless endings flickering in this infinite halo of fate. So make your choice. Do you accept this deal? Ellie instinctively glanced at the two men fighting fiercely. The loss of either of them would be too much for her to bear. Ellie took a deep breath and said, I'm willing to make this fateful bargain with you. Ellie placed a hand on the infinity symbol, and in an instant, the thread of her destiny was ripped away. Not only hers, but also Robert and Isaac's. Although Mu Xing had only recently acquired the rules of fate, the Iron Crown of Fate and his battle with the Weaver of Fate had given him a profound understanding of fate. This time, he had planned his plan well before arriving in Dead Space 3. He sought not only the Divine Seal and the Blood Moon, but also the rules of fate. To perfectly integrate this rule of fate, entering the game, and taking on the protagonist's fate, was undoubtedly the quickest way. As the golden thread quickly merged with the infinity symbol, the Iron Crown of Fate seemed to undergo a slight transformation. It became transparent, then solidified into invisible shackles that wrapped around Mu Xing. Mu Xing looked down at the chains wrapped around him. These were the chains of fate, representing the fates of several protagonists he carried. From this moment on, he was Isaac, Ellie, and Robert. He needed to break their predetermined fate and destiny, or he would be completely sealed and assimilated by these chains, becoming a victim of fate. Interesting. Is this the fate rule I've been given? Changing fate? Breaking destiny? At this moment, Mu Xing seemed to understand the nature of the fate rule rewarded to him by the survival system. Rather than calling it a fate rule, it was more like a fate-defying rule. To break predetermined fate is to defy it, and the more thoroughly one defies it, the faster he would integrate it. The more they absorbed the power of defying fate, the stronger it would become. He suddenly thought of the survivors, seeking life in one dangerous world after another. Wasn't that also an act of defying fate? So the survival system itself was against fate. After all, it was never a system of resignation. It always taught survivors to rebel, to fight the plot, to fight chaos, to fight their own fate. At that moment, Mu Xing seemed to have gained enlightenment, yet at the same time, he felt confused about the true purpose of the survival system. What exactly do you want to do? What is the purpose of guiding me all this time? Mu Xing stared at the terminal on his wrist, but it was experiencing a huge delay and hadn't received any new missions. However, the moment he merged the fates of the protagonists, he saw the terminal interface change. Congratulations on your initial integration of the Defying Fate rules, triggering the built-in mission of the survival terminal. Return home, completely shatter the conspiracy of the Divine Seal and Blood Moon, and escort the protagonists and their group back to Earth. Reward: a copy of the rules of Defying Fate. Mu Xing was stunned. A built-in mission? Was this a mission pre-programmed into his terminal by the survival system? It seemed that only after he had initially integrated the rules of fate could this built-in mission be triggered. He narrowed his eyes. Was it a coincidence, or was everything calculated by the survival system? However, even if the system hadn't issued a mission, he would still have chosen to do this. You must know that the Dead Zone is a fateful end. Both the Divine Seal and the Church are part of the Blood Moon's conspiracy, a conspiracy against all civilization and life in this universe. From Ishimura to the Titan space station, to the frozen planet of Tefrantis. The protagonist Isaac struggled again and again, but ultimately met with an inevitable end. For the powerful Blood Moon is no match for humanity. One day, both humanity and Earth will become food for the Blood Moon. This is the predetermined fate of humanity and Earth in this world. If Mu Xing wants to successfully complete the mission, he must break this destiny and defy fate. Chapter 1022. When Mu Xing returned to the ridge, the other newcomers quickly gathered around him. However, everyone felt as if something unspeakable had happened to Mu Xing before them. The new survivors called him Big Brother. John called him Good Brother Isaac. Jennifer called him Captain Ellie. The remaining mercenaries called him Lieutenant Colonel Robert. In everyone's eyes, he seemed to have a different image. Yet no one noticed anything amiss. It was as if Mu Xing was a composite of 4 people. He carried the fate of the 3 protagonists, and naturally inherited their relationships and missions. It was the newcomer, Tang Zhu, who noticed something. Master Blood Moon, I feel like you've become someone else. Mu Xing glanced at him with some surprise. How did you tell? Intuition. My intuition is naturally sharp, and it told me something has changed in you, Master. Mu Xing made no attempt to hide this from the survivors. I carry the fate of several protagonists, so now I am me, and also Ellie, Isaac, and Robert. Tang Zhu was startled. So where are they? They're just asleep. 3 miniature hibernation pods appeared in Mu Xing's hands, and 3 people were peacefully sleeping inside. Stay close to me for the rest of the journey. If you can't keep up, I can give you the same treatment I gave Isaac. The men exchanged glances, feeling even more formidable and unfathomable about Mu Xing. Alright, everyone, buckle up and get ready to go. Heading for Rosetta Lab. Mu Xing clapped his hands and took the lead, walking at the front. Behind him were Jennifer and other researchers, along with the mercenaries escorting them. At this moment, the voice of the evil spirit echoed in Mu Xing's ears. Be careful, young man. If you try to defy fate and defy destiny, you're destined to become a target of public criticism. You be in serious trouble. However, Mu Xing wasn't worried at all. Instead, he looked expectant. Oh? Really? Then I'm looking forward to it. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Xing noticed something unusual in orbit. The chaos ships orbiting in orbit seemed to be assembling some massive device. It looked like some kind of portal. Clearly, they too were wary of the icy layer surrounding the planet, and were attempting to bypass it and reach the surface of Teflantis. A massive hexagonal device took shape under the control of several ships. At its center, a small ring was gathering energy. Suddenly, a beam of light, like a pipe, shot towards the planet's surface. Like a straw piercing a thin membrane, it penetrated the planet's thick layer of ice. Then, a large number of chaos began to gather on the spacecraft, lining up to descend onto Teflantis. Mu Xing withdrew his gaze. Perhaps these chaos were also coming for the Rosetta people's ancient machine. So he had to first find the scattered Rosetta slices and assemble a decoder. But the chaos arrived even faster than he imagined. By the time Mu Xing and his companions arrived at the Rosetta laboratory, dozens of chaos had already descended. Thankfully, these chaos were unaware of the plot of Dead Space 3 and knew little about Teflantis. At most, they had gathered some vague information about the human base on Teflantis from the orbiting space station. As soon as Mu Xing saw them land, he rushed to the protagonist's crashed spaceship. The crashed spaceship had already burned to charcoal, lying at the end of the ice sheet. Meanwhile, Mu Xing and his team had already arrived at the Rosetta laboratory. Isaac, according to the data we retrieved from the laboratory management system, the locations of all Rosetta slices have been sent to your terminal. Jennifer approached, holding a tablet. Mu Xing glanced at the location. There were 9 Rosetta slices in total, but 4 were in a storage box in the main laboratory, so he only needed to find the remaining 5. Mu Xing glanced at the newcomers. I give you a mission. Except for Chu Huanyan, the other 5 of you will split up and each search for a slice. If you complete the mission, I lend you my purple weapons as a reward. The newcomers' faces lit up with surprise upon hearing this. Boss, are you serious? So Lianhua, go to Lab 12 in the east section of the lab and get the first slice. Tang Zhu, go to the paleontology research area and get the second slice. Su Chao, go to the 3rd basement floor, turn on the generator, and then enter the lab behind the sterilization room to get the 3rd slice. Xana, go to area D2. There's the 4th slice, but there's a laser defense system there, so be careful. The final slice will be given to Zhou Gong. You're the strongest. That slice is deep underground in the lab, guarded by a mutated necromancer. With your strength, you should be able to handle that mutated necromancer. Remember, focus on obtaining the fragments. Don't get caught up in a fight. The men thumped their chests loudly. Boss, leave it to us. We see to it. What about me? Anchorwoman Chu Huanyan pointed at herself. You go to the monitoring room and be responsible for early warning and monitoring. If you detect any danger, notify them in advance and plan their route. If the task is completed well, I give you a reward. Mu Xing's hand held a G-Virus serum. This was one of his early products. Although useless to him, it was still a rare treasure for these newcomers. Boss, what about you? Everyone looked at him. If chaos attacks, I go meet them. After I get the slices, I assemble them into a decoder as soon as possible. I reunite with you. With that, Mu Xing rushed out of the lab, having sensed that the chaos had already arrived and was exploring near the outpost. As the saying goes, he who strikes first is strong, and he who strikes last suffers. Mu Xing planned to set up an ambush. Soon, atop the mountain ridge, Mu Xing activated his observer sense to observe the chaos. 1 3rd-tier chaos god, 2 2nd-tier chaos gods, 3 1st-tier chaos gods, and 4 pseudo-gods. Mu Xing had successfully obtained the strength data of these chaos gods. With his current strength, relying on his physical domain and chaos aggregation ability, killing a third-tier chaos god would be no problem. However, the two second-tier chaos gods beside that third-tier chaos god posed a problem. If that third-tier chaos god could entangle him, and the others attacked the Rosetta lab, those newcomers would be crushed in a single blow. You brat, do you need help? Eat that third-tier chaos god, and the two second-tier chaos gods. The evil spirit poked its head out, drooling. You're almost level 5. Levels 3 and 2 aren't enough for you, and you still have the nerve to come and snatch food from me? The evil spirit licked its claws. Even a mosquito's legs are still meat. Even if they're not sweet, they quench my thirst. Get lost. You don't need to do anything this time. You're not ready to be exposed yet. Mu Xing pointed to the sky. What if you alert the chaos above? Although I didn't dare to get too close to observe, I have a feeling there are experts on the spaceship. The evil spirit groaned twice, but eventually retracted its head and returned to the first floor. Mu Xing grasped with his right hand, and the Moonlight Greatsword fell into his hand. But the next second, the Moonlight Greatsword transformed into the Scythe of Destiny. Chapter 1023. On the mountain ridge, in the Research Institute, several pseudogod-level chaos priests were rapidly searching the entire facility. The mutated necromorphs were powerless against them, and were completely eliminated. Suddenly, in the corridor ahead, a dark red necromorph blocked their path. The overwhelming intimidation made the pseudogod-level chaos priests wary. The chaos priests, transformed from foxmen, exchanged glances, and immediately formed a siege around the bizarre necromorph. But at that moment, the surrounding light rapidly dimmed. Oh no! It's the Dark Rule. Retreat! The leading chaos priests retreated quickly. Who could have imagined that a necromorph could control the rules? This was simply too illogical. As they retreated, they attempted to contact the other chaos priests, but discovered that their chaos communication had been severed by some force. The only communication they managed was to the nearest second-level chaos god. Turning their heads, they saw the sharp-boned blade approaching. The team leader attempted to block the attack, but the hideous symbol of a black iron crown of thorns suddenly appeared above his head. The pressure level instantly soared to 200 points. His pupils trembled, and his body trembled uncontrollably. The chaos sword in his hand seemed to weigh 1 billion tons, and he couldn't lift it no matter what. Puff! The twisted and ugly fox's head was severed, falling helplessly to the ground, chaos blood gushing from the severed neck. A wriggling tentacle emerged from the neck, but before it could complete its transformation, it was split in half from top to bottom by the bone blade. The moment the corpse fell to the ground, it was completely devoured by the gray mycelium on the ground. The chaos communicator on his chest was grabbed by a light right hand before it could even hit the ground. The second-level chaos god's doubtful voice echoed through the communicator. Number 6, I heard the answer. What's going on over there? Mu Xing held the communicator close to his mouth, and the voice became that of a foxman chaos god. Just encountered a few zombies. When the call ended, the second-level chaos god's eyes narrowed slightly. He was a chaos god transformed from a human, and was naturally suspicious. The incoherent communication had already aroused his suspicion. You, and you, follow me underground. He pointed at the two first-level chaos gods behind him. The second-level chaos god next to him looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? I don't know. There seems to be something going on underground. I go check it out. Do you need help? No. As long as the blood moon above us doesn't wake up, there's nothing on this planet that can threaten us. The second-level chaos god opposite him was displeased. Moraz, don't be so arrogant. This place is not simple. Who knows what terrifying things are buried beneath this planet? Otherwise, with His Royal Highness's personality, he would have split the planet apart to find out. The other party didn't appreciate it. Hainuo, don't be so nervous. Even though you're a chaos god from the Bunnyman tribe, there's no need to be so timid, right? You? Hainuo snorted coldly. I don't want to waste my time on you. If you delay His Royal Highness's plans, you be on your own. With that, the Bunnyman Chaos God waved his hand and left, turning to explore Area B of the Research Institute. The human Chaos God named Moraz sneered. What a fool. Should I tell you that what we're looking for might be right here? The two first-rank Chaos Gods behind him kept their heads bowed, not daring to show any disrespect. Go down first. Remember, don't open the Chaos God realm without warning. Don't blame me for not warning you. Yes. The two Chaos Gods nodded quickly, then transformed into two strange streams of light, and began to delve deeper into the Institute's basement. Don't open the Chaos God realm without warning? What do you mean? Mu Xing, hiding in the shadows, pondered the meaning of this statement. Could there really be some unspeakable secret hidden beneath this institute? True or false? Let's take this guy down first. Mu Xing's goal was to eliminate the 2 second-tier chaos gods first, and then deal with the 3rd-tier chaos god. Although he had reached the peak of the pseudo-god realm, and had condensed his physical realm, he hadn't truly reached that level yet. A clash with the god realm would put him at a disadvantage. If he couldn't defeat them head-on, then assassinate them. Who's there? Get out here! Morris pointed at the passage ahead, and suddenly roared. This roar, mingled with the might of a god realm, shook the entire passage violently, as if he had truly discovered something. However, Mu Xing, using the void transfiguration technique to merge with the wall, simply sneered at the bluffing fellow. Not to mention, his acting was quite convincing. But Mu Xing had long seen through this fellow's trick. It was a foolish deception. Am I overthinking it? Seeing nothing was being drawn out, Morris scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit foolish. But at this moment, he suddenly sensed danger approaching from behind. A strangely shaped shark sword materialized in his hand, and he slashed back fiercely. With a clang, the shark sword in his hand was blocked. Looking closely, he saw that the shark sword was blocked by a cloud of black mist. Playing tricks. He snorted coldly, and the shark sword suddenly came to life, transforming into a terrifying megalodon. It opened its bloody maw and bit towards the black fog, attempting to devour it in one gulp. However, when the shark devoured the black fog in one gulp, not only was Morris's unnoticed enemy destroyed, but even thicker black fog rose around him. What is that? He growled, wielding the shark sword wildly. Chaos divine power was unleashed, instantly ripping the narrow passage to shreds. Boom. The entire laboratory was lifted skyward by this violent force. No! He soared into the sky, standing in the void, gazing at the research institute below. No, this place isn't real. Is it an illusion? Or a dream? Or some kind of realm? The shark sword in his hand rapidly expanded, transforming into a giant, sky-devouring shark. Its maw opened wide, as if it could devour the sky in one gulp. But the next second, countless chains burst from every corner of the sky, binding the sky-devouring shark to the heavens. A massive lance pierced the shark's maw, preventing it from closing. Unable to wield its fangs, it was bound to the sky, struggling in agony. Morris hesitated. A mass of divine domain, condensed to the utmost, emerged from his hand. But he merely held it tightly, not releasing it. It's some kind of physical small world, but the caster is only a pseudogod. No wonder it can evade the underground's perception. Morris muttered to himself, the divine domain in his hand surging, as if ready to explode at any moment. You dare to ambush a second-level chaos god with such petty tricks? You're courting death. The divine domain in his hand suddenly grew larger, attempting to use the second-level divine domain to directly implode Mu Xing's physical small world. However, when his divine domain expanded to the limit of the small world, it found it could no longer expand, as if an indestructible shell were blocking its expansion. Wait, this isn't an ordinary small world, but a physical domain? How is this possible? Morris's expression changed drastically, a strong sense of crisis welling up within him. Without hesitation, he unleashed the full force of his second-level chaos god realm. Suppress! At this moment, a cold voice rang out, accompanied by a cracking sound. The second-level chaos god realm was shattered by a brute force, countless cracks appearing. How is this possible? Morris labored to repair his divine realm, attempting to resist the overwhelming force. Chapter 1024. The heavy pressure was gradually crushing Morris's second-level divine domain. Fortunately, Morris was only at the second level, having just mastered the use of the power of rules. If he were a third-level being, he would have been able to condense the law of phenomena and counterattack. Otherwise, Mu Xing's physical domain might not have been able to suppress it so easily. The whites of Mora's eyes were bloodshot, and his eyes were wide open. He felt that his powerful second-level divine domain was as fragile as a soap bubble. The heaviness of the physical domain was far beyond the reach of the ethereal divine domain constructed of rules. It lasted less than 3 seconds before being completely defeated. Don't kill me! Morris knelt instantly, hands raised high. Just as Mu Xing's side of destiny was within 30 minutes of his neck, he decisively and seriously withdrew. Don't kill me, I'm willing to do anything. Beads of sweat streamed down Morris' forehead. Even as a chaos god, in the face of death, his reaction was no different from that of ordinary people. I ask you answer. Understand? Understand, understand. Sir, please ask whatever you want. I will tell you everything I know. Name? Morris. Age? 76. Mu Xing glanced at the portly fellow. He hadn't expected him to be a genius. At only 76, he was already a second-level god. Of course, without the support of chaos, he wouldn't have achieved godhood. What is your purpose in coming to Tefrantis? Huh? Huh what? I'm asking what you're here for. Morris slapped his thigh. Sir, you were talking about Prometheus. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. What Prometheus? Could Tefrantis have another name? Stop talking nonsense. Mu Xing's sharp scythe was already within reach, and Morris could practically sense the aura of death emanating from it. If he hesitated even a moment, this scythe of death would ruthlessly harvest his head. The power of fate emanating from the scythe would completely extinguish all hope of survival. It was the third Chaos King's order. He dispatched His Royal Highness Prince Heart Erosion to personally lead a team to infiltrate the Creation Clan's rear, entering this primordial universe in search of something. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. He had expected them to be members of Phantom Nightmare's forces, but he hadn't expected them to be from the Creator Front. Because this front lacked the participation of the multiverse, the Supreme Commander of the Chaos Front was the third Chaos King, a top-tier expert at the peak of the half-step multiverse. While he couldn't match the first Chaos King's immense combat power, capable of directly confronting the multiverse, he could single-handedly suppress the masters of the Creator Clan for 10,000 years. What are you looking for? A key. A key? Mu Xing was stunned. What key? The origin key to the Creator Clan's ultimate weapon of war, the Blood Moon. What's the use of this thing? Hearing this question, Morris was also stunned. Sir, you don't know? He suddenly realized that Mu Xing was not a warrior from the Creator line. Although he had the aura of the Creator Clan, it was not pure. Furthermore, this complex aura and abilities seemed to point to Mu Xing's identity as another terrifying front, the survival line. You're a survivor? Morris exclaimed. Mu Xing unceremoniously severed his head with a single scythe. But Morris wasn't dead. The thread of fate still connected his neck to his head. Speak again, and I sever your fate with my next strike. Morris's eyes were filled with fear. Is this the combat power of the survivors on the survival line? A mere pseudo-god could easily overwhelm a second-level chaos god like him. He was beaten to the point of being powerless to fight back. Keep talking. Mu Xing grabbed his head and spoke again in a cold voice. I tell you, I don't know much about the origin key. I only know that the Blood Moon, a super war weapon, is the masterpiece of the Creator Clan. They used countless blood moons to build a defense line that has repelled our chaos attacks for eons. And there are 3 origin keys, which control the back-end control and manufacturing instructions for these super war weapons. About 400 years ago, several Chaos Kings infiltrated the primordial universe and stole one of these keys. The Chaos used this origin key to reverse control many blood moons, transforming them into Chaos blood moons and launching a counterattack. Having tasted success, Chaos decided to press on, attempting to find a second, or even a third, origin key. As long as they could control the 3 keys, the Creator Clan's defenses would collapse. The Chaos Army would then march forward, completely destroying the Creator Clan's immortals and conquering the primordial universe. Mu Xing frowned. How could Chaos steal something like the origin key? Do you think the creators are all fools? Morris groaned. Sir, is this your first time here? You may not be familiar with the situation here. The Blood Moon isn't the work of the current Creator Clan rulers, but rather the creation of a diverse group of powerful individuals who passed away. After creating the Blood Moon, he left behind 3 keys. However, before he could fully deliver all 3 to the Creator Clan, he met with an accident. As a result, the Creator Clan now possesses only 1 origin key, with the remaining 2 lost in the primordial universe. 400 years ago, the second Chaos King stumbled upon one. Now, all he needs to secure is the second key to completely secure victory. Mu Xing looked at Morris before him. His soul monitoring revealed no signs of deception. So, you came to Tefrantis this time just for the third origin key? Indeed. After years of research on the origin key, the second Chaos King used it to locate approximate coordinates. This time, His Royal Highness Prince Erosion personally led the team into the primordial universe, specifically to obtain the final origin key. Mu Xing rubbed his chin. He knew very little about the Creator Front, and the intelligence Uncle Lon had left him was seriously outdated. So, are you sure the key is on Tefrantis? Morris nodded and shook his head. The second Chaos King only marked an approximate range. The origin key is deduced to be on a planet with life, and this planet, Prometheus, is the most suitable target within a radius of thousands of light years. And Morris hesitated. And what? Sir, can I save my life by telling you? What do you think? The man closed his eyes. Without concrete guarantees, I'd rather take this information to my grave. Mu Xing resisted the urge to crush his head with his bare hands and took a deep breath. How about we sign an origin pledge? Okay. Morris immediately opened his eyes, as if realizing his gamble was a good one. A moment later, an origin contract was imprinted on both parties' souls. The contract stated that if he revealed the information, Mu Xing could not kill him, nor could he use anyone else to kill him. The contract was sealed, transforming into light and disappearing into their respective origins, becoming a special deterrent binding both parties. Chapter 1025. Can I tell you now? Although the physical realm possesses its own independent time, standing still compared to the outside world, Mu Xing's patience is nearly exhausted. Morris, sensing Mu Xing's dwindling patience, dared not hide his weakness any longer. Sir, do you know about the old ones? The old ones? Of course I do. If you have anything to say, come on. Morris grew even more awed by Mu Xing. He hadn't expected Mu Xing to know such a taboo as the old ones. What if I say there might be an old one sealed within this ancient planet? What? Even Mu Xing was speechless from the shock of this sudden news. Explain yourself clearly. Are you sure there's an old one sealed here? Mu Xing gripped Morris's head with both hands, nearly crushing it. Sir, don't be impulsive. Morris screamed in fear. Actually, I'm not sure. This is just the conjecture of the second Chaos King. I suppose, sir, you are aware of the curse of the Creator Clan? Mu Xing relaxed his grip, his face expressionless. A mysterious curse has befallen the Creator Clan, preventing them from producing a powerful multiverse. Indeed, this curse has always been a source of worry for the Creator Clan, but do you know where it stems from? Could it be from the old one? Mu Xing suddenly realized. Indeed, it is said that the ignorant Creator multiverse delved into the secrets of the old one, violating a taboo, and thus encountering the curse. Such reckless behavior led to the downfall of multiverse, and cursed the entire Creator Clan. Mu Xing frowned. How can you be sure that this planet beneath our feet is sealed with an old one? Molaston felt a headache. Sir, I shouldn't say this. If you were a god, you would clearly sense the threat emanating from deep within the Earth's core without my having to explain. I can sense the strange and restless movement beneath the surface. A terrifying, forbidden power seems poised to burst forth from the surface at any moment. We just discovered a massive pit in the ice sheet. I wonder which madman would dare to provoke such a being. If the being at the center of the Earth were awakened, the consequences would be disastrous. Hearing this, Mu Xing rubbed his nose awkwardly. He had concealed last night's movements with his physical domain, keeping the chaos in space from noticing. Now it seemed that if the chaos had discovered his outrageous behavior last night, they would have already fled in their spaceships. He coughed. And then? Just by sensing? What if it's just some simulated aura? I can do that too. Mu Xing grinned and quietly activated Dagon's old seal. A wisp of the old one's aura emanated, instantly sending Morris shivering from fear. Old one? Mu Xing sneered. Do you think I'm old one? Morris's cheeks flushed. Sir, I dare not conceal the truth. That aura, independent of the rules of the primordial universe, is indeed only detectable by those above the divine level. I'm not sure whether the one sealed underground is a living old one, a corpse, or even a fragment of a limb. But this aura is undoubtedly old one. Looking at Morris's determined expression, Mu Xing knew he wouldn't dare lie. He pondered, could it be that the strange oil film that appeared yesterday was from the old one sealed underground? If that were true, then the Creator Clan's multiplicity was understandably self-destructive. Because most of this clan are lunatics. Okay, let's talk about the origin key. What's your basis for finding it? Do you have any special detection methods? Yes. Morris quickly manipulated his body, pulling a miniature radar from his pocket. It looked like the Dragon Ball radar from Dragon Ball, capable of scanning for the aura of the origin key. Sir, this radar is powerful. It can detect hidden auras. Unfortunately, its detection range is only 3 kilometers, so we need to scan the entire planet inch by inch. He said with a bitter expression, I thought it was an easy job, but before I even started, I met you, sir. My life is over. This guy was sobbing, his snot bubbles flying far away. Mu Xing threw his head back with a look of disgust, but he caught it with both hands and pressed it against his neck. Mu Xing fiddled with the radar in his hand. It was blank, indicating the key wasn't within 3 kilometers. At the same time, A sense of urgency rose within him. He couldn't let the Chaos faction obtain the third origin key. Morris, I'm asking you, what's the level of that heart erosion prince?
My lord.
A level 5 Chaos God. But he also has a level 9 Chaos servant at his side, a very powerful one. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. A level 5 Chaos God and a level 9 Chaos God, they were more than he could handle at his current level. Should he activate the evil spirit? Or let me take action and kill them instantly? As if seeing through Mu Xing's intentions, Morris quickly intervened. My lord, please don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. Using power beyond the divine level on this planet will inevitably awaken the terrifying existence deep within. You don't want to face an old one, do you? Mu Xing's mind raced wildly, while he simultaneously contacted his aunt on the 9th floor. Aunt, what do you think of this? He knew that his aunt had been eavesdropping from behind the temple door. She was now sitting on the broken temple wall, dangling her short legs, feigning composure. Ahem, what can I think? I don't know what you're talking about. Mu Xing looked at his aunt, who had a chubby face, and was wearing a cute little dress. Stop it! You've been gathering strength lately. You must have sensed something, right? The aunt snorted, jumped down from the broken wall, and punched Mu Xing in the head with her little fist. What are you, a child, asking about what adults are doing? No, I'm your guardian, Mu Xing retorted. Humph, even if I tell you, what can you do for me? It only add to my troubles. So, Auntie, are you really planning to attack a sealed old one? Not the old one. The old one's corpse. Auntie warned earnestly, her tone heavy and almost melancholic. After all, she was one of the old ones. The corpse? Mu Xing's expression was solemn. All right, don't delve into things you shouldn't. Although this guy has been dead for many years, the residual power of his corpse is still strong. I won't act rashly without absolute certainty. Besides, I don't have the power to fight against an old one that could regenerate at any moment. It would probably be difficult. So I must gather my strength. If necessary, help me draw a few divers to distract fire. Mu Xing hadn't expected Auntie to have already begun planning. He reached out and pinched the aunt's chubby, rubbed cheeks. So what's your next plan? She rolled her eyes and slapped Mu Xing's hand away. You're so disrespectful. My next plan is for you to find the third origin key. Why? Could the key be connected to the corpse of the past? Mu Xing was puzzled. The aunt, hands behind her back, paced back and forth. I suspect the origin key holds a portion of the power of this past corpse. What? Mu Xing's voice suddenly rose several decibels. Bang, bang, bang. The aunt's fists repeatedly struck Mu Xing's thighs. Keep your voice down. You're making so much noise. How is that possible? It's just a few keys. Wait. Could it be? Mu Xing seemed to suddenly understand, figuring things out. The aunt put her hands on her hips. Humph, have you finally figured it out? Chapter 1026. Mu Xing paced back and forth, analyzing rapidly. The creators are all lunatics, their lives spent chasing higher peaks, the ultimate life form that transcends multiplicity. As a multiplicity, if you want to advance further, you must seek the power of authority. And to extract the power of authority. No, authority cannot be extracted. Authority chooses its master autonomously, and cannot be forcibly seized. The Blood Moon is the masterpiece of the Creator Multiplicity, and the Creator Multiplicity's research subjects are the corpses of the past, so... The ant flew up, kneading Mu Xing's cheeks with both hands, retaliating for the pinch he had just given her. She took over. So, he created a tool capable of containing this power, hoping to steal the corpse's power. However, I don't know what happened later. Perhaps he made a mistake, or perhaps his desecration finally angered the old corpse, causing it to retaliate and die suddenly. Hearing this, Mu Xing felt his heart pounding. If that's the case, could the Blood Moon power within me come from? The ant looked at him and nodded. You are a teachable child. So why do you think I chose you as my spokesperson? Suddenly, her tone became extremely serious. Little star, be careful. I have a feeling there's more to this than meets the eye. You may have stepped into a dangerous game. Is your presence here an opportunity or a danger? You have to decide for yourself. If one day, I can't support you in time, and you need to rely on your own strength to break the deadlock, do you still have the confidence? Mu Xing tried to calm his inner turmoil. Everything seemed accidental, but in reality, a predetermined path had long been secretly mapped out. He simply continued along this path. As for what lay ahead, Mu Xing had no idea. I don't know, but I won't give up easily. He clenched his fists, like a nervous student before an exam. The final test had finally arrived. Whether he would soar to the top or fail and fall off a cliff, all depended on this one test. The rules of defying fate appeared in his hand. Survival system, is this also part of your calculations? Do you want me to defy my destiny and strive to forge a new path? He tightened his right hand, and the power of defying fate vanished. He turned to look at the ant. Ant, I have a favor to ask of you. Go ahead. Please help me refine a sacred artifact. I want to use the Sword of Destiny. With all due respect, the Weaver of Fate is still alive. What you're doing is tantamount to seeking death. Mu Xing shook his head. I have no choice. If one day I lose your protection, and the evil spirits, and the protection of the old seal, will I be able to fight my way through? Then I probably have to rely on this sword. The ant thought for a moment. Okay, I promise. Give me the sword, and I give it to you in a day. I can allow you to use this sacred artifact without restrictions for a period of time, but the full extent of its power will depend on your own talent. I understand. Mu Xing waved his right hand, and the magnificent golden sword flew out, and was caught by the ant. She examined it carefully. It's quite well crafted. It seems Nora isn't completely useless. Her refining skills are quite good. With that, she pushed with her right hand, and Mu Xing was shoved out of the temple gate. A lazy voice rang out. No matter what happens for one day, do not disturb me. The next second, Mu Xing regained consciousness. Morris, standing opposite him, continued to gaze at him in awe, not daring to interrupt his thoughts. Until Mu Xing suddenly looked up, frightening Morris so much that he fell to the ground. I give you two choices. First, become my accomplice, and I let you go. Second, I imprison you forever. Morris was stunned by these words. Mu Xing had said she wouldn't kill him, but she hadn't said she wouldn't imprison him. I choose one, I choose one. Morris made his choice without hesitation. Oh, so straightforward? Sir, to be honest, I couldn't make it in my own world back then, so I turned to chaos. You're saying that working for anyone isn't just working, right? Mu Xing was pleased with his attitude. She hadn't expected this guy to be such a natural slave. With a wave of his right hand, a ball of chaos mycelium flew out. Eat it, and you're mine. Morris's expression froze. Sir, are you the will of chaos? What? Not like it? No, I mean, how is that even possible? Stop talking nonsense. Are you eating it or not? I eat it, I eat it. He quickly swallowed the chaos mycelium in one gulp. Instantly, he felt a drastic change taking place within his body, and then Morris erupted in ecstasy. Is this the chaos devouring ability? Oh my god, master, this is simply incredible. Mu Xing's deep voice echoed. From today on, you will be my pawn in the creator's defenses. I allow you to use your chaos devouring ability, but do not expose it. Understand? Morris was ecstatic. All he had to pay was loyalty, but in return, he had an incredibly bright future. Thank you, master, for your reward. Thank you, master, for your reward. He prostrated himself on the ground, completely adoring Mu Xing, his loyalty instantly reaching its peak. Mu Xing waved his right hand, flinging the man out of the physical realm. Do you know what to do? Understood. As soon as Morris emerged, he contacted another second-level chaos god. Heino, come underground. I found some goodies. Goodies? A puzzled voice called out from the other end. No time to explain. Are you coming? If not, I report you to the captain. Coming right away. Clearly, Heino couldn't resist the temptation. Having finally made it out, he was eager to reap the rewards. At this moment, the third-rank chaos god, who was investigating near the ice cave, suddenly sensed something was amiss. He quickly contacted Morris and Hainuo. Hey, what the hell are you two doing? Why are you all going underground? However, only a strange rippling sound echoed through his mind. He spun around, instantly transforming, revealing his chaos true form. This third-rank chaos god's true form resembled a massive black sea urchin, covered in sharp spikes. Mu Xing, already prepared for battle, immediately opened his physical realm. He was betting on this guy not daring to immediately open his divine realm. So, before he could release his divine realm, he was pulled into his physical realm. Who are you? The massive black sea urchin hung suspended in the sky above the physical realm, gazing at the terrifying blood-red moon. The ferocious moon gradually grew a bloody maw. Hello, Captain Zin. Let me introduce myself. My name is Blood Moon. I'm very familiar with your Star Snail and Phantom Nightmare. Blood Moon? Are you the Blood Moon #1 on the Survival Line's wanted list? Zen's tone grew serious. The power of chaos surged, and the rules took shape, attempting to condense the illusion of rules. But this was Mu Xing's physical realm, and the illusion of rules was swallowed by the massive blood moon as soon as it formed. Then, the enormous blood moon crushed over, locking onto him. Are you chaos? No, you still have the aura of the blood moon, and the aura of humanity. What exactly are you? Chapter 1027. Mu Xing wore a meaningful smile, but his eyes remained vigilant as he stared intently at Zane. This dangerous individual was the only legitimate chaos entity in the entire squad. It was clear that chaos was under unprecedented pressure within the creator's line. Over the years, chaos had suffered heavy losses in assaulting the creator's line, severing countless chaos warriors. As a last resort, they had resorted to recruiting numerous vassal armies and forcibly transforming them into chaos warriors. The first-level chaos destroyer, easily defeated by Mu Xing, was a lowly being transformed from a vassal army. Its combat effectiveness was mediocre and completely vulnerable. But Zane before him was completely different. Even within his physical realm, he was still perfectly able to maintain his original chaos form. The opponent tightly enveloped its body with its third-level divine domain, employing some mysterious and inscrutable method to construct layer upon layer of protective barriers, stubbornly resisting the powerful pressure from the physical realm. A gigantic single eye suddenly opened from Zane's hideous, terrifying sea urchin form, its cold gaze fixed on Mu Xing. I never imagined the chaos crisis of the survival line would spread here. The Dark Devourer Overlord has fallen, the Star Snail Overlord has suffered a severe blow, and even the first Chaos King has been severely damaged. I have to say, your survival line is truly a formidable force. Mu Xing snorted disdainfully. Stop the nonsense, let's fight. Before he finished his words, Mu Xing had transformed into a blood moon, charging towards the massive black sea urchin with the force of a thunderbolt. At the same time, the physical realm began to contract rapidly, attempting to crush it with sheer force. Ding! At this critical moment, an ancient bronze bell suddenly emerged from Zen's body. Its trembling tolls caused a strange distortion in the surrounding space and time. The physical realm's contracting force was disrupted by the bell's vibrations, instantly shattering. Mu Xing frowned, having never expected this fellow to possess such a high-level artifact. Even more disturbingly, this artifact seemed to be a product of a survival defense. Just as the physical realm's pressure was dissipated, the giant black sea urchin suddenly attacked. However, its target wasn't Mu Xing, but the physical realm's most vulnerable point. Zen's body nurtured terrifying spike rules, and now these rules coalesced into a deadly, inky black spike. Even Mu Xing, far away on the other side of the realm, could clearly feel the terrifying pressure emanating from this spike. The force of the rules, concentrated to its utmost, transformed into a cold beam, fiercely piercing the weak point of the physical realm. Mu Xing tried to stop it, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the spike pierced through the physical realm, then vanished into a streak of black light. Zen, having escaped the physical realm, did not choose to flee, but instead launched a fierce counterattack. Countless black sea urchins instantly enveloped Mu Xing's physical realm, then simultaneously exploded. His physical realm was instantly riddled with holes. At the same time, countless spikes exploded simultaneously inside and outside the realm, completely engulfing the sky with a blanket of black light, impaling Mu Xing like a hedgehog and killing him instantly. Although this realm is somewhat strange, it's ultimately just a ploy of a pseudo-god. The chasm between a god and a pseudo-god is not something a mortal can overcome. Zen admired his victory with smug pride, but soon he noticed something unusual. As he gazed toward the distant ice field, he realized that his all-out outburst hadn't alerted the terrifying being beneath the surface. Before descending on this planet, the heart-eroding prince had repeatedly warned them against using powers beyond the divine level. He had already prepared to flee the planet immediately, but everything before him was eerily quiet, as if nothing had happened. Something's wrong. This is fake. Zen turned abruptly, looking at Mu Xing, who had been assimilated by the rules of the spikes, turning into a hedgehog. He saw its body rapidly deflate like a deflated balloon, finally bursting with a loud poof. Illusion? He realized with shock that what he had just killed was nothing more than an illusion. Zane quickly retracted his spiked field, wrapping himself in a hedgehog-like defensive form. Then, the next second, he felt the entire world pressing in. Like 2 blocks of 10,000-year-old black ice, threatening to crush him into a pulp. What the hell is going on? Zayn struggled to resist the terrifying crush, rapidly thinking of a countermeasure. No, this is all fake. This isn't real. He suddenly gave up resistance, allowing the world to close in and crush him. But the moment his consciousness faded, he regained consciousness. Looking up, He saw Mu Xing lazily sitting on a strange iron throne high in the sky, his chin resting on his right hand, gazing down at him with interest. Zane's face suddenly turned pale. It's the rules of dreams. You can actually control the power of dreams. Wow, you're truly an elite member of the Creator's defense line. You're quite knowledgeable. Zane snorted coldly. If I had resisted, I'd have been the one killed, right? Mu Xing clapped his hands in appreciation. That's a very accurate analysis. It was your own dream that attacked you just now. If you resist, your dream will kill you. As Mu Xing spread his hands, hundreds of crystal-clear dream bubbles emerged behind him, each holding a Zane. So how do you plan to break free? Zane stared at the bubbles, as if his own dream had been shattered into hundreds of fragments. He sneered at the dreams. Dreams are just dreams after all. As long as I remain awake, your dream power can't harm me. With that, he slowly closed his eyes, his consciousness simultaneously invading hundreds of dreams. In each dream, he experienced a completely different life. In some dreams, he successfully defeated Mu Xing and returned triumphantly, while in others, he suffered a tragic defeat. But Zane always remained true to his heart, refusing to allow the power of dreams to erode him in the slightest. Whenever a dream bubble threatened to transform into a devouring nightmare, he would decisively abandon that part of his dream self, sacrificing the rook to save the king. Finally, all the dream bubbles burst one after another, and he emerged from each dream, his fragmented consciousness quickly reuniting. It's just a dream, nothing more than that. Oh! Really? From his throne, Mu Xing asked meaningfully, how can you be sure this is a dream and not reality? Zane shouted, what do you mean by that? Just now, I allowed you to experience hundreds of different lives. They represent every possible future, the countless branches of your destiny. A mysterious sphere, woven from hundreds of strands of light, emerged from Mu Xing's palm. The power of destiny flows endlessly in it, and each thread of light represents a branch of Zen's destiny. Chapter 1028. Zen finally realized the situation was dire, and roared at Mu Xing, you won't succeed. Faced with the aggressive Zen, Mu Xing simply drew a circle in reverse. Reverse. With this gentle shout, the hundreds of dream bubbles that had just shattered began to reverse. Zen had thought his choices in each dream bubble had been perfect, but now, all of them were completely reversed. All hope for survival was turned into a dead end, his faith severed at this moment. What the hell is going on? He stared at his body in horror as the hard spikes began to peel away, the fragile core decaying at a visible rate. At this moment, he no longer existed in any future timelines. Ah! I will perish with you. Zen, completely unaware of the situation, roared in despair, attempting to self-destruct and perish with Mu Xing. He frantically unleashed his full power, risking everything with the might of a third-tier god. However, Mu Xing simply watched as the world around him shattered like a mirror. It turned out that from the beginning to the end, he had never truly escaped Mu Xing's physical realm. As the physical realm shattered, Zen suddenly sensed something was amiss. He tried to retract his explosive power, but it was too late. He watched in horror as the entire ice sheet began to tremble. Some terrifying entity beneath the earth was awakened by his third-tier chaos divine power. A pale, oily substance oozed from the ground, transforming into a ferocious, gluttonous maw. Since that's the case, let's perish together. With a final roar, Zen chose to self-destruct without hesitation. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a suffocating silence. Under Mu Xing's piercing gaze, the strange oil film coalesced into a ferocious maw, swallowing Zane, who was in the process of self-destruction, whole in one gulp. Effortlessly absorbing the raging energy of the self-destruction, it devoured it completely. Then, the terrifying maw rapidly contracted, ultimately transforming into a pool of white oil, silently seeping beneath the ice sheet, as if it had never appeared. What kind of monster is that? How could it so easily devour the self-destruction of a third-level chaos god? Mu Xing's pupil shrank, alarm bells blazing in his heart. After all, the power of a third-level god's self-destruction was something even a fifth-level god wouldn't dare underestimate. This scene made him even more wary of the mysterious existence beneath this planet. Thankfully, Mu Xing was only a pseudo-god, and even using his physical domain failed to attract the attention of that terrifying being. It seems the divine rank is indeed a crucial watershed. Only power beyond the divine rank can be sensed by the creatures beneath the earth. My pseudo-divine rank strength has become a natural shield. As long as I remain on this planet, even a half-step multiverse-level expert would have to think twice before acting. Mu Xing clenched his right hand, and a ball of destiny power gathered in his palm, eventually transforming into the form of a black sea urchin. Is this the method of defying fate? he whispered to himself. By fusing dream power with the physical realm, I can conjure a real dream of destiny to deduce the enemy's trajectory, thereby confusing them. If the enemy believes it, this fictitious destiny will become reality. Because the real dream is constructed using the power of defying fate, all the enemy's choices within it will be reversed. Dreaming, combined with the power of reversing fate, can actually drain the enemy's fate. This combination is simply unstoppable. Mu Xing tightly grasped the fate power from Zen, which contained the secret of the spike rule. This power can be absorbed to strengthen himself or used as a weapon. Of course, absorption only enhances the fate power, not the rule power within. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Xing decided to keep this power for now. It might save his life in a critical moment. When Mu Xing landed on the ground, he discovered that Morez had subdued another second-level Chaos God, Hainuo. The Chaos Warrior, transformed from a rabbit man, had bloodshot eyes, and his long ears trembled violently, whether out of fear or anger. You dare to use the monsters underground to kill Captain Zen? Hainuo roared through gritted teeth. Such nonsense. Kneel down. Morez mercilessly kicked Hainuo's ankle, forcing him to kneel before Mu Xing. Morez, you traitor! Prince Gnawing Heart will never let you go. Hainuo cursed viciously. If looks could kill, Morez would have been riddled with wounds long ago. Mu Xing grabbed Hainuo's chin and demanded coldly, "Tell me, how many of you are ready to descend to the surface?" Hainuo sneered, "How dare a mere pseudo-god level being so arrogant? I don't know your origins, but you won't leave this planet alive. Don't think you can rest easy just because you're a god-level being. Prince Gnawing Heart has brought a sacred artifact to suppress the defenses for this operation. With this sacred artifact, we can temporarily block the perception of those underground. Then, killing you will be a piece of cake." "Oh, really?" Mu Xing's lips curled up in a playful smile. "Then I'd be looking forward to it." He hadn't expected the Chaos faction to actually bring a sacred artifact. It was obvious that this artifact must have come from the Dark Devourer. Although this overlord had fallen, his sacred artifact remained intact, and now guarded the creation line. If this sacred artifact could truly block the perception of the underground, then we must find a way to seize it. "Kill me if you dare?" Hainuo laughed maniacally. "Once Captain Zen is dead, Prince Hearteating will soon take action. You won't be able to escape." "Ha ha ha." Before he finished laughing, Morez slapped him, knocking him dizzy. "Sir, how about I make him into a puppet, and say Zen rebelled, and was eaten by the underground monster?" Morez suggested. Mu Xing shook his head. Such a crude lie wouldn't fool a Chaos Prince. He placed his hand on Hainuo's head and whispered, "Edit." Mu Xing didn't directly delete or tamper with his memory. That would be too easy to detect. Instead, he reactivated the Dream Fate simulation, confusing Hainuo's perception. In this simulated dream, everything that had just happened was an illusion created by Mu Xing. The truth was that all the adventurers had perished in battle, and only he and Morez had managed to escape and return to space. Remember, exaggerate the story. The more bizarre, the better, Mu Xing instructed Morez, who was supporting Hainuo. "Don't worry, sir. I will definitely trick the Heartbreakers back to the surface." Morez promised solemnly, then fled in panic with Hainuo, who looked dazed. When the beam of light descended again, the two of them took the opportunity to return to space. "Are you crazy? You actually actively lured chaos to the surface?" The evil spirit poked its head out of the shadows, and looked at Mu Xing in disbelief. "If that's not enough trouble, I can give you some more." Mu Xing grabbed the cat's head and said angrily, "What do you know? If I unseal the blood moon, it will inevitably disturb the ancient corpses underground. Find a few scapegoats to draw the fire, so we can fish in troubled waters." Chapter 1029. With that, Mu Xing teleported back to the Rosetta Laboratory. Upon arrival, he received good news from the newcomers. They had successfully retrieved 4 slices, only missing the last one. Mu Xing directly called Zhou Gong's line. "What's going on? Can't even handle a mutated necromorph?" Zhou Gong's embarrassed voice echoed from the other end. "Boss, this monster is incredibly powerful. Its recovery speed and aggressiveness far surpass those of ordinary necromorphs." After hearing this, Mu Xing teleported directly underground to the laboratory. No wonder even the Zhou Gong veterans were helpless. The mutated necromorph had merged with the entire underground base, forming a massive, twisted fusion. Not only could it attack from any corner, it could also continuously summon other necromorphs. Looking around, the ground was littered with the remains of necromorphs, all Zhou Gong's masterpieces. Sadly, it was pointless, because the shattered necromorphs would quickly remelt and revive. Seeing Mu Xing appear, Zhou Gong's face was filled with shame. I'm sorry, sir. I couldn't get the fifth slice. Mu Xing waved his hand. It's not your fault. This mutant does have some tricks. With that, he walked straight towards the fused corpse. Sir, be careful. Zhou Gong was stunned the moment he shouted. The powerful fusion withered at a visible speed, its vibrant flesh instantly carbonized, as it drained of all life force. Mu Xing spread his palm, and a ball of pure blood-colored energy rippled within it. As the blood moon, draining the corpse's energy was easy for him. It's right up ahead. He grabbed the heavy barrier door and gently tugged, tearing the metal door apart like paper. From the frozen storage box, the last Rosetta slice slowly flew into Mu Xing's hands. The fifth slice, finally. Even after returning to the upper floor of the laboratory, Zhou Gong was still immersed in the shock of the moment. Such a powerful fused corpse could barely survive 3 seconds against the powerful figure. It was simply unbelievable. Soon, inside the laboratory, Jennifer was concentrating on operating the delicate instruments, preparing to fuse and reassemble the 9 mysterious alien slices. On the holographic display, a vivid image of the Rosettas floated. The Rosettas are a highly developed aquatic civilization. Their appearance is quite peculiar, resembling some strange-looking fishmen. Perhaps the Rosettas who first fled here from the stars did not look like this. But to adapt to the unique environment of the ocean planet of Teflantis, they have undergone a long process of iterative evolution. They gradually evolved various organs adapted for aquatic life, such as well-developed gills and streamlined fins. However, they still retained a pair of nimble hands and feet, which were crucial to the continued development of their civilization. Even more astonishingly, the Rosetta people possessed an extremely high level of intelligence. If it weren't for the Blood Moon crisis, this race might have advanced to unimaginable heights. With Jennifer's skillful manipulation of the equipment, the 9 slices were precisely aligned and combined. Next, a high-precision scanner began operating, comprehensively extracting the Rosetta people's morphological characteristics and genetic information. This precious data will be used on a 3D printer to create a decoder capable of activating the ancient machine. Because Jennifer has extensive research on alien languages, she specifically noted the meaning of the inscriptions on the bodies when designing the decoder. How do you think the first humans to arrive on Teflantis mastered the Rosetta language? Lianhua asked curiously. Tang Zhu gently tapped the alien corpse displayed in a glass case and explained, according to historical records, the Rosetta people voluntarily left behind complete learning materials for their writing system, which is why humans were able to master the Rosetta script so easily. The base we are currently in was likely a secret Rosetta facility millions of years ago, later discovered by humans, and transformed into the laboratory it is today. Lianhua scratched his head in confusion. I still don't understand why the Rosetta people left this information behind. And why do they say Teflantis is the origin of Earth's divine seal? Could Earth's divine seal really have originated here? Tang Zhu patiently answered, according to analysis of existing data suggests that the Rosetta people left this information to warn future generations of the dangers of the divine seal. They also hoped to leverage the power of those who came after them to completely destroy the Blood Moon. The reason Teflantis is considered the divine seal's origin is simple. It was the special electromagnetic waves emitted by the divine seal that led humans there, misleading people into believing it originated there, thus concealing its true origins. Lianhua pressed further. So humans were deliberately lured here by the divine seal? But how can it be sure it will attract humans? At this point, Mu Xing joined the discussion. This electromagnetic wave is a passive broadcast signal. Any intelligent life that receives it will be attracted. Just as flowers attract bees with their fragrance, the divine seal's target isn't specifically humans, but all possible intelligent life. At the same time, the divine seal cleverly leverages the Rosetta people's research findings, significantly advancing humanity's development and utilization of the divine seal. Lianhua suddenly realized. So, the so-called infinite energy was a trap set by the divine seal from the very beginning? Absolutely correct. Mu Xing confirmed. He walked towards the decoder, which had already printed. As the last rune was precisely printed, a decoder containing the complete genetic code of the Rosetta people was finally completed. Mu Xing picked up the decoder and shouted, "Divine seal, scan it." Then he remembered that the divine seal had already traveled to Earth with Jacob. Due to the vast communication distance, it was still impossible to obtain information about Earth's situation. Okay, the decoder is complete. Next, I'm heading to the underground ruins of Rosetta to restart the ancient machine. Mu Xing turned to face the new survivors. Your mission ends here. I arranged for you to go into space. Whether you explore other planets or drift through the universe is up to you. Zhou Gong hesitated. Boss, aren't you taking us with you? Mu Xing shook his head. Chaos has already begun its invasion. With your current strength, you're not even qualified to be cannon fodder. This blunt statement made the newcomers look at each other in bewilderment. But they all understood that Mu Xing wasn't being sarcastic, but simply stating the objective facts. In 5 days at most, the survival system should pick you up. Don't worry about being trapped in this world. Hearing this, the newcomers breathed a sigh of relief. Boss, do you have any suggestions? We definitely can't go to Earth right now. We're worried we get lost if we drift aimlessly in space. Mu Xing pondered for a moment. Perhaps you could consider heading to Aegis 7, where the Ishimura is located. Although the colony there experienced a zombie outbreak, it should have been cleared by now, and humans won't be invading again. It's a good refuge. Chapter 1030. Everyone immediately declared their agreement. I agree to go to Aegis 7. I agree too. Second. Everyone raised their hands in agreement. Only Tangju raised a question. Wait, how do we leave to Francis? Our spaceship has crashed, and Jacob's spaceship has also left. Are we supposed to ascend on foot? Mu Xing was prepared for this. Don't worry, your ship will be here soon. Just as everyone was confused, the roar of reverse thrust engines suddenly emanated from outside. Here it comes. Mu Xing smiled. This was the rescue ship he and Jacob had agreed upon. Before leaving, Jacob had promised to send multiple ships to pick them up. Now that the ship had arrived as scheduled, Mu Xing felt he had fulfilled his duty to these newcomers. Is this a church ship? John and the others recognized the ship's logo and immediately became alert. Don't worry, they're one of us, Mu Xing reassured. As the spaceship landed smoothly, the hatch slowly opened, revealing not a fully armed soldier, but a robed receptionist. Sir, I've been ordered to take you back to Earth. Mu Xing quickly read the man's memories, confirming he was Jacob's trusted confidant. He also learned that several decoy ships had been shot down by chaos, and only this one had successfully arrived. Not to Earth, but you will be responsible for safely transporting them to Aegis 7. The receptionist nodded without hesitation. Yes, sir. Also, this is a secret letter from Sir Jacob. Mu Xing took the paper letter and quickly scanned it, his expression growing serious. It seems the divine seal on Earth can no longer contain itself. He solemnly instructed, tell Jacob to proceed as planned. Plan 1 can be activated now. Understood. The receptionist replied respectfully. Soon. Under the protection of Mu Xing's physical domain, the spacecraft soared into the sky. Upon reaching the frozen layer, it activated its impact point engines, folding space and disappearing into the distant horizon. After watching the spacecraft depart, Mu Xing turned back with a grim expression and tossed the decoder in his hand. A storm was brewing. After bidding farewell to these newcomers, the real battle would begin. The evil spirit had appeared on his shoulder at some point, its eyes flashing coldly. Finally, I can feast without restraint this time. It looked at Mu Xing. You've probably been starving and thirsty for a long time, haven't you? Mu Xing turned and stepped onto the vast snowy plain. The crisp sound of his boots crunching ice crystals was particularly clear in the silence. Yes. In this survival zone, we're like living in a cage made of countless mirrors, with every movement reflected by thousands of eyes. The white mist he exhaled was quickly shredded by the cold wind. So I have to lock myself away. If anyone knows, I can gather and devour chaos, which will not only lead to a relentless pursuit by the Chaos Legion. His fingers unconsciously rubbed the decoder in his hand, the chill of the metal seeping into his fingertips. I'm afraid some of my comrades in the defense line will already have their death warrants nailed to my spine. The evil spirit chuckled. You've finally gotten the point, kid. As an alien, you must learn to accept threats from all sides. Only by being strong can you ignore these looks of fear and apprehension. Just then, in the distance, pillars of light pierced the earth from the clouds. Black light continuously descended through the passage to the ground. These chaos gods from the Creator's line of defense knew nothing of concealing their sharp edge. As soon as they landed, they unceremoniously displayed their powerful aura. A divine ring shone brightly behind them, and divine light shot up into the sky, casting a series of magnificent shadows across the sky. Boy, hand over the decoder in your hand, and I will give you a quick death. The message Mu Xing had sent Moras to deliver eventually reached the heart-eroding prince, who immediately dispatched a large number of high-level chaos warriors to ambush and kill Mu Xing. However, these men were no fools. Despite their divine light, they dared not reveal any power beyond the divine rank. The thick ice layer emitted a strange cracking sound due to the hidden movement beneath the ground. Some glaciers rose slightly, then quickly settled, as if a terrifying prehistoric beast was hidden beneath the thick ice. Frightened, These pretentious chaos gods quickly restrained their aura, suppressing their power to the peak of the pseudo-god rank. Dozens of chaos masters surrounded Mu Xing, each with a murderous look on their faces, eager to kill him. You want the decoder? Mu Xing grinned, revealing a row of neat white teeth. It's right here, you can take it? With a flick of his right hand, ice crystals condensed into a magnificent display stand, upon which the decoder was laid out in grand style. Kill! The leading chaos captain growled, and several chaos powers lunged forward, launching probing attacks on Mu Xing. Faced with the siege, Mu Xing grasped with his right hand, and the Moonlight Greatsword fell into his grasp. Combining the Meteor Greatsword and the Scythe of Destiny, this weapon was a true artifact. In some respects, it even surpassed the divine power. The bright moonlight illuminated the ornate world tree veins on the sword's spine, gradually spreading to every corner of the blade. A closer look revealed golden threads of fate entwined within these mysterious veins. Slash! Mu Xing swung the sharp blade, tracing a sinister arc. He missed the nearest chaos. The opponent suddenly screamed, a hideous bloody scar appearing on his chest. The sword had clearly struck at nothing, but the wound ultimately landed on Chaos's body. The purifying force prevented Chaos's body from healing, and Chaos's power steadily dissipated. I fight you! Chaos, severely wounded by the sword strike, rage filled his chest, then erupted completely. He had intended to break the seal and unleash his divine power. But before he could do so, Mu Xing struck again. This time, he struck at his past. The power of fate combined with the power of time allowed Mu Xing to zero in on the thread of fate that stretched from the past to the future. The desperate Chaos felt as if he had lost something. When he fully unlocked his power, he discovered that his divine realm was no longer there. It vanished. It was as if someone had severed his past and reversed his fate. The self that was destined to become a god vanished, leaving behind a self that could never break through to the divine realm. Before it could even consider how to break free, Mu Xing's blade had already slashed across its neck. Before its hideous head even hit the ground, it was sucked into the mouth of the evil spirit on Mu Xing's shoulder. He placed a hand on the Chaos chest and said, "Gather." Amidst the astonished gazes of the other Chaos, his companion was devoured and absorbed in a twisted state by the mysterious human before them. In the end, not even Chaos Soul could escape. This guy can devour Chaos. Kill him! The leading team leader realized they had encountered a tough opponent today. 5 or 6 Chaos attacked together, blocking all of Mu Xing's escape routes. Mu Xing shook his head in disappointment. Although the Defy Fate ability is powerful, it also consumes a great deal of energy. Absorbing a first-level Chaos God can only replenish about 80% of the energy consumed, which is a bit uneconomical. Facing the siege, he slowly raised his head, the Defy Fate rule once again in his hand. He decided to try again. Chapter 1031. Behind every chaotic situation before me stretched a thread of fate. It seemed like a single thread, but in reality, it was a tangle of countless possible destinies. Mu Xing's rule of defying fate wasn't about severing it, but about changing it. Altering one's predetermined fate could alter both their past and future. Defying fate involves extremes, going from one extreme to another, completely reversing the outcome. The difficulty lies in finding the right thread of fate to successfully reverse the situation. Otherwise, as just now, one would have to resort to sheer force, forcibly using a vast amount of fate's power to reverse all outcomes. The result, while successfully defying fate, would be enormously costly. Even with a solid foundation and the ability to aggregate and devour, one's income still exceeded one's expenditure, making it difficult to sustain. Mu Xing's priority was to find the right thread of fate as quickly as possible, making reversal much easier. At the very least, one had to find a balance point, ensuring a balance between income and expenditure, avoiding a deficit. Mu Xing locked onto the chaotic situation on his left. The Eye of Destiny opens, diving into the thread of fate behind it, searching for the most correct branch. Life is the result of multiple choices, and each choice creates a new branch of possibility. Each branch brings different outcomes. Some scientists believe that parallel universes are born from this principle. The same is true of the thread of fate that runs through everyone's past and future. It is not a single thread, but the result and branches of countless choices. These branches intertwine to form a complete thread of destiny. During his search, Mu Xing's understanding of the power of destiny deepened, and his analysis of the laws of fate became clearer. Found it. While attempting to utilize the observer's sense for assistance, Mu Xing encountered an unexpected surprise. The fusion of the Eye of Destiny and the observer's sense had unexpectedly increased his ability to observe the threads of destiny by more than 10,000 times. While he couldn't pinpoint the thread with absolute precision, he was able to locate a general area. Destiny Reverse. Mu Xing unleashed his power on a branch of the Destiny thread within a certain range. When he withdrew the Eye of Destiny, the fate of the experimental subject before him had been successfully reversed. He screamed, and his body began to collapse. The once healthy and powerful Chaos body instantly twisted and collapsed into a pile of rotten flesh. The other attacking Chaos were horrified by this scene, and involuntarily stopped their attacks. This guy is a monster. One Chaos cried out in horror. Mu Xing raised his right hand. It seems I overexerted myself. It seems I must have reversed his fate from death to rebirth. Mu Xing's face grimaced. Although he had killed a Chaos, the creature had completely collapsed and was unable to absorb anything. So this time was a complete loss. At the same time, Mu Xing noticed that as he used the power to defy the rules of fate, his body also underwent certain changes. The most obvious change was the external world's repulsion. Yes, repulsion. I wondered if it was because he had reversed fate, disrupted the operation of the rules of fate, that he was being repelled by the rules of the world. This isn't good. If I continue to use this power to defy fate, the repulsion will continue to increase. Will I eventually ignore the wrath of the gods? Mu Xing frowned. What on earth was the survival system trying to do by handing him the power to defy fate? He didn't stop his experiments, continuing them with other chaos creatures to verify his hypothesis. As he became more proficient in using the defy fate rules, he found the correct branch of fate faster and more accurately. At the same time, he tried to avoid overexerting himself, preventing it from collapsing, at least allowing him to recover some energy. After he had defeated the first wave of chaos creatures attacking him, the surrounding chaos creatures instinctively took 2 steps back. Even the chaos captain took a half step back in awe, his voice trembling. What kind of monster are you? He watched as the attacking chaos creatures underwent strange transformations, one after another. Then, without resistance, they were devoured by Mu Xing. The terrifying scene made him want to turn and flee, to leave the area. This kid is peculiar. He can alter the predetermined fate of others, to a certain extent. Don't engage him in close combat. Stay out of his attack range. At this moment, a mysterious voice reached the captain's ears. Elder Luca? What should we do now? He asked, uncertainly. Delay him first. I send Mori to snipe him. At the mention of Mori, the captain's nervousness suddenly eased. He waved his hand. Form a formation. Trap him. A dozen chaos priests instantly dispersed, and behind them emerged a mysterious wizard in a black robe. These wizards were chaos priests they had trained in their respective divine realms, ready to be deployed for chaos blood sacrifice when necessary. Stop fooling around, brat. These chaos priests are planning to launch a chaos blood sacrifice formation. The evil spirit's lazy warning rang out. Mu Xing withdrew the power of defying fate in his hand. While this power was useful, it also had significant side effects. Just now, he had indeed achieved a balance between income and expenditure, and even had a slight surplus after resolving the last chaos. But the more he used the defying fate rule, the stronger the world's rules' repulsion of him became. It seems this ability is only suitable as a trump card that comes at a price. Mu Xing drew out the Moonlight Greatsword again. Until he resolved the problem of the world's repulsion, he decided to use this power as little as possible. At this moment, a dozen chaos priests formed a circle. At the command of their respective masters, they pierced their own hearts without hesitation. Viscous red blood gushed out, gathering in midair to form a mysterious chaos formation. The formation formed a cage, intending to trap Mu Xing within. Mu Xing raised the Moonlight Greatsword high in his hand, trying to trap me. What are you dreaming of? The bright moonlight shot up into the sky, transforming into a blazing flame. The terrifying power of chaos surged and condensed. Mu Xing concentrated all the chaos power he had just absorbed into this soaring flame. Break it. With a furious roar, Mu Xing brought down his sword with a powerful blow. These chaos creatures needed to be careful not to use their power beyond the divine level, but Mu Xing had no such concerns. He himself was a pseudo-god, so he was even more reckless in his actions. With a single strike of the sword, the soaring flames tore through the blood-red formation. The chaos runes that had just condensed were vaporized by the flames. Oh no! We can't stop it, Captain! One chaos creature cried out. The captain gritted his teeth and growled, unseal the divine power and kill this man. We will serve his highness, the heart-eroding prince. At this critical moment, there was no need to endure any longer. Since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well fight Mu Xing. Divine rings tore through the flames, causing the starry sky to tremble and the earth to tremble. Dozens of divine powers were unleashed, actively meeting Mu Xing's sword strike. At the same time, beneath the ice, something began to awaken from the stimulation. The ice layer continued to crack, and a white oil film seeped out from the ground. Want to fight to the death? With just a bunch of you first and second tier chaos gods? Mu Xing sneered, his hands spread wide. Unite, chaos. Chapter 1032. Instantly, dark clouds, as gloomy as ink, completely engulfed the entire sky, congealing into a suffocating vortex. The chaos gods, once filled with murderous intent and ready to fight to the death, suddenly felt an irresistible and terrifying call. This summoning force felt like the most primal call from the very source of chaos, as if the ancestor were calling back its long-lost descendants. Even though these chaos gods had iron wills, they were horrified to find their bodies completely out of control, hurtling towards Mu Xing. For the first time, a look of despair and fear crossed the Chaos Squad leader's hideous face. As a dignified third-rank Chaos God, he had not even the slightest power to resist. Even more terrifyingly, their flesh and blood began to dissolve at a visible rate before even touching Mu Xing. The scene was like countless necromancy undergoing a strange fusion and recombination, forcibly blending these chaos gods into a twisted whole in the blink of an eye. All chaos beings despairingly realized they had no control over this distorted fusion, and could only watch helplessly as Mu Xing devoured them mercilessly. Instantly, countless gray mycelium erupted like a tide, instantly covering every inch of space within a kilometer radius. Those chaos gods attempting to escape were entangled and dragged back by the mycelium, emitting agonizing wails. They struggled, but could only watch their flesh dissolve and their souls disintegrate, ultimately becoming part of the distorted fusion. When the last strands of chaos mycelium withdrew, the massive fusion rapidly collapsed, completely absorbed by Mu Xing. What a tonic! Mu Xing licked his lips in satisfaction. This was his first time devouring high-level chaos on such a large scale. These were not the lowly chaos creatures on the survival line, but genuine chaos gods. At this moment, all their energy and spirit were perfectly absorbed by Mu Xing, transformed into the purest nourishment. In the process of devouring, Mu Xing carefully eliminated all impurities. This included the chaos memories and residual consciousness. He knew full well that the greatest taboo of aggregation and fusion was absorbing too many chaotic memories. This was the fatal flaw of the necromorph's aggregation, ultimately giving rise to monsters like Blood Moon, devourers without reason. When Mu Xing had completely purged his body of impurities, the entire ice sheet was devoid of life. The strange oil film wriggling beneath the ice, having lost its target, gradually fell silent. It seems the underground beings only react to energies above the divine level. Mu Xing pondered, if that's the case, I can be even more reckless. He looked up at the heavens, and with a flick of his right hand, the vortex in the sky suddenly dissipated. In its place, an enormous middle finger gesture, composed of pure energy, appeared. Meanwhile, in the Chaos Battleship's command room, Xiao Xian, seated on the throne, stared gloomily at the provocative middle finger on the screen. Before he could speak, a furious voice suddenly boomed, arrogant. How dare a mere ant humiliate His Highness the Prince? Let me tear this ignorant brat apart. In front of the throne, a chaos god with a lion's head and a human body roared, brandishing a massive battle axe. The 4 lines on his divine ring shone brightly, demonstrating the immense power of a 4th-level chaos god. Erosion Heart ignored his shouting, scanning the crowd with a sharp gaze. What just happened? Did anyone see clearly? The chaos staff present exchanged bewildered glances. The vortex created by Mu Xing's devouring attack had completely obscured their view. Erosion Heart frowned, suddenly turning to the shadows behind him. Elder Luca, what do you think? In the shadows, a deep darkness slowly shifted, eventually transforming into a figure shrouded in black robes. 2 faint blue pupils glimmered beneath the cloak. Your Highness Erosion Heart, the king's orders to us were merely reconnaissance. Luca's voice was hoarse and restrained. Such an act is presumptuous. If we disturb something we shouldn't, and the king blames us, I'm afraid. Enough. Heart-eating slammed the throne armrests. Here, I am the Supreme Commander. He gazed coldly at Luca. Don't forget who rescued you from the first line of defense. When the Overlord, the Dark Devourer, fell, those guys were only concerned with dividing up the inheritance. I gave you a new life. I paid a huge price to have you ascend to the 9th rank. Now, having relied on my father's connections, have you forgotten your own status? Luca bowed his head deeply. Your Highness, please understand. Luca will always be your most loyal advisor, not just an elder appointed by the king. Heart-eating leaned back on the throne, satisfied. Go on. Luca glanced at the screen. Mu Xing, carrying the decoder, was swaggering towards the other side of the planet. And that giant middle finger still stubbornly occupied the center of the screen. Your Highness, while we don't know the means that human used to cause dozens of chaos gods to instantly vanish, such a heaven-defying secret method must have significant limitations. We simply need to find its weakness. Erosion Heart raised his hand impatiently to interrupt. Time is running out. Asar, you go. I want to see that human's head. Luca hastily added, Your Highness, Asar may be strong, that human is cunning. Add to that the underground presence. I suggest sending another ambush force to defend the entrance to the ruins. Erosion Heart paused for a moment. Okay. Then he gave an order to the nearby darkness. Mori, take the first elite squad and set up an ambush. A sound of yes echoed from the darkness, and the blurry shadows vanished in an instant. Luca lowered his voice. Your Highness, that frozen blood moon in orbit is a constant threat. Do you need me to destroy it? No. Erosion interrupted sharply. Before I left, the Chaos Priestess prophesied that this journey would be made or destroyed by the blood moon. Therefore, I must not touch it unless absolutely necessary. Luca lowered his head even further. Your Highness, the Creator's secret technique is too dangerous. Your breakthrough won't be easy. Shut up. Erosion rose in a rage, his aura suddenly soaring from level 5 to the peak of level 9, then plummeting back to level 5 in an instant. This bizarre transformation made Luca break out in a cold sweat. Remember your identity, Luca. Erosion Heart said each word slowly. One day, I will be equal to my father, perhaps even surpass him. If I hear such words again, don't blame me for being rude. Luca knelt hurriedly. I plead guilty. Erosion Heart snorted coldly and left. For the next period of time, do not disturb my retreat unless it's an emergency. As the heavy metal door slowly closed, the eerie blood moon carved on it was revealed. The eerie blood moon was covered with disgusting pustules and thorns. Soon, spiderweb-like blood-colored threads began to seep from the cracks in the door, spreading wildly through the passage. A low-level chaos soldier, who couldn't dodge, was entangled in the blood threads and instantly turned into a dried corpse. Seeing this scene, the other chaos either quickly retreated or lowered their heads, pretending not to see. In a moment, the surrounding passage was completely covered with crimson blood threads, and the pulsating blood vessels rose and fell with a strange breathing. Chapter 1033. On the frigid ice plains of Teflantis, Mu Xing, carrying a decoder on his back and holding a miniature radar in one hand, slowly advanced towards his destination. He walked not in a straight line, but in a zigzag pattern. It was as if he was searching for something across this vast icy plain. Alas, even after crossing half the planet, the radar in his hand still showed no response. He couldn't believe the vibrations emitted by the origin key could be so subtle. There were only two possibilities. First, the origin key was hidden by the corpses of the past underground, obscuring its perception. Second, the origin key was not in Teflantis. In either case, his radar was doomed to be useless. Sheathing the radar, Mu Xing quickened his pace, rushing towards the entrance to the Rosetta underground ruins. But just as he crossed a vast icy lake, a powerful threat descended from the sky. A destructive force of tyranny descended from the sky. A massive axe, nearly a kilometer long, descended. Before it even touched the ground, its terrifying edge sliced the entire frozen lake in two. The remaining force, undiminished, split the 1,000-meter-high mountain at the lake's edge. Mu Xing had teleported away before the axe fell, landing on a towering ice cliff. The next second, the axe swept across, shattering the entire frozen lake with unparalleled destructive force. The solid white ice instantly shattered into a lake of icy shards. Mu Xing teleported and dodged the attack repeatedly. Then, the axe struck again. You're not done yet, are you? Mu Xing's right hand reached out, a phantom telekinetic hand grasping the falling axe blade. Panner, a dark figure, descended, landing on the axe handle. Boom! The telekinetic hand was split open, and the axe blade fell to the ground, carving a 1,000-meter-deep crater. Mu Xing landed with a backflip. A cold wind howled, ruffling his hunter's coat. He held his felt hat to prevent it from flying. The violent currents of air converged on Asar's axe handle, tinting his lion-like eyes with a brilliant golden glow. The brown mane on his neck was also gilded with a dazzling golden sheen, making him look incredibly mysterious, like a divine lion descended from the earth. I suppose this is Asar, the Lion King, a general under Prince Gnawing Heart, right? Mu Xing folded his arms across his chest, standing on the icicle and gazing directly at the Lion King before him. Asar stared at Mu Xing with a cold, fixed gaze. He had assumed his strength would easily defeat this human. But he hadn't expected his 3 axe strikes to be so easily dodged. You have to remember that these 3 strikes were imbued with his chaos lock power, so even if the target could teleport, they wouldn't be able to avoid them. And yet, not only did this guy dodge them, he did so effortlessly. He slightly subsided his contempt for Mu Xing. Why is there only one? Mu Xing muttered. He had thought he could lure the erosion heart down, but he hadn't expected only a Lion King. According to the information Morris had received, besides Elder Luca, the 9th-rank god, Erosion Heart also had 2 powerful generals under his command. One was the Lion King Asar before him, and the other was Mori, known as the Assassin. Mu Xing stared closely at Asar, wary of any possible Mori appearances. However, after scanning the 1,000-mile radius several times with his observer's eye, he found no other chaos primordials. Clearly, Asar was coming alone this time, without any help. With a swipe of his right hand, the Moonlight Greatsword emerged, and he decided to deal with the Lion King Asar first. At the same time, he released a clone and rushed to the entrance of the ruins. He suspected a chaos ambush at the entrance. Asar charged forward with furious momentum, crushing the newly frozen lake as he went. His great axe shrank to 3 meters. Dang dang dang. The 2 artifacts clashed continuously, Asar's expression growing increasingly excited, his brute force increasing. Mu Xing showed no sign of weakness. Although this fellow was a 4th-tier chaos god, in this world, he could only exert the combat power of a peak pseudo-god. He was naturally not afraid. Furthermore, he had just gathered and devoured dozens of chaos primordials, and was worried about where to release the excess energy. This battle would help him digest it, completely transforming the chaos power he had just absorbed into his own strength. Mu Xing swung his Moonlight Greatsword in a furious circle, confronting Asar without retreat. After hundreds of rounds, Asar was confused. Was he the Lion King, or was this human the Lion King? The other person's strength was every bit as great as his, perhaps even greater. His Lion King power had already reached 99 levels, yet the opponent's strength seemed limitless. No matter how much he exerted, the opponent continued to increase his power. At first, he thought it was some secret technique that could replicate or steal his power, but then Asar realized that this human possessed only pure brute force. The former could be restrained using various secret techniques, but the latter... Boom! Mu Xing slashed down with another sword, shattering the entire ice lake to the ground, crushing the surrounding mountains into rubble. Asar was knocked back several steps by this brute force. A sharp light flashed from his golden lion eyes. How could he lose to a human in terms of strength? How could he endure this? His body began to transform, shifting from a lion-man form to a lion-like form. Reverting to his true form, his strength would increase tenfold. He doubted this human could withstand him. However, Mu Xing had no intention of engaging in a head-on confrontation. Just now, his clone had been destroyed. Other chaos creatures were heading their way. Dream Reversing Shuttle. A dreamlike scale appeared on the back of Mu Xing's hand. It was the Dream Reversing Scale of the Dream Reversing Beast. Each Dream Reversing Beast possessed only one, granting it the ability to travel between dreams and reality. Mu Xing crossed directly from reality into the dream realm, plunging directly into Asar's dream. What would a lion's dream be like? A vast grassland? Or perhaps a majestic throne? It was not until Mu Xing entered the lion's dream that he realized this creature was, after all, a chaos creature. This was a chaos dream. Asar was a chaos transformed by the chaos faction, his chaos body imperfect. This made his chaos dream seem particularly fragmented. It contained a mixture of his original memories, and the slaughter wrought by the alienated chaos. These intertwined elements transformed his dream into a terrifying world, akin to purgatory. Chaos was highly resistant to the power of dreams, making it difficult for ordinary dream controllers to invade their dreams. But Mu Xing was different. He was human yet also chaos. He opened his hands and said, "Let's begin with a gentle chaos dream." As a strange dream power rippled through Asar's consciousness, he began to drift off. "Dare to invade my dream, attempt to control it? You're courting death." Asar sneered, and with a savage sneer, he transformed with his mind, charging directly into his dream, great axe in hand. I chop, I chop, I chop. The ferocious axe fell repeatedly, slicing his dream into pieces. Asar was not only ruthless towards his enemies, but even more so towards himself. He intended to shatter Mu Xing and his own dream together. However, Mu Xing's methods would go so far. Not only had he set up multiple dreams, he had also secretly harnessed the power of fate. When he reappeared, the Lion King, Asar, had completely fallen into the dream of slicing his own dreams. However, the moment Mu Xing emerged, he felt a powerful premonition of death coming from behind. Puff! A sharp black blade pierced his chest. He looked down at the blood-stained blade. What happened? Chapter 1034. Mu Xing strained to turn his head and look back, hoping to see the other person's face clearly. But before he could turn, the black blade had already begun to stir. At that moment, he felt as if his body was fixed to the black blade, unable to move. Neither his mind nor his soul could escape. This power even transcended the rules, reaching another level. At the same time, he saw that all the threads of his destiny had been dyed black by this power. This was the first time he had encountered such a strange situation. Oh no! That was the only thought in his mind. He seemed to be trapped in some kind of mortal end. Explode! Mu Xing unhesitatingly tried to detonate the chaotic power within him. However, it was all in vain. The black blade had sealed the chaotic power within him, even the power of destiny. He tried to communicate with the observer tower, to seek the help of the evil spirit, but his connection to the tower was restricted by this power. It seemed so close, yet so far away. The tower lay before him, within reach, yet so far away, for he had lost the strength to raise his hand. In that instant, Mu Xing tried every possible trick and strategy. Finally, he found a glimmer of hope. The power of defying fate held some power against the black blade. Defying fate. He unhesitatingly used this power, beginning to reverse his fate. The black, decaying thread of fate began to radiate a golden hue. But this power of defying fate was too weak to resist the corrosive force of the darkness's end. The darkness seemed to have completely swallowed up Mu Xing's destiny. All hope of survival was shattered. The thread of fate had barely twisted, only to begin decaying and darkening again the next second. However, this brief moment also gave Mu Xing a moment to struggle. Withering and silence power explode. Withering and silence power was the only power unrestrained by the black blade. Mu Xing knew that even using withering and silence power wouldn't reverse his defeat, so self-destruction was his only option. Luckily, he had left behind numerous imprints of departed souls along the way to Teflantis. Resurrection with the blood moon wasn't a surefire solution, as its power was also limited. This time, he could only rely on another trump card. The grayish-white withering and silence power gushed out from Mu Xing's chest. The owner of the black blade was forced to retreat at a rapid speed. The black blade in his hand slashed continuously, surprisingly able to cut through the withering and silence power to a certain extent. It was then that Mu Xing finally saw the man's face clearly. It was a mysterious humanoid creature clad in strange armor, wielding a black blade. Its face, featureless and covered in eyes, seemed to see through life and death, perceiving a person's deepest fears. Mu Xing's body was reduced to ash in the explosion of the power of desolation, his soul annihilated. When the smoke of the explosion settled, the icy lake had vanished, leaving only a vast, pitch-black hole. In this hole, all matter and energy had vanished. Asar was flung backward, his neck grasped by an armored right hand, as if holding a kitten. He had finally freed himself from the layers of fateful dreams. If Mu Xing hadn't self-destructed, he would have been consumed by his own dreams. This power is the legendary power of desolation? Asar's breath was heavy with disbelief. Then he looked at the man clutching his neck. Mori, it's a good thing you arrived in time, otherwise I'd be in this mess today. The eyes on Mori's face twitched, eventually transforming into a single vertical eye between his eyebrows, and his features gradually became visible. Is he dead? Asar asked cautiously. Dead? But his lifeline hasn't been severed. He raised the strangely shaped black blade in his hand. It seemed to be forged from shattered obsidian, stained with the crimson blood of Mu Xing. But soon, the blood began to inexplicably evaporate, vanishing without a trace. What's going on? He's not dead? What? Your sword is? Mori's expression was grim. As expected of the #1 survivor on Chaos' most wanted list, his survival skills are truly formidable. Asar growled, at worst, I kill him again. Mori shook his head. The same method won't work twice. He already knows the threat posed by this sword, and my assassination methods. The same assassination methods won't work on him anymore. What? Is this guy so terrifying? Asar had completely put aside his contempt for Mu Xing. So what should we do now? Report to His Highness for a decision? Mori said nothing. Instead, he turned and looked at the black figures that continued to gather on the ice field. Their attire was almost identical to Mori's, and the weapons they wielded were replicas of Mori's black blade. While they couldn't match the power of the original, they were outnumbered. Chase them. That blood moon must have used some kind of resurrection method. Don't let him recover. With a wave of his right hand, Mori's elite assassins instantly scattered, chasing Mu Xing's life force. Are we going after him too? Asar looked at Mori. No, we wait for him in the ruins. He has the decoder, so he definitely come. Then, that's where our true decisive battle will begin. Asar clenched his fists. This time, that brat will never return. At the same time, in a hidden cave, a flash of blue butterfly flew out of the void, swaying and landing on the stone wall. Then, the butterfly began to twist and transform into a cocoon. The cocoon expanded to 3 meters in 3 seconds. Mu Xing's annihilated soul particles quickly gathered, and the power of rebirth was activated, and his soul condensed once more. From within the soul cocoon, he directly activated the power of the blood moon's origin. As the red ocean enveloped him, it instantly pulled him to the familiar seabed. Cough, cough, cough. Mu Xing began coughing violently as soon as he landed, sprawling on the seabed and retching. He vomited out a ball of black, foul energy, which, before it could even reach the ground, was sealed by Mu Xing's pure soul power. He touched his chest. The pain of the black blade piercing his lungs and heart seemed to still tingle his nerves. What on earth is that black blade? If I hadn't laid the groundwork and left behind so many rebirth butterflies, I'd have been in for a real disaster. He had believed that with his strength, he was invincible at the pseudogod level. Even if the other party unleashed divine power, he wouldn't be afraid. But just now, when the black blade pierced his chest, he truly felt that he was doomed. The black blade had sealed all his means of survival, including the power of destiny, the observer's tower, and so on. If it weren't for the power of anti-fate he had just acquired, and the power of withering silence he had seized from the shadow envoy of withering silence, he would have been dead this time, with no chance of resurrection. I was too careless. My increased strength has made me a little cocky. Mu Xing scoffed. At that moment, the Red Sea rippled, and familiar Easter nodes emerged. He clicked on one of the nodes, which contained the image of him before his self-destruction. Clicking on the image, Mu Xing saw only a dark shadow rushing out from the spatial rift, and he was completely defenseless and pierced by the black blade. Chapter 1035. Mu Xing repeatedly reviewed the remaining footage and finally discovered the man's identity. Mori, the most mysterious assassin under Prince Gnawing Heart. No one knew where he came from, or what secrets he held. Most who had seen him had died at his hands. According to the intelligence Moras had left Mu Xing, it seemed that every one of Prince Gnawing Heart's men feared Mori. Through observation, Mu Xing successfully deciphered some of his abilities. No wonder he hadn't sensed his position before being struck by that sword. The man seemed to possess some powerful ability to shield his perception. To conceal himself, he even temporarily unleashed his divine power. However, his control of power was exquisite, and the temporary unleashing of his divine power didn't trigger a reaction from the underground oil film. He used this method to obscure his perception, and then deliver a single, fatal strike. The most crucial thing was the black blade. Mu Xing stared at the sharp blade that had pierced his chest, and he felt it looked familiar. After a moment, Mu Xing slowly raised his head and uttered a few words through gritted teeth. Black sword, destined death. He tried to calm himself and began searching the vast memory banks of his brain. After a moment, he found information about the black sword and destined death. So it's the power of the law of death. Even the rules of fate can't be shaken. Only the power that transcends the rules, such as defying fate, can resist it for a moment. Mu Xing regretted his own arrogance. He decided to wear the iron crown at all times after his resurrection. The power of inherited authority should be able to counter this force to a certain extent. Even if it can't, it can provide him with a warning. Looks like I need to ascend to the god level quickly. There's no time to delay. Mu Xing felt a strong sense of urgency. After all, he was only a pseudogod. His devouring and gathering abilities wouldn't be effective against higher-level gods. He had to break through the god level before he could face Mori with any strength. Do you want to consume 20% of your blood moon essence limit to revive? Mu Xing clicked the node and heard a familiar, pleasant notification tone. Okay. The next second, the Red Sea swirled back, transforming into a swirling vortex, as if to draw him into an unknown world. Mu Xing didn't see the familiar large eyeballs in the void, but he did see a mass of extremely dangerous dark death power also suspended in this space. Wait, what is that? Mu Xing noticed that within the swirling darkness and death, a phantom black blade seemed to be floating. He knew it wasn't an illusion, but rather a real presence in this space. That must be Mori's trump card, the black sword, and the eerie power that represented destined death. Their rank was surprisingly the same as the Red Ocean. Otherwise, they couldn't possibly exist in this mysterious, unknown space. In a trance, Mu Xing opened his eyes again. The humid air around him instantly turned dry. Death spread within 100 meters, and any remaining life force was instantly destroyed by the residual force of destined death expelled from Mu Xing's body. Tick-tick. Small water droplets fell into the puddle, splashing out a moist mist. This was a natural hot spring in the cave, keeping the temperature constantly in the teens. Compared to the extreme cold outside, which often reached -1 or 200 degrees, it was a paradise. Mu Xing quickly checked his body for any missing organs, then checked his equipment for any missing items. Luckily, these items were special soulbound items, and hadn't been lost. However, Mu Xing noticed that his power against fate seemed to have decreased by a third. His power of desolation had also weakened considerably. Mu Xing immediately placed the iron crown on his head and activated his physical realm to prevent further attacks. Only after confirming the surroundings were safe did he summon the evil spirit. "What's wrong with you, kid? I couldn't sense your presence for a moment. I thought you were dead." The cat scratched Mu Xing's face, looking at him with some concern. "I did die once. It's a little hard to accept, but that's the truth." Mu Xing sighed. "How is it possible? With your current strength, you could still be killed?" Mu Xing didn't bother to explain, and waved his hand to project his image. "Black sword? Predestined death?" the evil spirit exclaimed. "Huh? You know this thing?" the evil spirit said with a serious face. "It must be something that came from that world. You're in trouble this time." "That world? The old man ring?" The evil spirit nodded. "My tentacles once probed that world, but were silently severed. At that time, I was at the peak of the half-step multiverse, only half a step away from the multiverse. Even so, that place still terrified me. After trying it once, I never dared approach again." Mu Xing was puzzled. The old man ring plot only has a group of demigods. Even if there were true gods, they wouldn't mean anything to a half-step multiverse like you, right? The evil spirit glanced at him. "Demigods, yes, but have you ever seen a demigod that wields the power of law?" "What do you mean? Don't tell me this law is equivalent to the power of the old ones?" "You're not stupid." The evil spirit climbed onto Mu Xing's shoulder and began to examine him. "You were very decisive and self-destructing. If you had truly allowed the destined death to penetrate your soul core, even resurrection would have been useless." Mu Xing ignored the evil spirit's praise, still pondering its previous words. "So, is Old Man Juan's world special?" "Indeed, it's special. That place must be a world of extremely high status, so it can give rise to a unique power of authority." Mu Xing's eyes widened. "Doesn't that mean we can go to Old Man Juan's world, seize power, and then help multiverse ascend?" The evil spirit covered its forehead. "How could it be that easy? Do you really think there aren't many people coveting that world? Ancient gods, the old ones even." "Never mind. That's not important. What's important is that someone can actually bring the power of law from that world. Perhaps that Mori could be a good starting point." The evil spirit licked the corner of his mouth. Mu Xing seemed to see the long-lost ambition of the cat growing. All right, stop dreaming. Help me figure out how to deal with this Mori problem." Mu Xing interrupted the evil spirit's reverie, muttering, "I don't want to be stabbed again." The evil spirit, however, remained nonchalant. "Don't worry, sure. Predestined death is powerful, but this isn't the old man's world, so its lethality will be significantly diminished. Besides, that kid isn't holding the real black sword, just a tiny fragment from it. In that case, I need to plan carefully and seize this thing." Clearly, the evil spirit was fully committed to seizing the black sword. Mu Xing held the cat's head. "Before that, I plan to ascend to the god rank. Otherwise, I'd be too passive." "Hey, are you finally planning to ascend to godhood?" Mu Xing took a deep breath. "I've accumulated enough. Now everything is ready. I just need the right opportunity." "Are you planning to use the blood moon on Teflantis?" the evil spirit asked. Mu Xing shook his head. "I haven't decided yet. My first target is actually the blood moon that's about to converge on Earth. After all, the blood moon formed by humans is the most suitable for me. But if the situation changes, I have no choice but to choose this one." The evil spirit licked its paw. "You're a good kid. You haven't let your anger get the better of you. However, I suggest you don't ascend directly to the godly rank after devouring the blood moon." "What do you mean? You forgot the origin key?" Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" "Yes, the origin key should contain the power of authority that best suits you. You originated from the blood moon. If you can integrate that power, your growth ceiling will be greatly increased. At least it's more suitable for you than the miscellaneous inherited powers you possess, such as emotion, destiny, and corruption." Mu Xing clenched his fist. Since that's the case, I use this blood moon of Tavrantis to set a trap for that heart-eroding prince and collect a small interest. Chapter 1036. At the entrance to the Rosetta ruins, the Lion King, Asar, paced anxiously, like an ant trapped in a hot pot, his sharp claws scratching deep marks on the frozen wall. A full day had passed since the failed assassination attempt on Mu Xing. As they had expected, that damned human should have appeared at the entrance, but now, there was nothing in sight except the vast ice plain. Mori, is that kid too frightened to come? Asar tossed his mane irritably, turning to look at his companion sitting quietly by the broken wall. Mori remained seated with his eyes closed, like an ice sculpture, oblivious to Asar's complaints. Your Highness has just issued an ultimatum. Asar swung his great axe furiously, the blade slicing dangerous arcs in the cold light. If we don't see the human's head before sunset, we have to give our heads up. He glared at Mori fiercely. Say something. Are we just going to sit there and wait? Suddenly Mori's eyes snapped open. Here they come. His sharp gaze darted eastward toward the edge of the ice field, where a dark figure was slowly approaching. The figure seemed to move slowly, yet strangely, each stride covered 100 meters. At Mori's signal, the assassins ambushed in the snow instantly launched their attack. Asar excitedly swung his great axe, the sinister runes on the axe blade glowing red. He's finally here. He dared to plot against me last time, and this time I chop him into a pulp. Wait! Mori suddenly stepped forward to stop Asar. What's wrong with you? Asar roared furiously, his axe raised high. Something's wrong. Mori stared intently into the distance. Although it carries the aura of the blood moon, but... Before he finished his words, the attacks of 5 or 6 assassins had already struck their target simultaneously. The specially crafted black blades pierced the man's vital points with pinpoint accuracy. Retreat! Retreat! Mori's face suddenly changed, and he shouted fiercely. But it was too late. Mu Xing, wearing a felt hat, slowly raised his head, revealing a creepy, eerie smile. Explode! A blinding white light instantly engulfed everything, and a terrifying force of desolation and silence swept across a 1,000-meter radius like a tidal wave. Those assassins who were unable to escape were pulverized in the white light without even a scream. Mori turned sharply to the south, only to see another group of assassins attacking another blood moon. The same tragedy unfolded again, for assassins were instantly vaporized, and the remaining 3, gravely wounded, collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. Everyone retreat. Attack no blood moon. A rare tremor lingered in Mori's voice. Asar unconsciously wiped the sweat from his forehead. The sharp claws nearly lacerated his fur. He knew better than anyone the terrifying power of withering silence, a deadly force that could kill anyone who touched it. Mori, this little bastard is more formidable than we thought. Mori slowly raised his hand. It's just some self-destructing trick. He's not a shadow bender. The power of withering silence can't be infinite. These clones are just to lure us into action. Asar glanced around warily, his mane bristling with nervousness. Do you think he really come? He definitely will, Mori said firmly. At that moment, the heart-eating prince's furious roar suddenly filled the communicator. What are you two idiots doing? The blood moon spaceship has taken off. Where are you? A crack appeared on Mori's eternally stern face. Your Highness, there must be something fishy going on here. He's definitely targeting the ancient machines in the Rosetta ruins. He won't give up just yet. Are you sure? Heart Erosion's skeptical voice echoed through the communicator. Your Highness, as long as we hold the entrance to the ruins, he have to storm. Then, before Mori could finish his words, an emergency report from the Chaos ship suddenly rang through the communicator. Your Highness, this is bad. A ship is initiating a space warp. Intercept. Intercept immediately. Your Highness, our attack is blocked by the planet's frozen layer and cannot penetrate. Utter rubble. A bunch of rubbish. Listening to the chaotic chatter coming from the communicator, Mori and Asar exchanged blank stares. This is bad? Asar's leonine face twisted in terror. Those clones are just bait. His real goal is to escape. A hysterical roar echoed from the communicator. What are you two idiots still standing there for? Chase them immediately. After the communication was abruptly severed, Asar looked at Mori in bewilderment. What do we do now? Mori looked at Mu Xing's clone reappearing on the ice field, a flicker of struggle in his eyes. Follow His Highness's orders. Even though he vaguely sensed something was amiss, the prince's orders could not be disobeyed. Everyone retreat. Activate all traps to prevent a trap. Yes. Several dark shadows soared into the sky, speeding towards the beam of light in the sky, quickly disappearing into the vast horizon. On the ice field, Several Mu Xing figures simultaneously raised their heads, gazing in the direction of their departure, a meaningful sneer curling their lips. In the Chaos Flagship Central Command Hall, the heavy hatch suddenly opened. "Why are you back?" Luca's cold voice made the two who had just entered freeze. Asar's lion-like eyes widened. "Didn't His Highness summon us back?" "His Highness is in retreat." Luca's gaze grew increasingly dangerous. "How could he possibly summon you?" "What?" Asar's mane stood on end, panicking. "But we clearly received orders that Blood Moon had escaped on a spaceship." Mori's face suddenly changed. "Oh no! We've been tricked." He spun around to look at the main screen. On the screen, at the entrance to the Rosetta ruins, the familiar middle finger symbol slowly took shape, as if mocking their foolishness. "No!" Asar's voice began to tremble. The transmission clearly came from the flagship, and the voice was His Highness himself. "How is this possible?" Mori's voice was terrifyingly low. "There's only one possibility. There's a traitor on board." A shrill alarm suddenly echoed throughout the command hall. "What's going on?" Luca's divine sense instantly enveloped the entire spaceship. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, a blinding ball of fire suddenly erupted from the rear of the ship, causing the entire flagship to tremble violently. "Hold!" Luca's figure instantly appeared in space. The terrifying power of a 9th-level god forcibly solidified the surrounding space, preventing the explosion from spreading. At this moment, a chilling and terrifying pressure erupted from the depths of the ship. The brutality and murderous intent contained in that aura was even 100 times more terrifying than the ship's explosion. The metal door of the seclusion chamber was ripped apart by some terrifying force, tearing dozens of surrounding chambers into shreds along with it. Countless blood-red threads spread wildly, like living creatures, covering most of the ship in an instant. "Your Highness has gone berserk." A Chaos Guard screamed before being entangled in the blood threads and torn in two. The blood threads coalesced into ferocious maws, greedily devouring the guard's flesh and blood. This horrifying scene not only terrified the ordinary crew members, but even close associates like Asar and Mori shuddered. "Your Highness! Please calm down." Luca finally took action. The dark power of the 9th-rank Chaos God formed an independent, small world, temporarily isolating the rampaging erosion heart. The frantic blood threads then began to slowly shrink. But misfortunes never come singly. The monitor's terrified cry rang out again. "Warning! Abnormal energy reaction on the frozen planet." Repeat, abnormal energy reaction on the frozen planet. Public sharing of direct links or source files is strictly prohibited. Chapter 1037. What's going on? Everyone glanced at the large screen, watching the temperature of the icy planet beneath them rapidly rise. In just a few seconds, it soared from over 100 degrees below zero to 30 degrees below zero. And the temperature continued to rise, nearing zero. The thick ice began to crack and melt, and the frozen layers surrounding the planet also began to disintegrate. At this moment, the entire planet seemed to have broken free from its eons of imprisonment. It is alive, especially the massive moon hanging in orbit. The thick ice shell, deprived of the constant cooling effect of the frozen layer, began to show countless cracks. The temperature inside was rapidly rising. What the hell happened? What the hell did you idiots do? When Erosion Heart regained consciousness and regained his human form, he teleported to the central control room. Mori reported quickly, word for word. Heart Erosion's face darkened. "So, because of that little trick you've been fooled? Asar, you've truly disappointed me." Thump. Asar dropped to his knees, head bowed, not daring to look up, legs trembling like sieves. Mori then took up the black blade and stabbed it at his heart. But before the blade could penetrate his body, Heart Erosion grabbed hold of it. "Mori, your life belongs to me. How dare you commit suicide?" Mori lowered his head, his face thick with guilt. Beside him, Luca remained calm. "Your Highness, there must be a traitor within Chaos." "Who?" "Moraz. Bring him back." "He fled before the ship exploded. I was focused on assisting your Highness infusing the Blood Moon essence, and didn't notice his abnormality, so..." Erosion Heart closed his eyes slightly, slowly calming his emotions. He seemed to be trying to accept the fact that his men were useless. "Chase him. I will tear out the tendons and skin that traitor, and imprint him in the Chaos Divine Realm to torture him for 10,000 years. But Luca, standing beside him, poured cold water on him. "Your Highness, superluminal travel is restricted in the primordial universe. Our Chaos ship lacks impact point engines, and several engines have exploded. It will be difficult to catch up." With a bang, Erosion Heart smashed the isolation door with his fist. "Your Highness, now that the Blood Moon has shut down the ancient machine, the planet, and the blood moon in orbit have begun to resurrect. I suggest retreating. Crackling. Erosion Heart's hands creaked. Just then, a defiant face suddenly appeared on the ship's large screen. Hi, are you Prince Erosion? Let me introduce myself. My name is Blood Moon, Moon Moon. On the screen, Mu Xing sat before the ancient machine, with the corpses of more than a dozen Chaos assassins lying behind him. He stared at Erosion through the screen with a provocative smile that was truly provocative. Erosion took a step forward, appearing before the large screen. What are you trying to do? Beside him, Luca whispered, Your Highness, this person has used equipment left behind by a spy to hack into the ship's communication system. Should we disconnect it? Erosion raised his right hand. No need. Clearly, he also wanted to hear what the young man before him, who had embarrassed Mori and Asar, was up to. Don't be nervous, Your Highness. I actually have a long history with your Chaos clan. I'd like to negotiate a deal with you, Your Highness. A deal? Erosion narrowed his eyes. He sensed that the human behind the screen didn't seem afraid of him. This was a confident gesture, indicating he had a number of backup plans. I know Your Highness is searching for the origin key left behind by the Creator Multiverse, and I also know Your Highness is attempting to integrate the power of the Blood Moon, correct? At this moment, Erosion Heart wanted nothing more than to devour that traitor more as alive. But the next moment, his composure shifted. He saw Mu Xing's right hand transforming into the form of a Blood Moon at will. Are you human or a Blood Moon? Erosion Heart growled. That was the state he had longed for, the ability to perfectly integrate and control the power of the Blood Moon. Yet, after years of striving, even now nearing the final step, only he knew how difficult this final step would be. Mu Xing retracted his state, human or Blood Moon, it doesn't matter. What matters is that I have a way to allow Your Highness to fully integrate the power of the Blood Moon. Oh! What do you want? Erosion Heart had calmed down from his impulsiveness. Don't you know what I want, Your Highness? Erosion Heart snorted coldly. You want information on the origin key? Mu Xing snapped his fingers. Talking to smart people is easy. Next to him, Luca couldn't help but remind him, Your Highness, the origin key is of great importance. Should we consult the Chaos King? Erosion Heart turned to glance at Luca, who quickly lowered his head and fell silent. How can you guarantee that I can perfectly integrate the power of the Blood Moon? Mu Xing chuckled, a miniature Blood Moon appearing in his hand, tossing it up and down. If the previous transformation only proved that Mu Xing could integrate the power of the Blood Moon, the miniature Blood Moon he now produced proved completely that he had not only integrated the power of the Blood Moon, but could also transform into a Blood Moon. You've actually merged with the essence of the Blood Moon and transformed yourself into it. Even Erosion Heart was shocked by this sight. The power of the Blood Moon flowed through him, and he recognized immediately that this wasn't some illusion. How's it going? Your Highness, are you satisfied with this deal? Erosion Heart suddenly sneered, Deal? If I capture you, I can still obtain your secrets. Even if you commit suicide, I still find a way. TSK. Mu Xing wasn't frightened by this, but instead looked regretful. What a shame. I thought we'd have a good collaboration. I didn't expect I'd be dealing with a conceited fool. You, like me, still want to surpass your father and become the new Chaos King? You? Erosion Heart's eyes widened in anger. This was the thing he cared about most in his life. But now, the pain and ambition deep within him were being openly mocked by a human. I want you dead. Erosion Heart roared. Mu Xing's smile widened, his arms spread wide. In that case, then come. At this moment, a shrill alarm rang out from the spaceship. Oh no, Your Highness. Our flagship has been locked onto by some force. Next to him, Luca's face suddenly changed. Your Highness, something beneath the planet has awakened and needs to eat. Zayuzan suddenly woke up, realizing he'd been tricked by Mu Xing. He waved his hand fiercely. All ships, leave at full speed. However, Mu Xing on the big screen glared at him with a sneer. Don't leave so quickly, Your Highness. I'd be waiting for you in Teflantis to trade with me. I wait for you for 3 hours, no more. As soon as he finished speaking, the frozen planet suddenly cracked, and the white oil film coalesced into bizarre, clawing tentacles. They reached out into space and grabbed the Chaos Fleet in orbit. At the same time, the planet's gravity suddenly increased 10,000-fold. Both the spaceships and the Blood Moon, attempting to awaken in orbit, began to plummet towards the ground. Luca! Erosion Heart shouted. Luca teleported out of the ship, unleashing the full might of a 9th-rank god, attempting to drag all the Chaos ships out of its gravitational range. However, at this moment, the white, sticky tentacles silently transformed into a massive net. Chapter 1038. Before Luca could launch a counterattack, the net had already enveloped him. Immortal Realm. Luca roared, erecting a dark golden immortal realm. Let the universe's time pass, I remain immortal, my lifespan equal to the universe's. Any attack emanating from the power of rules would be repelled and destroyed by this immortal force, unable to harm him in the slightest. Immortality is the hallmark ability of a ninth-order god. Further advancement would allow one to enter the legendary half-step multidimensional realm. However, before the net condensed from the white oil film, even the immortal realm of a ninth-order god was easily contained. The net contracted, and Luca was like prey struggling in a cage. No matter how ferocious his attacks, they were all blocked by the dense, milky white net. The power of rules, and the power of immortality were all reduced to ash by the net. Luca! Erosion Heart was horrified at this scene. Luca was a true ninth-rank god, yet now he was trapped like a trapped beast, imprisoned in a cage. Before he could resist, the entire flagship was captured, and the massive Chaos flagship began to be dragged uncontrollably towards the frozen planet. Run! The Chaos creatures, overcome by fear of the unknown, rushed out of their ships and fled into the starry sky. All of you, return to me. Anyone who dares to run will be killed without mercy. However, Erosion Heart's verbal threats were like a fart. The Chaos creatures, desperate to escape, paid no heed to his orders. Puff, puff, puff. Erosion Heart attacked and slew dozens of Chaos creatures, but still could not stop the exodus. But the next second, the Chaos creatures' wails echoed through space. Countless milky white tentacles snatched up those attempting to escape. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free, and watched helplessly as they were dragged towards the planet below. Asar, who was about to flee, stopped dead in his tracks. Your Highness, what should we do now? Erotic Heart gritted his teeth as he stared at Mu Xing on the big screen. You're the one behind this? Mu Xing spread his hands. You think too highly of me. I have the power to do this, so why would I bother with you? Erotic Heart growled. Okay, I agree to the deal, but I want you to restart the ancient machine and seal this monster. Mu Xing on the screen shook his head. That was the price just now. It's gone up now. What do you mean? Are you kidding me? Erotic Heart's face was filled with murderous intent. Mu Xing held the back of his head with his hands, looking relaxed. I need you to send me some information about the origin key first. I hope you can find more bargaining chips for the subsequent transaction. Erotic Heart suppressed his anger and waved his hand for his subordinate to send the top-secret information about the origin key. Mu Xing nodded with satisfaction after receiving this information. But the next moment, Mu Xing flew into a rage. You actually sent me false information, Erosion Heart. Our deal is over. Let's die together. Erosion Heart glanced at Asar beside him. What's going on? Asar's face was filled with anxiety. Your Highness, the information about the origin key is top secret. If it's leaked, I'm afraid the Chaos King will blame me, so... Erosion Heart kicked Asar away and personally sent a portion of the origin key information. Are you satisfied now? Erosion Heart stared at Mu Xing on the screen. Satisfied, very satisfied. I look forward to working with you. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen went dark, while the Chaos ship's window lit up with a red glow from friction with the atmosphere. You bastard, just wait! Zayuzan blasted the screen with a punch and turned to look out the window. All the ships in orbit were being pulled towards the planet's surface. The same happened to the fleeing Chaos, all recaptured. Meanwhile, in the Rosetta ruins, Mu Xing stared intently at the tentacles clung to the oil film. Seeing the outcome was settled, he immediately reactivated the ancient instrument. A bitter cold once again enveloped the entire planet, and the thick ice layer, once on the verge of melting, cooled rapidly again. The detection equipment showed that the temperature inside the planet was also rapidly dropping. It seems the Rosetta people's ancient machine is more than just weather control. It's probably connected to some special device that seals the ancient remains at the Earth's core. At this moment, the evil spirit jumped out. Brat, you brought the chaos of the heart erosion to Teflantis. Aren't you hoping to use their power to help you fight the corpses underground? Mu Xing shook his head. I'm just trapping them here for now. I have a proper chat with the heart erosion after I ascend to godhood. With that, he pulled the decoder from the ancient instrument and tossed it into the storage space. Let's go to Earth first. The Divine Seal just sent me a message. Earth's convergence has begun. The blood moon on Teflantis is, after all, a blood moon formed by aliens, and I need a blood moon formed by humans. The evil spirit licked its paw. You're truly cunning. Mu Xing teleported out of the ruins and waved to release the spaceship Jacob had sent. The ship, equipped with a small impact point engine, could only carry 3 people, but for Mu Xing, it was more than enough. He looked up, watching countless meteors plummet to the ground. As the freezing process kicked in, the tentacles formed from the oil film gradually froze. Just as he soared into the sky, he narrowly missed the falling Eclipse Heart. Through the porthole, the others saw Mu Xing's ship. "I'm going to kill you!" Eclipse Heart was furious, knowing he'd been tricked. He launched his attacks, but they were all blocked by the web of oil film. "Trust me, we meet again soon, Your Highness Eclipse Heart." Mu Xing waved at him, and immediately activated the impact point engine. The ship instantly folded space, entering a supertemporal bubble and disappearing into the distant starry sky. Boom! The heavy Chaos flagship crashed to the ground, shattering the white tentacles along with it. At the same time, the frozen layer surrounding the planet's surface reformed, making it difficult to escape without a burst of divine power. But if divine power were unleashed, those terrifying maws rising from the ground would be doomed. "Your Highness, run!" Luca rushed forward, wounded all over. He had fought tooth and nail to escape the cage, but at a heavy price. But before he could reach the heart of erosion, the ice beneath cracked, and a tentacle with a greedy white maw emerged. It swallowed Luca, a 9th-level god, whole, then quickly retreated beneath the ice. "Luca!" The heart of erosion roared. Just then, another white tentacle burst from the ice, pouncing toward them like a predator. Mori slashed with the black blade in his hand, striking the white tentacle with the power of death. The power of death spread rapidly, causing the tentacle's maw to stiffen. A good opportunity. The heart of erosion attacked directly, severing the tentacle struck by the power of death and breaking free from the encirclement. Mori and Asar followed closely behind, but the ordinary chaos creatures weren't so lucky. A feast on the icy plain had just begun. At that moment, the massive blood moon began to fall, rubbing against the air and emitting a dazzling burst of flames as it slammed into the distant mountains. Boom! Like Mars hitting the Earth, the massive blood moon crashed headfirst into the frozen planet. "Follow me there." Erosion Heart didn't flee, but instead rushed towards the direction of the falling blood moon.